Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Look, today's tone, we're not going to freak out. We're not going to be yelling. We're not going to be screaming. We're just going to have a conversation because there's a lot going on here. First of all, Bill Belichick retires from the sport of football. Or actually, the Patriots and Belichick mutually agreed to part ways after 24 years. Nick Saban retired from Alabama. Pete Carroll and the Seahawks decided to go their separate ways. He's going to be an advisor, I guess, for the Seattle Seahawks. And those are big stories, and at some point, we will get to them. But what's happening with the Golden State Warriors right now is numero uno around here in the Bay Area, and we could be watching the demise of a dynasty. We could be watching the end of the Warriors that we knew for the last decade because, folks, what happened over the last two games was pretty damn depressing. 2 straight wire-to-wire blowout losses. It was 15-4 yesterday, and for the first time in a long time, I thought, boy, this game is over.
There's no way they're coming back.
There's no way they're coming back. So as we say good morning to everybody out there, Joe Shasky the Butcher, Joe Spadoni, Big John, and for Lutman, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, the garbage men, the overnight dancers. I don't even care. I don't care how much money you made. Probably was dry in the strip club last night because everybody's depressed after what they saw at Chase Center. They were down by 41 points yesterday. 41 points, Shasky. So we're going to take a lot of calls today. 888-957-9570. Line them up. If you want to play the blame game, go ahead. But this is a team-wide issue. And the word connectivity is something I don't hear anymore because this team, Shasky, is no longer connected. They are broken.
I saw 2 people yesterday say things that I didn't think I'd hear them admit out loud. First, Steve Kerr. Essentially, if you extract what he's trying to convey, say that the team's spirit is broken and it feels like they're quitting. Now, that might be strong coming out of my mouth, but it felt like that's how I interpreted it from the coach. And then I heard the greatest player in franchise history, Wilt notwithstanding, basically said that we can't continue with this roster this way. And essentially saying we got to make a trade because this is the definition of insanity. I don't want to make this about me or anything like that, but one thing that I've learned over the last couple of weeks is you need to accept your reality. Okay, we've got some things going on in my family, and I've told some of you guys here, and you can sit there and cry about it, or you can accept the reality and cherish the moments and try to make the best of where you're at currently and not be delusional. And I feel like I'm watching the Warriors as a whole kind of accept their current reality. And the current reality is what you see on the floor is not good enough.
Nope.
And all I kept thinking about, and I know Steiny tweeted it out, I know other people have tweeted it out and have said it, Draymond Green's going to come back and just save everything?
No, he's not.
Now, look, they are horrible defensively right now, and they could use Draymond's defense. They are desperately searching for a second ball handler in the half court. They could use another playmaker like Draymond Green out there, but I don't think it's enough. I think that their problems are not about one player. It's not about JK. It's not about Clay. It's not just about Wiggins. It's about the collective not being good enough. Maybe the message from the coach, is falling flat, but the players also need to accept culpability. It's never one thing. To me, there's a pie chart of reasons. Roster decisions, draft picks not panning out, players not playing to their capabilities, age and father time catching up to them, the league as a whole, being younger, athletic, hungry, searching for them, putting a target on their backs. The pieces not fitting, the redundancy of certain parts, guys slipping a little like a Kevon Looney. Like, it's not one reason. It's a lot of reasons. And as I sit here and I watch Pete Carroll, as you referenced, and I watch Nick Saban, the theme from those two, and Belichick, it's not that Belichick isn't a great coach. It's that it's time.
It's time
to turn the page. And that's the same way I feel this morning about the Golden State Warriors. I love them. I will forever cherish all the moments. I don't want to disrespect absolute superstar legends that are minted, Bay Area mints and nationwide mints going first ballot Hall of Fame and deservedly statue guys. But it feels like it's time to turn the page, and it sucks.
Last night I got the feel, and you're spot on, Shasky. You're spot on. Because last night, as that first half was playing out, where they gave up 73 points, It was the third time in the last 4 games. Third time in the last 4 games in which they've given up 70 points in the first half.
That's incredible.
All right? And last night I got to feel that. I had to feel what the Patriots with Tom Brady in his last year, where it's just like one superstar searching and struggling, trying to find a way. And that was Stephen Curry. His Herb Jones is all into his chest and his jock strap. And we cited the numbers in Steph Curry. In the last 8 games, he's shooting in the 30s in field goal percentage and 3-point percentage. And he is struggling because he's seeing doubles, triples. Every time he turns around, there's somebody in his face. And I said, boy, this is not good. And there's going to be movement. And there will be movement. But it's just not one guy.
No.
It's not just Klay Thompson, and his lack of care for Boyd, which I understand. It's not just Jonathan Kuminga. It's not just Looney. It's not just Wiggins. It's everything.
It's not just the coach.
It's everything. It's not just listen, we can start there if you want, because I see a lot. We see our DMs. He hasn't been great, but you can't. He's not devising a game plan that gives up 46 points in the first quarter. He's not devising a game plan which allows the Pelicans' first 7 shot attempts, which all came from the perimeter, the 3-point line, and they were all wide open, and they make 5 of them. That's not on Steve Kerr. That is a lack of urgency for the players on the court. Jonathan Kuminga. I love JK, but he's talked twice this year. He talked twice last offseason. He made a big stink, to Marcus Thompson II in the Athletic. And the next game, he turned around and turned the ball over 6 times in the first half.
Yeah, you can't do that.
He, Destrada broke the camel's back after now playing the last 18 minutes against the Denver Nuggets. Well, what did he do? He came back against Detroit, and he sucked. All right? Cade Cunningham took his lunch money. And then what happened against Toronto? He was MIA. And then last night, it's not all on JK, but he has not played well. So when you don't have that clout to speak up like he's spoken up in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, and then you put out that performance, you don't get the benefit of the doubt anymore. You don't. You talk too much. Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins is 4 of 19 in his last 3 games, and he scored 11 points in the last 3 games. So when we talk about trades, going this guy, this team, that team, Andrew Wiggins, what the hell has happened to him?
I don't know.
And the key word was rolling around Andrew Wiggins yesterday.
What's that?
Quit. Now, I don't want to say that he's quitting, but boy, it was bad. It was bad last night watching Andrew Wiggins.
You know what the hard part to accept for me is, like, when the Niners, like 2014 ended with such a thud for the Niners and everyone left, you just looked around, you're like, well, they just have nothing. They have nothing. And I think what's different is in a 5-man sport where there's 5 guys on the floor. I know the team's bigger than that. When you still have a guy like Steph Curry, even though he's been really bad the last couple of games, and I would say that there's a lot of reasons why, but it's harder for me to accept because I still feel like he's that good. And you referenced Tom Brady on the Patriots as like the lone superstar.
The lone star.
It's exactly the
way. He
I
scored a Kimbrough Tompkins that last year with New England.
I feel like I'd be able to cherish all of the good times, like if simultaneously Klay and Draymond and Steph were all depreciating simultaneously, but they're not. I feel like Dre's still been really good. Not great, but really good. And Klay can draw from it at times, and Steph still gives you the Steph stuff. It's really hard for me to accept.
No, it is. And, it starts there. And no, I understand completely what you're saying. And you know what? Like, Klay has had his struggles. Steph has had his struggles. But it's the other veteran part of the core 3 that has kind of jacked this situation up over the last 2 years, and that's Draymond Green. Let's be real. It starts from there. If you're a leader, and Steve Kerr keeps saying this in his pressers, he's a co-captain. He's our leader. He's our vocal leader. Or our vocal leader has let us down for 2 straight seasons. 2 straight seasons. And let's be real, folks. This team, this organization, this culture has not been the same since that fateful day in training camp. And then when I hear the pressers, and look, I have sympathy for Draymond Green. I hope he figures it out. I do, mentally, just for his life. Forget basketball, just for his life. But when I hear Steve Kerr say, he's got to stop talking to the referees. He's got to leave the referees alone. Well, the referees are not what got him suspended. Physical assault got him suspended. Slapping Yusuf Nurkic got him suspended. Choking out Rudy Gobert got him suspended. Not the referees. It's his physical acts and the antics that got him suspended. And that has killed this team because, one, Steve Kerr can't find a 5-man combination because guys are in and out of the lineup. Yes. And your main guy, your leader, quote-unquote leader has been out for more than half the season. He's played 15 games. 15 games in what was supposed to be the most important season of his career. And that is a trickle-down effect on everybody. Now, when it comes to Andrew Wiggins, should he start? Well, the fact that he doesn't start now says a lot about Andrew Wiggins. He got his job taken because of his poor performance. The guy's averaging less than 12 points a game.
And he got his job taken by someone who's really not playing consistent basketball.
Exactly.
At an elite level. Like, it'd be one that got, he lost his job to Durant. You're
Yep.
losing it to a 21-year-old Kuminga who's been as inconsistent as any young player in the league.
I mean, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And he's got a $100 million contract. Draymond's got the $100 million contract. So Joe Lacob, as you look at him in the fourth quarter with his shoulder sideways to the court, slumped.
You referenced him in postgame. You were really good in postgame.
There's sometimes you can dress it up, but you can't dress up. They just got blown out in back-to-back games and didn't lead once.
On national television.
And then, by the way, remember, they blew the 18-point lead against Denver, and then they come back the next day, and I felt like the Detroit game was a loss. When I was off that day, and I'm watching that game, and I'm like, oh, my God, they're struggling with the Detroit Pistons, who I just saw get blown out by the San Antonio Spurs. I know. They got blown out by Sacramento after scoring 47 in the first quarter, and the Warriors were up 1 with less than 2 minutes against the Detroit Pistons.
Will Detroit win 10 games this year? No,
Probably
I'm dead serious. You're
Probably
right.
not. So it's everything. It's Clay, it's Wiggins, it's Pods, it's Kuminga.
It's everything.
I mean, you can't just blame one guy. And I know everybody wants to blame this guy and that guy. No, this is an organizational-wide issue.
Yes. And I think their decisions as a whole, whether it be the financial extensions for certain players, the draft picks for certain guys, trading for CP3, like on the real, I like CP3. I thought he was really good. But go back to June and remember when they made that trade. What was it, June or July? Bonte, what did I say?
Late June.
You gave up a 23-year-old who was one of the few assets on your team for a guy that was going to get bought out.
Yeah. Well, you gave up what you did too, Shasky, because I agree with that. But you also, and Jordan Poole had to move on. It wasn't going to work with him and Draymond.
I agree.
And they chose Draymond and Kerr over Jordan Poole. Not only did you trade Jordan Poole, who was a young asset, but you got less athletic and smaller. So now you're the least athletic team in the league, and you're the smallest team in the league. So they're trying. They're trying at times. Doc Rivers, I watched the game back when I got home last night because it was an early start. And Doc,
Burke.
But he's saying, look, they're trying. They just can't get to the 50-50 balls. Father Time is undefeated.
Bonte, they look every game. I'm blown away by how explosive and athletic and big every other team is compared to them.
Yep.
You know what it looks like to me? The equivalent of, it's like when an SEC team smothers the hell out of one. No, I'm serious. Out of one of these mid-Atlantic conference teams that they have no business playing. Mm-hmm. That's what it feels like. And look, New Orleans is a young, ascending, up-and-coming team. But we're not watching the 2014 San Antonio Spurs or the Miami Heat of 2012. Like, what?
They gave up 141, and it could have been 160. I mean, honestly, back-to-back games, they were not even in it. And just think about that, folks. Back-to-back games where they give up over 70 points in the first half. And our keys to success yesterday on the pregame show was limit New Orleans to under 60 points in the first half. Well, they scored 46 in the first quarter. They scored 46 in the first quarter, while the Warriors turned the ball over 7 times in the first quarter. No rhythm offensively. No communication defensively. Blown assignments left and right. I'm watching Klay Thompson fail to box out. I'm watching Andrew Wiggins fail to box out. It starts with the veterans. Before we even get to the youngsters, it starts with the veterans setting the tone. And they set a bad tone. Not only last night, but all season long. While Draymond Green is in the sweatsuit watching the game in the most important season of his career. So this is all bad. And you better believe there's going to be changes. When Stephen Curry was asked about the trade deadline, here's what he said.
We have a standard that's pretty evident that if things stay the same, that's a definition of insanity, right? Keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So as players and what we can do, we have to control our effort, our focus, competitiveness, control the things that we can on the court. Like every NBA season, every organization, that stuff works itself out, and you can't allow yourself to get distracted by that, because whether you're at the top of the standings or at the bottom, there's always rumors swirling, there's always conversations, and it's just a part of the business. And until anything happens, you can't get caught up in it because it robs you of your opportunity to play good basketball. That's kind of where we're at.
The definition of insanity. Let me play it one more time.
We have a standard that's pretty evident that if things stay the same, that's a definition of insanity, right? Keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So,
first time I ever heard Curry say something like that.
I've never heard anything like that from him.
And the fact is, I'm in the arena yesterday, and I'm hearing the boos, and I said, I can't believe, after all the good times, after the 4 championships, that they are now getting booed for lack of effort. And you know what? Fans can do what they want to do. They can boo. But I get it. You paying top dollar for a ticket, and they come out there, and before you even blink, before you even settle in, Shasky, it's 15-4. 15-4 in the first 2.5 minutes of the basketball game. So I get why fans want to boo. And Curry, he basically said it, look, deserve to get booed. Looney, same thing.
Curry said that he was booing himself in his head.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was very jarring to hear Steph say it, because he's never said anything close to that.
But was it refreshing to hear that?
Oh, no. Actually, I said to Spadoni, I said, you know what? It's the first time that I felt like Curry, like, I've had enough.
Yeah.
And we need to do something here. And I'm glad he did it, honestly. Yep. I'm glad he did it, because I think all of us are like, finally, Steph, who do you want to play with? Let's figure this out. Right. Let's turn the page. And again, people think that we're like disrespecting people. You're not. Like, Wes Welker was one of Tom Brady's favorite players of all time.
Yep.
And then he had to leave in free agency to go to Denver. And then he found Julian Edelman. And then he went to 4 more Super Bowls or 3 more Super Bowls without him. Like, that's how it happens. Like, that's sports, everybody. Like, not everybody is going to be aligned at all times. Jordan had Horace Grant. Then he turned the page and he got himself Dennis Rodman. And then that had a shelf life.
Happens.
Yeah. Kobe had Shaq. And then Kobe got, Paul Gasol. There are different combinations of players that you're going to have to play with over your career. To think that everyone's going to age like fine wine and everybody's interests are going to align and the financial components are all going to work forever, it's not fantasy land. It's not a video game. We have a salary cap, and guys have egos, and people have different desires, and who they are changes. And so, I don't know. I just think I'm being a little more realistic than others, and I know we all wanted them to all go into the sunset together. The Spurs, Tony Parker played on the Charlotte Hornets.
I know. Patrick Ewing played with the Orlando Magic and Seattle Sonics. Hakeem Olajuwon had to take his talents north of the border to Canada. So, you know what, man?
Dwayne Wade went to the Bulls and then the Cavs and then came back.
Right. So
Mullen went to the Pacers.
And then came back. So it's all bad right now. I'm not even going to sugarcoat this. We got to have a truth serum here. Where are the Warriors at? Who needs to go? Who needs to come? Is this season cooked? The Utah Jazz have, we're looking at the 4-game road trip, and, we're always looking at the schedule saying, okay, that's a win, maybe that's a win.
I can't do that anymore.
The Warriors are the team that other teams are looking at saying, oh, that's a win for us. The Warriors are now the team that's on the schedule where other teams are saying, yeah, that's a win for us. They got to go to Utah on this 4-game road trip. Utah just blew out Denver. They got to go to Chicago. I don't even think that's a guaranteed win. The Milwaukee Bucks Saturday. We know what Giannis brings to the table. You don't think Dame Dollar's salivating to stick it to Stephen Curry? I watched CJ McCollum yesterday on that sideline. He was so happy knowing that, boy, the Warriors have ruined my career. They've kept me from going to the finals, conference finals, second round of the playoffs. They have been a nemesis for me, a thorn in my booty my entire career. He enjoyed every second of that blowout win yesterday. Every second.
There was a play where McCollum's guarding Clay and Steph's bringing the ball up the court. And back in the day, Steph would have done like a fake to Clay. Clay would have cut back across the other side, and there would have been all this soup, and he would have been muddled up in it, and Clay would have got a wide open corner 3 on the opposite side. Instead, Steph throws a predictable pass to Clay because neither of them can move like they used to. Steph still can move, but not as well as just a couple years ago.
Right.
And McCollum just jumps the passing lane and steals it and goes the other way. And then somebody, I forget, I think it's, what's the shooter? Murphy hits a 3. And I'm saying to myself, I just throw my hands up. I'm like, that wouldn't have happened 3 or 4 years ago.
What about
where we're at.
What about CJ McCollum tying up Klay Thompson on the jump ball, blocking his shot?
I couldn't believe that.
I couldn't believe that either. That never happened. Never happened. So when Klay Thompson says, you know what, I'm not losing sleep over booze, he's got to lose sleep over his play. His performance and the team's performance. The whole booing thing, I want to get into that because I didn't make it. Clay. Yeah, I'm not mad at Clay about it. He shouldn't lose sleep over booze. These are professional athletes. They know the drill.
When you're on in the arena, for a lot of these guys, it's white noise.
Right.
And look, he has to compartmentalize so he can get ready for the next game.
Not only that,
that's his job as an athlete.
And not only that, Clay, we know he's vulnerable and he hears things and he hears all the chatter. He's probably like, Guys have written me off in this own fan right here in the Bay Area for the last 2 years. Why should I care about boos when you guys have told me I've been washed up for the last 2 years? Why should I care about being booed? You know? They deserve to be booed. Last night was embarrassing. I thought Toronto was rock bottom. Last night the Warriors said, hold my beer. Jonathan, Mike, Nick, we're all getting to you, folks. 888-957-9570. We're just going to talk about the game because I don't have a specific question. I'm not talking championship. I'm not talking playoffs. I just want some damn effort. I want some urgency. Where is it at? Back-to-back wire-to-wire losses, and they got blown out. They were never in the game last night. 141 to 105. They gave up the most points they've given up all season. They gave up the most points in the quarter last night and 46 points in the first quarter. Most points they've given up in the quarter all season long. Third time in 4 games they've given up at least 70 in the first half. 70, folks. Come on, man. Come on. Segment brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. Your phone calls. We got to talk about some things here when it comes to the Golden State Warriors here on 95.7 The Game. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by...
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
No.
888-957-9570. We're just talking about Saban and Alabama, and Chassie's like, I think Lane Kiffin should get the job. They had to send Lane Kiffin home a week before the national championship game. They ain't hiring Lane Kiffin at Alabama.
The one thing that I have to say when like as I'm watching the Warriors, it feels like they've been trying to do the same thing for 10 years, and now they're realizing that like not evolving has bit them in the butt. When I look at Saban, I think one of the beauties of Saban, think about how many different people he brought into Alabama to run his offenses and how different it's been. Sark was like, no one would touch Sark. Lane Kiffin, no one would touch him. Bill O'Brien, no one would touch him. I know Kirby Smart was with him in Alabama. Like,
right.
He has had so many different people infuse ideas into the Alabama program. I think my big takeaway from Saban, what makes him so unique to other coaches, and I know there are others that we could cite, but like his evolution, he went from we're going to beat you 10-7 to we're going to drop 35 on you.
Yep.
I don't know. I love the way he stayed young.
Evolved. He evolved.
As an old man.
But he evolved despite a rotating door with assistant coaches.
Yeah.
He talked about that. Like, where's the loyalty at? Where's the loyalty at? So we're going to find out where the loyalty is with the Golden State Warriors. Who's coming? Who's going? Because something's got to shake. Steve Kerr asked how tough it is to hear boos at home in back-to-back losses.
Yeah, we deserved it for sure. You know, fell behind immediately, and I think we're just lacking confidence right now. You know, it's you get to a stage sometimes where you just kind of lose your belief, and it happens. And that's what's happened right now with our team the last few days. I think we've just lost the spirit, the confidence that has to carry you, against talented teams night in and night out.
We were lacking confidence. We lost our spirit.
So as you look at Belichick, retire, and Pete Carroll retire, the one thing I think that they did a great job of was empowering young players to feel a part of the team. Mm-hmm. And if I look at what has really, there are many reasons, but one of the big separators for the Warriors, and you can say B, you can say Joe, it all starts and ends with the punch. And I'd listen to you. I'd listen to you. But I do feel like there's we're made men and you'll never be.
Right.
And so whenever there's a problem, it's because you're not bringing, and I'm being dramatic here when I say this, but it has felt like, hey, we got the 3 made men and a couple of vets that we trust, and everybody else, you don't get the benefit of the doubt at any single turn.
Right.
And the beauty of when I watched Belichick, the beauty of Pete Carroll and stuff, they would infuse the young players. Like, think about Brady, how many young guys, he would trust certain people right away, and boom, that was one of his made men.
Embrace them.
Yes.
Embrace them. And it feels like a lack of embracing when it comes to the youngsters.
Yes.
It all started last year. The whole 2 timeline thing, which was, just these guys, like Houston, you look at the Houston Rockets, and I'm not saying they're a finals team.
No.
But what they've done is they brought in the right veterans to empower the youngsters. Okay, like they may end up trading Jalen Green, but they got Jabari Smith Jr. Mm-hmm. They got some other young assets. And I'm like, you know what? Let's bring some veterans here and let's bring the youngsters together. Let's play as a team. Let's mesh together. Like, not the other way around. Like, it felt like it's been 2 different teams for 2 straight years. Like, empower the youngsters. Play with the veterans. Empower Kuminga. Empower Moody. Like, it's so ironic. Moody goes back-to-back games, scoring 21 points, tying the season high, and now he may be out for 2 to 3 weeks with a calf strain. That's the worst part about it. Now you lose another guy. So now GP2's out, Chris Paul's out, and Moses Moody, who's got the short end of the stick, is now got a calf strain.
Well, don't you think that there was, I don't know if it's threatened, but like I always felt like they were just so harsh on all the young players.
Yep.
And what they saw maybe the young players as chipping away at their playing time or their money or whatever, I saw the young players as a fountain of youth.
Yeah.
And I look at like the 49ers, for example, and football's so different. So players come into the league as much more finished products. But like You don't think Fred Warner looks at Ambry Thomas and is like, yeah, we need a young corner to ascend.
Yeah.
You don't think they look at Jair Brown, they're like, yeah, we want a young rookie safety to play well, or a Hufanga or one of those guys.
Think about how the 2019 team embraced Deebo Samuel as a rookie wide receiver.
There you go.
People forget that. Deebo was a rookie. Wrapped his arm around him quick. Even when Brandon Ayuk was in a doghouse, they somehow, some way uplifted him. So by the end of that season, Ayuk was ready to roll. This team, and the whole two timeline thing, it feels different. It feels so disconnected. And the word connectivity, we kept hearing it. You don't hear that word anymore. I haven't heard that word in the last 3 weeks. Connectivity. Because this team is not connected. Let's connect to the calls, though, Shasky. Let's connect to the calls. Let's start off with the rookie roaster of the year of 2023, Nick in San Jose. The floor is yours, Nick.
Hey, Bonte, I got 2 questions I hope you can answer when I'm off with my call in. And Butcher Daddy and Bonte, give me a moment to bring the heat so I don't have an aneurysm. The 2 questions, Bonte, I want you to think about is we talk about the culture not empowering youth. No one answered what happened to McCaw a couple years ago, and I would love for you to give me insight on that. After Wes said you guys have no idea, it started there for me. And then I only see the back of the head of Lakeup during games when I'm watching on TV. What is his body language like going on right now? Those are my 2 questions. And then just briefly, I'm trying to be an optimist here. I believe we'll get GB2 back soon. Green will be back on this road trip. I want to let that permeate for 5 to 7 games before I completely say we're a 28-win team. But with that said, we have to do what Pelinka did last year, and we have to change the roster as best as we can. And if that means we get rid of Paul and Wiggins and give up draft picks, then we do that. And you know what? I adore Clay, but I'm sick of his crap. I'm sick of his body language. He says he talked to Kerr, and then 2 games later he's pouting again. All you need to do is take open shots, Clay. That's all you need to do. But he has a failure to do that.
But the problem is he's having a harder time getting those open looks because of floor spacing and his own lack of mobility. Like,
it is what it is. He's getting older.
Yeah, like these young guys can V-cut and get wide open quickly because they're explosive. When you're an older player, you need more help on the floor to get open.
Yeah. And that's why Dunleavy needs to get a third big-time score to open up Claymore in the trade deadline, and we have to get rid of Wiggins. So Bonte, please, is there any insight with being the insider on the McCaw thing?
No clue.
And the last thing here is, I think Kerr is gone. Like Meyer with last year, we kept waiting for an extension, but Kerr's been right on. There's a reason he doesn't trust Kuminga. How can Kuminga? I don't want to say self-entitled. He's so athletic. But how could he say he's the man and do this the last 3 games? Yeah. He is so athletic, and the lack of closing out, the lack of locking in. Kerr is a truth teller. He tells us what, but we don't want to hear it sometimes.
Right.
I love you guys. We're in trouble, man.
So I'm going to answer the second question first about Lakeup. The body language is not good. Just go back, if you have it on your DVR, if you could pull up the Warriors game, just look at him in the 4th quarter. He got sideways in terms of sitting sideways with his shoulders slumped, sideways to the floor, just kind of watching. Joe Lacob body language will tell you everything that you need to know about where Joe Lacob's head's at. He's not pleased. He did not see this coming. He's not a happy guy. When you dole out the money that he's doled out for this organization to try to keep them afloat and try to keep the big 3 together and try to keep the youth here and try to keep Andrew Wiggins and build off of Andrew Wiggins' great finals performance in the 2022 season, Joe Lakers' body language is atrocious. Brendan Belt would be proud of his body language. Seriously, his body language is not good. Now, in terms of McCaw, it's the strangest thing ever. Because he was just in the G League showcase, Shasky, Patrick McCaw. Not really playing.
He started in a finals game.
No, he came off the bench.
Okay,
game
whatever.
5. He was in game 5, was really good in a closeout game.
Yes.
In a closeout game. And when David West, remember he came out and said, boy, you have no idea what went on in this locker room. And then the story about meningitis come on. And I always felt like, as an investigative reporter, if I had my investigative reporter hat on, something deeper happened.
What do you think?
I don't know what. I don't even want to speculate. Okay. I don't want to assume. But something happened that year because when McCall had the situation with the up in Sacramento when Vince Carter undercut him and he went to the hospital.
Scary. Vince screwed him over. That was a dirty play by Vince.
Very dirty play.
And I know he apologized after, but that was dangerous.
Dirty.
He could have killed himself. I mean, I'm dead serious.
Dirty.
The way he landed on his head.
Dirty.
Wow, I forgot
and
about that.
McCall was never the same after that.
I totally forgot.
But then he never felt connected to the team again. So there's something deeper with McCall, and I can't answer that question, Nick in San Jose, because I don't really know. Because that has not been leaked. I have not heard anything about it, but it just disappeared because McCall, I remember watching him at Summer League that season.
I thought he was legit.
He was killing it.
I know.
And then as a rookie, I was like, wow, he's taking LeBron James in for a layup. He was playing fourth quarter minutes in a closeout finals game as a rookie.
And he was what you're looking for, 3-and-D.
Yep. So that had happened.
With a little wiggle.
Jay, Mike in Oakland. Mike in Oakland, you're going to be on deck first. Hang tight, Mike in Oakland. We're going to get to you on the other side. May Buddy, Toady, Jay, everybody. Everybody's going to get out here. We're going to try to figure out, well, we know what's going on with the Golden State Warriors. It's not a good basketball team, folks. Look at the quarter scores. New Orleans scored 46, 27, 32, 36. Valanciunas scored 15 points in the third quarter alone. It's like he was playing with little boys out there. This is who they are. And we have to accept the reality. The Golden State Warriors are just not a good basketball team, folks. So there's going to be a lot of movement here coming up. And we're going to continue to talk about them, some of the coaching movement around the league. We'll play some Belichick sound. He's got a presser with Robert Kraft at 9. That's coming up soon. I think that's coming up soon. 9 in the morning here, West Coast time, I believe. Right, Spadone?
Yes, so it'll be 12 o'clock Eastern.
12 o'clock East Coast. So that'll happen at 9 o'clock hour. We'll get to Belichick. We'll get to everything here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. And that'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over
have a standard. It's pretty evident that if things stay the same, that's a definition of insanity, right? Keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Steph Curry's face said it all yesterday when he was on the sideline, when he was on the bench. He knows they have issues. This is as bad as it's been with the Golden State Warriors in a very long time. And Steph knows it. And Steph's fed up. It was good to hear him speak up. 888-957-9570. What do the folks out there at Dub Nation? What do you think about Steph's comments? Were you happy with those comments? Were you pleased with those comments? Were you happy he spoke up? Or is it too late? Is it too late? Are we too late? Is it too much water on this boat, Shasky?
Honestly, how much culpability? And look, you get all the credit for the good stuff. So I'm not here to say that he's, come on, the guy's one of the greatest players in any sport. But how much culpability for the current situation does either his lack of imprint on the roster or these decisions, or maybe putting his thumb on the scale? Does he have any culpability? I'm just asking out loud. I don't know the answer.
I don't know. I don't know if he was in the room. I don't know how much he was in on roster decisions. I don't know how much he was in on coaching decisions or rotations or players around him. I can't answer that. But obviously as the leader, the de facto leader, the face of the franchise, the heat's going to come onto you. Everybody's going to look at you. Now, I think he leads in a way, I like the way he leads. He's not yelling at guys. He's talking to guys. There's a calmness to the way he speaks to the youngsters, to guys on the floor, how to do things. Some people like to yell and scream and kick and be vocal. Like I like the way Steph Curry leads. He leads in a way like Tim Duncan. And we love Tim Duncan. We love the way Tim Duncan led. He wrapped his arm around his teammates and, hey, this is how you do things. But Steph's going to get a lot of the blame whether we like it or not, or how much fingerprints he has on his current roster. I have no idea. No idea. But he's going to wear it, and he has to. He has to, and right now he's feeling the burden.
I have a hard time blaming Steph Curry for anything, considering so many things he's done that are like, I mean, like they say in Egyptian mythology, when you go to see, the heavens, they weigh your good deeds versus your bad deeds. And if the scale is tipped in one way or the other, then you get into heaven or you go down to hell or whatever the equivalent is in Egyptian culture. It feels like this guy, he's nothing but amazing accomplishments. And I think at the end, it's impossible for someone to fight off Father Time. And I'm not saying that he's the one who's depreciating. I'm just saying, like, even if he did have his imprint on a lot of these decisions, I mean, they were hitting grand slam after grand slam after grand slam after grand slam. It was going to end at some point. So I don't know. I just don't hold him accountable, or I'm not angry at him. And I don't think that he is to blame for really anything.
Yeah, I'm
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because I have seen people try to pin it on him.
What I just said there to Shasky was like, he's going to get the blame from everybody on the outside because he's the guy. But I'm not sitting here. I see what's going on. Herb Jones is in it. Herb Jones and Scotty Barnes on back-to-back nights. He's seeing longer, more athletic defenders. Steph Curry was never the most athletic in the first place, but his movement off the ball, the people around him knew how to play with him. And that's the thing. You're playing with Kuminga and you're playing with Pajivsky. They've never played with Steph Curry like this. And then the lack of practice time. The lack of practice time that NBA teams have now, or the options to practice, they don't get a lot of that. Yeah. So when you got guys coming in and out of the lineup, how are you going to find some cohesion? How are you going to find a rhythm, consistency with the unit, with the five-man combination? So when you look at Stephen Curry struggling here, it's a byproduct of players around him, as well as Klay Thompson, as well as Andrew Wiggins has just fallen off. Draymond Green not being there. You look at those two guys who are supposed to be in his starting lineup. And those two guys have affected the way Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry have struggled.
What about no Iguodala? Have we underrated Iguodala's presence on and off the floor?
Iguodala, Livingston, maybe. Not having his veteran guy.
Not that he was like, because if you remember,
but he was a voice.
That's what I'm just asking. I'm just asking out loud because I think I underrated the impact of Andre Iguodala on the floor. I mean, clearly he was a big part of the 18-2 start a couple of seasons ago, and then he got hurt, and then it felt like he couldn't recapture it.
Yep.
But there was a calming presence to him, and clearly he had influence on the team.
Yep, no doubt. No doubt. You don't have those guys anymore.
Yeah. I don't know. I was just thinking about it.
You don't have that. You don't have that anymore. And it's the first time they haven't had it since this dynastic run started, right?
Yeah.
You know, Iguodala was there for the 2022 NBA championship. Even though he was hurt for most of the season, he did do something to Stephen Curry. Having Sean Livingston as a advisor in the front office. He's no longer around anymore. They miss him. Leandro Barbosa. He's no longer around anymore. So it is a struggle for Steph right now. You see him just everywhere he turns. First of all, he's number 1, 2, 3, 4 on the scouting report. When a team comes in, Steph.
Well, who else would you put on that paper?
Exactly. I don't. Nobody right now. Steph. So he's seeing longer defenders. Every time he turns a corner, they're grabbing, they're bumping. He's getting doubled. He's getting funneled into bigs. He's getting forced into tough shots. And it's not going to end anytime soon.
But were we foolish? Overrating, because I think we underrated the fact that they didn't have a clear-cut number 2. And if you just look at the history of the game, the last 40 years, unless your team is extremely deep across the board, almost every champion were too deep in terms of stars. Almost every single one of them. And I know people are going to say, well, what about the Dallas Mavericks? They were so deep across the board, and they had a lot of guys who were awesome.
Veterans who had been there before.
Shawn Marion and
Jason Kidd.
Jason Kidd, exactly.
Tyson Chandler. Jason Terry off the bench. Josh Howard wasn't on that team. Peja was on that team.
So even Denver, I think we underrated Jokic is an all-timer in his prime, right? And Jamal Murray's really, really, really good. And Aaron Gordon's come into his own. And Michael Porter Jr.'s come into his own. And they had other guys that have helped them out. I don't know. I feel like maybe I dramatically overrated this roster outside of Steph.
We got fooled with the 6-2 start because and this goes back, and I'm not trying to go back to this moment, but that Denver game, the first one in Mile High City.
Yeah.
And I know we were singing Kubai like, wow, no Draymond Green. They played so hard. First of all, when are we giving out Capri Suns and fruit snacks for this team led by Stephen Curry? But that game, when I watched it in real time, and I remember saying, boy, they are struggling getting the shot off. And then that homestand came up, the 6-game homestand, where they played Cleveland, Minnesota twice, OKC, and then Houston. And remember I said, I was like, I'm really intrigued to see how they do against these long, young, athletic teams. And we saw right away against Cleveland. They shut them down, the Cavaliers.
You know, in football, when we go it's a simple game. It's blocking and tackling, right? We do that a lot.
Control the line of scrimmage.
But it is true.
It is.
Right? You look at the champions, usually they are really good in those areas. Is it as simple as they can't contest shots and their shots get contested left and right?
Too slow.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Too slow.
Everything you're saying in that one blanket.
Right. Too slow. Old. Unathletic. That's a recipe for disaster in the NBA. It is a young man's game.
100%.
Now, you need veteran presence, and I'm going to be intrigued to see what Minnesota and OKC and everybody does in the playoffs, but it is a young man's game. Now, can you win with veterans like San Antonio did? But you need a youngster who can take that throne and carry into the future. And right now, they don't have that. They don't have that guy.
Well, I've looked at the salary cap for the 2014 Spurs, and although the numbers are way, way lower, it's percentage of salary cap was spread out a little better than what the Warriors have right now. And I think it's because of the modern CBA. You have to pay max money, and that absorbs so much of the cap.
Yep.
What I'm saying is, it's not guys being greedy. It's a functionality of how penal the CBA was to keep 2 and 3 stars off of the roster to appease the Dan Gilberts of the world from Cleveland because they were so mad over the Miami thing. It's really hard to field the team with a lot of guys making money.
It is, but also failed draft picks start to loom large.
That's how you squeeze the bang for the buck is have value.
The Warriors were in a great situation having Clay, Steph, and Draymond and a number 2 overall pick.
I know.
And when you botch that pick, it's like the Niners in a way felt that effect with Solomon Thomas. They're still searching for defensive tackles after drafting Solomon Thomas number 3 overall.
True.
When you fell on picks that high and you whiff Mike McGlinchey, missing out on him, that pick.
Yes.
Although he was serviceable, you let him walk.
But the difference in the NFL, the salary cap. You can cut anyone at any time.
You can cut anyone
in
at any
NBA,
time.
You can't.
No, you can't do that.
And in Major League Baseball, you can buy out a contract much easier than you can in the NBA.
Yeah, no doubt.
Major League Baseball, hey, we'll pay 70% of the salary. Bumgarner, go away. That's literally what the Arizona Diamondbacks did.
Yep.
You can't do that in the NBA. You got to kind of just swallow it.
Yep. Let's get to the line, Shask. We got full lines here. Let's get to everybody. I want Dub Nation to speak and kind of vent and try to pinpoint some of the issues here with the Golden State Warriors. They've lost, folks. I'm going to reiterate this maybe 3 times an hour. And I'm trying to be as positive as I can, but I'm not. They just got beat wire to wire in 2 straight games and gave up over 70 points in the first half in 3 of the last 4 games. That is embarrassing. I don't know, what can Steve Kerr do about that? Coaches can't play for guys. Lack of urgency. Can Steve Kerr have better rotations? But look at all the guys out. Including one of your leaders in the most important season of his career, Draymond Green.
I have a hard time when the camera cuts to him and he's on the sideline. I'm like, stop showing him.
Adam, it's too much for me.
Just for me. I'm like, because I feel like he helped put us in this situation.
He did.
You know what I mean?
He did. And I don't like playing the blame game.
No.
But that is at the top of the food chain. Draymond Green has had his fingerprints over both of these seasons going awry, including the last season. Jay in Oakland. Let's get to Jay in Oakland. What's happening, Jay? You're on the roast, man. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing? Top of the morning. Hey, yeah, right. Here's my take. Outside of RJ in Richmond, shout out RJ, I can't think of anyone else who enjoyed that game last night more than me. And the reason I say that is because it's finally, hopefully, going to make a large group of Warriors fans wake up and realize this, what a lot of us been saying for weeks and months. This team is not good. And I get it. Draymond is coming, right? And there's a large group of people who think Draymond is the solution. Funny enough, a couple weeks ago, we all thought that Draymond was a part of the problem. But here's my prediction. They tried to distract us last year. It's a 3 C's. They tried to distract us last year and distract us from this team not being good and say, oh, it's a chemistry issue. This year, they're distracting us from this team not being good, saying, oh, it's a confidence issue. My prediction is, going forward, with the whole uncertainty around Steve Kerr and his contract, they're now going to use the coaching issue, the 3 C's, chemistry, confidence, and coaching. But the reality is this team is not really good. And, of course, Joe Lacob is going to be upset because how is he going to sell to a lot of large contingency of fans, oh, you should spend all this money for seats, and this team is just not good. So, of course, there's a major shakeup I predict is going to happen. And I'm all for it because last thing I want is us to just putter around at 500, not doing anything, expecting things are going to get better. Like Steph said, that's the definition of insanity.
Yeah.
It is.
I don't. Everyone's culpable. Like, again, big pie chart. There's the roster. There's the core. There's the chemistry. There's the young players. There's the specific draft picks that have been missed. The front office bears blame. The coach, right? Because I know I see so many people ripping the coach. Who do you think is the greatest NBA coach of all time?
It's between Pop, Red Auerbach, Phil Jackson.
Okay, so if a hybrid of those 3 guys is coaching this team. This exact same team with all the exact same player variables. What are they, a couple games better?
I don't even know.
Maybe. I'm just saying maybe, like hypothetically.
Yeah. Phil Jackson may walk away.
And again, I'm not saying that coaching isn't an element. I'm not here to say that it's not an element. What I am saying is that it's not the whole element. I'm seeing everyone say that's the whole it's much deeper. We have to acknowledge that.
No, and I'm glad you see that in Steve Kerr. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game. Last segment was sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. This is 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. So all I got to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Let's get to the calls because I do have something on Steve Kerr. I do want to bring up something on Steve Kerr in a second here, but let's go to May Money in Oakland. May Money, what's happening?
Hey, what's up? Top of the morning, my brothers. What's up? Happy New Year.
How are you so happy?
Because things in my own life are going really great.
Good for you.
Good for you.
Yeah, it's really hard to bring me down to earth.
Sprinkle that positivity on us.
Yeah. So a few things. I wanted to say thank you so much for nominating me. I was highly honored. That was a super dope show the other day. That was my first call, the blending into the couch.
I love it.
So I just wanted to say thank you so much. I had a really fun show the other day. Anyway, so this is my take on the Warriors. First of all, they make my eye twitch. Like I can't even comprehend how I short circuit when I'm watching this team right now. It's awful. But I pulled some cards on them today, like this morning before I called, and I got the 9 of Wands, which is literally the Wounded Warrior card. I got it twice out of 2 different decks.
Tarot cards?
You can look this. Yes, you can look this up. You can look it up. I'm not making this up. I got the 9 of Wands twice.
So what does that mean?
Literally, it's defined as the Wounded Warrior card.
So we're basically wounded. We need to go to the hospital then to heal up. Is what you're saying?
Yes. And then I got for advice the 3 of Pentacles. This is working together. And then I also got my thoughts are powerful in my Oracle deck, which is basically meaning that they're manifesting like whatever is going on through the team's head is like manifesting very powerfully. So they need to get their thoughts together. They need to start working together. I also got the Death card, which is all about breaking things down and new beginning. Breaking things down and starting anew.
Boy.
Like Phoenix rising from the ashes.
Wow.
So, so I feel like it was pretty on point. And also, lastly, I wanted to say Pokemon theme song is the best theme song.
Ooh. I don't even know it.
Clutch answer right there. It's a good point. I'll come back with it.
Okay. Tarot reading cards. I'm unfamiliar with
Tarot.
What?
Tarot.
Oh, I thought it was with the T at the end. I guess the T is silent. Gotcha. Apologies. My fault. 15th century European game of some sort I'm looking here. Yeah.
Well, she said a Wounded Warrior and death, and it could be death of the dynasty. We may have seen it officially last night. But Steve Kerr, before we get back out to the lines, I don't think Steve Kerr's had a great 2 years. Actually, I was very critical of him last season with the way he handled the roster, with the way he kind of made it 2 teams, and we kind of saw that this year. I think some of the wording that he's used after games has been a little weird and strange. But he is basically in a lame duck season, and he's searching. It has got to be hard trying to figure out what combination to go to and have a feel for this team when guys are in and out of the lineup. Now, in-game decisions like last night, Moody's rolling and you pull him. You know what? I don't like it. I don't like it when he pulled Moody in Sacramento when he hit 4 threes in the fourth quarter. Got to have a better feel. Forget the feelings that he did discuss. He go, look, I'm going to close, and it's not about feelings. It's about the feel of the game. Well, in a way, he's contradicted himself because he's been awful in that situation this season. But at the same time, players got to play. Players got to have pride. Players got to have an urgency. The players got to have a want. And when you come out there in the first 2.5 minutes of the basketball game, you're down 15-4, and guys are wide open for the three-point line. How's that all on Kerr? At some point, players got to have pride. Players got to have an urgency. You give up 46 points in a quarter? Is that all on Steve Kerr? He can't play defense for Klay Thompson or Andrew Wiggins or Jonathan Kuminga or Stephen Curry. Who do you want him to run zone? This is the NBA, folks. Your zone's going to get cooked. All right? Cooked. So you want to blame Steve Kerr and want to? Or you're all going to get your wishes at some point. Because Steve Kerr is probably going to be walking after the season. It looks like he's not going to be the coach to go to say, well, if I had to guess, and I could be dead wrong on this, Steve Kerr is probably moving on after the season.
So two things can be true, right? Simultaneously, he's an all-time great coach, and it feels like both parties, the Warriors and Steve Kerr, need to take a break and reassess. Kerr could do whatever he wants and go on and be successful. I do get Bochy at the end vibes, because I think Bochy at the end of the Giants thing, I watched it very closely. Now, I thought that Bochy earned the right to go out on his terms.
But he lost his fastball that last couple years with the Giants.
Dave Roberts was running circles around him in terms of the in-game management, right? And being a pitch early rather than a pitch late. It does feel like, to me, Steve Kerr, for the last 2 years, has been a substitution pattern short.
Yep.
And I'm using that as a cliche, but you get what I'm saying. Like, just a little slow on the draw. And I think that sometimes when you've been somewhere at a decade, your message runs stale. Your ideas run stale, and you need to evaluate. I've been in situations where I've worked at a place for a while, and it's like, I need to shake it up. I'm bored. I'm doing the same thing over and over and over, and I've lost my fastball.
Right.
So, like, I think two things can be true. All-time legend, first ballot Hall of Famer as a coach, put him up in the rafters. He's going into the Naismith Hall of Fame as a coach. And also, it just might be time to turn the page.
Maybe. And I can't blame him for being loyal to the Big Three.
Of course not.
I can't blame him. They hadn't lost the Western Conference Series under Steve Kerr until last season against the LA Lakers. It was actually remarkable they advanced in the second round last year, considering how disconnected his basketball team was. And Kerr comes back and, they come out and say, boy, we're not a championship team without Draymond Green right off the rip. And you see Draymond Green come back. It may be time.
Do you think Pete Carroll could still coach?
Yeah, but it did get stale in Seattle. It got stale.
Right.
Bill Belichick. It got stale in New England.
It's time.
It's time.
And what are the common denominators for both places?
But you know what? Though? You need talent as well. You need talent.
He's playing with Bailey Zappi up in New England. I bet it would look a lot different if he had a competent quarterback. Geno Smith. How many guys are going to win 18 games over a 2-year period with Geno Smith?
Not many.
So I'm not here to say Pete Carroll's better than Shanahan currently, because I don't think he is. But he could still coach. But I also think that if I'm Seattle, it's time to turn the page.
And
that's the way I'm feeling right now this morning. I feel like the similarities between Saban and Belichick and Pete Carroll in the NFL, it feels very similar to the Warriors situation.
It's all connected.
It feels very similar.
But we could be looking at a roster that just isn't that talented. And you know what? In the NBA, you need talent to win.
Don't you think Alabama was the less talented team between them and Michigan?
Absolutely.
That's not the reason they lost. Was because of Saban.
It was execution.
Yes.
When you look at the Pelicans, right, and Willie Green Green's a good coach. He's ascending. Yeah. He's fine. But he's got a plethora of talent.
I said to you when I came in about Zion, and you were like, he didn't even have a good game. I'm like, yeah, but he's the most explosive guy on the floor.
My big takeaway is like, wow, look at Herb Jones.
Wow,
look at Trey Burke for the third. And when you think about draft picks,
Ingram,
the Warriors took Moses Moody ahead of Trey Burke for the third, who went 17. And this is no knock on Moody. Moody's had a fine 2 games, and I don't know how good Moody could be. But boy, Trey Burke for the third is 6'8", bombing threes, dunking on people's heads. When you miss picks like that, that's how the death of the dynasty gets expedited, because you whiff on picks. Jordan Poole, gone. Wiseman, Detroit. Moody and Kuminga look like they're as good as gone. They look like they're going to be out of here.
But
you extend guys, Draymond and Wiggins. Those 2 guys have been MIA this season for different reasons. And now you got to ride the Klay Thompson contract out. But when you look at all the issues on the roster, I don't even know if Klay Thompson's in the top 5 anymore.
No. But you bring up Murphy the third, and last year I think is a great example of the difference of the 2 organizations. Last year he played 31 minutes a game.
Yep.
He might just be better than Moody. Like that
he might be.
I will concede that. Like, I'm not here to deny it. But when you're given the opportunities to go out and play and you have a consistent role, there's something to be said there. The guy started 65 games last year.
There is. And these guys are getting DMPs, Moody, JK, out of the rotation. On this team that is old, slower, and unathletic. And at 895-79570, Tamir, you'll be on deck first. We're coming to you on the other side. Vic and Holland, we're getting to you. Robbie San Bruno's on the line. We got Jacob. We got Richie Rich. We got Alex in Atlanta. We got everybody. We're going to get to everybody here as we try to just kind of get through it, man. It's not good right now. It is not good for the Golden State Warriors, Jasky. There's no way to dress it up. There's no way to sugarcoat it. This is just not a good basketball team. So what does Mike Dunleavy do? What does Joe Lacob do? Nick in San Jose asked me, what's the body language like for Joe Lacob? The body language is terrible.
Thank you, Bonte.
You could combine Brandon Belt's slumped shoulders with Andrew Wiggins kind of just walking around the court nonchalant. Add all that together.
The Alex Smith shrug as he checks down on 3rd and 11.
Oh, my gosh. Segment was sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
My little brother's friends have been...
Hey, Dub Nation, it's GP2 here. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasty is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It is humming right now. It is humming. I see Steve. Bonte's favorite part of the game last night was the DoorDash food from Super Duper Burger.
That's what we're doing right now.
I'm having a meltdown.
Honestly, you were incredible. I want to ask you a question. Steiny was like, wow. I mean, Steiny must have been feeling himself. He was talking about your coat and how incredible your coat was. Michelle thought that you had really cool dress shoe boots on.
Yeah.
What were those?
Were they Alfanis?
Those were really nice.
Alfanis. I've had those for about 4 years.
But you don't wear them that often.
Yeah, I try to mix them
And
up.
it looked like you had the more skinny leg look going.
Yeah, well, it was
You looked very slender.
suit pants. They were just tailored and looked like I was flooding a little bit. They were a little short.
They were tapered?
Tailored.
Oh, tailored. Oh.
Yeah.
They said
Tailored.
tapered.
That's the new look with tailored. It's okay to
have it a little higher.
Yeah. Tyler Miller, unbutton the coat when you sit down. I didn't want to unbutton the coat. It was
my
cold.
guy. You
it was
look
cold.
great.
No, that was the whole point of the jacket. You just showed a tie up at the top. It was cold last night, man. Very cold.
Especially when you're not hitting.
Yeah, it was rainy, cold. It was a rough night, man.
Are you frustrated at all? Like, just as a Warrior fan, a longtime observer, is there any... When you see the crowd booing and leaving early, and I think there's a lot that's made on social media, I don't get mad at fans at all. You pay money, and you've been a big fan for a long time, and you're frustrated. And
fans could do whatever the hell they want to do.
You had a couple of drinks. Like, I don't get mad at anybody leaving early, going to work the next day, or they have kids or whatever. I don't get mad if you boo. We spend a lot of money to go to these games. It doesn't mean you don't love the team and aren't appreciative and grateful.
Do I get mad?
No, I'm just asking, do you?
No. I left the Ravens game early. On Christmas Day, and I did a video during the game. No, I didn't boo. I'm not going to boo. I never boo.
Brock Purdy.
I never boo. I never booed. I don't care how bad the team is. I'm not a booer.
Booed?
I'm not a booer.
I booed Singletary multiple times.
Yeah, I'm not a booer. I just don't. I just like, they suck. And I'm like, well, we got to figure out how to not suck.
I booed Brandon Belt from 5 feet away when I got front row seats.
But I leave every game early. Because one, I want to beat traffic.
Yeah.
And now with the devices and Hulu and YouTube TV and Xfinity and all that stuff, you can watch the game while you're leaving.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I leave early all the time. And people are like, "Oh, you left the Ravens game early." They're getting no. I'm beating traffic.
Who said that?
No, I remember doing a video after Christmas Day. Oh, you leaving early? You're not a real fan.
Really?
Yeah. Well,
as you're paying top dollar for tickets,
paying top dollar for tickets. You go ahead and sit in that Levi Stadium parking lot for an hour, and then tell me if you don't want to leave early.
5 minutes is the difference between an hour in the parking lot or getting home in an hour.
Exactly.
As opposed to a 2 hour get home.
Exactly.
So I respect it.
But I'm not one to boot a home team.
Okay.
I just don't have it in.
Well, and I'm not mad at like when an athlete says, X, Y, and Z about the booing. If it affects them, okay, I get it. If it doesn't affect them, I don't see it any which way. There are a lot of athletes who say, like, when I'm on the field, it's all white noise to me. The booing, the cheering, the everything.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to talk about this game, and we could talk about everything. Kuminga, Wiggins, Steph, Clay. It's all bad right now, folks. 2-5 homestand. So that's 2 long homestands. They had a 6-game homestand earlier this season. The Warriors went 1-5. Losing to OKC twice, losing to Minnesota twice, losing to the Cleveland Cavaliers before beating Rockets. And then this 7-game homestand. How different could it have been had they held on to that lead against the Denver Nuggets? They went 2-5 on a 7-game homestand. They're now 11-11 at home. And when you think about the Warriors' home records over the last decade, think about this. 2014-15. We're going to get to Samir in just a second.
Let me hear it.
2014-15, Warriors go 39-2 at home.
39-2.
Sweet. In back-to-back seasons, they went 39-2.
That's just wow.
They went 78-4 at home in 2 consecutive seasons. 78-4. 4 home losses in 2 straight years, not including the playoffs.
I remember when they were like 2-39 at home one year. They won like 11 games.
Yeah, so 36-5.
Or it was 19 or something.
36-5, 2016-17, 29-12, 30-11. Then they had the 2019-2020 season where they went 8-26 at home. First year Chase Center open. And then 25-11, 31-10. Even last season they went 33-8 at home. And this year they're 11-11. They're on track to lose more home games. When you take away that 2019-20 season when they went 15-50, they're on track to lose the most home games in a very long time. So that fear, remember we talked about this earlier in the season, that fear When teams used to walk into Chase or Oracle Arena, they're like, damn, we're one Curry flurry away from just getting blown out.
Do you think, like, as you reference all of that, that was a decade ago? I mean, 2014, 2015 was...
But they've had a decade of home excellence. A decade of home excellence.
Not even excellent. I would say almost perfection.
You're right.
I mean, let's
the best home court advantage in the league.
Exactly. So let me ask you this. Like, when you look at the fan base, and I know this is this way with every team, but it does feel very generational to me. There are the I was here before they were good,
right?
And then there was the I came of age while they were good.
Yep.
And I'm not knocking the younger fans because I came of age when the Niners were good.
Yeah, same here.
Okay, my dad came of age when the Niners were terrible.
Right.
So he views them a little different than how I view them. You know what I mean? And so, like, I see a lot of people like, oh, you new Warrior fans. I'm not mad at the young, but if you're a 17-year-old Warrior fan, all you know is them being
winning.
Amazing at home.
Is winning.
And winning championships. So I'm sure that there are all these different perspectives on how to view things and this. So I want to hear from the fans today on how they're feeling this morning from the different generations. The pre-Dynasty Warrior fans. I want to hear from the Dynasty Warrior fans. And I am not segregating them. We're all in one lump today.
Well, we got full phone lines, and I think everybody does want to talk about that. Let's go to Tamir in Oakland. Tamir, what's happening,
what's
man?
Up,
Good
buddy?
morning. Top of the top. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you guys, too, and also to Shasky. Welcome. Congratulations on becoming a father. It's a great thing. For me, it's like, you know me, guys. I've been back and forth on Kerr. Some years, I think he finally proved me wrong, like when I said, oh, he's not doing great.
Mm-hmm.
But like, Bonte, you hit on the points this year for me that breaks my straw. Is like, I noticed that when our players are hot, no matter who it is, Moody, Clay, Steph, or whatever, he always goes to, like, when we, at the end of the presser, he always says, like, oh, it was their time to sub out or whatever. That's my issue with them, because as a coach, I think you need to see the game and be like, okay, my player's hot at this time, even though I usually put him on the bench at this time. Like, let's ride him a little bit longer. And then, Vontae, with your comments about Kuminga, I don't have a problem with him speaking up, because I think that somebody had to say something kind of this year. Like,
I hear you.
Everybody's like, I don't think everybody's like Steph Curry that can do it that way. It's the NBA. A lot of players talk. We're just fortunate we have Steph and Clay in our backyard that don't speak like that.
Well, Tamir, it's not so much that Kuminga's speaking up, but it's when you speak up and you follow it up with 6 turnovers in the first half against Miami, and then you speak up again and you just have 3 straight duds. That's my only issue. I don't care about the talking, but if you talk, you got to back it up.
That I agree.
That's all I'm saying, Tamir.
No, I agree too. I'm just saying, like, for him, we know maybe for Kuminga he's speaking up, but then him and Moody, you could see sometimes they play like they're scared. Like, oh, if I mess up, I'm getting snatched right out.
Yeah, that's not right.
Also, thing when he speaks up and then they make a mistake and they're looking over their shoulder and stuff, like, that's the only issue. But other than that, it's like everybody's saying, like, eventually you have to make a change. Like, we always go back to Popovich or whatnot. He eventually put Ginobili down minutes. Same thing with Tim Duncan, and put those younger Danny Greens at one point, Kawhi Leonard in there to let them play and do that. That's the only thing. I just don't see Kerr trusting his young players as much as like those other coaches they say he models himself after.
No, I'm with you, Tamir. Thanks for the phone call here in my family. Bonte's 21. He's learning. Geez, I'm the biggest Kuminga fan. Shasky and I are the biggest Kuminga fans at this station, probably in this media market. We're pro Kuminga. And I think part of the problem with Kuminga is he should have been playing last season.
Well,
when you waste minutes on Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome, and it comes at the expense of 2 lottery picks that could be helping you this year, that could be farther along in their timeline, in their journey, in their career, that's where I get a little flustered with Steve Kerr, because you did. We watched it last year. That team, look, if they said they had a shelf life, if they maxed out, then why didn't you max out with your lottery picks? So at least in the offseason, we would have known already, okay, Kuminga and Moody are ready to roll.
Or they're not. And then I ship them off in the offseason so I don't roll into year 3 with them.
That's exactly what I just said.
Yes.
And then now, you're still getting DMPs from these guys. These guys are still out of the rotation in year 3. So when you whiff, boy, it would have been nice if Wiseman may not be a good player at all, but when you whiff on a number 2 pick like that, now a couple years later, may not show itself early on, you're able to win a championship, but now 2 years later, boy, it would have been nice to have a number 2 pick contributing on this roster, and they need young athleticism, young athletic players. So when you don't play these guys last year in Moody and Kuminga, and it's at the expense of a guy, Anthony Lamb is not even in his country playing basketball anymore.
How many minutes do you think Trey Murphy III played last year?
Oh, well, he was starting last year.
So he played 2,500 minutes.
He was starting.
Okay. Kuminga and Moody averaged 500 together.
Right.
Together had 500 less minutes combined last year than his one. So just to give you an idea, and I think in the NBA, you're probably more raw than even Major League Baseball or the NFL because most of these guys are jumping with 1 year or less of college experience. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
So having real reps and real game scenarios, like those things matter.
And they don't practice much, so you can't simulate games. You can't simulate games because nobody's practicing anymore. So now you can't build that cohesion with this roster, with the combinations, because you're not practicing. So when you come into this year and Kuminga struggles, my only issue is if you're going to talk and you're going to put that stuff out there because that hadn't happened a lot. And we've got a lot of issues here. It starts with Draymond Green. But when you talk as a youngster and you haven't proven yourself in the league, and I think JK could be a really special player. I really do. But when you talk like that and you come out and lay duds, that's an issue. And that's a learning experience for Jonathan Kuminga. He's going to learn to be a pro. And I think he's going to learn to be a professional. But Steve Kerr watched him in Detroit, and we watched him against Detroit against another young team, and Kuminga did not look good.
Well,
he turned the ball over on the first possession of the game yesterday.
No doubt, no doubt. He's not a perfect player by any stretch. He makes a ton of mistakes. But I do feel like he's a victim of the scheme that they're running and the style that they're running. It's very difficult. When Mark Jackson was the head coach of the Warriors, did we see the best version of Clay and Steph?
No, we did not.
Right? They needed the ball movement. They didn't need it used to be ISOs.
Right.
They were throwing ISOs to Steph and say, get me a bucket. Remember what that Clippers series was like?
I remember when Klay Thompson hit a fadeaway jumper against Indiana. It was on an isolation play.
Yes.
Dribble, back to the basket, fade away. It was like, oh, great game winner. But it was an isolation play.
So I look at Kuminga and I say to myself, I'm not saying that he can't play alongside Steph Curry because you're going to implement lots of different varieties. But can I get him slashing to the hoop more? Can I get some more high pick and roll? And so I see him to a less degree as a guy who's a victim of scheme to some degree on why he's limited offensively.
Yeah,
currently.
This is where, the great coaches, we were so focused on not just us, but you just hear it all the time. What Wiseman can't do. What Kuminga can't do, what Moody can't do, what Poole can't do, what a player can't do. Well, what do they do well?
Exactly.
And how do I heighten their powers by really, if James Wiseman's a pick and pop guy, you know what? Let's get him in pick and pop situations. Let me use his strengths. Let me utilize his strengths. Kuminga, if he's got to play in the dunker roll, he's got to play 10 feet from the basket, boxes at the elbow, mid-post, mid-block, and he's got to do the fadeaway. Then you know what? Let's strengthen him. Let's heighten his powers. Let's not focus on what he can't do. So many times we hear about, well, this guy can't do this and this guy can't do that. Well, what can he do? And how do I maximize that?
Is the kid who got $200 million from Celtics Brown, is he a perfect player?
No, he can't dribble with his left.
Okay, but do they ask him to dribble this left consistently?
No.
Right?
They highlight what he does well.
Exactly. And look, he's a much better player than Kuminga, but I think the point still stands. Like Trey Murphy III. New Orleans is trying to put him in positions to thrive.
Yep.
And they're going to run certain offenses and have him in certain spots on the floor to where he can catch and shoot. And he'll do a little bit off the dribble, but they're not asking him like Ingram is, hey, go ISO and get me a bucket.
Yep. Let's go to Vic and Holland. Vic and Holland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for bringing energy today. We need it. I just got to say, I got no insight in terms of insiders or any kind of backroom knowledge, but I see two options for Lacob and Curry. You either trade Curry in the next 3 weeks, or you hand Curry the keys and you let him really figure out how the heck do we get something in here for at least this year or maybe next year to compete again. But I'll tell you what, for the Warriors fans that haven't been around for too long, and no disrespect, this team is not competing for a title 10, 15 years after Curry leaves the Warriors. I don't care who's on this team after.
Well, I'm not. I'll tell you right now, Vic, I'm not trading Steph. He's the least of my worries.
Yeah,
but I'm with you on the second part where he may have to go to management and say, okay, this needs to get done. It's time to be cutthroat. Straight up.
Oh, it's happening. You can see his face after some of those Wiggins fouls, after the Clay air ball. I love Clay, but I don't know, man. he's going to have to take a lesser role, I think, if they want to be serious about bringing him back. So it's some serious conversations happening this week, I think.
No, it's some very serious conversations. Thanks for the call, Vic. Let's go to Robin San Bruno. Robin San Bruno, who was nominated for Roaster of the Year, didn't quite win it, but the fact that he was nominated says a lot about Robin San Bruno. What's happening, man?
Man, they stole my doobie. It's all good, though.
Save that. Save that sound.
No, but y'all took my thunder. I think the Warriors failed to evolve. I thought back then, they took the league by storm. Never been seen before where they allowed these two shooters just to shoot when they wanted to, and it was good. But now the league's getting younger. You got athletic guys. The best teams in the West big.
Yep.
Even the mid teams big. So you telling me you're gonna run around? Even if you Steph still shot the same amount of threes and Clay. Young dudes doing this too now, and they athletic, and they faster, and they younger. So it's like you're asking Steph and Clay to go out there and shoot 40% of their threes, run around screen, and chase these other guys around. And you got no rim protection. You know what I'm saying? So I think Steve Kerr, the Warriors organization, they went all in on small ball instead of evolving.
Yep.
San Antonio Spurs evolved. They went from down low to Tim Duncan and David Robinson until we're going to move the ball with Kawhi, Boris Diaw, Tony Parker, and all of them.
Good point.
Good. They failed to do so. And I felt like even Wiseman, I thought Wiseman not the perfect player, but Steph ain't the perfect player.
Right.
Mark Jackson said, okay, Steph, I know what you can do. You're going to shoot that damn ball. We ain't going to put you in positions where you're going to fail. Like you said, put Wiseman in positions where you get to the rim and dunk. Hit a 15-foot jumper. Give him a few post plays. You tell me Wiseman can't get 17 with Steph and Clay on a nightly basis? His defense might not be there,
right.
But you ask, that's why Draymond's there. So it's like you got rid of a 7-footer who's a modern-day 7-footer in a sense to where he can run up and down the floor. He's agile. You got rid of him. Now you putting all this pressure on Steph and Clay to shoot these high percentage from threes. Anybody who plays basketball knows outside of Steph and Clay, that don't really work. So now and they're older now, so it's like you put all this pressure on Clay to be Michael Jordan, which he isn't, and now it's Steph. Now Steph looking like he washed. He ain't washed. It's like the scheme is all messed up, and I think Kerr cannot get through with the younger guys. It's time for him to go. It's not that he's a bad coach, but he can't reach the young guys. If you can't reach the future, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's a good call, Rob. And look, we're not trying to sit here and say Wiseman's a perfect player. I don't know if Wiseman's going to ever be good. Hell, he may not get another contract in the league. He may have to go overseas. But to that point, I think people misremember Wiseman was ascending his rookie year. I don't give a damn what the data says. Just go watch the games. He was getting better and better and better. Better and better and better. And giving the Warriors a dimension in the offense that they hadn't had from their bigs.
Yeah.
Now, was he a great screen setter? Hell no. All right? He didn't, for whatever reason, he just couldn't set a screen to save his life. He tried to embrace it.
Yeah.
He tried, just couldn't do it. Defensively, he's always out of position. He's setting up at the rim where he's landing out of bounds, where you got to be ahead of that little circle right there in the lane. You got to be right there with your feet on the circle. Like, go straight up. But I just felt like they never okay, what does he do really well? When he comes in the game, if we had to steal 15 minutes, Wiseman, this is what we're going to do with you. Instead of setting screens or whatnot, run pick and roll on that weak side, pick and pop, and we're going to give you a game, whether it's a 15-footer or a 3. I mean, they didn't do that.
No.
And now he's gone. And now, when you look at the West, Rob mentioned it, and we've been talking about this for a couple years now. Minnesota has arrived. Karl Anthony Towns, Anthony Edwards, Naz Reid, Rudy Gobert they make the trade for. They got some nice length on that basketball team. Now you look at Oklahoma City. Boy, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The guy's a superstar.
Yeah.
Chet Holmgren, Giddey, Jalen Williams. They have a slew of picks. Lou Dort, who got a lot of experience playing in the bubble, playing alongside Chris Paul. You got the Denver Nuggets with the best starting 5 in basketball. You got the Clippers now who are ascending, and they're playing some damn good basketball. And they're not going anywhere. Now, Sacramento, I still think is a little fraudulent. I think when it's all said and done, they're going to be out of top 6 because I think the Pelicans are better. They beat the Kings all 4 times in blowout fashion. Then you look at the Mavericks with Luka and Kyrie. And Derek Lively III, the young man at the Duke who could rim run and block shots, Shasky. The younger teams and the more athletic teams are here, and they have arrived. And they're bigger, more athletic than the Golden State Warriors right now. So what do the Warriors need to do? They got to get more athletic, and they got to get it bigger. And the whole thing about small ball, real quick, Shask, I know I'm long-winded here.
Yeah, no.
The one thing about small ball with Kevin Durant, they weren't really small.
No.
Iguodala's not small.
They were underratedly long.
Yeah, exactly. Draymond Green wasn't small. So that whole myth about, oh, man, they were even with Harrison Barnes.
Yes.
They weren't small because Harrison Barnes was 6'8", thick, strong, could defend in a low block. So they weren't really this small. This is small, and you're not athletic at all.
Yes. No, you're 100% correct. Sorry, I'm getting phone calls from the hospital here. I got to take a step out. I'll be right back.
All right. All good. Let's go to Jacob in San Francisco. Jacob, what's happening?
Bonte, how's it going, man?
How you doing, Jacob?
I mean, I could be better as a Warriors fan right now. I could be a lot better. I just got 3 real quick points to make, and then I got to run off to work real quick.
Okay.
But my first point is Steve Kerr. You know, I think he missed his opportunity with the young guys last year. He's playing Ty Jerome. He's playing Anthony Lamb, like you touched on. And those minutes could have went to J.K. and Moody. And we see what they're doing generally when they do get time. They're ballers. I mean, Moody was a baller at Arkansas. The second point, like everybody's saying, the league's catching up to us. They're a lot more athletic. And, you know, just looking at last night's starting lineup, who's going to play defense against some athletes out there? We got J.K., the only guy athletic on the court. So nobody else is really going to keep up with any of these younger guys. Steph has never been the greatest defender. Clay lost a step from the injuries. Podziemski, you know, he's not the most athletic. And then Looney, he was our Iron Man, and now he's gassed out.
No, you're right.
And then the last...
Go ahead. Keep going, Jacob.
Sorry. And then the last point I want to make, all this booing at the stadium, you know, these are some spoiled fans. These guys are ridiculous. You know, we got 4 championships out of these guys. I understand that you're disappointed. But to be booing the home team after you're paying to go there, come on. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Sorry, folks. We're going to get to the calls. Shash is going to have to step out for a second. I'm just going to ask everybody to send our prayers to the Shasky family, to Joe Shasky. He's got to run. Sometimes things are bigger than the show. Things are bigger than sports. He's got to handle some family issues. So our prayers go out to Joe Shasky. We'll continue to roll along and talk about the Dubs. We'll continue to roll and talk about some of these issues and some of the coaching firings. Nick, Belichick and the Patriots decide to part ways after 24 years. Nick Saban all of a sudden retires. Pete Carroll's done with the Seattle Seahawks. But our prayers go out to Shasky. Let's do that for a second. We know it's about his dad's struggles. His dad has been in the hospital, in and out. He's back in the hospital, so we just pray that his dad is okay. And I'm sure he's going to pull through with whatever's going on. But family first, man. And I'll say this about Papa Shasky, because we know he's been dealing with his heart issues. He's a big part of the show. He's a big part of the morning roast. And he's become a father figure to me. He cares truly about the show, all the roasters. He listens every single day. It's one of the more supportive dads I've ever seen in my life. And at times, and I'll admit this, I was jealous of the relationship they had because I didn't have that relationship with my father. Now, me and my father are getting better and better and better, but I look at Shasky and the way he supported Joe and the way he supports that family. Whenever Papa Shasky say, hey, Bonte, you want to come here? And I say, absolutely. I do anything for him. Anything. Grandpa Shasky, I do anything for them. You talk about family. You talk about organizing family. You're talking about being family men. They are the model of being family men, to being all about the family and being the backbone of a family. I've learned so much from Papa Shasky in just a short time that I've known him. Known him for about 7 years now. I've learned how to be a better father. I've learned how to be a better family man because of Butcher Boy, because of all the love he shows. Sometimes I get mad at Joe Shasky because I'm like, man, you're spreading yourself too thin. But he wants to touch everybody. Guy just wants this place to be a better world, man. And I see the relationship with his father, the fact that they play catch as kids, the fact that his father's at every radio station event or at every Niner game, and he's talking. So our prayers go out to him, man, because that's bigger. That's bigger than anything out here. And what he's done to empower Joe Shasky and to have faith in him in his career I don't know what's going on, but it's serious enough that Shasky had to leave the show today. So we'll try to continue to roll along. We got about 13 minutes to the injury report. I'll try to make it to the injury report because to see Shasky's face a second ago was not good. I've never seen him that distraught. We try to get back to the Warriors. Alex in Atlanta, you're on deck.
Well, first off, Bonte, thanks for taking my call. Prayers obviously out to the Shasky family. To just talk about the Warriors for a second, I think you guys have hit on a lot of the great points already. I think they've missed on a lot of draft picks over the last several years, Wiseman included. I think their roster construction approach has been flawed and really reflects a failure to adapt to the changing landscape of the NBA. And a lot of that blame does go towards the front office. But I mean, the angle I wanted to take was that, look, you have a head coach in Steve Kerr who got to the finals 5 straight years. He's won 4 championships now with this team. And if you're a coach that has that level of camaraderie, typically you bring a lot of input to the table when it comes to draft picks, when it comes to free agent targets, when it comes to trade targets, and when it comes to roster construction as a whole. And I know that, we could put any coach from any era on this team right now as the head coach, and they probably win maybe 4 or 5 more games than what the Warriors have won. The coach is not the problem in the sense that he's doing the best he can with what he has. But the reason I get frustrated with Steve Kerr is I think a lot of where the Warriors are now comes from the fact that he had a lot of input on the draft selections. He had a lot of input on free agency. He had a lot of input on trade targets. I mean, the Chris Paul deal over the summer, that felt like a Steve Kerr move. Let's go get a guard that's a veteran that I can trust, that can lead my second unit, rather than address the fact that, hey, we need to get old, we need to get younger, we need to get longer, we need to get more athletic. And I think we're starting to see, Steve Kerr, the GM, kind of come out. And during his tenure as a GM in Phoenix, he was very poor at that job. As a head coach, he's been great, but now that I feel like he's making a lot more significant impact on the roster construction portion of the team, I think that's what's hurting the Warriors right now. And, you've already talked about Kuminga and Moody not getting minutes in their second year. The second year is probably the most important year in a young player's development in the NBA or in any professional sport. And I think he really stunted that growth by choosing to go with Ty Jerome and choosing to go with Anthony Lamb. So I think that the change that needs to happen is he's probably gone this offseason. And with that comes the opportunity to bring in a new philosophy and really just, completely retool this roster from the ground up. You give Steph a new core built around him. That probably means saying goodbye to Clay. That probably means saying goodbye to Draymond. But that's what the end of an era typically looks like. And you got to transition into a new one if you want to keep being successful with Steph for the last years of his career. Thanks for taking my call.
Anytime. The unofficial statistician of the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. We'll try to continue with the show. It's really tough for me right now to see my brother, who's become a family member, go through what he's going through right now. It's really tough. Because Joe Shasky, the Butcher, back in 2019, was a lot of movement at the station, a lot of things happening. Obviously, I was on a different show, and I didn't know where my radio career was going. I had no idea. And Shasky and I started doing the pre- and post-game show for the 49ers at the Hilton Hotel, and I had no idea where that was going. And I was able to reignite my love for radio because of the passion that the Butcher Boy brought every single show and how excited he was just to be on the airwaves. And it reminded me of, wow, yeah, that's right. We are lucky to be in this position. And that passion, that enthusiasm has formed a friendship that'll last many, many years. And it's not just a friendship. We're family now. And I know we argue. We sometimes can't stand each other. That's family, right? That's what brothers do. We fight. We kiss, we make up, we hug. And at the end of the day, it's all good. And then that's where Papa Shasky comes in at, where he's that glue guy. And that's why when the Irish lost that NFC championship game in 2021 down in SoFi Stadium, that was one of my favorite days of my life. It was one of the favorite days of my career because Papa Shasky was there in his drop top. And he was rolling with his stuff, man. The Mafia breakfast. Rolling the SoFi in the drop top. Talking to me like a son. I learned so much from Papa Shasky. On just how to be I'll go to these same sentiments. On how to be a dad and how to be a supportive dad to your kids. And to see Shasky's face before he left his show was just not good. I don't know what's going on. I hope everything is okay. But obviously it was serious enough that he had to lead the show today. We'll try to power through the next 2 hours. We got Spadoni, we got Big John, we got you guys. I'm going to need you guys to uplift me, man, because this is it's pretty hard to focus right now. Let's go to East Bay Liz. East Bay Liz, what's happening?
Hey there, Bonte. I think we all need a vibe check. Sometimes when things are hard for the Warriors or for Shasky, you got to put gratitude out into the world, and so that's what I'm calling in to do for the Warriors. I don't think it helps if we boo. The team knows that they're playing badly. Mm-hmm. I think if we want to yell Moody because we think it's helpful to get him in, that's cool. But right now, I'm not going to deconstruct everything that's going wrong. They will figure it out. I'm going to put good vibes into the world and start sharing good Warriors memories. Mm-hmm. And so maybe we can help turn the ship a little bit by putting some good vibes out. So my memory I'm going to go with is when they won championships, Andre Iguodala stood up on the media desk, put the big giant wingspan out, and it just looked to me like that was the journey. This big, long, arms outstretched, this is how far we have come journey. And we are blessed to have 4 championships here, and I'm not going to knock these guys who brought me all these amazing memories.
You know, that's well said, East Bay Liz. That is well said. It's got some other horrific news. I don't know if I can share that quite yet, but what is in the water these days? What is going on in this universe? I'm telling you, man. East Bay Liz said it well. Cherish the moments with the Golden State Warriors. You never know when it's at the end, right? You never know when the dynasty's over. You never know when the championships go away or the playoff bursts go away. But you also never know when a family member could leave. You never know when a family member could get sick. I just went to a funeral, my cousin Antonio Johnson. It's my first cousin on my father's side. He had been in and out of jail. But he finally got out of jail, and I was working at the Bubble Lounge, and, he was the type of kid that couldn't just go anywhere in the city because he lived that life. Now, he didn't get shot and killed. He died due to natural causes. Doing DoorDash while working at Pepsi. And he finally had a good job. He had good benefits, and he's starting to come along. He finally figured it out. He had 5 kids, and he just passed away. And at that funeral, his oldest daughter, Peanut, my niece, she went up there and talked about him. And one thing that hurt, and I think about it with baby Chaz, and that's why the soda diet was so instrumental for me to refocus on health and working out. She went up there and said, I'm just sad that my dad can't come to my middle school graduation. So I say that to say, me and Antonio, I lent him some money. He didn't pay it back on time, and things got a little weird, but it wasn't even about the money. I didn't care about that. I just went on my cousin because we talked every single day. He listened to the show every single day. He came to all the watch parties. He loved sports. We had a bond. At sometimes I felt like he was more of a brother than me and my older brother, Little Brian, and I love Little Brian. And being at that funeral and watching that dirt get thrown onto the casket, I just thought, man, you got to tell everybody you love them every single day. You just never know in this world. You never know. Sometimes it's just bigger than sports. Sports is just a game, and we all get passionate about it. We love it. We love it. Sometimes we live and die with these results, right? The Niners are going to be playing the playoff game, and it's going to dictate our mood for the next 3 months, man, if they don't win the Super Bowl. And if they do win the Super Bowl, we're going to be jubilant for the next 4 months. And we're not going to care about the draft. But then there's real life. And having baby Chaz with Anna, I realize that. I realize there's just a little more to life than just sports. And we're going to be here tomorrow, and we're going to bring the passion. But sometimes it's just bigger than sports, man. You got to tell everybody you love them, especially after going through the pandemic. After not being able to see a lot of people during that pandemic. I FaceTime now. I FaceTime everybody. I try to. I got to see your face, Bedoni.
You don't want to see this mug, Bonte.
Well, probably not.
The nose takes up half the screen.
It does. So our prayers go up to Joe Shasky, but we got some other prayers to dish along as well. And I'll get a confirmation on the other side and see if I can do that. Damn, man. Let's go to Mr. G in the city before we get to the injury report. Mr. G, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, Bonte? Hey, this is Dave Greenbaum, Mr. G. I'm actually on the road heading out of school. I'm the principal of St. Thomas More. One thing that I just wanted to share, you really touched me when I heard what you shared, just bigger than sports. I coach at St. John's, but I'm the principal at STM. Things people don't know about Shasky, the reason why they call him Butcher Boy is because he had a butcher shop on Ocean Avenue. And when my son, who's now 16, when my son was 16, we would go in there, and he had a little, I think it was a Giants train, like a little HO scale train. So my son used to like to go in there, look at the train, and Shasky, we didn't know him, was the coolest dude, coolest cat. I think he and his pops, went in on the butcher shop together, I believe, is what, if I recall
Ocean.
Correctly, right?
On Ocean, yep.
And so, on Ocean Avenue, exactly. And I know he had connections to Reardon as well, too. And so I just want to say, even back in the day, he didn't know us. We were just neighbors coming down. It was cool to hit an old school butcher shop, grab some slices of turkey, whatever, something that we didn't experience, growing up. But even back then. So anyways, sports brings us together, you know what I mean? It's bigger than sports, it's bigger than everything, but thank you for calling it out and taking a moment to do prayer, because prayer is real, prayer is powerful, and love to the Shasky family, love to your family too, Bonte, love to everybody out there. I mean, this world is crazy, but there's still goodness out there, and that's what we can't forget. There's a lot of goodness out there. I just want to say, and you put out a lot of goodness. You put goodness out as an OG San Franciscan native, so does Shasky. And so that's one of the things I'm so proud of you guys, and I'm so proud of the roasters that keep this real and keep our, man, thinking about Warriors. Remember, we used to get excited when they made first-round playoffs back in the TMC era. Right? Remember, that's how it was back in the day.
Yeah.
Anyways, I just want to say, shout out love to you guys. Shout out love to the Shasky family. And, thank you for keeping all this real. Thank you for doing what you do. And, of course, love to all you guys out there.
Shasky with the butcher shop used to serve sandwiches to the City College San Francisco basketball team, Justin LeBall. And I remember Coach Justin LeBall, son still plays at St. Ignatius. He used to tell me, this butcher boy always calls sports talk radio shows. You should get with him, man. You guys would be great together. This is back in 2010, 2011. And I remember walking into the butcher shop with John Williams, who damn near dropped the triple-double in the 2011 state championship game against Citrus College, when City College won their first state championship since 1962. And Joe Shasky was serving sandwiches. And I remember we got fitted for rings. I still got the City College San Francisco basketball ring. Can't fit me now because my finger's a little fatter, but I remember watching Shasky walk in there to get fitted for a ring, and I was like, oh, that's the butcher boy? But shortly after, we started just talking on the phone randomly. So prayers go out to our brother. And you know what? Prayers go out to our older brother, Matthew Steinmetz. Let's get to the injury report, man. Let's get to the injury report. I think Steiny will be in today. I think. But our prayers go out to Matt Steinmetz as well. I don't feel right. I'll just say prayers go out to Steiny, man. Moses Moody got hurt yesterday. We don't know how long he's going to be out. Injury report brought to you by Boxing Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for 40 years. I'll try to keep my composure, folks, and be better these last 2 hours for you guys. These last 30 minutes have been insane. Insane. So I promise I'll do better. I'll try to be a pro. And we'll get through these last 2 hours. We'll talk some Warriors. We'll talk coaching. I'm hurting for my brothers right here at 95.7 a game. I'm hurting. More coming up on the roast.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart.
Morning Roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast.
Oh, baby, what a morning. What a morning here on the roast. What a morning here at 95.7 The Game. Our family's hurting here at 95.7 The Game, and all the listeners out there, 888-957-9570. We'll get back into the Golden State Warriors the best we can here on the show. Spadoni's going to step up here as he always does. That's why I love Spadoni, and we've seen him grow and grow and grow and get better and better and better on air. And it's Spadoni when he was a promotion intern, but our prayers go out to the Shaskys right now. I'm not sure what's going on with them, but Joe had to run to the hospital. But our prayers also go out to Matthew Steinmetz, who I worked with for a year, BSNG, and we had a lot of fun. We had our ups, we had our downs. But unfortunately, Steiny, and he gave me the green light because I don't think Steiny's coming in today. Unfortunately, today, he just sent the text, said, when it rains, it pours. Steiny's dad passed away this morning. And we know Steiny's dad had his health issues, but he went to a better place this morning. And so I want to send our prayers out to Steiny because I know the relationship he had with his father and his dad. They see him, invited him, introduced him to basketball. And I'll never forget when his dad did come to the studio at the old studio. Came at the old studio, and he was so jacked up to get on air. So jacked up. And it was one hell of a segment. And Steiny was unsure about getting him on air because his dad would just say anything. But that was a breakthrough for that show because of the way Guru and I embraced Papa Steinmetz. And I remember the text Steiny sent. He goes, I can't thank you guys enough for embracing my father. I'll never, ever forget it. Ever forget it. And it's crazy, man, because like Steiny last night in the group thread was his own one. He was feeling loose. Let's talk about my jacket. And we've come a long way, Steiny and I. We've had our issues in the past, and we've come a long way. A long way. And I have a lot of respect for Steiny for what he's done in his business, for how he keeps it real. He has, it's not shtick, it's just who he is, man. But I want to send our prayers out to Matthew Steinmetz because it can't be easy what he's going through. He's on the opposite coast. This just sucks, man. This just absolutely sucks. But I know you know Steiny really well. You've worked on his show for a long, long time. He loved his dad. Obviously loved his dad. His dad introduced him to the game of basketball, the game that he loves. That he loves more so than any other sport. And that's why he doesn't rip referees, because his dad was a long-time referee. Yeah. And that kind of gets on my nerves, but we love Steiny, man. So send a prayer, because it's not just Shasky, it's not just Steiny. Send a prayer to our 95.7 The Game family today. And please, it's just a reminder. Even if you're having, my dad said something at the funeral, and before you get in, Spadoni, and we're going to get back to the Warriors, I promise you guys. My dad said something at my cousin's funeral. He goes, we got to let the small things go, man, in life. We have friction with somebody, and it's over the smallest thing. We got to let it go. Because we don't want to have regrets when that day does come. When that day does come, we don't want to sit back and say, damn, we didn't make amends. Damn, we didn't have that conversation. Damn, I wish I would have got coffee with this guy to make amends for whatever happened. It's just another reminder. Call your moms, call your dad, call your cousins. Even if it's just a simple text, hey, I'm thinking of you. I love you. I hope all is well. Because life gets busy and we got our own agendas. We have kids. We got things we need to do, pay bills. I work 2 jobs. Shasky's doing a bunch of things. We all got our stuff going on. But it only takes 5 seconds. It only takes 30 seconds. It only takes a minute to just say, hey, I'm thinking of you. Life is too damn short.
It's well said. No, it's well said. And Contrary to popular belief, he's a prickly guy on the air, but Steiny is a big softie. He is a family man, as you know, Bonte. He loves his family, has 3 daughters. We actually live very close to one another.
Yeah.
And Steiny's been hitting me up a lot lately. Unfortunately, I got 2 kids and a bunch of problems. I want to come over there when Benny's a little older. But yeah, Steiny, we're thinking of him. We're thinking of Joe. And life's short. Bonte, you have a really big family. I got 9 siblings. Not everyone gets along in family and in life. We got there's in-laws, everything. But at the end of the day, you love each other.
Yep.
And that's what always comes through. And here at 95.7 The Game, it is a family. We like to poke and prod, and we get feisty on air. But that's, again, we talk about sports stuff. That's sports stuff. It's not real life.
No.
And I think you're proving that today. I mean, we are a family here at 95.7 The Game, and we're thinking of our guys.
That's what makes this station so great. And that's why this station has become the Bay Area sports leader. It's because we're not like the other station where, you know what, we're not going to fake get along and not call each other after the show. We've got group chats galore. We talk about each other all the time. We rip each other. We talk about each other's takes, opinions, or whatnot. But even when we cross paths, we always talk game and laugh and joke. And so I love this station because it's just different. It's just different here. This station embraces you, the audience. Now we're going to get to Robin, one of our biggest listeners, who embodies 95.7 The Game. We're going to get to Richie Rich in Livermore, who embodies 95.7 The Game. Steiny coined a term that I love, and I stole it. We all steal from each other. But when those BH&G days started, Steiny said something that hit me so damn hard, and I use it to this day. We don't talk at you. We talk with you. We don't talk at you. We talk with you. And what that meant was, we're going to take your calls. We're going to listen to your opinions. We're going to hear you disagree with us on air, but we're not afraid of that. We're not. We don't think we're above anybody out there. Whether it's Jimbo on YouTube, whether it's Tyler Miller, whether it's Alfonso, whether it's Ernie Chavez, whether it's Robin, whether it's Tony, we don't think we're above you. You're one of us. We love everybody out there. That's why we do the watch parties. That's why we go out there to the games. The best thing that happened to me with the Niners is I got season tickets and I get to sit with the fans. And the fans, when I walk up those stairs, Bonte, what's up, baby? I'm a roaster. Keep holding it down. They appreciate us just sitting there with them. I've seen so many media members coming up in the game where they're just they're above it. They don't want to talk to you. They think they're above you. They don't value your opinions. They don't shake hands. They just think they're the stuff. And their ego is so large. And I said to myself when I came up in this game, I'm not going to do that. And here at 95.7 The Game, we all don't do that. We embrace all you guys. Whether it's YouTube, Twitch, the Comcast business text line, you guys may disagree with us. We may come at you guys and talk smack to you guys, but at the end of the day, it's all love. And that's why the station is where it's at. And that's why the station is taking over this market. And that's why, despite people wanting the station to fail or saying things like this station is going to go out of business and this and that, here we are in 2024, still rolling. Better than ever. So, again, our prayers go out to Steiny. I love you, man. I loved your dad when he came in. I'll never forget that day. Never, ever forget that day. It was epic. Steiny's father came in. He said something, and Steiny's mom walked right out the studio and said, yeah, I'm not doing this. It was great. And then, of course, my brother, Joe Shasky the Butcher. I'm not sure what's going on with his father. But obviously his father has some heart issues. And he had to go back to the hospital. And so it was important for him to lead this show today. And I get it. Some things are just bigger than sports, and some things are bigger than the roast, and some things are bigger than doing radio here. And Shasky need to go there. And our prayers go out to him because he needs to be there for his father. And so our prayers go out to him because Papa Shasky is one of the roasters. Hell, he's such a roaster that we got his own little picture whenever he calls in. And he had the bat line. And he came in and he was our Poppy on Highly Questionable. Didn't intend for him to be like that, but he was our Poppy. He was Papa Shasky.
You know, Bonte, the guy whose place I took here, Stephen Langford, was up with the station basically from the inception. He's now over at KCBS. Everyone knows, nice guy Stephen Langford. He just texted me. This is 2 years to the day that his dad passed away.
Oh, my gosh.
I know. But I think it's poignant to just, he's still part of our family.
Yep.
I can see, I'm looking at him right now. He's right across over there.
Langford's our little brother.
He's our brother. So if you move on here, it doesn't matter. It's, we are a family here. And we're going to need our family to lift us up today, too. That's the callers as well.
Nope. And we're going to get to the calls in just a second. I want to say one last thing, Spadoni.
No, absolutely.
I'm glad you brought up nice guy Stephen Langford. Because I was at the other station where some of the on-air hosts didn't embrace guys like nice guy Stephen, guys like Big John, guys like Joe Spinoni, guys like Sam Lubman. And that's one thing we don't do here. The host and the board, technical producers, you guys are us. You guys are part of the family. We don't look down at you guys. I remember when John Kelly produced the show, I said, man, you'll never pay for a cup of coffee or anything around me, man, because I got your back. I know how hard you guys work, how much money you make. But we always looked at you. I know I do, as you guys as little brothers. I lean on you guys. You guys are just as part of the show, as much as part of the show as I am. You guys are the glue that keeps this thing together. And so when I see Stephen Langford, I'm so proud of him going over to KCBS and doing this thing. He's growing and growing and growing. I'm so proud of Spadoni doing the 5 a.m. show with 2 kids and then coming in, stepping up left and right. Spadoni's gotten so much better on air, and I know I can't stand him from being a Lakers fan. But damn it, I watched Spadoni, the Lakers, build tents at grocery stores, being a promo intern, and grind his way to this point. It reminds me of myself and what I had to do in this business. I had to grind to get to this point, working the graveyard shift, running Giants replays, doing all that stuff. Spadoni's the same way. And now he's here, and now his time is coming. So we're all a family here at 95.7 The Game. We don't look above you. We're all on we're on an equal footing. And that's something we do here at this station. And that's why we're the Bay Area sports leader. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, get us back on track, Robin.
Hi. I'm sitting here thinking, I called in to talk about the Warriors, but I hope what I'm about to say is not inappropriate. Listen, I want to say that love never dies. It just doesn't. And no time ever erases anybody's memory from time. I wanted to share a brief story, and I hope it's not inappropriate. My dad died in 2020, and I had to fight to go in the room with him because it was during COVID. I watched him take his last breath. And I said, goodbye, Daddy. And his eyes moved, and even the priest that was in there said, I saw him tracking you. So I always have that memory, that, love never dies. And so, anyway, after we buried my father and we're all at home, I'm pulling up, and all the kids are outside, doing what they do. My sons, they're in their 20s, and his sisters and brothers, they all just smoking it weed. Just tell it like it is. And I hear my son say, I got some good news, and I got some bad news. Everything in this world living must die. But he was mocking the preacher. And I said, boy, you going to go to hell mocking that preacher. He said, Mama, I'm sorry. And Granddaddy would have been laughing too, because he never did get to the good news. Okay? So I to say this, that when you leave this world, how you leave and what you leave is how you will be remembered. So everybody, remember that. If you ain't living right, get your life in order. Peace out. I love you all.
Thanks, Robin, for the call. It's funny. This one made me smile. 408 Comcast Business Text Line. Hey, the other station stole your another one bites the dust bit. Of course the other station's going to steal from us. How funny is that? How the tables are turned. How the tables are turned. But enough about them. It's about us here. And we got to pick up our brothers at the station. What would Steiny want to do today? I know he was excited about this show.
I was going to say.
He's excited about today. What would Shasky want to do?
Oh.
He'd want to continue to power on. So that's what we're going to try to do here, Big John. We're going to try to power on, man.
Yep.
We got to do that. We got to represent, man. This is tough. This is real life, man. This is real life. We're going to try to power on for them because that's what they would want us to do. What would Papa Shasky say? Hell, Papa Shasky called us from the hospital a couple times.
Within the past week?
Within the past week. He doesn't care.
What?
Let's go to Richie Rich, man. He's been on hold for a while, man. My apologies, Richie Rich. Richie Rich, what's happening?
What's up, baby? You ain't got to apologize, beat man. You know, this is kind of a sad morning, man. Yeah. I'm not even thinking about sports, to be real with you. You know what I'm saying? That touches home, man. I lost my dad suddenly a few years back, and I never got a chance to say goodbye to my dad. You know what I mean? So, Papa Shasky, prayers to Papa Shasky, the Shasky family, and Steinmetz, man. It's rough, but you know, I thought I was about to get on here and try to cook, but I feel like I'm in a slow roasting pot.
You can cook, man.
Cook.
I need you to cook, Richie Rich. I need you to cook.
So, you know, so let's get to it. You know, everyone says, "Oh, watching the Dynasty's over." No, Dynasty's over. You know, and I'm going to tell you, Dynasty was over. The beginning of it being over was last year when the whole organization and the coach mismanaged the Draymond situation.
Yeah.
And what we're getting now is a downfall to it. You know, we didn't win a road game last year. We got our butts kicked by the Lakers, and that was the start of it.
Mm-hmm.
And this year it's a multiple collection of issues. It's the players. It's the lack of chemistry. It's the on-court. It's the off-court. It's Kerr. I mean, me and you know, Shaq message each other on IG here and there, you know, because I'll be in front of the TV ready to go crazy, and my poor wife's just watching me, and I'm like, man, I got an outlet. And I told Shasky again back to back, like, man, here we go. We were almost 9 points down yesterday. They hustled, got back. I think it was two 50-50 rebounds we missed.
Yep.
Kerr hits a timeout, and then he makes the lineup change. I go to the bathroom, I come back, and they're down 20, literally within 2 minutes. And I'm like, here we go. What the hell did he just do? He just did it again.
Yeah.
You know, so I think, you know, after yesterday, I'm glad it happened because Kerr said what he had to say. Curry said what he had to say. And I think everyone's finally realizing, hey, man, he's the voice of it all. It's time for a change. You got to get Wiggins the hell out of here. Everybody can go, I think, besides Curry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And you make that change and you go on because if not, I'll be surprised if we do get 25 wins this year because, hey, we're already lost 11 at home.
Yep.
Last year, the only thing that held us together was winning at home.
Yep.
And now we ain't even got that. So what do we got? You know what I'm saying? So you guys, hey, have a blessed day. You know, kiss your loved ones. And if you got any problems with family or feuding, you make sure you give them a call. You make up and tell them you love them, man, because tomorrow ain't promised to none of us, man. Bless your family too, guys. I'm out.
Great call, Richie Rich. And it is sad. Not only sad for our brothers here 95.7 The Game, but it's sad to watch the Warriors' demise. I look at my career, it ascended alongside the Golden State Warriors. I remember being a board out Spinoni, going to the All-Star game in New York City, like, oh my God, the Warriors have two All-Stars in the All-Star game. Clay and Steph, babyface kids. Going to New York City to play in the All-Star game, and they go on to win their first championship in over 30 years. And now look at where they're at. So it is sad to watch the demise of the dynasty. And what Richie Rich said, I went to go see Jimbo Kincaid. He hooked me up with a Warriors pass for Monica, who works with us at NBC Sports Bay Area in the Gatehouse.
Jimbo.
Love Jimbo. Hooked me up with three. I gave one to Norma, one to Mui, who works at the Chase Hitter Club. They're always hooking us up with cappuccinos, making sure Bully and I are right. So they got some Warrior pouches. And by the time I saw Jimbo, to the time I got to the Gatehouse, the lead went from 9 to 22. And I'm saying to myself, and I'm watching back on my phone saying, what in the hell happened? Well, that's the case of the Golden State Warriors. They can't hold leads, and once they fall behind, this team ain't capable of coming back and rallying from big-time deficits. They'll cut it to single digits like any other NBA team and make a little run here to give you false hope. But the last two games have just been a joke. Wire-to-wire blowout losses. You give up 70 points in the first half in the last two games. 3 of the last 4, I should say. So it is sad watching the Warriors' demise.
I mean, it took a year and, what do we know, damn near half of a season for fans finally to start booing It's actually pretty incredible. I gave Warriors fans a lot of credit for having this much patience.
Because the Laker fans would have been
No, they would have been booing him from game one. I mean, shout out Russell Westbrook here of the Lakers. But no, but seriously, they were a year removed from a title, so you can, wash that away. It's like, you know what, maybe it was a one-off. They trade Jordan Poole, okay. But the bad habits continue.
Yeah.
And if we're expecting, you guys touched on, if we're expecting Draymond Green to be the Band-Aid to fix everything, I think we are sorely mistaken.
Yeah,
He is not that guy to fix everything. That's just, it's deeper than that.
The Warriors don't need a Band-Aid.
No.
They need surgery.
Yep, there you go.
Let's go to Peta in SF. Peta, what's happening? Or is it Peter or Peta?
Hello, Peta.
Peta, what's...
And, hi, Vonta.
Oh, this is from Washington Eagle?
Yeah, this is me.
Peta, what's going on? Hey, let me tell you a true story. Peta and I used to take an algebra class. Mr. Van Pelt, we used to drink all the sodas and heat up all the burritos. We were back kids back then, Peta. I apologize.
And we used to bet with each other.
We did. We used to bet. Yeah.
Vonta would always kick my ass. You know?
You said it, not me. I don't remember much. There's been a lot of ass kicking I've been doing over the years, Peta. No, I'm kidding. How are you? You were overseas for so long. It's so good to hear from you.
I'm really glad that I gave you guys a call, and I actually called when you were going in your spiel, Vonta, about how hard you work, and I witnessed that from behind the scenes, and you're one of the most dedicated radio presenters here in the Bay Area, and you just bring so much joy to people every morning, along with your crew. And I'm really sorry to hear about Papa Shotsky, and my thoughts goes with the Shotskys family. I mean, they're a legacy family here in San Francisco, and got my full respects. But I also called about the Warriors because I remember in the mid-'90s walking to the Embarcadero BART, and some guy was literally trying to push his tickets on me. He just didn't want to go to the Warriors anymore. He couldn't sell the tickets. I mean, that's how bad we were back in the mid-'90s. And I'm starting to see that pattern now. And I'm starting to see Steph getting a little tired, maybe thinking about jumping ship.
Yeah.
He just looks so sad. And it's such a shame, but, through hell or high waters, I'm down with the Warriors,
There it is, Peta. It's so good to hear from you. Long time. Mr. Van Pelt's class. Marquise Gillette, Big Dog City was in that class.
Oh, Big Dog.
He used to have burritos in the freezer. He was in one class. He had computers, and we didn't do any math in there. I mean, we didn't do any.
He was the cool teacher?
He kicked us out of his class at some point. But one time we threw in a microwave, 6 little microwavable burritos. It's like, what are we doing? We take a Safeway Select Sodas, wouldn't pay for them. I blame Marquise Gillette and Big Dog City for that. They were bad. They were a bad influence.
Oh, they were the bad influence. Okay, not you.
Not me.
Okay.
Not me betting with
Not
Pettit.
you betting. Yeah, what were you?
I don't remember betting.
Mid-'90s, were you betting on Jordan Bulls?
I was a hustler, baby.
Come on.
I was a hustler.
Jesus.
We're going to get to Luis in Richmond, 888-957-9570. Belichick's going to speak in about 34 minutes. We'll run some sound from that. Nick Saban just retired from Alabama. We're going to try to power through this last hour and a half, and it's not easy, folks, but I can use a laugh. We could all use a laugh. We need prayers up for our family here at 95.7 The Game. We'll continue to talk about the Dubs. Not good right now. Not good. Not good. 17-20, 11-11 at home, 2-5 on a 7-game homestand. I mean, all the data just points to them being a bad basketball team. And we haven't got to them.
That's tough.
I haven't even got to Klay Thompson because I can't get past Andrew Wiggins, who's 4-19 in the last 3 games with 11 points. What the hell happened to Andrew Wiggins? What are the Warriors going to do before the February 8th trading deadline? All right, more coming up on the roast. Now to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
My little brother's...
Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. We got Shams Charania here, right? Shams Charania on the Golden State Warriors because Steph Curry last night after the Warriors got rolled, 141-105, and they just, I want to say they were competitive. They just didn't have it. They just don't have the team to compete at a high level this season. And we could be watching the demise of this organization, of this team that we knew from the last decade. Remember, people used to come into Chase Center or Oracle Arena and just fear the Warriors. And it's like, damn, we're going to get rolled tonight. We're going out to the Bay Area. Dub Nation's loud. They're going to be on top of us. You got Curry raining threes. You got Clay raining threes. You got Draymond barking at everybody. Boy, it's not the case right now. Pelicans were up 41 points yesterday. 41 points. They scored 46 points in the first quarter. They scored 73 in the first half. Last two games, the Golden State Warriors haven't even had a lead. Back-to-back wire-to-wire losses. So we could try to bring some positivity, like Moses Moody was a positive, but then he got hurt and walked off the court with 7:55 left in the fourth quarter with a calf strain. What the hell? The one positive, boom. Doesn't become positive, becomes a negative.
You know what? Going into that game, too, it's even more frustrating if you're a fan, and I understand the booing, and we can hear from the players and the coach about the booing, because I understand it. You just came off a blowout loss, Bonte, and then a couple days later, you have a couple days to sit on it. The Pelicans were coming off a blowout win. Now, usually when that happens, what do we all usually think? What's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't matter. Usually when that happens, there's going to be a letdown from the team that just had the blowout win, and then the team that just got blown out is going to be fired up.
Mm-hmm.
It was the same game for both teams.
It's the same game.
The same exact game.
Yeah, you're so right.
Like, it's just the Kuminga turnovers, the shot selection, just everything. There's not just one fix. I think that's just what's so perplexing right now if you're a fan and if you're Steve Kerr. And I understand that Steve Kerr, he gets some blame, as does everyone. He's the head coach, so I get it. But at the same time, like, coaches coach and players play.
Yeah.
So if the players aren't holding up their end of the bargain, the coach can only do so much. You got one of your star players out of the lineup for damn near a month and a half. You got Moses Moody. He's now going to be out. Their depth is getting tested. So everything right now, it's like a perfect storm in the worst way for the Warriors.
Yep.
And what does Mike Dunleavy do? And we're going to get the sound here in a second.
Yep.
Because basically Shams Charania at The Athletic saying everyone's available.
Well, you know what?
Except for Curry.
You know what? Dirty little secret. Everyone has been available except for Steph Curry for a few weeks now. Just tell you what I knew. That things were going to be happening. How can they not? Now, Spinoni touched on the booing. Let's hear from Steve Kerr, Klay Thompson, and Steph Curry on the booing, starting with Steve Kerr. He got asked, or wait, did he get asked about the boos? Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, we deserved it for sure. Fell behind immediately, and I think we're just lacking confidence right now. It's you get to a stage sometimes where you just kind of lose your belief, and it happens. And that's what's happened right now with our team the last few days. I think we've just lost the spirit, the confidence that has to carry you, against talented teams night in and night out.
Now, Klay Thompson was asked about the booing. And I wanted to get a lot of folks' reaction from this because I saw that it did a lot of traction on our Twitter page at 95.7 The Game when Klay Thompson reacted like this when he was asked about the fan booing.
Hey, you guys have been booed each of the last two home games. Obviously, you're not used to that. How do you handle that?
Are you supposed to lose sleep over it?
That's Klay Thompson. Do you want him to lose sleep over it? Do you want him to lose sleep over it?
I think it was the I don't care part that really got fans, though. I don't care. You don't, not even a little bit. Like, because we know he does, Bonte. He just doesn't want to say it.
Yeah. We know he cares.
He cares.
He cares.
I mean, he cared when he got left off the top 75 team anniversary. That hurt him.
It did.
That hurt him. He mentioned it. Like, we all like to think about Klay Thompson of, the young Klay. Right. Nothing gets to him. Everything gets to these players. Yep. No one's inflappable. Not Steph.
Especially
not
Klay.
Especially Klay.
Especially Klay Spinoni. He's vulnerable. And look, I could see why Klay would say that for a couple reasons. We talk about his vulnerability. Remember a couple years ago, he was like, these bandwagon fans, man, just coming around lately. What about when we stunk? Where were you guys at? Now, he rescinded that comment and said, look, I shouldn't have said that. But for him, and we take a million calls, Spinoni. We've heard all the dialogue about Klay Thompson over the last 2 years. He's heard a lot from Dub Nation saying, you're washed, you're cooked, you should come off the bench, you're done. You shouldn't be, you're a ball, all that stuff. So I can understand why he would sit up there and just say, you know what? You guys are booing me? I could care less about what you say because of what you said about me over the last 2.5 years. So I understand that. Now here's Stephen Curry on all the booing.
There's nothing to really cheer about, so opposite of cheering is booing. Might as well. I don't take it any certain type of way. Honestly, I'm booing myself, booing our team in my head because of the way we're playing. So, it is what it is. Fans are going to react the way that they want. It's our job to, give them something to cheer about. We have not done that.
So Steph Curry says he was booing inside his own head, booing at their performance, booing at the way they were playing defense, booing at the shot selection as he's busting his ass to try to get open, and nobody's getting to the basketball because you know what? They turned the ball over to 7 times in the first quarter. While giving up 46 points, they also turned the ball over 7 times in the first quarter.
They somehow miraculously got it to within, 10?
13.
13 turned.
At the half.
God. And then,
think about that. You score 60 points, you shoot damn near 50%, and you're still down 13. It's a mark of a bad team.
Yeah.
And before we get back to the line, Spinoni, here's what Shams Charania just said on The Athletic, or with The Athletic. Here's Shams Charania about to go to say Warriors at the trade deadline.
The mindset in Golden State right now is everyone but Steph Curry is on the table. That's their mindset. Now, realistically, there's an asterisk, right? Like Klay Thompson, would they want to keep him long-term and keep him in Golden State? I think that's been their hope. They have not been able to reach a contract extension with him. We've talked about it. And Draymond Green just got back from an extension. Those have been their 3 core guys in the front office. They're big fans of Jonathan Kuminga, big fans of Brandon Podziemski. They're big fans of Trace Jackson Davis. But Wiggins and everyone else on that roster except Steph Curry has to be in play for this team. They're going to be looking to make moves.
The tough part is if we know this, the other teams know that. They know their value is so low right now. If you're Andrew Wiggins, if you're Draymond, if you're Klay, so what can you even get for them?
The problem also is you want to make moves, you want to be aggressive, but they also don't want, from what I'm told, they don't want to take long-term money back. You don't want to take another massive contract back. So you think about a guy like Zach LaVine.
Can't do it.
Who's making 3 years, he's got almost $140 million after this season. And honestly, hanging over all this is Steve Kerr's contract status as well. He's an expiring contract. There's no sign of a new deal as of right now for him either.
Wow.
And so this Warriors team, they're teetering right now. As we're just under a month until the trade deadline, I think they will be active. Everyone but Steph Curry has to be in play.
And that's the way it should be. For Joe Lacob paying all this tax money, and you have this contract, the most expensive team in basketball, then you know what? You know what? It is time to shake this up. Now, the key part of that, a couple key points. Steve Kerr doesn't have a contract extension whatsoever. Let's be real, man. The Warriors are 37 games in. We could see Steve Kerr coaching his final 45 games with the Golden State Warriors. That is a reality. He's the best coach in Warriors history, one of the top 15 coaches in NBA history. But the reality is, maybe it's time.
And that's crazy. We're having this conversation on the heels of Pete Carroll stepping away, Nick Saban stepping away, Bill Belichick. We're talking about 3 of the greatest coaches in the history of their sports stepping away.
All in 24 hours.
All in 24 hours. Just think about that. Pete Carroll, architect of one of the, those early 2000s, if we're talking to younger fans, if you didn't watch USC in the early 2000s, they're some of the greatest teams in the history of college football, if not maybe the greatest. Reggie Bush. Yeah. You have a Matt Leinart jersey. You think of that defense. Just Polamalu, Brian Cushing, all these guys. You just think about Clay Matthews. And then you look at Nick Saban. He is, in my lifetime, probably the greatest in the history of college football at his sport. And then Bill Belichick. You look at what he's done. He's the greatest, again, in my lifetime, and I'm sure in all of our lifetimes, the greatest head coach in the history of the NFL. All good things must come to an end sometimes. And maybe, just maybe, that's what's coming to an inflection point here at the Golden State Warriors.
Now, on top of that, Spinoni, what's crazy about Pete Carroll, he had to reinvent himself at USC. Yes. He got fired by the Jets, got fired by the Patriots. Had to go to USC, to college, to reinvent himself. And USC at that point, when he took over that program, they were cooked. They were terrible. I think Paul Hackett was the coach before him. and he brought USC back to the limelight. He brought them back to he made them relevant again. Bill Belichick, when he took the New England job, he was a D coordinator with the Jets and Bill Parcells. He got fired from Cleveland. All right? He had to reinvent himself. And even then, we didn't know, Bill Belichick with the Patriots, okay, whatever. He reinvented himself. Nick Saban, remember, he basically left the Dolphins after a 9-7 year. Now, the Dolphins were ascending when he was a coach there, but he had left LSU. He pissed everybody off in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, goes to Miami, coaches the Dolphins, and left the Dolphins high and dry. And you're like, wow, Saban in Alabama, really? And then, what was it, 6 championships later?
6. God, unbelievable. Just think about all the Alabama players still in the NFL right now. Just the best of the best.
And Steve Kerr still has an itch to coach. He still has that itch.
Well, he's coaching USA this summer, Bonte. I know that. And that's going to be fascinating, by the way, if he's no longer. I've been thinking about this, and I've been talking to the producers in the back. Like, Steph Curry, it's been reported that he wants to play for Team USA. Is Draymond Green going to play for Team USA? I know LeBron's going to play for Team USA. That's going to be a little fascinating dynamic if he moves on.
So, Shams also said everybody's available except for Stephen Curry. So what does that look like? And Shams mentioned that the Warriors do not want to take long-term contracts back. So who's on expiring contracts? A guy like Siakam. Well, I don't love, but if that's what we're talking about here, then maybe that's it. Now you have a couple guys on expiring contracts, Klay Thompson and Chris Paul. And, of course, Chris Paul has that team option, but the Warriors will probably move. We may have seen Chris Paul play his last game in the Warriors uniform for crying out loud.
I didn't even think about it like that.
I mean, that may be a reality. And now, Klay Thompson on an expiring deal, he's available. There's going to be contenders looking at Klay Thompson and his shot-making ability. Could you imagine if Klay Thompson actually got traded?
Wow.
That would be wild. Now, I don't know what that get you back. Does that get you a first-round pick back?
It might. I mean, if I'm a desperate contender, if you're like teetering or you feel like you're just one piece away and we can add a three-point shooter like Klay Thompson, no, he's not what he once was, but he's been playing pretty well.
If I'm Milwaukee.
That's exactly who the team I was thinking of
If I'm Philadelphia.
Yep. Some of those Eastern Conference teams.
Hell, what if it's Orlando, who's last in the league in three-point percentage? And you want to get a veteran around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner? What does that look like?
Yeah.
Could they really move Draymond Green?
That's the one for me where it's just like he's coming off an indefinite suspension. There's a lot of risk versus reward there. This stage of his career, we haven't seen him outside of this Warriors system. That's the one for me. I know Klay's going to translate to another team because of that three-point shot, Bonte.
Mm-hmm.
How well does Draymond's skill set translate to a team? I don't know. He's been linked. I know a lot of people link him to the Lakers because of LeBron. I don't know how well that translates over there when you have Anthony Davis already, a DPOY front runner.
And LeBron loves shooters.
Exactly. So maybe another Eastern Conference team's looking at him like that. Yeah. I don't know, but it feels more like Klay with the expiring contract could be moved. But I think the one guy, and we haven't mentioned him yet in this current conversation, you got to move off Andrew Wiggins, right? Like it's becoming more and more obvious. I don't know what you're going to get for him, but you have got to move off this guy as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, I just cannot believe Andrew Wiggins. Before the season, I think I'm on record saying he's the most important Warrior. Can he get back to being two-way Wiggs? And obviously, 37 games in, he's not turned back into two-way Wiggs. Man, Andrew Wiggins in just the last 3 games, Big John. 4 of 19 from the floor. 4 of 19 from the floor. 11 points in the last 3 games.
Wait, 19 shot attempts in 3 games? Are you kidding me? On this team?
On this team.
That's embarrassing.
Think about this. He had 3 points, Big John, against Detroit. 3 points against Toronto and 5 last night. 5 last night. Now, Carrot break. I'm going to pull this up, Big John, but you play hoops? You see Andrew Wiggins? The guy's a shell of himself. What the hell happened to him?
I saw Zion body that guy multiple times. Zion didn't even have a great game, but there was times when he was up against Wiggins, up against Saric, bully ball.
And it's reminiscent. I mean, I hate to bring it up, but it's reminiscent of Jordan Poole in last year's playoffs. Wiggins is unplayable at this point. You know, with those kind of shots that he's putting up, it's atrocious. And even the defensive side of the ball, he just looks lackadaisical. He's just not there.
Carrot Burke had a tweet yesterday about Wiggins' fourth quarter. Turnaround hook, foul, rebound, block layup, foul, missed 3, block layup, missed 3. Not getting anything from him. And it looked like the biggest bargain in sports in the NBA with his contract. Now he's got that player option. You're like, how the hell do I get out of this money?
Stephen A. Smith joined Steiny and E-Dog Evan Giddings yesterday, Bonte. And I'm sure you caught the entire thing. And Stephen A. is currently in the news for other things, going at a guy named Jason Whitlock.
Fatlock.
By the ether beat with all the S talking.
Jason Whitlock is, Stephen A. is not lying.
He's not.
Jason Whitlock's a horrible human being.
Yeah.
Horrible.
I agree with that.
And I know this because going into the National Association of the Black Journalists Convention and how all the black, African-American writers like Mark Spears, Gary Washburn, Stephen A., all these guys. Jason Whitlock is a joke in what he represents. And we could go deeper into that. We could call Justin Tinsley from ESPN. He'll tell you all about Jason Whitlock. Maybe he won't because he's over it. But Jason Whitlock is despicable, a despicable human being.
But besides that, Stephen A. was asked about Andrew Wiggins by our own Matt Steinmetz yesterday, and here is what he had to say about it.
You like Wiggins?
No, never have. I mean, go back to it. He deserves a lot of props and a lot of credit for what he was able to do in the playoffs and in the finals. He was a candidate for MVP in the finals. He was absolutely spectacular. I really, really was pleased with what he was doing. But prior to that, I even said at one time you couldn't give him away for a bag of cookies. It wasn't about his skill set. We all know he can play. It's that fire. Sometimes it's there. Far more often, it's not. And I remember last year where, guys within the organization had to educate me and tell me to calm down a little bit because I knew he was having family issues, and God bless him and his family. You certainly don't wish anything to go wrong in that regard. And I'm certainly not going to get specific because that's his business, even though I heard details about what transpired. But my position was, well, you have a job. And I understand you have to be at home, but in the same breath, I'm sure you leave home to make sure that check is cashed and let you hop on a laptop to make sure it's in your bank account. You're getting paid, okay? If you take the money with such ease, then you should go to work with a level of ease as well, as opposed to missing chunks of the season, even if it is for personal problems. We all got personal issues. Stuff happens. It's a death in the family, of course. Somebody disabled, you got to take care of them, of course. But for you just not to be in the mood to go to work because this family ailment that's going on that's preoccupying your mind, well, most people in this world don't get to make those kind of decisions. It's perfectly understandable if they can't play. But if you can play and you're accepting the check, try not to take so much damn time off. That's my position.
And we talked about it last season with Andrew Wiggins, and we got some blowback on Twitter for having a conversation that actually evolved into things outside of basketball. But we didn't discuss the Andrew Wiggins situation for about a month on this show. Other shows may have done differently, and trust me, if this was New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, they wouldn't talk about that situation every single day. Every single day about
any
Andrew
other
Wiggins.
market than here.
Any other market. But we respected Andrew Wiggins and his privacy. But when I go work out at the old club or if I'm going out there to Chase Center, and you don't even think, there's definitely people in that organization who say, man, what the hell's going on? He's out for 2 months. All right, 2 months. And I heard murmurs that, there was a lack of communication at times during his absence. Yeah. People are going to look in and say, boy, what is going on with Andrew Wiggins? Now, we showed a lot of empathy for him. A lot of empathy for him. But people don't forget that. And for him to play like he is playing, after that situation, a lot of fans spend top dollar. And some fans were like, hey, look, I don't want to touch it. I understand the situation. Then there are some fans who was like, I would just like to know what's going on. I do spend my money to go watch the team play. And before anybody says screw the fans, well, the fans give us the viewership. They buy the jerseys. They buy the tickets. They buy the food. They buy the popcorn. They buy the sodas. They do all that stuff. So the fans have a right to kind of, hey, man, what's going on here? That's from Stephen A. Smith, a national perspective, an outside perspective. So the demise of Andrew Wiggins, he's just disappeared. And whether or not he wants to start, right now he doesn't deserve to start.
It's even more frustrating, too, because you felt like this is one of the young cornerstone pieces of the future
Exactly.
after that championship run. It's like, wow, we got this guy on a bargain deal. We got him going forward. He's going to be the heir apparent to like the Klay Thompsons of the world. We got a two-way player. And to Stephen A's point, if we're taking two-way game into effect, I know Steph, what he did on the offensive end was incredible, but he was the best two-way player in those finals in that playoff run. That's not nothing to scoff at. He was unbelievable. He was guarding John Morant. He was guarding Luka Doncic, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, all these big boys, Bonte. And that's the thing for me. It's the defensive end that's just it's just frustrating.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because once that goes and you're not giving me anything offensively, like if you're at the very least, give me some defense.
Did you see him commit the foul with less than a second left in the third quarter?
Horrible.
Just awareness. Steph Curry just kind of like, oh man, what the hell's going on here?
How many times have we seen this season Stephen Curry on the bench, even during games, having the 1,000-yard stare?
Yeah,
it's been seriously.
It's been a lot.
Like there's after the game, sure, but during the game, they just zoom in on his face.
Yeah,
just doesn't talk to anyone. Just pissed.
No doubt. Mike Reese of ESPN just mentioned that Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick will be giving statements at 12 p.m. or excuse me, 9 p.m. here on the West Coast. There will be no questions at this media availability later today.
9 a.m. or p.m.
9 a.m. 9 a.m. 9 a.m. 12 p.m. on the East Coast. High noon on the East Coast, 9 a.m. here on the West Coast. There will be no questions at this media availability. Later today, Kraft is expected to answer questions. Let's go to the lines, man. Got a lot of lines here, a lot of callers to get to, and I want to get to everybody here.
Go to the phones.
Let's go to Luis in Richmond. Luis, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas, listen. First of all, I want to say to the Shasky family and everybody, man, my condolences. I had my mom pass away on December 24th.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So I know exactly how it is. We just laid her to rest on Monday. But,
oh man, I feel terrible for you.
And even though it recently happened, and it doesn't matter whether it happens now or a year from now, it's family. So when you're close to family like that, like they are, like I was to my mom, it's gonna hurt for a while. And the only thing that you can do is, we hear everybody say it all the time, but now it's one of those things that's going to be a new norm because you're not going to be with them all the time. You're not going to see them like you would all the time. And it just changes your whole situation. So first of all, that was my first thing. And then secondly, regarding the Warriors, my biggest thing is that there's just a lack of energy on both ends. Andrew Wiggins used to be at it on the defensive end. They used to always go back and forth. Kuminga, when he first got in, he was just so enthusiastic. Even when they had Wiseman, I never thought that they ever really developed these guys, but that's okay. We understand that they don't really do that kind of stuff. But the main thing right now is that's filtered through the whole through everybody, and I really believe that the Draymond Green hit and also the Wiggins, I really do believe because Wiggins and Poole were so close, that really affected him. So I believe a lot of that, he doesn't really have any type of, he had enthusiasm. He was enthusiastic when he came there, but then that whole thing, it's almost like the Kevin Durant thing all over again.
Yeah.
It's kind of like he did that and that changed his feelings. Yeah. And now he's that way now because, I hate to say it, Draymond's kind of the bad guy in this situation, but he's the leader, and he kind of caused some of this stuff to happen. But it's not just
he didn't kind of do it.
Everybody did it.
Yeah, he didn't kind of do it, Luis. He did it. He did it. And thank you for the call. I apologize for your mom. My condolences go out to you and your family. That can't be easy to deal with right before Christmas. That is tough. That is tough. But, Draymond Green sitting there on the sideline, and I wonder what he was thinking. What was going on in his mind while watching his team get destroyed over and over, possession after possession after possession, all night long? What was Draymond Green thinking about? What was he thinking? Accountability? Saying, I caused this? I could have rectified the situation? Draymond Green, again, he said it was the most important season of his career because he wanted that 5th championship. Well, in the most important season of his career, he's only finished 12 games. He's played in 15, got ejected out of 3 of them, which is why he started to finish 12 games. And he's been suspended for 17, 18? I lost count.
In the most important season of his career, his words, not yours.
Yeah, his words.
His career is now on the brink.
On the brink, just like that. Just like
We're
that.
not even halfway through the season.
I know, Spadone. And
Oh my God.
it's unbelievable. And by the way,
it's absolutely incredible.
Now there's people.
Absolutely incredible.
Man, we better be lucky Guru's on vacation. Because Guru's like, wait a minute.
I'm out.
He comes back from a suspension and he has to ramp up to get ready to roll. And I get he had to step away from basketball. But some people's like, wait a minute. He's not even ready off a suspension?
He mentioned that in his podcast, I think. He's like, yeah, after the suspension, I just needed to, just get out of bed. I didn't even work out or anything like
10
that.
10 days off.
10 days. I was like, okay. Really?
Unbelievable. Let's go to Marcus in Oakland. Marcus, what's happening, man? This is Big Boss?
Yeah.
What's up, Big Boss?
No, this is Marcus from Deep East Oakland. I called last time.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. What's up, Marcus, man? Good morning.
I caught Shasky a rookie. But you know what? I want to congrats Shasky, though, for the noble, thing he did with his child, the new addition.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure he appreciates it. Yep.
Yeah, and Mr. Bonte Bellabonte, that's your new name.
Somebody already gave that to me, Marcus. Clark the Shark in South Carolina. He's coming for you. But I appreciate it.
You can come to the town if you want to. It's all good.
It's all good, man. What you got?
This what I got, man. I got the secret what we need to do, man. Check it out. Go ahead and trade Clay and Wiggins, but we need to get Dame Lillard back here, man. That's the secret. Get Dame back to the town.
That's not going to help you win games. You can't have a small backcourt that doesn't play defense.
You're also not going to get him.
Or it's not that they don't play defense. It's that it's really tough for them to defend at a high level, including Steph. So you see Steph getting picked on. They are wearing his legs out. Steph looks so tired because he's doing so much. He's working so hard just to get open off the ball. Getting Dame here does nothing. It just kills your salary cap again. I mean, they're struggling in Milwaukee. I just saw an article on Twitter. Milwaukee had for the last 5 years, they've been one of the best defensive teams in the league. And this year, it's been a joke. It's been a joke.
And that being said, they're still second in the Eastern Conference at 25-12.
But there's a gap between them and Boston. No doubt there's a gap between them and Boston. Let's go continue to roll along here.
18 straight at home for Boston, by the way.
18. Wow, they're playing well. That was a good game last night between them and Minnesota.
Finals preview?
Minnesota, hey, they should not hang their heads over that loss. To take them to overtime in Boston, Minnesota has arrived, folks. They are here. They've come a long way. Let's go to Uncle Gene in Oakland, our roaster of the year. Uncle Gene, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, first of all, our hearts, Jan and mine, go out to Steiny, the loss of his dad, and to Joe. As I understand now, he's lost his dad. I don't know if that's been
No, he hasn't lost his dad.
Case,
he hasn't lost his dad. He hasn't lost his dad, but he had to go to the hospital because, hasn't lost. Steiny lost his dad,
right.
so.
Well, our best anyway. We hope for the best for him.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, in the middle of all this sadness, I thought maybe I could inject a little bit of humor just to kind of change the mood for a moment. Mm-hmm. And this is something I had in the back of my pocket for. I was saving for the playoffs, but I thought maybe I should do this now. So, anyways, and this was going to be a little poem Jan and I were going to do. And this is football, okay? So on a little brighter side of things. So let's go back, I don't know, several weeks. Bonte, when this whole Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce thing was blowing up, and you were complaining about how they kept panning to her in the middle of games, and it was distracting, and I agreed with you. But then I said, on further thought, you know what? If she can wear this man down, soften him up, and at the time we thought, we're going to maybe face KC in the Super Bowl, that might be to our benefit. And lo and behold, they sort of collapsed in the second half of the season. Travis Kelce didn't do well, and even the fans were starting to blame Taylor Swift for some of the problems they had. Okay, so fast forward now. Let's say we meet Baltimore in the Super Bowl. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I know we're getting ahead of things, but anyways, so the one person that scares me most of all, I think scares most of us most of all, is Lamar Jackson, right? So here's what I'm suggesting. Some time ago, Jan and I, started this GoFundMe to find a home for Brock. Okay, so I'm going to ask all the roasters to join in a Go Find Me. Go find Lamar, a beautiful young woman. All right, so that
what is going on here, Gene?
Uncle G, we got it. Uncle G, we got it. Not today. Not today.
Oh my God.
Not today. We got it.
He said he had a poem.
Yeah, I don't know where it was going. Clock.
Yeah, what?
Clock. That's how you don't repeat as winner of the Roaster of the Year.
Not starting on the year off great, Gene. I'm going to tell you that.
No, you're behind the 8 ball already.
I'm a little. I was a little in shock.
I love you, Uncle G. You're wilding a little bit this morning.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Would have just been fine. Yeah.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm thinking of you.
There you go. That's all we needed.
Big Dom in South Hayward.
Big Dom?
Big Dom, not
the real Big Dom?
No, this ain't the real Big Dom. He knows better to call this show. What's up, Big Dom? Big Dom, you there? All right, gone.
I'm scared. He didn't want to smoke.
Clark the Shark, South Carolina. Let's go to Clark the Shark.
Hey, Monte Belafonte, what's this Marcus guy that's stealing my thunder over here?
That's what happens when you call other shows, man. They forget about you, Clark the Shark.
One time, Bonte. That's it.
I know. Hey, you almost won Rookie Roaster of the Year. It was close. You were in the running for it.
Oh, well, I would have been honored. And, hey, Cup of Joe Spamonte over there, I like his ice cream, okay? Tell old Cup of Joe. Anyway, I just do want to send my condolences. Somebody who's lost both father and mother. It's a pretty rough deal, but that's where God comes in. There's going to be a happy reunion someday. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
Anyway, I don't want to be too overly remorse or anything, but anyway, one last thing is about the Warriors. They need to fire Steve Kerr. He's the author of all this, and trade Draymond. He's the other author. Those two guys have to be held accountable for the kind of, the team is absolutely, like you said, lost.
Yeah.
Yep.
He is. He's Clark the Shark. Thanks for the phone call here as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Also, shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Shams Charania just said from The Athletic that everybody's on the table with the exception of Stephen Curry. Trade deadline.
Oh, my God.
It's February 8th. Now, I don't think Joe Lake was going to fire Steve Kerr. Maybe they just let it play out. Maybe they just, end of the season, let bygones be bygones. We part ways. Hell, what if Joe Lacob says, you know what, Steve Kerr, we're going to give you an extension. We don't know that yet. But it certainly feels like Steve Kerr is coaching his final games with the Golden State Warriors, whether it's 45, whether it's 50, whether it's 55, whether it's 60, and that would obviously mean that the Warriors have advanced to the Western Conference playoffs, but it does feel like we're playing out the streak with Steve Kerr. Now, everybody's available here except for Stephen Curry. What does it look like? A return for Klay Thompson, a return for Andrew Wiggins. Do you want to see the Warriors make a trade? Are you with the Warriors? Are you ready to break up this dynastic bunch? Are you ready for that, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. Bill Belichick is speaking right now. We'll flip some sound from that as the Patriots and Bill Belichick part ways after 24 years. In a 24-hour span, we get the Warriors getting blown out by the New Orleans Pelicans. You get Pete Carroll and the Seahawks parting ways. He's no longer coaching the Seattle Seahawks. Bill Belichick, no longer coaching the Patriots. Nick Saban. And this is crazy, Spinoni. I had no idea at the Rose Bowl that I was watching Nick Saban's final game as head coach.
You could always hang your hat there.
Wow. was talking to Big Dog City about that yesterday. It's like, dude, we just saw Saban's final game at the Rose Bowl. His final game as a head coach. And we're lucky enough here in San Francisco, in the Bay Area, if you attended March Madness. We all got to witness Coach K's final win at Duke University. It's unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. And now you get the Warriors on the cusp of doing something crazy, of doing something that's unthinkable. We never thought this court could possibly get broke up. Now everything's on the table. Everything. And it should be. They're 17-20, 11-11 at home. You got blown out in back-to-back games, wire to wire. You've given up 70 points in 3 of the last 4 halves. Andrew Wiggins, there's no sign of him returning to form. Klay Thompson's starting to hit a little mini slump. His legs look tired. He's working so hard. When I saw C.J. McCollum block his shot and tie him up for a jump ball, I said, damn, C.J. McCollum's doing that? C.J. McCollum's not known for defense. Jonathan Kuminga, look, we all wanted to see the young guys. And what we see right now is that the young guys just aren't quite ready to carry the roster. They're just not quite there. And maybe that's on Kerr for not playing them last season. Maybe they're just not ready. Maybe they'll never be ready to do that. And that's the disappointing aspect of Jonathan Kuminga, Spadoni, is that he did talk, and he talked to the media, and he hasn't backed it up. Now, I know he's a young buck, and he's got a lot of potential. But when you talk that talk, and you turn the ball over 6 times in the first half against the Miami Heat, or you play like you did the last 3 games against Detroit, Toronto, and New Orleans, that's not good. That's not good at all.
No, it's not. I know we got taking them to school here in just a minute. So
do we?
I
didn't even know that.
No, it's all right. This is my professional here as I say it on the air with all of you, just to remind you. It's either him or Wiggins at this point. I think it's safe to say Andrew Wiggins at this point is not part of your future plans. Although Kuminga should be. I understand why, the players, the coaching staff, everyone has been frustrated with him because he'll have this talking to the talk, and then he has the performance like he did yesterday. Yeah. So it's you got to balance it. So either don't say anything and do your job, as Bill Belichick, I see him on my TV screen, do your job and be quiet, or if you're going to talk, you better back it up.
Yeah.
So it's just as simple as that.
Everything's on the table, Spadone. Everything. We'll flip the Bill Belichick sound. We'll hear from him. We're going to take everybody's call. Film on Mike, you on deck. 3 chains in Phoenix. 3 chains in Phoenix. We'll get to you. You've been on hold the longest.
Not 2.
You'll be the first call. Not 2 chains, 3 chains. I got 2 chains on, but 3 chains in Phoenix. You're the first call after the break. Big Smooth in Oakland. I see ya. Tim in North Carolina. Joe, Dave, everybody. We're getting on YouTube's humming right now. It's a tough day for us here at 95.7 The Game, but we'll power through this last segment here. We will power through, and we'll continue to hold it down for Joe Shasky and Matthew Steinmetz. But first, it's time to take them to school. Moses Moody, let's give him some love. Season high 21 points. He had a season high 21 on Sunday against Toronto. Unfortunately, he had to leave the game with 7:55 left due to a calf strain. He could be out a couple weeks. He's getting an MRI later today. But Spadone, let's play a Moses Moody highlight.
Moody drifting through his screen, comes right side on Ingram, goes all the way in. Wow. Finger rolled it up and in, back to right underneath the basket top.
How about the way he's playing tonight? He's not taking no for an answer.
86-73.
Moses Moody, man, he stays ready. Talk about being a professional. He was getting DNPs just a couple weeks ago. He stays ready. But he could be on the move, too. And he probably wants to change the scenery because the playing time hasn't been there for him this season. But Moses Moody doing a good job there last night. And what was a lost night? A lost night against the Pelicans. They were down 41. That was taking them to school. Brought to you by Peralta Community College. Spring is free at Laney, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda. For more information, visit peralta.edu. We're going to get to everybody here. 3 chains, you're on deck. Big Smooth, Film on Mike, I see ya. Joe in the Creek, Tim, Dave. It's a tough day here at 95.7 again, but we'll continue to move and we'll continue to pick up our brothers here at the station. That's all coming up on the Morning Roast. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Mega RV Show and Sale at Cordelia.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We may not see Chris Paul play in a Warriors uniform ever again.
We'll always have that rejoin, though.
We'll always have him saying Bonta. And we'll always have that commercial on NBC Sports Bay Area. I haven't seen it yet.
I was going to say, he's got acting chops. He's always in those State Farm commercials.
Always. My headphones are on its last ride. They're breaking apart as we speak. Pretty appropriate for what this day has presented so far. Hopefully the day gets better. Our prayers go out to Papa Shaska. Our prayers go out to Matthew Simons. Tough day here at 95.7 The Game. There's no doubt about that. But honestly, Joe Spinoni, you're doing a hell of a job picking us up. Big John's picking us up. And the roasters right now, you guys are picking me up in a major, major way.
They're crushing it.
Absolutely. As they do every day. Let's go to 3 Chainz in Phoenix, Arizona, man. I love Phoenix. What up, 3 Chainz? How you doing?
Hey, 3 Chainz is doing good. Before I get into my phone call, I do want to give a piece of advice to Shasky and Steinman. Says never ask yourself what I could have done, what I should have done, if I'd done that or if I'd done this, because it'll eat you up for the rest of your life. And 3 Chainz knows from experience. Now, getting into my call, and want to remind everybody, if you missed a portion of it, you can go back to the Odyssey app. But I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins, and I'm thinking to myself, minus 29, that can't happen again. Then it happens again. Now I'm reading fans wanting to trade him. Hey, everybody, I got an underperforming minus 29 player that hasn't played good in 2 seasons, and if something happens, he's going to take the rest of the year off. Not too many takers. You want a scouting report on Wiggins? Call Jimmy Buckets. Look at the Warriors and what they've done in the draft and how much I hear about Bob Myers. I mean, what's your legacy in your own drafting? Look at all the picks over the last 4 or 5 years. And that hasn't been very good with the exception of Jordan Poole, and he's gone. Wiseman never got a chance to develop because, let's face it, he's not very good. Steve Kerr probably spends more time talking about world events than himself. It's time to go. Belichick didn't last forever. Phil Jackson didn't last forever. If the student fails to learn, the teacher failed to teach. And if he's not teaching, I ain't paying.
All right, Renegade. Have a good one, man.
Is that Renegade, 3 Chainz, or the Warrior?
Renegade. What's his other name? Renegade, 3 Chainz. He had another Warrior.
Warrior.
Yeah.
Usually called Laguna Beach, I think, right?
Oh, my God. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows what's going on?
That's the guy, for those of you who don't know. If you listen to Steinmetz, you're doing a great job. That was the guy.
That was the guy. Big Smooth in Oakland. Big Smooth, what's happening? What up, Big Smooth?
Hello?
Big Smooth, you
hey,
there?
How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, real quick. First of all, Shasky, condolences to the family.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to say this, man. Listen, 5 points, 2 rebounds. Come on, man. It's not a matter of is it Kuminga or is it Wiggins. It's got to be Wiggins. It's a no-brainer, and it goes back to what we were saying last year. Like you said, Fonte, nobody said anything. You know, go take care of your family business. The Bay Area was very kind. The media was kind, and to hear that he came, you know better than this. To hear that he came in out of shape and the front office was disappointed. We should have talked about that then, because that's crazy. This was your breakout year. I've never seen it where a team is asking you to shoot more. Go ahead, shoot as much as you want. And we're getting 5 points, 2 rebounds. There's no ROI. What's the return on investment?
Yeah. No, good stuff, Big Smooth. You're right.
In fairness to Wiggins there with the out of shape thing, and Doc Pontier talked about this. I saw Doc Pontier on TV yesterday. UCSFL, him and Dr. Feely. They're feeling it. Mandy Hegan. That was a claim.
Dr. Feely and Doc Pontier, man. Those guys.
All time. They're the best.
All time.
But Doc Pontier mentioned this.
Yeah.
Lest we forget, Wiggins got injured in the playoffs. He got hurt against the Lakers. Cracked rib. And the rehab on that is not just simple. They just got to let it heal. You can't really move around a lot. So in fairness to him, there was some more ramping up in the summer, late summer for him to get back from that injury. But to his point overall, the writing's been on the wall for most of his career. It's never been this bad, but maybe that one season, Bonte, is just they caught lightning in a bottle. That's just what it feels like.
But
right?
he was never this bad.
That's the thing. Never
in
this
a
bad.
bad year in Minnesota, he was averaging 18, 19 a game.
Yeah. Like the thing with him in Minnesota was the consistency wasn't there.
Right.
He'd fade out. You never, like, he'd look up at the box score and be like, okay, 18, 5, 2.
Empty calories.
Empty calories. That's just what he was for most of his career. But this is just not even empty calories. This is just nothing.
This is nothing. This is bad. This is bad basketball. 4 of 19 in the last 3 games, 11 points. Awful. Let's go to Film on Mike. Love Film on Mike. Film on, what's happening, man?
Yeah, this is bad, man. This is like you eating bad, you smoking crack. What are you doing? You feel me? Wiggins is really out of it. Like, who is that? Gene from Oakland was like, I can't find him. Can't find me. What happened to his handle? What happened to Wiggins' handle? His handles, what? I'm looking at the game. I'm like, this isn't the Wiggins that could do the little fake Penny Hardaway move that he loved, that little patting from the shoulder. He don't got it. He's not working on his game. Draymond don't be working on his jumper like that. Well, maybe Draymond did this summer, but before then, he wasn't working on his jumper like that. Wiggins ain't been working on his game. He ain't been working on his handle. And one second. Boos. Carl Lewis got booed for doing the national anthem horribly.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Comedians get booed. If you're not bringing the heat, you're going to get booed. Shout out to Cat Williams and Shay Shay. If you know what I'm saying, singers going to get booed. So when the Warriors play horribly, you're going – and you know why we boo you? Because we know. Give it up to the Bay Area fans. We're basketball fans. We know good basketball. We know you shouldn't be losing by 25, 35, 45 points to the whatever team it could be Boston. You shouldn't be losing by those 35 points. What the hell is going on? And y'all tripping on Bulls? Man, check this out. And another thing, you fans, y'all gonna start talking about my city. The Warrior from Philadelphia came in Kezar. They probably got booed back then. They went wherever they went to, Pinot, to play a game, Daly City. They probably got booed there too. And you know what happened when they went to Oakland and Oracle Arena? They got booed there too. So I'm speaking on my city, talking about the Chase Center. Oh, it's because we're in the Chase Center. No. If you play horrible, the Bay Area basketball fans gonna call your ass out, and we gonna boo you. We love basketball. Stop trying to play us. Thank you.
Hard to disagree with Film on Mike. And that's the absolute fire.
I wanted to tell Mike that he needs to calm down with the Instagram posts. Some of them I'd be scrolling, and Jade's right next to me, the missus. Some of these parties he's be hosting.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Film on Mike lives a good life. Just say
and he could hear the passion in his voice. He's a diehard.
But he's right. But I get what he was saying because I get a lot of this. Oh, the curse of Chase Center. San Francisco don't have real basketball fans. A lot of us in San Francisco used to travel to Oracle Arena and go watch the Golden State Warriors.
We act like Oakland is like 50 miles away.
Right. It's 7 miles away.
The bridge.
We love our Warriors. So this is a basketball region. The SF program used to be, we are a basketball region. We love our hoops. Filmo's right on the money. It has nothing to do with being in San Francisco. It has everything to do with the way the team is playing.
It goes back to
the team is playing like crap. When you give up 46 points in the first quarter, and people were said, they were down 15-4. I was texting with the boss man yesterday, Matt Hagan. He was sitting next to Doc Pania and Dr. Feely. Before he got into his seats, they were down 15-4.
Yeah, I didn't see him in that fourth quarter when I took that picture. Where were you at, Big Boss Man?
On the way back home.
The game wasn't over then.
Well, a lot of people left early.
Points.
I saw the mass exodus from the gatehouse with about 8 minutes left. And I can't blame them. They pay their money. They can do what the hell they want to do. They want to boo, they can boo. That's what they want to do. What do you think Joe Lacob wanted to do courtside? Did you see his body language? You think he was happy about what's going on and what's going on with this team? They were 11-11 at home. 11-11. They just went 2-5 on a 7-game homestand. And the last, starting with the fourth quarter in Denver, like that's the thing. The fourth quarter in Denver happened. They get outscored 25-4. It's the most horrendous loss, I think, of the season. Then you play Detroit in the back-to-back. And that was one of the most lifeless victories I've seen in a long time from this unit. They had to fight Detroit tooth and nail to get that win.
That was the worst win of the season.
Worst win I've seen in years.
Felt like a loss.
And so now you get to Toronto and New Orleans, and they came in here and they said, we're going to get any shot we want. These shots that they were getting were warm-up threes.
Toronto, by the way, and that Knicks deal looks like it's helping both squads.
Both squads. Toronto's playing some good basketball. Yeah. But yeah, Uncle Teddy, you're so right. Joe Lacob got booed at Chris Willard's jersey retirement ceremony.
Rick Barry, come on, people. It's interesting. Steiny brought this up with Evan yesterday, and they're talking about, maybe it was the day before, but they're talking about Stephen Curry, right?
Yeah.
And as you know, they're going through guys that stayed in one place their entire career, and the franchise never moved on from them. Kobe and Tim Duncan this century, right? They stayed lifers with their team. And, you know, Evan was making the comparison, hey, you know, the Buss family didn't move on from Kobe, and that's who Joe Lacob emulates, right? He tries to be like Dr. Jerry Buss. He wants to be that. He wants to win all those titles. He wants to be the Showtime Lakers. Joe Lacob is only known as an NBA owner with this team. Life with Stephen Curry. Dr. Jerry Buss had Magic Johnson, he had Shaquille O'Neal, he had lots of other people. So this is a very unique situation with Joe Lacob. I don't think he's ready for life after Steph yet. So this whole this whole narrative that they're move on or Steph's going to want out, I don't see that happening. But everyone else around him, because we saw the reports this morning, Bonte, with Sham Charania of The Athletic, basically saying everyone's for sale except for Steph. I think that's from Lacob, man. I think that's Lacob, that's Dunleavy. They're in lockstep being like, something needs to change. When the face of my franchise and the face of Bay Area sports, Stephen Curry says, you know, the definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over and expecting things to change. That's as incendiary of a comment, and I know it doesn't sound incendiary, but for Stephen Curry, that's incendiary. He doesn't go out and say this publicly, Bonte. You know that. And I got some heat a couple months ago because I said, you know, I want Steph to be a little more selfish and speak through the media like a LeBron does and stuff like that. Like, and maybe I didn't word it right, but this is basically what I was alluding to. Do some jabs like he just did there. He did it in such a way where it's like, you know what? The entire franchise is on notice, and Joe Lacob particularly. So this is
I want to touch on that.
Massive inflection point.
Life after Magic Johnson wasn't pretty for the Lakers. The Sedell Threet days.
No.
They were not pretty. They had to go get Shaq. After Shaq, when it was just Kobe, those days were not pretty. The Lakers couldn't give ass a first round. The Celtics, after Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, and Robert Parrish, they've got one championship since 1986. Well, ask the Chicago Bulls how life is after Michael Jordan. They've been to one conference final since Jordan left that basketball team.
Derrick Rose.
And Pippen moved on. So, yeah, life after Steph will not be pretty. You're going to have to reinvent yourself. Life after Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Kawhi Leonard and Tony Parker was not pretty for San Antonio. Now they've got Wemby. They hope that Wemby is the start of a new dynasty, but they're still losing games left and right. Life's not easy after a dynastic run. It's not. And we're starting to see it. But the Warriors, they felt like they could have controlled the situation better. And now, what do? Who wants Andrew Wiggins' contract? Who wants to take on Draymond Green? Klay Thompson has an expiring contract. He's a rental. I think a team would take a chance on Klay Thompson.
I think
there's a lot of teams lining up to take on Klay Thompson because of his shooting. And over his last 23 games, he is shooting 40% from three. Now, he looks a little tired over the last couple, but somebody will take his shooting because he'll be on a team that has other guys that can dribble, drive, penetrate, and create for him. That's what he needs right now. Brandon Pajewski, as well as he's played this season as a rookie, he is a rookie. And right now, it seems like he's hitting that rookie wall. The last two nights have not been pretty for him. Steve Kerr had the game come out in the first quarter. He just didn't have it. They were all over him. That's all we got to tell the youngsters sometimes. You got to chill with some of the celebrations and everything. I want you to be you. But, boy, the scouting report's out. So now how does Pajemski adjust? I expect him to adjust, but you got to remember he's a rookie. That's why rookies usually don't win NBA championships.
Is there any stipulations from trading rookies? Is there anything in those? Because you don't see that very often.
You don't see it often, but you could do it.
That's what I was saying. When Sham said everything is on the table here,
he meant everything is on the table.
Are they doubling down on the now and getting rid of the future for this next 2 years? Like, that would be crazy to me.
But I don't know what it looks like.
Like, because I feel like most of us are in lockstep thinking, they should keep Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis. What if like Steph's like, no, I need the young guys out. I need to go get something. Well, whether it's a Pascal Siakam, I don't care if he says he's not going to resign. I need this guy here. This is our last chance with this core three. We need to go all in.
I don't know what it looks like.
Yeah,
I don't know what it looks like. But to me, everything being on the table is the right approach. Everything should be on the table. Now, Steph's not going to. You got the All-Star game coming. You can't do that. You can't.
No, he's not.
You trade Steph. You're going to see a lot more empty seats. We're going to see a lot more booing. So you don't do that. You do what Steph wants. This is Steph's franchise. It's time to cater to Stephen Curry. So if that means, 408's right. LeBron traded Wiggins right after the Cleveland Cavaliers selected him number 1 overall.
That was like the draft kind of though, right? So he never even played with him.
He never even played with him. So, I mean, I think he played a Summer League game. He may have played a Summer League game.
He might play a Summer League.
Yeah.
He's out in Vegas for a second.
Played Summer League game with a Cavaliers jersey.
Never got to Cleveland.
You know? So Klay wouldn't make a team. There's going to be a lot of teams. As much as a lot of y'all talk about Klay Thompson, it's not everybody. But if Klay Thompson was to go to the right situation, if he went to Milwaukee, Philadelphia, oh my God. Are you kidding me?
I keep looking at the Bucks being a good situation, I think, there.
What if Minnesota says we need more shooting? What if OKC says, you know what, we need a 2-guard off the bench who can light it up?
You know, Big John over here, I mentioned that, and he's like, wouldn't Klay, be upset about something? I was like, no. I think he'd play with his hair on fire.
Klay Thompson.
He's playing for his career after this when he gets traded.
What if Klay Thompson, and I know he said, and everybody made a big roar about it, hey, I don't care about booing, I'm not losing any sleep over it. Maybe Klay Thompson right now is feeling like, you know what? I'm happy I didn't sign an extension here. This situation is not the best for me. Maybe he's like, you know what? I see the chaos, and like Bob Myers, I could just walk after the season. Maybe that's where Klay's at.
So we're talking Bob Myers leaving last year, Steve Kerr, Klay Thompson.
Wow.
That is, wow. And again, within 24 hours, things are changing in sports. Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick, Nick Saban, see ya. Things happen fast.
Things happen. Let's go to, let's go to Dave in San Francisco. Then we get to Joe, Tim, and Willie in Oakland. Then we'll play some Belichick sound. Dave in San Francisco, what's happening?
What's up? What's up, Bonte? CCSF's finest. Just wanted to come on here and propose a trade. Honestly, I think the Warriors should go all in on the big three. They deserve it. And if that means getting rid of Looney, Kuminga, Wiggins, and like you said, life after Curry, that 2027 first-round pick unprotected, you go get Lowry Markkanen, and you go get that big four right there. And I think that's going to give you at least a chance these next 3 years to do something.
Well,
yeah, that's my take.
All right, that's fine. That's fair, but I don't know if the Utah Jazz are interested in trading Lowry Markkanen, who had 26 points and 12 rebounds last night against the Denver Nuggets. The Utah Jazz out of nowhere are 19-20.
They're 8-2 in their last 10.
Last 10.
They just destroyed the defending champs.
And they destroyed the Milwaukee Bucks in Milwaukee. They destroyed the Philadelphia 76ers in Philadelphia. They dropped 154 at the Pistons.
I like their coach, by the way.
Will Hardy's tough. I like Will Hardy.
He's good.
I like Will Hardy. So the Utah Jazz have leapfrogged you. And we know Danny Ainge doing business with him. Please.
Yeah.
So Lowry Markkanen, I don't think the Warriors are going to be able to sniff him at all. Joe Laker's face after last night's game from the 954. Yeah, I saw it. He's not pleased at all. Let's go to Tim in North Carolina. Tim, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Hey, I'm going to get into something. I think if you guys go back to last week, just from the moment the whispers that Draymond was coming back, everything about the team, it just seemed like it changed overnight. That's one thing I noticed. I think it was either right after the Denver game, everybody not kind of knew he was coming back. And just to look at it, I mean, the worst performances ever. I don't know if he's a dark cloud. I don't know, man. But that's a rough one. And, I think, guys, it was really, really botched last year, just superiorly botched. And I don't know if y'all saw the game the other night with Denver and Mike Malone. They said how he was saying he's going to have patience with his young guys. He has to have patience.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't take that approach last year. Last year was the year to not to be so big of ourselves and just think we are entitled to win a championship every single damn year. Last year was the year for these guys to integrate youth, make them a part of it, make them feel like they were a part of it, start it from the beginning, and go in on that, because we would see some different players, I think, this year.
Yeah.
As it relates to Moody, Kuminga, who knows, Wiseman even would have been a part of things. What that took, guys, it took not only a coach, it took some players, big heavyweight players, to understand that they needed that youth to keep this thing going and make them feel well about being a part of this team, to empower them, to make for Steph to say to coach, hey, let's get Kuminga the ball, let him punish his guy this time around, let's get these guys a part of it. It took that, and these guys were so big of themselves, they didn't have that. And then on another one, I heard y'all kind of coming about the Kuminga thing, and he's not doing it the last game or two. But what I look at, Bonte, what tells me that this kid is completely different than what y'all are saying is that he ain't out there. While they out there getting their heads beat in, he ain't out there jacking, trying to get his.
No
He's
doubt.
still moving the ball, trying to get the ball to Steph, trying to get the ball to Clay.
No doubt.
He had 12 points, 4 or 7, but I'd rather see 12 points, 4 or 7 than 12 points, 4 or 14, because that tells me he's out there looking for his.
No, you're
doing that.
You're on it. You're on it, Tim. You're on it, and it did feel like it. I want to pick up on where you started at, Tim, in North Carolina. I appreciate the call. Not empowering the youngsters early on. A lot of conversations I've had over the last 3 years about these youngsters. Now, they may just not be good, all right? They may not be ready for the big time. But it has felt like they've had two different teams on one team over the last 2 years. The whole two timeline thing. Why not just one timeline? Why not just one heartbeat? Why not just one beat? You know what I'm saying? Like, why not empower the youngsters to play with some of the veterans? Last year, remember the way it started on that road trip? It was, okay, we got our starting five with the best net rating. Now let's throw all the youngsters out there together to figure it out. Why not integrate them with the veterans? Mix them in with the veterans.
In hindsight, you're so right, because saying two timelines immediately, I feel like fractured the team.
Yep.
It separated old from young, and it's supposed to be one big happy family, but you created two separate ones.
And then when you think about what happened in training camp, you don't think that divided some of the youngsters with the veterans?
Even some of the veterans. Kevon Looney was not happy with Draymond, tell you that.
Absolutely not.
Even though they were chopping up on the bench last night.
No, he was not happy. Think about that. Think about what happened with this team. We rode all in on the veterans, and we trusted the veterans to bring it back home. And our vocal leader on this basketball team, in his organization, now we're going to see what he does on the court when he does get back, and that's Draymond Green. But he's got his fingerprints all over this. Watching him get cooked for 46 points. I doubt that happens with Draymond Green on the floor. Now, I'm not saying they win that basketball game last night with Draymond Green, but they ain't scoring 46 points in the first quarter. That's for damn sure.
No. Well, the blowouts have been actually the exception to the rule, because it's been a lot of clutch games, right? I keep hearing that term,
But what does that mean? Is that good or bad?
I feel like if you're a good team, you win those games. And if you're a bad team, you lose those games. We see that all the time in the NFL, right?
Yep.
Like what was it, the Vikings last year? They had all those close games, but you know what? They found a way. Kirk Cousins found a way, and you just give them credit. You are what your record says you are. And right now, for using that analogy, the Warriors are a below-average team.
Yeah, they are. They are. You can't sugarcoat that. There ain't no dressing that up. And what do? Here's what Shams surrounded before we get to the last calls of the day. And we got the Belichick sound. And I want to read something here that, it's been a tough day for us here at 95.7 The Game. It's been very, very tough. Not going to lie to you. Some of you callers have put a smile on my face, man. Some of the comments, guys have put a smile on my face, but it's been extremely difficult today. Shams Charania from The Athletic, here's what he had to say about the Warriors in the trade deadline.
The mindset in Golden State right now is everyone but Steph Curry is on the table. That's their mindset. Now, realistically, there's an asterisk, right? Like Klay Thompson, would they want to keep him long-term and keep him in Golden State? I think that's been their hope. They have not been able to reach a contract extension with him. We've talked about it. And Draymond Green just got back from an extension. Those have been their three core guys in the front office. They're big fans of Jonathan Kuminga, big fans of Brandon Podziemski. They're big fans of Trace Jackson Davis. But Wiggins and everyone else on that roster except Steph Curry has to be in play for this team. They're going to be looking to make moves.
The tough part is, if we know this, the other teams know that. They know their value is so low right now. If you're Andrew Wiggins, if you're Draymond, if you're Clay, so what can you even get for them?
The problem also is you want to make moves, you want to be aggressive, but they also don't want, from what I'm told, they don't want to take long-term money back. You don't want to take another massive contract back. So you think about a guy like Zach LaVine.
Can't do it.
Who's making 3 years, he's got almost $140 million after this season. And honestly, hanging over all this is Steve Kerr's contract status as well. He's expiring contract. There's no sign of a new deal as of right now for him either.
Wow.
And so this Warriors team, they're teetering right now. As we're just under a month until the trade deadline, I think they will be active. Everyone but Steph Curry has to be in play.
Hard to disagree with that. It's hard.
Yeah.
You're paying this much money for this roster? Moves got to be made. And Mike Dunleavy, boy, what a first year for him. First season for him as a GM of the Golden State Warriors.
The first move he makes is moving on from Jordan Poole for Chris Paul.
3 days, after they
rival.
said, hey, think about that. 3 days, Spinoni, after they said Jordan Poole is Kuminga was a big part of their future.
So you don't listen to GMs. I take everything they say with a grain of salt. I understand Bob Myers was, very in tune with the emotional side, the human side of it. I feel like Mike Dunleavy, I'm not saying he's cold or heartless or anything like that. I'm not saying that. I just don't think he views it the same way Bob did because Bob came up with all these guys. That's all he's known. Mike's played in the NBA as a player. He's been through the ups and downs. He was a disappointment. I don't want to say he's a bust, but he was a guy that didn't live up to expectations. He often talks about Bonte. He thinks about his playing career with the Warriors and his time now as an executive as two different types of Warriors. There was the old bad Warriors and the Joe Lacob Warriors. He even views it as, going from Oracle and going to Chase. It's revitalized him in a way. So, yeah, this is going to be, and we say legacy game. Right. Shout out Steiny, legacy game. It's going to be a legacy trade deadline or an offseason for Mike Dunleavy.
Hell of them. Let's do this, Benoni. Let's get these two calls out the way. We'll play Belichick. Then we'll have some final thoughts on what has been a very difficult show. Very difficult show, to say the least. But you guys have picked us up out there in the Bay Area, nationwide. We got Tim calling from North Carolina, Clark the Shark calling from South Carolina.
We had Vic from Holland.
The
Netherlands. Flying Dutchman.
You guys have picked us up in a major way, and I appreciate you guys. I'm so grateful for this audience and so grateful for this station. But the fans out there who show so much love to us here at 95.7 The Game and at NBC Sports Bay Area, that's what makes this fun. It's because of you guys. Honestly, it's because of you guys. Joe in the Creek. And then we'll get to Willie in Oakland before we get to Belichick. What's up, Joe?
Hey, man, great job keeping it together. I watched Shasky leave. It was hard to see, so I know it's rough on you guys.
Yep.
Hey, just a couple of thoughts. This team is playing like they know a trade is coming, and the reason they're playing such horrible defense is because they do know. It all goes back to Denver when Joey Lightyears goes to the post-game interview just to hear Kerr's excuse of why he didn't play Kuminga, and in the next game, Kuminga gets 34 points. And then after that, here's Steve Kerr's message to the vets. He's telling Dre and Clay, hey, guys, you need to enjoy and embrace the sunset of your career. You put that all together, and this team knows that some of these vets are going, and maybe some of these young guys, something big's coming down the pipe. And honestly, it needs to. And I put a lot of this on Kerr, just like you all were talking about. Last year was the year he needed to play these young guys, and now he's paying the price.
Yeah. Good call, Joe. Let's go to Willie in Oakland. Willie, what's happening?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. This has been a depressing day, but always helpful to hear you guys talk on this. Two things. One, I feel Kuminga, unfortunately, has to go. I love the guy. I love his energy, but you can't come out the side of your mouth and talk about your coach. Obviously, he didn't back it up the few days after. But regardless, you've just lost the confidence of your coach, probably your teammates, and unfortunately, his own confidence, because now he's put extra pressure on himself. Steve Kerr's damned if you do, damned if you don't in terms of playing him now. There's just no way he can come back from this. And, when you think about Kuminga's career, he's never been a killer. There was a game probably 20 or so ago where just our bench was in with Kuminga, and somehow we brought it back as the bench has done continuously. Yeah. And he had the ball in his hands, and he passed it with maybe 20 seconds to go. He doesn't have killer instinct. I feel for him. He's a great player. He's a good role player, but he's not that guy. And we need to think about who's the guy that can take us to the next step. And it's not Kuminga, and we should trade him now before they Trey Lance him and wait until he's playing bad, and then we don't get anything for him.
All right, good call, Willie. Good call, Willie. Everything is on the table. We'll get back to the Warriors tomorrow when they take on the Chicago Bulls A lot is going on here. Real quick, Spadoni, because I know you're a big football fan like I am, and you're all over the league. Let's play Belichick's final statement, his farewell statement here, and I have it right here. Belichick and the Patriots parting ways after 24 years together.
And finally, to the fans, fans here are amazing. There's so many memories of the fans, the send-offs, the parades, the Sundays, whatever the situations are, the letters of support, seeing the fans, away from here, at a gas station or a grocery store, or, where you bump into them. Patriot fans here, and not just in New England, but they extend nationally and even internationally as I've traveled. It's amazing how far the arm reaches. We saw that this year in Germany. So appreciative of the fans for all the support they've given me, my family, and this football team. And it's with just so many fond memories and thoughts that I think about the Patriots, and I'll always be a Patriot. I look forward to coming back here, but at this time, we're gonna move on, and I look forward, excited for the future, but always very, very appreciative of the opportunity here, the support here, and what you've done for me.
So it sounds like he's going to coach again, Spadoni. He's 15 wins away, I believe, from tying Don Shula or surpassing Don Shula for most wins in NFL history. So it does sound like he's going to coach again.
Man, I was just talking about John. 24 years. He's been there since I was in kindergarten.
I was still in high school, Spadoni.
I have 2 kids and a mortgage. He was doing it since I was in kindergarten.
I was a senior in high school.
Oh, my God.
I've got gray hair and a receding hairline.
Oh, my God. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I'm not a Patriots fan, but, it kind of caught me off guard here. I've never heard Belichick cry.
Yeah.
Throughout his entire career, he's turned into this kind of meme, if you will, about, this robot when he's out there. He doesn't say anything. He grumbles. But, the realization that it's over for him in New England, I don't know. It's kind of sad. It is.
His defense is still really good.
His defense is still really good, and it's kind of he loses of all teams to the Jets
in his last
a team that he owned.
Yeah,
he was actually head coach for 24 hours of the Jets for a hot second,
if that. The Bill and Bill 30 for 30 all-time classic.
All time. Robert Saleh, the last coach to beat him when he was a New England Patriot. If he ever doesn't coach against the last guy, so. I don't know how much he has left in the tank. I don't know if I'm a team out there that wants to go in that direction, the Patriot way. I don't know if I'm doing that. Maybe I'm looking to go younger. I understand the age is just a number and stuff like that. He is the greatest ever to do it. But just to see him, and I know he coached the Browns as a head coach. I know he's with the Giants as a coordinator. It would just be weird to see him now. I can't see him as a Raider. I'm sorry. I don't see him as a Raider. I don't see him as a Seahawk. A Tennessee Titan. I just don't see that.
We'll see.
We'll see, I guess. But I think Diana Rossini said they are the Titans are out on Belichick and potentially Pete Carroll. I think was the other guy that they're not interested in those.
We'll see. Yeah. We'll see. Shout out to the YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Twitch, and of course the Comcast Business Text Line. Over 1,200 people was viewing us today on YouTube in what has been a tough morning for us here at 95.7 The Game. Our brothers are hurting right now. Matthew Steinman's just lost his father today. He's going to be out. Joe Shasky had to rush to the hospital. Papa Shasky struggling right now with the heart. Our prayers go out to them. And I want to read this from my brother Leon, who I met when I was working at the Bubble Lounge. I love his daughter Dom. His daughter Dom goes to Occidental College down in Orange County, and she used to sit next to me when I used to do the public address announcement at City College in San Francisco. He sent this very heartfelt message today. And I want to read it, but only before we get to the final thoughts. Tough day, brother. I understand. Currently, my mom is living in a rehab center because of her severe mobility issues. As a family, we have to pivot, and if she comes back to our house, there will be necessary care for her at the house. We all have to understand that we must come together as our parents and loved ones age and witness it. What you're saying today is the way I try to live life. I always tell my kids to reach out, say hi to your friends and family whenever you get the chance, because it seems like people come around when people are ailing. Why not enjoy friends and family when they are vibrant and well, not injured or with illness? I try to grab coffee with all my friends every now and then just to see and catch up. Not everyone can make it, but I made the attempt. Some people want a beer or something to that sort, but I prefer being with folks and share moments when sober. Sounds boring, but you could do something productive right after. Drinking, you're done. Appreciate everyone in the now. I was told by some wise people that we should always speak about others who have passed because they live again through story and are remembered, never forgotten. Prayers to our brother Shasky, but also prayers and good vibes to all of us and our families here at 95.7 The Game for continued good health and growth. I only listen to the show because of you, because it was me, just me and my music. And now I'm a roaster, plus a fan of the station as a whole. You've changed my life this way, and it's been special. Me and you give me and the guys so much material for great conversation. Prosper in 2024, my friend, and keep grinding. That's from my guy, Leon. And he's so spot on. On a day like today, watching Shasky rush out the station like that and seeing his face and what his dad means to him. Don't wish that on anybody, man. Don't wish. We got a lot of calls today. People sharing their stories. Who is it, Mark? I forget the name, but they called us. He just lost his mother, man. Just buried his mother on Monday. Passed away a day before Christmas. Sometimes life is just bigger than sports. It is. And knowing who Papa Shasky is, he loves his station. He loves his son. He supports everybody. He became a P1. Hell, we even got his picture on our YouTube whenever he calls. We had the greatest time at the NFC Championship game in 2021. The greatest time. I love his wife, Noreen, who I call Mrs. Shasky, but she checked me. She goes, you call me Noreen, Bonte. I still can't do it. And what they do to support me and baby Chaz and the gifts they're giving to baby Chaz and Anna and all the love they showed us. They have become family here at 95.7 The Game. It's not just a friendship. When Shasky and I fight on these airwaves, it's real. But we're family, and we're brothers, and we love each other. And I love Papa Shasky. And I learned, and I reiterate this, I've learned how to be a better father just by watching Papa Shasky take his son in. And I know Papa Shasky had his struggles back in the day, but he's always been there for his family. He's always been the glue to that family. And I watched when they dropped Shasky and I off at the airport going to Philadelphia. And the smile on his face to watch his son live out his dream. I watched Shasky's brother, Deli Boy, when we flew out to Boston. And Deli Boy, the hug he gave Shasky and how proud of them they were of Shasky and how proud of they were proud. Papa Shasky said, I got to see you guys at the airport before you go to Philadelphia. I got to see you guys. He always hugs me and kisses me on the cheek, and I'm like, man, Papa Shasky, you don't need to kiss me on the cheek. But on my refrigerator, I kid you not, there's a lot of pictures on my fridge, Big Dog City, Little Mikey, Wet. There's a picture of me, Baby Chaz, and Papa Shasky. And it's going to stay on that refrigerator for as long as I live. And just please send your prayers out to Shasky, man. It's not easy. It's not easy going through what he's going through right now. And to see my brother hurt like that, it's just tough. It's bigger than the Warriors, man. Kiss your loved ones, hug them. With that, let's get to Final Five. Obviously, my final thoughts are with Shasky. I love you, brother. Hang in there, man. Hang in there. We got your back. And you best believe the Roasters have your back. We got you, brother. And we got the Shasky family. And we got Steiny's family, for that matter. Spinoni, go ahead, Big John, if you guys got anything.
I think that's well said. We love you, Steiny. We love you, Shasky, Papa Shasky. We're all thinking of you guys.
Hug your loved ones.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation TV network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruption.
All right, Bay Area, life comes at you fast. And when it rains, it pours, in the name and the words of Steve Kerr. This is Evan Giddings alongside Jason Dumas here with you, filling in for Steiny and Guru. And look, Jay, this is a point where the Golden State Warriors are hurting. I know those that are familiar with what's been going on at the station understand that some of the people at this station are hurting. And so first and foremost, I want to send my love out to Matt Steinmetz, Joe Shasky, and of course, Daryl the Guru Johnson, who's with his family right now. There's a lot going on right now, but I'm happy to be rocking with you here on a beautiful Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. Much love to all of our coworkers. They're like family, obviously, and we wish them the best in all their family stuff going on because, we're on these radio airwaves all day long and we're doing this media thing. And, sometimes you got to stop and remember what's important, family, and everybody got to take care of their house. So I hope everything is good with all of them and they get through some of these times and get on the other end with a smile on their face.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you hopping in. Like, this is a situation where, we're talking about, all right, what are we going to do before the show? Where should we start? Because there's so many different things to start with the Golden State Warriors right now, who got absolutely rocked last night for a second consecutive game. Final score 141-105 to the New Orleans Pelicans. They finished their longest homestand of the season, 2-5. They're 3 games below 500. And Jason, this is kind of where I want to start. To me, though last night and the last 2 nights, I don't think are a reflection of who each and every person is within that organization, the last 2 games, and more so last night, are absolutely an indication of where this team is at. And I certainly hope that it's rock bottom, but with the lifelessness that the Warriors played with against the New Orleans Pelicans, I mean, they gave up 46 points in the first quarter, got absolutely ran off the floor in the second half. This is a team that right now is searching for answers, and I felt like we got a little bit of an insight as to what a few of them can be post-game, and you were there. You heard everything coming from the mouths of Steve Kerr, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and we're going to dig into all that sound. But from last night, what were you left with feeling after watching a team that was looking up at the 8-minute mark and seeing pretty much half the house leave Chase Center?
Yeah, for the second game in a row at that. There was 6.5 minutes left, and they were leaving in droves. I thought, and from my perspective, I've been here. This is my 6th season covering the Warriors, so my perspective starts with that NBA Finals season where they lost to Toronto. So I don't want to go before that because I wasn't here. But from my vantage point, now that you hear the context, I said, man, we are seeing the end of an era play out in real time. Just the way they're playing, the body language, the lifelessness, even Steve Kerr. Before last season, I'd say not many people thought Bob Myers was going to leave. Yeah, we knew he had a contract coming up and anything is possible. But I'd say the popular opinion was like, they'll figure something out. He'll re-up. They're taking their time, nothing to worry about. And then as we get closer and closer and closer to the end, and he has no contract, and I think kind of fatigue set in with Bob. And then I also think Bob is extremely smart, and he understood what was going on. He didn't want to be the guy who had to make these really tough, uncomfortable decisions with guys who he employs, but is deeper than that. They're his friends. It's weird. How does Bob Myers look Klay in the eye and's like, you're not worth that anymore. We're not going to pay you that. How does Bob look Draymond in the eye and be like, dude, you're just exhausting. We can't do this anymore. It's tough. So he would never come out and say that's why he retired, but when you look and sift through everything, I think he just didn't want to deal with all that. And now he's going to go to Washington and, he has a fresh start. And he probably learned a lesson you know what, in Washington, I probably won't get as close as I got to my coworkers as I did in Golden State, because when you have to make decisions, it's kind of tough because emotions are involved and you're dealing with someone who you really like on a human level. So my long-winded point is this, we didn't think Bob Myers was leaving heading into the beginning of last year. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing with Steve. Steve told me to my face, I'm not done coaching. I want to coach for a long time. And I believed him, why would he lie? And I didn't stick it to him and be like, when are you going to sign? But he told me that, so I took it at face value. But now you look at Steve. Last night, I asked him what I thought was a pretty good question. I said, hey, you guys can go on the road. And do you think that's maybe an opportunity to kind of galvanize the troops? You guys, you guys will be forced to be together a little bit. And Steve just said, I hope so. He just seems like he is over it. He really does. So if you fast forward to the beginning of the year, rewind to the beginning of the year, I'm thinking, oh, yeah, he'll be back. They'll come out. Same thing with Bob. He'll be back. They'll figure something out. Now I'm like, Steve might need to take a year or two off. Like, I don't think Steve Kerr is retired from basketball, is going to retire from basketball at the end of this year. But who's not to say after the end of this year, Steve is like, you know what? It was an amazing run. I need a break. I will coach the Olympic team this summer.
Yep.
That's what I signed up for. And once the Olympics are over, I'm going to go down to my favorite city in the world, San Diego, where I live in the all season, drink some Coronas, and I'll figure it out from there. That would not surprise me anymore, just seeing how this year has played out, seeing his body language. The guy looks exhausted every press conference.
Yeah, I think that's the best word. And look, everyone on the Golden State Warriors is trying to find their beach right now. Like, everyone's looking for that proverbial Corona, looking to find some sort of, a semblance of positivity, a bit of optimism. And you heard it pretty much up and down the line. There was none of that. Everyone looks exhausted right now. And that is very concerning for a team that's in game 37 of 82. And yes, there's a little under a month left until the trade deadline. And they're probably going to make a move. But last night made me feel like this, Jay. I walked out of Chase Center, and I don't know what today was going to be. And in fact, everything that happened this morning with a lot of our coworkers, of course, piled on top of that. But this is where sports and reality kind of intertwine sometimes, because we look to the Warriors, we look to sports in general as being an outlet from all the different things that we deal with in life. And for whatever reason, the two just seemed to kind of converge for me last night and then this morning, hearing everything that happened to a few of our, of course, loved coworkers, but then also seeing where the Warriors are at. And it just feels like everything's up in the air. I mean, I'm exhausted. You're exhausted. Steve Kerr's exhausted. Curry's exhausted. Everyone is looking for something to cling to right now. And it's very difficult to kind of, look, we're going to sift through all this stuff for the next 4 hours. But what I was left with is this: everything's on the table. And it was interesting to wake up this morning and hear this piece of sound from Shams Charania of The Athletic, basically vocalizing everything I think we were feeling after listening to all the guys that you were talking about.
The mindset in Golden State right now is everyone but Steph Curry is on the table. That's their mindset. Now, realistically, there's an asterisk, right? Like, Klay Thompson, would they want to keep him long-term and keep him in Golden State? I think that's been their hope. They have not been able to reach a contract extension with him. We've talked about it. And Draymond Green just got back from an extension. Those have been their three core guys in the front office. They're big fans of Jonathan Kuminga, big fans of Brandon Podziemski. They're big fans of Trace Jackson Davis. But Wiggins and everyone else on that roster except Steph Curry has to be in play for this team. They're going to be looking to make moves.
The tough part is, if we know this, the other teams know that. They know their value is so low right now. If you're Andrew Wiggins, if you're Draymond, if you're Klay, so what can you even get for them?
The problem also is, you want to make moves, you want to be aggressive, but they also don't want, from what I'm told, they don't want to take long-term money back. You don't want to take another massive contract back. So you think about a guy like Zach LaVine.
Can't do it.
Who's making 3 years, he's got almost $140 million after this season. And honestly, hanging over all this is Steve Kerr's contract status as well. He's expiring contract. There's no sign of a new deal as of right now for him either.
Wow.
And so this Warriors team, they're teetering right now. As we're just under a month until the trade deadline, I think they will be active. Everyone but Steph Curry has to be in play.
From last night, I heard fragility. I heard the Golden State Warriors are in a state of fragility right now, and everything is on the table. And whatever happens, it might happen today. That's kind of where I'm at. I think that Joe Lacob in the building for the last 2 nights saw people leave. He saw lifelessness in this team. And I think he's the kind of guy that would take action on a day like today. I didn't necessarily think the Warriors would pull the trigger prior to the deadline. I think they would kind of be in that assessment mode, Jason. But after last night, if something happened today, I would not be surprised.
No, not at all. And, I don't think the Warriors are one trade away. If they want to contend this year, they need to make multiple trades. And to make multiple trades, you should probably start sooner rather than later. Remember, I believe it was 2 years ago when the Lakers completely just transformed their team mid-season. They acquired a bunch of different wings, Richie Hachimura and some of those guys. And they went from a team... Was that even last year?
That was last season, yeah. They flipped. They got Vanderbilt in. They sent off Russell Westbrook.
They
completely flipped it,
And pre-trade, they were kind of like a Warriors team right now, like fighting for a play-in spot. They transformed their team into a Western Conference Finals team. They got swept, I believe, by the Nuggets, but they were
still made the conference finals, yeah.
And it was one of those weird sweeps. Every single game came down to like the last 2 possessions. Like it was a close series, even though it was a sweep. But my point is, they didn't wait till the trade deadline. They made like 2-3 deals within like a 3-week span. And the trade deadline's February 8th. We're coming up to about the 3-week mark. Mm-hmm. Warriors need to start making deals now if they believe they can make a NBA Finals run. If they just make one move, like, come on, we see the product out there. I'm just being real. Don't make me make you mad with facts. Like, they don't got it. They just don't. Draymond, I think the world of him as a player. He's not going to change what we saw the last 2 nights. He might be a little more vocal, and he might help some other things, but this is a group that does not seem connected, point blank, period. It's a group that's kind of dejected. I don't like the body language. I hate what Klay Thompson said about the boos. He can genuinely believe that because I can kind of see why he would feel that way. Like, I would maybe feel that way too. But you got to read the room, man. And he didn't mean to do it. Steph just being himself. But then Steph made him look 10 times worse when Steph came in and gave the mature, adult guy who's a face of the franchise and a leader when he made his comments. And then I hear Shams say that everyone's on the table, and Shams is getting that from someone. He always hits the nail on the head. He is very, very, very plugged in. I hear him say that, and the first thing I thought about was Klay Thompson, what he said, because 2 nights ago, even through their struggles, I would say Klay's not getting traded. He's not going out like that. At the very least, they just won't re-sign him, and they'll celebrate him, be like, hey, we're not going to re-sign Klay Thompson, but there's going to be a statue of him. I didn't think it would be anything abrupt like a trade just because of the history, But after that comment and then hearing what Shams said this morning, yeah, Klay can get traded. He ain't losing sleep over this. Look, I am not one of those guys where it's like athletes have to bow down to your fans and athletes have to be so accommodating. But people invest a lot of money to see this product. People care a lot about this product. And I'll tell you, the moment a fan feels like he or she cares more than the athlete, that's when they turn on you. And I posted that clip of Klay yesterday. You should see my mentions. Klay lost a lot of people saying that, and I understand why. Whether you think it's fair or not, it's just the reality of the situation.
Let's hear what Klay Thompson had to say after the game when he was asked about the boos or the boo birds at back-to-back nights.
You guys have been booed each of the last 2 home games. Obviously, you're not used to that. How do you handle that?
Are you supposed to lose sleep over it?
I don't know if you're supposed to lose sleep over it, but you're supposed to care.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're supposed to sound like you care. Like Klay Thompson, and I still don't think they're going to trade Klay. I do think that there is enough of a commitment to the big three that he wouldn't be moved. But if it happened, I'm at the point where I'm not shocked. I would not be shocked about anything that the Warriors do from this point on. And when I hear Klay Thompson say that, and it's so funny because Klay Thompson prides himself on being someone that is present and that likes to be in the moment. But when I hear that combined with some of the breadcrumbs that he's left throughout the last year and a half, and I understand he's fought back from injuries that no other athlete has had to suffer through and come back and then been successful from. But he sounds like someone that is stuck in the past. He sounds like someone that is still looking to cling to whatever is left of this dynasty. However much of it is left, Jason, that to me is what I hear when I hear Klay Thompson saying, so what? I don't care about booze. What am I supposed to do about it? I understand he's trying to, kind of be the guy that's saying, look, we can't focus on it. I understand what he's trying to say, but how it came off and how it sounds is just absolutely, that's not what you should say after that kind of game, after these back-to-back games, combined with what you talked about with Stephen Curry.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not even sure what he was trying to say. I'm not even convinced he was trying to give that message, what you said, because I know what you mean. Like, hey, it's out of our control. I can't lose sleep over it. Like, I'm not even sure. I actually think he genuinely doesn't care, because the way he scoffed at the question, I know he has a history with Connor Letourneau, that Connor has had a couple articles about Klay, and they don't see eye to eye. Or Klay doesn't really put it right there. Klay doesn't really like Connor.
Klay's sensitive, too.
Yeah, Klay is sensitive, and Connor is a journalist first before anything. Connor definitely is not going to lose sleep that Klay doesn't like him. Connor does his job. He writes what he's want to write, and he's not going to be bullied into writing anything else. Not implying that Klay bullied him, but I know for a fact they've had their differences over some of the pieces Connor has wrote. So it could have been the messenger. Maybe if I had to ask Klay that, or you, or Kareth Burke or something, maybe Klay would have had a different reaction. Maybe it was more tied to Connor. But I am not convinced that Klay didn't mean it. Like, Connor didn't even have the words out of his mouth. I don't care. I mean, it's like, come on. It's almost like a defense mechanism, maybe, because you probably do care. Really, Klay. The people who say they don't care about something, they care. Klay, that happened earlier this year. I think it was with Tim.
Yep.
Tim asked him something about, not even related to coming off the bench. Oh, you think I need to get benched? I don't care what people are saying. I don't care. He cares a lot. And maybe he just needs to embrace that more. No one would fault you for caring. It's kind of your livelihood. It's kind of what you've dedicated your life doing. If you said you cared and you were a little sensitive to what people said, I don't think me or you would laugh at that.
No, I think we'd respect it.
Yeah.
I think we'd come off saying, yeah, you should care. You just got blown out by 36. You were down 41 points in the second half. You just gave up 76 points in the first half to Toronto a couple days ago. Like, you should care about the way this season's going. And yet, to come out and say that I don't care about how fans are feeling, and you know this maybe better than anyone, Jay, you're from Philly. West Coasters don't boo.
Right.
West Coasters do not boo, and they've booed back-to-back games. The Boo Birds came down in the second quarter when they're down 25. That is something you should care about.
Absolutely. It would be like if you just heard people saying you're a bad radio host. Like, what, you don't care about that? Of course you care. You work really hard to be a good radio host. That's what you want to do for a living. It's what you do for a living. Anyone who has any sort of dignity and self-pride cares about what they do and the product they put forth when they've spent a lot of time trying to hone in on that craft. So the fact that you say you don't care, first, is not believable. Second, read the room, Klay. And you hit the nail on the head with the booze. Like I said last night on Kron during my report, like, it was surprising to hear on Sunday. I didn't think it was wrong or anything. I'm not saying people shouldn't have booed, but it caught me by surprise.
Mm-hmm.
It really did. I've never heard that since I've been here. And it's a product of where they have fallen. They have high expectations. This is a team that won an NBA Finals 2 years ago. And I said this last year when Andrew Wiggins was away from the team for so long. And, I know people go back and forth on whether we're allowed to talk about that and how deep we get into it. Here's a fact, though. I said it last year. I said, Andrew Wiggins is lucky he plays in a city and in a market like the Bay Area. They're a little more understanding. They're not as intense. And that's not a slight. It's just how I feel. In Philly, he would have had to answer some questions. Like, there would have been like, where are you? Why aren't you playing? 1-2 weeks. But once you start getting into the multiple months of being gone, people would have asked, like, where's Andrew Wiggins? And it's the same thing this year. Wiggs is lucky, like, no one is really honed in on him. Yeah, he gets tweets and stuff, but, like, he has completely forgotten how to play basketball. 11 points in 3 days. In 3 games, I'm sorry. 11 combined points in 3 games.
That many?
Yeah, seriously. He doesn't even look to shoot the ball. It's like when he gets the ball, it's almost like hot potato now. He doesn't even want the ball in his hands. 2 years ago, not even 2 full years ago, June of 2022, Andrew Wiggins was the second best player on a championship team, doing everything. Now he can't get anything right. And it's just like, it's mind-boggling. Now, I know people say, well, this is kind of the norm. Like, Andrew Wiggins' championship season was an anomaly, but he was never this bad in his career.
I agree.
You could question his passion and his intensity, but even like a lifeless Andrew Wiggins is still like kind of just floating to like 15-6, 16-6. Now it's just a chore to get him to double digits. He has the worst plus minus on the team by far. And he went from having a pretty decent contract because he took a discount to stay. He could have gotten much more after that championship season. He went from being a nice player on a discount to now it's like he might have to be a salary dump player. Like, for someone to take Andrew Wiggins off the Warriors' hand, you might have to include Moses Moody to make it appealing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I'm with you, Jay. I think what showed me where Andrew Wiggins is at, you're talking about the fall from grace. 2 years ago, he was the second best player in the finals series. Last night, he was in the white flag lineup. He was on the floor when the game was over because Steve Kerr was trying to get anything he could out of him. And I know we got people that care. The Warriors may have not looked like they cared last night, but we got people that cared. 888-957-9570 here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. Also a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We want to hear from you, whether it's about Clay's comments. Should he care about booze? Does Andrew Wiggins look like he cares at all? Do the Warriors need a move right now? Do they have any time to wait? And also, Curry said something I thought was very revealing post-game. We're going to get into that on the other side as we continue here on Steiny and Goo. I see you all. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who...
We have a standard. It's pretty evident that if things stay the same, that's a definition of insanity, right? Keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So
now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Appreciate that, Steph. No Matt Steinmetz. He's out today dealing with something in a personal matter. Daryl the Guru Johnson also out of North Carolina. If they're listening, just want to say we love you guys, and we hope you're back soon. Evan Giddings in with Jason Dumas here on 95.7 The Game. That was Stephen Curry after the Warriors' 141-105 loss last night to the New Orleans Pelicans. In reference to, Jay, just how much can you prove between now and the trade deadline, essentially, in order to prove to us, prove to yourselves, prove to the front office that this doesn't need to be broken up? And it's interesting. Yesterday we were discussing the concept of leadership and individually Stephen Curry. And if there's any fair, criticism, I've never looked at Steph as the most vocal guy, and I've never looked at him as someone that demands trades and wants people out and wants people in and wants to shake things up, this, that, and the other. Not that he's had to do that in recent years because of how much success they've had. But that, to me, is Stephen Curry's version of vocal leadership. That is his version of saying, this cannot continue. And I don't know if he's speaking about a trade. I don't know if he's speaking to the agendas that we've kind of had breadcrumbing their way throughout the season. I don't know if he's speaking about the narratives that have been surrounding this team. But that looked like a chef to me who is not happy with his kitchen. And he's looking around saying, this guy's not doing this. I'm not playing my best basketball. The coaches aren't coaching their best. Something's got to happen.
Steph has to call up LeBron and ask for advice. LeBron is very well versed in getting guys traded and getting what he wants to get a roster that's suitable in his mind to compete for NBA championships. Steph, I say that in jest. Steph is just, that's not him. We're all different. LeBron, is a guy who feels comfortable asserting his will and his power in that way. Steph has equally as much power with the Warriors that LeBron does with any team he plays for. But Steph is kind of the guy where I'm going to do the job that you guys pay me to do to the best of my ability, and I'm going to expect and just hope you guys do your job. He's not really going to lean on you that much, but maybe Steph has to do that. And it's easier said than done, especially with this group. LeBron has never played with someone and had as long of a tenureship as Steph has had with Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. Most recently, it was Andre Iguodala. Obviously, he retired, but Steph has been playing with like lifers his whole career. So it's easier said than done. But now you look at this roster, and about 2 weeks ago when I was hosting all week, I said ad nauseum that they had 4 tradable guys who I said was realistic that they could deal. It was Jonathan Kuminga, it was Andrew Wiggins, it was Chris Paul, and it was Draymond Green. I was like, those are the 4 guys who they could probably get something for of realistic value to help their team get better. Since then, Andrew Wiggins has played so poorly, you have to wonder, what can you get for Andrew Wiggins? I mean, really, what could you get for him? And Draymond Green, I still think you could trade him. I don't think they will trade him. I think the messaging would have been totally different if they were planning on trading him, with him coming back and that long presser and re-ramping him up. It's a little complicated with Chris Paul now that he's nursing that broken hand.
Yeah.
They just gave us that update yesterday. He'll be reevaluated in 3 weeks. And then, the last guy I said was Jonathan Kuminga. He's probably their best trade asset right now. In terms, if you combine potential with production, a low salary cap hit, although if they're going to bring back someone with a big salary, you're going to have to. Isn't it crazy? We're just throwing Wiggins in. He's a salary match guy. Like, you can't. Kuminga's making the rookie. He's on the rookie scale. You couldn't trade Kuminga and get back someone like a Pascal Siakam on that type of salary.
Yeah,
you'd have to add a Chris Paul to make it work, or Andrew Wiggins. So that's where Andrew Wiggins has come. He's salary cap filler. He's not even the guy in the trade where it's like, oh, we're getting him. It's like, we have to attach him to make it work. Do you guys want him? Yeah. What a fall from grace. But the thing is, I don't want to play therapist and get inside people's head, but just through body language, it seems like he doesn't really care.
And it's for a guy that already, his body language is not necessarily expressive. He's not an energetic, fiery, incendiary individual. But even for his standards, he looks checked out. And I'm with you. You said something in the first segment about how Wiggins has never played this poorly. I agree. He's been inconsistent before, but he's never been this bad. And I don't want to make it about Wiggins because the Warriors got a ton of problems right now that they're trying to solve. That's why you hear Stephen Curry.
He might be up there at number 1, though. He might.
Well, I think he's taken over for Draymond.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 1A, 1B.
Right. Draymond has,
ain't exactly helped this season.
Right.
Due to his own actions. So, but look, I mean, where do you want to start? 888-957-9570 is the number. We heard Klay Thompson talking about how he doesn't care about booze. He doesn't lose sleep over it. Stephen Curry is saying the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. Well, the Warriors just lost back-to-back games in which they got absolutely worked. I mean, just wire-to-wire defeats. They did not lead for a single second in last night's game. The closest they trimmed it was to 10 in that third quarter, and then it ballooned up to 41, eventually fell by 36 points to the New Orleans Pelicans. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas filling in for Steiny and Guru. Let's get out to Hayward. John's been waiting on patiently. What's up, John? What do you got?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. I was just kind of thinking,
Sorry, John, you're kind of breaking up. Please call back and we can try and get you on with a better connection.
Take us off speaker, John.
Yeah. Let's get out to Petaluma. What's up, Murillo? You're 95.7 The Game with Evan and Jason.
Hey, guys. What's up? Let me just correct Steph here. That's not the definition of insanity. It's the definition of stupidity. But, guys, first, before I go to my take, my condolences to the family, to the 957 family. Tough morning, but let's keep pushing. Look, I'm going to go macro here. I know it's easy to go micro and complain about a player or two and ask for a trade. I'm going to go a little broader. Collaborative. That's the word we've been hearing from the Warriors since the Jerry West days. Everything we do is collaborative. All of our drafts are collaborative. The way we play, the way we decide who's playing, right? I haven't seen that collaboration since Klay Thompson got hurt and Here's the thing. I believe in the collaborative in the sense of they all gather opinions from each other in terms of making a decision, but no decision is made without the consent of Joe Lacob. And I felt like ever since Joe Lacob decided to allow them to open a daycare for under 20-year-old drafts that don't know how to play the NBA basketball, might have an upside but have no feel of all these drafts. Only guy that has a feeling for what we're trying to do is Pajemski, but he's not physical enough, and his body's not ready to. If Pajemski was 6 and 7, oh my God, he wouldn't be here. He would be a very higher drafted player because he has a brain to play, and we fill this team with kids who can play. And I felt like ever since there has been a separation between the front office, the vets, and the young players, because I don't think the vets wanted these guys. They might say they like them on an individual level, personal, but I don't think they like these guys on the court. And I felt like 2022, just to wrap up my call, was a stick it to your face, Joe Lacob, because we won without these kids playing, except for Poole in some Spurs moments. And still, they double down on it going on. They bring PBJ. They bring all these young guys. So I think like that separation never ended. They have never been on the same page. I haven't heard about Joe Lacob paying champagne for anyone ever since. So that's my call, guys. Have a good day.
Thanks. I mean, look, I get his sentiment. But at some point, even if it's Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, you have to understand that it's a business. Younger guys are going to get drafted. They are going to want to prolong the success of this industry. Now, I'm not saying sacrifice Steph's prime to bring him around nothing but childs, but I think it would be an indictment on the organization and on the vets if they can't embrace some of these young guys and help groom them and help make them ready. Like Jonathan and Kuminga and Moses Moody, they're good players. You should be able to get them involved without feeling like you're babysitting. Every championship team has some young guys who are playing pretty well. The Nuggets, Christian Brown, he got minutes on a championship team. He was a rookie. You know, Peyton Wallace on the Nuggets had a great game. You know what Mike Malone did on that game last week against the Warriors?
Played him.
Bench Michael Porter Jr., a champion, for his young guy who's knocking down three after three after three right in front of that Warriors bench. So I get the sentiment. I don't want to completely shut you out of your point, but I disagree. Championship teams need some youth, need some energies, and great teams learn how to implement those guys and win with them too, while also making their vets feel like they have a chance.
Yeah, look, I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to have rookies. You're going to have young players on your team. And maybe I think the point of the call was there is onus on the front office, not for the implementation of trying to bring in young and mix it with old, but what I took away from that is the right guys weren't necessarily identified. Like, for example, like Christian Brown. Yes, he was a rookie and he played in a rotation for a championship team. He's also a national champ. Mm-hmm. You know, he also played big minutes in big games at the University of Kansas. Julian Strother, who's playing for them right now, played at Gonzaga. Like, these are guys that were more groomed and well-equipped to handle the NBA, a la someone like Brandon Pachemski, who I don't think, like, this is not a coincidence to me that he's playing more in this system because he understands how to fit within a team concept. I don't think he's necessarily a star, but he certainly can help. Mm-hmm. Just like I don't think Trace Jackson Davis is a star, but he can help at times. Nobody was helping last night outside of maybe Moses Moody. I mean, the most life I saw in last night's game, to be honest, Jason, was when Corey Joseph dove on the floor with like 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in the second quarter and forced a turnover. That was the most life I saw from the Warriors bench during that entire game, and it involved a guy that I'm not sure I necessarily want to see a whole lot of. Like, right. Even Corey Joseph is in the game because Chris Paul's hurt, because they need another point guard, because they need another ball handler, and the Warriors are in a position where they have to play him. And he's the guy that's trying to light the fire. Like, that's an issue. It's kind of like, you know, against I think it was the Denver Nuggets when they came and, you know, came back from down 16 in 8 minutes. When Dario Saric was the best offensive player in the first half against Orlando, like, those are problems. And that, to me, does point to a larger non-coaching related roster construction type of viewpoint of, are the right players on this team? And that's where I think ownership or the front office, however you want to mix it up, whether it's Joe Lacob or Mike Dunleavy or Bob Myers prior to, there is some fault that lies at their feet in addition to, oh, well, Steve Kerr's is not playing the right guys. Like, I don't know what rotation was going to work last night that was going to result in a win when the other team's hitting 19 threes, shooting 60% from the floor, and pretty much just running up and down on you. It was a track meet.
Yeah. Now, look, I don't think Jonathan, even though Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody weren't some of these tenured college guys who learned the system, learned how to kind of play before they went drafted, I don't necessarily think they're bad picks at all. Could the Warriors have gone Wagner over Kuminga? Yeah, he's really good, and you can make that argument. But look, they drafted those guys. Those guys were rookies, right? When they won that championship, they were rookies. Yeah. Didn't expect to play much. They were both kind of raw. Jonathan Kuminga didn't play a second of college basketball. He went to the G League Ignite. So, yeah, he was playing pro ball. But once you get to the G League, it's not, you're not getting really taught. You get thrown out there.
Yeah.
And Moses Moody, he played a year at Arkansas and then left. But they go through their rookie year. They win a national championship. I keep talking like it's college. They win an NBA. They win an NBA championship.
However you want to slice it,
right?
They got it done.
And then the next year should have been that year where they were given a little more responsibility, a little more trust, and we saw Ty Jerome and
Anthony Lamb
play more than them. And it's not like the Warriors were like. The Warriors weren't great last year. They were good. They were one of the 8 teams remaining in the NBA. They made it to the second round.
Better than they are now.
Yeah, they're better than they are now. And honestly, it was just a bad matchup with the Lakers. I don't know. I can't remember.
Lonnie Walker.
I can't remember who the Nuggets played. Who the Nuggets played to make it to the.
They got the Suns in the second round.
Suns.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been surprised if the Warriors beat the Suns. I knew that matchup was going to be tough. They always struggle with Anthony Davis. They always struggle with size. Richie Hachimura, LeBron, just a big team.
Mm-hmm.
But Kuminga and Moody should have been trusted more. They would have been way more helpful now because, Moses Moody is good. He's a good player. He scored 21 points last night. There's been several other games. He can shoot the basketball really well. He's an elite shooter. I wouldn't say the league knows that because he never really gets to show it. But when you see him on tape, when you see the game, one thing you mentioned, Corey Joseph, too, you can never question Moses Moody's effort, his heart. He's always on the floor. He is always playing with a high motor. I just never understood that. You should take your lumps. Even if it set you back a couple games last year, because maybe you do trust Ty Jerome a little more. He's a safe player, not going to turn the ball over. He's going to do whatever Coach Kerr asks, play within the offense. Even if it sets you back and you're the 8th seed instead of the 6th seed last year, you will be set up way better. But now it's this is the first year where you trust these guys, and when it doesn't all go to plan and they make one mistake, all of a sudden it's these guys aren't ready or this and that, and this is the third. But they've been done a disservice. I think Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga, they're fed up about it too. They've both come out. Moses is way more diplomatic.
Mm-hmm.
He has a lot of Kevon Looney in him. He's going to say the right thing. And the Warriors are lucky because a lot of other guys would have been spoken up. But we know Moses Moody and the people around him, they're looking at their watch yo, you're wasting this kid's career. And now they're going to have to make decisions. But I don't think we should fault some of these young guys. They're not perfect players. Who is? But they've been done a disservice because, quote unquote, Steve Kerr can't trust these young guys and the vets don't want to babysit. That's just it's not a good environment for young guys, and people need to look themselves in the eyes and stop pointing fingers at Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, in the last 2 weeks, they haven't meshed. I mean, however you want to slice it, the vets, the young guys, no one's played consistently well. That's why they went 2-5 in their longest homestand of the season. I'm kind of with the 925 here in the Comcast Business Text line. The kids were given a lot of run last year, and they failed. That's why you saw Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. I don't know if that's why I wanted to see Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome, but I do think if we're going to go back and look at last season, to me, the losing the first, 8 games on the road, a lot of that did involve Jonathan Kuminga and more in a bigger fashion, James Wiseman. Like that to me, if we're talking about whiffs, I still don't think that JK is a bust. Moses Moody obviously is not. The biggest miss was James Wiseman, and that falls at the feet of the front office. But if we're looking at last night, if we're just going to zoom in on last night, Jay, I'm with you. Moses Moody provided effort last night. He looked like he gave a crap. There were other guys that didn't, and there were young guys, both young and old, that didn't look like they were interested in that game beyond the first couple of minutes when they got punched in the mouth. I mean, New Orleans comes out and hits 5 threes in the first 4 minutes. They go up 14-4, and it's just like everything dissipated. I know they made a little bit of a run in the second half, and it was largely because of Moses Moody. But Kuminga comes out, turnover, first possession. Brandon Podziemski, minus 31 last night. I think Podziemski's a good player, but he was overmatched.
It was his worst game as a pro.
No doubt. And Kurt talked about it post-game and that he hit a rookie wall, or he has hit a rookie wall. And I think that's why there is some reluctance to lean in more so on these young guys, because in addition to that, the ups and downs that naturally occur with a rookie or a young player, you're not getting what you used to get consistently from your OGs. And you're also missing Chris Paul and Draymond Green, who have a large voice in that locker room and on that bench. Stephen Curry is shooting 35% from three-point range his last 20 games. Now, I know they may not seem like a big deal, but when you're a 42 career percent three-point shooter, a 7% drop-off over an extended period of time is significant. Curry had 2 regular season games in which he had not made a 3 in his career before this season. He's got 2 in the last month. Those are signs that in addition to the young guys not being able to, bring their best game every single night, Curry's not playing well. Klay was fine last night, but he's been up and down this season. Andrew Wiggins has been a no-show. Draymond Green's been off the floor. Chris Paul was just finally beginning to find his shot before he fractures his hand. Like, they are disjointed to the point where whoever Kerr throws out there, it seems like he's almost guessing. And that is, yes, a reflection of, the coach can't find a good combination, but it's just a reflection of the roster and the state that the Golden State Warriors are in. And I don't know if there are any easy answers, but to go back to where you kind of picked up the baton in our first segment, everything is on the table when it comes to trades, when it comes to movement, when it comes to reconstruction or retooling. I'm not going to say rebuilding because I don't think you can do that with a Stephen Curry on the roster, but everything points to me right now with where this season is headed, the Warriors doing everything they can to create as much flexibility financially for this offseason. And that, to me, right now, is probably the goal of the front office and Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Yeah, I said this last night. It's like, why, if you're going to stink, at least stink for a cheaper price. Don't be expensive and cheap and stink. So you have to wonder, and I guess we do have a couple weeks to that February 8th deadline. It kind of depends where their record is. If they're trending the same way that they're trending right now, I can see the trade deadline just being salary dumps. Like, look, this year is a wash. We ain't doing anything this year. We're going to get rid of some of these big contracts, get them off our books, be in a better financial state. I don't want to be paying this. I'm speaking for Joe Lacob. I don't want to be paying this high of a luxury tax to be the 12th place team in the Western Conference. I'll pay that if we're competing, but if we're not, people got to go.
Yep.
And you hit the nail on the head. Joe Lacob was in the building the last 2 days. He sees these people leaving their seats. You know what's next? The resale price of these tickets come down. They start losing money. People stop showing up. That's what's going to happen. They have a pretty crucial 4-game road trip. They play the Bulls. They need to win that game. The Bulls stink. Then they play the Bucks. That's going to be a tough one no matter how you shake it. And then they got Memphis. They need to win that game. I don't know if you just saw Marcus Smart out for the next 6 weeks with that finger.
Ja's out for the season.
They already lost Ja. Got to win that game. Derrick Rose is hurt. They have no one.
Yeah.
And then Utah. Like, you have to go 3-1 on that road.
By the way, Utah's won 9 of 11. They're a game in front of the Warriors right now.
I saw that. They're the 11th place team. playing a guy who's been coming up in trade talks, Lauri Markkanen.
They might not move him.
I wouldn't move him. He's good. I wouldn't move him if I was the Jazz. I think he's a guy, like, he's not going to be your best player on a championship team, but he's going to be a guy who helps you win a championship, maybe eventually. Like, I would keep Lauri Markkanen. So this is a critical stretch. If they anything, like, they have to go 3-1 on this to feel good about this team. Okay, maybe we do need to shake things up, but we can still salvage this season. If they go 1-3, 2-2 is just kind of meh. They're kind of in the same spot. Mm-hmm. But if they go 1-3, they'll become sellers, in my opinion. Like, you know, sellers at the deadline. We are not going to stink for this much money. If we're going to stink as a cheap product, not as an expensive product. That's just business 101. If you're not going to be good, you at least be good and cheap. Don't be good and expensive. No one likes losing money.
No one does. And I want to dig into some of those numbers on the other side because I'm 100% with you. There are some staggering figures for the Golden State Warriors that do not match up with where they're at this season. I also want to hear from the fans at 888-957-9570 after the Warriors get beat by 36 at home to the New Orleans Pelicans. Worst loss of the season if you chalk it up to a wire-to-wire defeat. I mean, they've suffered maybe more crushing losses from a standpoint of blown leads, but back-to-back games, this is the first time that they have been run off the floor in their own building consecutively, and that is a problem. And that raises a red flag for the Warriors to the point where we're hearing everyone but Steph and Curry is on the trade block. What do you want to see from the Warriors in this road trip? What do you want to see from them today? Do you want to see action? Do you want to see them stand pat? Do you want to continue to see them just sort of ride this thing out? What do you want to see at 888-957-9570? Evan Giddings alongside Jason Dumas in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. And look, I see Austin in San Jose. I see a Viking Dave in Fairfield. Max Sack in Oakland will get to you on the other side. It's a very fragile place that the Golden State Warriors are in, and we're going to keep talking about it as we continue on. Second hour coming up next right here on your home for Golden State Warriors basketball, 95.7 The Game.
Shop Safeway this week and find deals on items you love.
probably thinking, I wonder what's for dinner tonight, that kind of attitude. And then the camera pans on Klay Thompson, and Thompson's like staring at the paint and the floor, like, well, I guess, after the game, I'm going to just put my captain's hat on and cruise the bay and hear Captain and Tennille and Muskrat Love. I mean, there's no oomph there. There's no energy. It's just.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I think what he was touching on is something Kerr also discussed, and that was the lack of voices yesterday. And really the lack of voices since Chris Paul went down with his hand injury, Jay, because there's not a vocal leader right now on the floor. Not that the Warriors don't have leadership, but there's no one to say, hey, you need to be here, you need to be here. Everyone, like, there's no one to, your question last night, there's no one to galvanize the troops right now.
Close your eyes real quick, E. If I told you 1/11/2019, 5 years ago, that you would say the Warriors miss Chris Paul's leadership, what would you tell me?
Oh, he would have been in Houston?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, James Harden wouldn't have told you that.
Oh, man, it's just crazy, even this discourse. Like, we are talking about Chris Paul's
leadership. They missed
leadership.
Chris Paul last night.
They absolutely
missed the last two games.
They absolutely do. I mean, what was one of the reasons why, among the many, some unfortunate reasons, why they got rid of Jordan Poole? One of the main reasons, and Steve Kerr said it indirectly, we needed more adults in the room. Chris Paul's an adult. And that's an indictment to the guys on this roster. And I don't want to look. Steve said Steph Curry has such a burden, and it's unfair. And I largely agree with him. I really, really do. But when Chris Paul and Draymond Green are away from the court, and Steve Kerr says it's silent out there, there's no energy, that's an issue. And the only two people you can look at from there is Klay Thompson and Steph Curry, whether you like it or not. Look, I know Steph, to many people, is beyond reproach, and for some of those reasons, I get it. I honestly do. But the lack of energy and, the lack of emotion, that has to fall on someone's shoulder. It just does. And you can't just, Draymond and Chris are here, and so nobody else is going to step up and fill in that role. That's an issue. That's an issue. Every coach will tell you, every scout will tell you, body language, effort, energy, none of that takes talent. It doesn't. None of that takes talent. That's something that you should bring to work every day. Now, I know that's in an ideal world.
Mm-hmm.
I don't bring that to work every day. I try to, but some days I don't have it.
It's harder some days than others, for sure.
But this has been 2 games in a row now. And after that game on Sunday, I asked Steve Kerr if the energy level and effort level of his team concerned him. And I think you were in the room. He said it was a one-off. 82-game season, you have these clunkers. He was asked the same thing on Wednesday night, and he gave us a realer answer. He said, we lack our energy, we lack our belief, and what was the final word? His spirit. We lack our spirit.
Let's take a listen to that cut, because I thought he hit on all the things you're talking about right now. Here's Steve Kerr after the loss to the Pelicans.
Yeah, we deserved it for sure. Fell behind immediately, and I think we're just lacking confidence right now. It's you get to a stage sometimes where you just kind of lose your belief, and it happens. And that's what's happened right now with our team the last few days. I think we've just lost the spirit, the confidence that has to carry you, against talented teams night in and night out.
And I think you tweeted this out, Jay. We heard him say they lost, in so many words, belief, confidence, and spirit. Yep. That's been building. That's not something that just happens overnight.
Mm-mm.
And it's not even something that maybe has happened in the last 2 games. I think it's happened over the course of this homestand, which is why I tried to ask Curry what he thought had changed from the beginning to the end of this homestand, the different place that they're in. And they weren't necessarily in a great place. I mean, they're a 500 basketball team, but they were trending in the right direction. And all the work that it seemed like they did just completely got undermined by the lack of focus, the lifelessness, and the results, quite frankly. And so when you hear Steve Kerr say that, and pretty much the same question that he was asked on Sunday, my radar does go up. And it's not just about Steve Kerr. It's not just about Stephen Curry. It's about everyone from the top of the organization, from Joe Lacob down to the bottom person at Chase Center. Everyone in the Warriors organization right now is searching for answers, and it does feel like that answer is a reflection and an indication, more so an indication of where this team is at, which hopefully is rock bottom, because I don't know how you get lower than this.
Yeah, if you get lower than this, that's when people really just start losing their jobs. And I'm not talking about Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr will never get fired. If anything, he just won't get re-signed if it got to that point. But I don't even think we're at that point yet. I still think Steve can make his own choice. He might not want to come back. But, you know, I still think he will have that in him. We haven't got to that point. But if this is not rock bottom, that is when people do lose their jobs. And I'm more so just talking about players and lose their jobs here. Obviously, pretty much everybody on the roster is going to have a job in the NBA probably next year. But, I mean, you heard it. You heard Klay Thompson's response. They get lower than this. Shams said it. Shams didn't just pull that out of thin air. He was told that by someone within the Warriors organization directly. That's just how Shams operates. I know that guy. He is plugged in. That's not a theory or an opinion. He was given that. Someone told him that. Someone who knows. Mm-hmm. So if you get lower than this, that's when you start wondering, is Klay going to get flipped? Look, Klay can be a valuable piece to a team. If he accepts a role, you know, the waters have gotten muddy here in Golden State. He's been here so long. He's comfortable. He has been the incumbent, you know, in his eyes, he's probably the second best player. He should have the second most important role. Whatever you want to make of that is just, it is what it is. He's been here so long. But he goes to another team like a contender, they can say, remember what Ray Allen did in Miami, kind of transitioned to that part of his career? And he had like 2-3 great years in Miami for what his role was. He was extremely important to them, but he knew what he was. Mm-hmm. He wasn't a ball-dominant guy. He was getting the ball in space, shooting threes. He was a specialist, and it helped extend his career. If Ray Allen kept playing like the Ray Allen of Milwaukee and his earlier days in Boston when he was in Miami, that would have been an issue. It just would have. Klay is still kind of at that point in his career where I am not sure someone close to him has had a conversation with him about who he is, what he is, and how he can really preserve the longevity and dignity of his career. Now, I don't want it to make it seem like I'm talking about Klay like he's a bum now. He's not. He's not a bum. But there's some realizations that you just have to have, you know, with yourself. You just do. Klay, he's past the point of being the second best player on a team that's going to win a championship. They won one 2 years ago. He wasn't the second best player. He actually didn't even have a great postseason. I would argue that Jordan Poole was kind of better than him. You know, just from the totality of the season. From start to finish, I mean...
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, he only played like 30 games that season.
Yeah.
He played the most minutes in the playoffs. I think he was more effective than Poole, certainly in the finals, but Poole's first-round series was historic.
Yeah, but even, like, he was... I mean, he might have been more steady than Poole in the finals, but, like, even that closeout game, Poole was great that closeout game. Remember, was it that third...
Hit a big three at the end of the third quarter.
It was that second or third quarter where the Warriors went on, like, an 18-0 run.
Yeah.
That was like Poole. Poole was getting buckets. Him and like Steph. So the ebbs and flows of Poole's game in the playoffs was kind of a problem. Klay was a little more steady, but like Poole's best was better than Klay that postseason. Poole was probably more of a difference maker. Yeah, his bad kind of stunk it up, but his good like actually won them games. That Memphis series, I think it was game 2 when Draymond was suspended or he got kicked out of the game for that, and Poole just went off. So, you know, there's my long-winded point about Klay is if this isn't rock bottom and it gets worse, and the Warriors do want to float Klay Thompson's name on a trade block, I do think there would be appeal. Because if a team can say, hey, Klay, this is what we got going on. We want to win another championship and you can help us. He can. That shot hasn't left. It's kind of the other stuff and what he thinks he is. And, Steve has talked about it. His body language when things aren't going right, him just forcing himself on the team in the sense of like, I need to do this. This is what I can still do. And like trying to prove it to everybody and taking everyone out the flow of their game. That still persists, and that's been an issue. And if things get worse, as Sham said, everyone is on the table, including Klay Thompson.
And everyone is on the table except for Stephen Curry. That's where the Warriors are at after the loss last night to the New Orleans Pelicans. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get out to Austin and San Jose. Was at the game last night. What's up, Austin? You're on with Evan and Jay here on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, fellas? Always good to talk to you guys. Evan, you're holding down the fort. Doing a great job, Evan. Listen, hey, man, I was at the game last night. I don't get to go to many games. I'm a paying guy, but I don't have a lot of money. But my wife and I enjoyed the game anyway.
I'm sorry,
but
Austin.
I tell you what, man, everything that you guys have been saying was true. When you're live, you get a chance to see a lot, as you guys know, that you don't see on television, And I watched the body language of the players. I watched the body language. I could see Joe Lacob from where I was. I mean, there is a bad stench in the air, man. I don't know how else to put it. There's definitely something going on. They look like a team that knows something's coming, whatever that means to you. There's definitely something coming. They played like it. Enthusiasm wasn't there. I watched the rebounding. We just focused on the lack of rebounding and the effort that was going into grabbing rebounds. It was terrible. And that goes from the veterans to Kuminga. I just think that they're going to have to make some moves. I don't think there's any questions. Somebody's going, and I think everybody should be on the table, Jason. I'm going to disagree with you. And everybody can be fired, by the way. You said you don't believe Steve can be fired. I would never go there. I think anybody can be fired.
So hold on. Before we let you go, when you say you think everyone should be on the table, is that included Steph Curry?
Oh, I think you got to keep the chef, and the reason why though is not because of necessarily performance right now, but there's the entertainment aspect of it. I mean, let's be honest. If you don't have the chef in that house, who's coming? Who are you going to pay to see?
Yeah, that's very true. So Steph is lucrative.
So that's what's holding. So that's the whole thing with me. But as far as performance, yeah, I think everybody should be on the table, Jason. I mean, Klay Thompson. Look at his fourth quarter numbers. You guys. Everybody wants to walk softly around Klay. We all love Klay from the past, but that's not Klay now. His fourth quarter performances, you can look it up. Last time I checked, he was averaging like 4 points in the fourth quarter. Okay, so is that a guy that's a prime player? I don't think so. So I mean, everything's on the table right now, guys. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, and he brought up the person that really is at the forefront of all this and these decisions, and that's Joe Lacob. The guy who was in the building, sitting courtside, mid-court, for each of these last two games, watching
51 points combined, loss over the last two.
Watching people leave early, hearing boos cascade down during the middle of the game. The owner of the Golden State Warriors has footed a near $400 million bill for this season. I think it's like $393 or something like that. $186 million in luxury taxes. Last year, he spent nearly $330 million, $140 in luxury tax. Joe Lacob has spent over $700 million on these last two seasons. Last year went nowhere for reasons we don't have to rehash. This year looks like it's heading nowhere. Lacob's not footing the largest tax bill in NBA history for this. He's not shelling out dough left and right to watch his team get run off the floor, watch people leave Chase Center early.
No.
That's why we're talking about the type of decisions that might be made in the next couple of weeks, might be made in the next couple of days, might be made in the next couple of hours, is because change needs to happen. And Curry talked about it after the game. The redundancy of some of these games, of some of these efforts, the quietness, the lack of belief, the lack of confidence, all of that is exuding from the Golden State Warriors in a way that we haven't seen since before Steve Kerr, before Mark Jackson really was even head coach of this basketball team. I have not seen back-to-back efforts like that from the Warriors outside of the pandemic season. We'll put that aside because that was under different circumstances. But in a year in which you had Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and I guess you said Draymond Green's on the roster and they've been playing games, or at least the Splash Brothers have been playing games, I've never seen consecutive efforts like that for a home crowd. It took me back to my childhood, like going out to see The Warriors in the early 2000s or the mid 2000s, outside of the We Believe year, there were years in which you went to go see the other team. The Warriors look closer to that place than a team that was 2 years ago winning championships. And that is something that Joe Lacob is absolutely not going to stand for when he's paying nearly $400 million.
Yeah, like, I really wish I could just I truly want to know how Steph Curry is feeling right now. Like, I know he's been asked in different ways, like what he thinks about this, what he thinks about that, what do you guys need to do? And he's going to give the right answers, of course, because he's a leader. He knows how the media thing works. He's very well versed. He's been media trained. Now, I'm not trying to say he's a robot and he doesn't mean what he says. But this is really the first time he's kind of had to endure this in his career. Like you said, pandemic year, they stunk, but he wasn't really there. Last year, even though it was a struggle and there was a lot of stuff that went on, at the end of the day, they weren't that bad. They made it to the second round. Was that a 6-game series with the Lakers? I can't even remember. 6-game series. You know, there were a couple wins from going to an NBA Western Conference Finals. Like, things weren't that bad, even with everything going on. So, you know, there was a lot of optimism after that year. Like, look, we made it to the second round and things didn't go right. I know, you know, pre-dynasty when he like tweeted, like, I promise we're going to get this right. You know, those were some down years. But this, after he's set the standard, he has never struggled like this. And I just wonder what's going through his head. I've seen people on our text line saying he seems checked out. I heard that soundbite where he said doing the same thing is insanity. But even though what it sounds like, yeah, trade people, I'm not even sure he really meant it that way. It's just, I really wish, like, we got to try to get one of his boys on the show or something to see if they'll spill some beans, because like, I want to know what Steph Curry's saying about this team when he's like chilling with like Jason Richards or Aisha having a beer or having his new bourbon. Like, what does he really think? Because he has never experienced anything like this. It has to be kind of jarring for him.
Well, and I think it speaks to what Kerr's talking about and the unfairness to Curry. I don't know if it's necessarily unfair for, you know, a star player to have to burden themselves with the results of the team. Like when Curry scores, I think it's 30 or more points, they're 12-5, and when they're not, do the math. You know, when he doesn't play well, they lose.
Yeah.
Like last night, like the last two nights. I mean, Curry was 2 of 14 against the Raptors. He didn't play that well last night. No one played well outside of maybe Moses Moody, but that's not the point. Like when Curry doesn't play well, really when you don't have multiple players playing well, it's very difficult to win games. And that's where the Warriors, I think, are in a realization of where this roster's at. This team does not look like it's very good. And that isn't on coaching. That isn't on Steph. If anything, it's on the construction of the team in the front office, but I can't necessarily fault even them for that because you had no way of understanding just how steep the drop-off between the team you're talking about last year, which certainly had problems, but you could make a case that those were non-basketball related. That was the reason why they fell to the 6th seed, because Wiggins missed 2 months, because Draymond hit a teammate, because Poole was up and down, because Curry missed time. Not a lot of those things have transpired this year outside of Draymond. They've had good health. Chris Paul's been the first major injury outside of maybe GP2, but to a top 6 rotation player that's missed extended time. The Warriors have been healthy, and they haven't been able to get it together. And that's why we're talking about the difficult decisions that are going to have to be made and have to be made soon right now. And I want to hear what the Warriors fans have to say about this at 888-957-9570. Horace and Hayward, what's up? You're on with Evan and Jason. How you doing?
Yo, Horace.
Yeah, I listen to you guys every morning, and I've played a lot of basketball in my life. So,
you a bucket?
I played back in the six. Huh?
Are you a bucket?
No, I'm not. I'm not just so a bucket, but I played back in the '60s when basketball was really basketball, and I was taught to play the right way. I played 4 years at Cal Poly, which I'm in the Basketball Hall of Fame. So I played a lot of basketball. I played in the Rucker. I played a whole bunch of basketball.
Oh, damn.
Okay. And I sit up there and listen to all these people call that everybody gets a trophy. They ain't never done nothing. They ain't never done a darn thing at a high level. All they do is look at, oh, so-and-so is not scoring. I look at the game very differently every time I watch it. And I don't watch, when I watch basketball, because I've been around it so long, when I watch basketball, I also watch the weak side. And I also watch what they're doing on the weak side defensively. And the reason why Kuminga, fine. Offensively, when he gets the ball, fine. Fundamentally, he's not sound. He hasn't been taught how to play the weak side. You cannot talk basketball to him and he can put it in action because he's never been around it enough. So when you talk about, hey, man, you need to drop to the line of the ball, hey, man, don't let that guy straight line cut, I don't even know if that kind of talk registers to him. But if you have been around basketball players and played a lot of basketball, if somebody come talk to me about, hey, man, you know, you got the weak side, you know ain't but one player over there, you know who you're guarding? Okay. If somebody's over there I know can't score, I ain't going to worry about him. But I know if this guy's a threat, then I'm not going to be cheating off trying to help. And those are the kind of things that Kuminga doesn't understand. Moody's been taught high school basketball. He's played high level. I mean, he's been taught right. And the point guard for Santa Clara got good coaching in high school. And you can tell that Moody doesn't have that kind of sense. You see Chris Paul talking to him. You see Curry talking to him. You see Draymond Green talking to him, sometimes pushing him to a spot where he should be. And when you get on the pro level, if you don't have those kind of knowledge about how to play and when to do it, he's going to be up and down. You know what I loved the other night? Steve Kerr old schooled him. He complained about not playing. He played him 36 minutes or whatever, 38 minutes. He got 11 points. But he left his ass out there.
Thanks, Horace.
I am a huge Kuminga guy. I'm usually the guy defending him, the guy advocating for him, you know, because it's just my opinion and it's what I see. Everybody kind of sees the game differently and has a right to their own opinion. I am typically lift up Kuminga guy because I think they need his skill set. I think he has been done wrong more than anyone on the roster, aside maybe Moses Moody. I think he filled in admirably for Andrew Wiggins when he went AWOL. And what did he get for that? He made a couple mistakes early in that Sacramento series and just kind of got vanished from the rotation. I think he deserved better than that after the way he filled in for Wiggins. But I do think a legitimate beef with with Jonathan Kuminga is his feel for the game. Is a lot to be desired. There are certain, and I don't even know if at this point in his career, I kind of think that is what it is. And it's like, who knows if it's going to get much better, because it's hard to kind of like teach feel. You kind of just naturally pick that up by how you are taught to play basketball. Mm-hmm. Some people have it, some people don't. But that is the one legitimate beef with Jonathan Kuminga.
And I do want to dig into JK a little more on the other side, because I think he's symbolic of where the Warriors are, which is kind of stuck between whether they think that this big three is still some major part of this organization from a winning perspective, to just have to do with the brand, with the identity of the Warriors, and where do the young guys fit into it? Because right now they are in disarray. They took their worst loss of the season last night to the New Orleans Pelicans. They've no-showed twice in the last two games. They've been beat by a combined 51 points the last two, and it all happened at home in front of Joe Lacob and a Chase Center that brought down boos for the first time that I can remember in back-to-back games, really in any game during the Stephen Curry and Steve Kerr era. All right, Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank's full-service banking, no compromises.
Hey, Zenni is the official eyewear company of the San Francisco 49ers, and the road to Vegas is brought to you by them. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Third Eye Blinds. Say I want something else to get me.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Thanks, Moses. Well, we know he brings it every single night.
He does.
Even on bad nights, like last night. Last 2 games.
Another guy who's been done a disservice, in my opinion. Moses Moody brings it every night, and he's been the sacrificial lamb for the last 2 years. Whenever something's not going wrong, Moses, you're going to have to take a back seat. And, there is nothing that tells me that Moses can't be an impactful player on a really good team. I mean, I'm not talking, he doesn't even have to be a starter on a really good team. Just someone who is in the rotation every night and giving you something to help you win games, because I see guys around the league who have that type of role who aren't as talented as Moses Moody. And kudos to him to, having the mental fortitude to not let it affect him too much. He always says the right things. He's always ready. He always tells me I stay ready so I don't have to get ready. So, if it's not here in the Bay Area, he is going to be a valuable piece to a team for years to come.
Well, I don't know if the Warriors were sacrificial lambs last night, but they were certainly lambs for the slaughter against the New Orleans Pelicans. Fell 141-105 at home. The worst home loss in the Steve Kerr era, and of course the worst loss that Chase Center has seen in front of the owner, Joe Lacob. God and everyone, we're trying to figure this thing out here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. A lot of love being poured out from this station to our co-workers, Joe Shasky, of course, Matt Steinmetz, along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's get back to the callers. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, you can text into the Comcast Business Text line. Let's go out to Alameda, where Mike's been hanging on. What's up, Mike? How you doing? You're on with E and J here on 95.7.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm enjoying the show. I wanted to say that I believe that the team is suffering from the Draymond effect, the Draymond Green effect. And this is what I mean. There's not another player in the NBA that could replace Draymond Green on the Golden State Warriors. I think everybody is on pins and needles about Draymond. This team is going to go as far as Draymond Green goes. If Draymond can handle the humiliation, if Draymond can handle the pressure from the refs, if he can handle the pressure from other teams and their players and the scrutiny that's going to go into him coming back to this team, because Draymond provides the energy, the backbone, the floor generalness, and the tough-mindedness of the offense and the defense. And that's what gets Draymond going. When Draymond is going like that, Clay becomes a better player. Steph Curry is a better player. All the bench and role players on the team coming off the bench, all the young guys become better players because Draymond covers the areas of weakness that this team is suffering from. There's not another person that can come to that team and give them the boost that Draymond has. And everybody's wondering where this is going to go. Here's my other point. If this experiment, when Draymond coming back off his suspension, does not work, and he falters, he fails, he continues to bring the team down, then you blow it up. You keep Steph Curry, like the last caller said, and you kind of have to get rid of everybody else and rebuild again. You might want to keep Clay. I would never get rid of Clay. I wouldn't want him against me, but I would keep Steph and Clay and build around them. And Kuminga plays better when Draymond is there. Moody plays better when Draymond is there. Even the second floor general of the second team, Chris Paul, then he has a purpose when Draymond is out. But Draymond is the driving force, and the Draymond effect is what's affecting this team right now. Everybody's on a wait-and-see basis because they need him. They need him. And Draymond has to know that. He has to understand, hey, man, you've affected too many games in a negative way on national TV and off of national TV and with your personal stuff. You need to be a professional, grow up, pull your big boy pants on, and let's take care of this. Because you already got rid of one cancer in Jordan Poole because he wasn't falling in line. And I understand that.
Thanks, Mike. No, appreciate the call. I'll agree with you here. I do think Draymond has affected the season quite a bit in a negative way. Where I disagree, and you said this earlier, Jason, I wholeheartedly agree with you. This is bigger than Draymond Green.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Green's not going to come back and all of a sudden the storm has been quieted. You know, it's going to stop pouring, in the words of Steve Kerr. Like, the rain will continue to pour down, maybe not in as torrential of a fashion as last night, but Draymond Green's not going to walk back onto that floor and all of a sudden the Golden State Warriors are going to turn back the clock.
No, absolutely not. You know, Draymond, he brings that emotional edge, you know, when he's not going across the line. He brings that edge, though, and even Steve Kerr acknowledged that yesterday. Draymond and Chris have been out. The floor has been silent. And he brings defense, obviously, still one of the best in the NBA on that side of the floor. So they need him. But what we've seen over this homestand, over the last 2 games, is not a problem that Draymond alone is going to solve. And, you know, we've been told that everybody is on the table except Steph Curry. I disagree with that last caller. First of all, you can't build a team around Klay Thompson anymore. Klay is a specialist. He's a guy who can help, but that's not who he is anymore. There is no building a team around Klay Thompson at this point in his career. It's Steph Curry and Steph Curry alone, and maybe Draymond Green. Draymond Green comes with his own set of circumstances because of his past and what he has done. I mean, he has no more strikes left from the NBA. He does anything crazy again, like it's not just going to be a little one-game slap on the wrist. He's going to miss significant time. That's something you got to live with, and that's something you have to ask yourself, can we afford to have that situation within our organization? And it sounds like they're willing to move forward with that, just from the messaging given to us by Steve Kerr. So you have that, and you know, now you have to decide, can this situation be salvaged this year? Can we win meaningful games this year and make a playoff run after a few moves? If you deem you can, you go out and you start making them as early as today. Mm-hmm. And everybody's on the table except Steph. If you don't believe that you can compete this year with moves that are out there, then you'll probably look into dumping salaries and just trying to get to a luxury tax number that Joe Lacob is comfortable paying for a 12th place team in the Western Conference.
I'm with you, man. I mean, this is an extremely difficult place that the Warriors are in because, and I think the caller also, though I disagree with a decent amount, I think that he did touch on something that is reflective of where they're at, which is you want to blow it up, but you really can't. Like, you can't blow it up. You can't just strip things down and rebuild because you still have Steph on the roster. I think there's still a strong level of commitment to Klay Thompson, even though I think his comments about the booze yesterday might have dug himself a little bit of a hole. But we've seen that Klay before, the one that kind of lashes out. Even this year, even before this year, we've seen that before, and we've heard that from Klay Thompson. I think there is a level of commitment to Draymond Green because you have to at least see what he can bring to the table. I don't think this is a Warriors organization that's willing to just lie down and roll over and say, well, you know, this season's all for loss. We're going to try and lose some games and tank and maybe even sneak in to that top 4 area, which currently their pick this year owned by Portland is protected. I don't think that that's in the cards for the Warriors. They don't strike me as an organization that wants to try and just strip things down. But I do think that they need to retool. I do think that a move needs to be made. And as you just heard from Shams Charania, everything except for Stephen Curry is on the table. But one thing I do want to get back to is the comments from Klay Thompson, and Skinny Bob and El Granado wants to talk about what they meant. What's up, Skinny? You're on with Evan and Jason on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, brother?
Hey, well, it's sad what's happening, and here I am. I listened to you guys for a half hour, and your comments and the audience are great, but I'm reading the paper, and I turned the game off at, went to a movie at the final quarter. I don't know what time. The thing about
my dad does the same thing.
Here's what I read about Klay in the paper today. I should lose sleep over this? Damn right you should lose sleep over this. I mean, that's not a comment I want to hear or an ego that I intend to watch. And shoulder shrug or not, Clay, you better get your shit together.
Sorry, Skinny. I love you, Skinny Bob, but those 4 little words are a no-no.
Yeah, they can get us in trouble and cost us some money.
That's the first I've heard Skinny Bob drop a deuce on the air.
Look, I agree with your sentiment. Yo, and like I said earlier, Ev, like, I get it. I kind of get where Clay's coming from, but you can't say it publicly. You just can't. And look, if I was in his position, I get it. That's a defense mechanism. Clay, we have seen that defense mechanism for a while. I don't care. Why would I care? I mean, you do care, first of all. We know you care. You cared when Tim asked you about lineup combinations and you automatically accused him of telling you to go to the bench, which wasn't even within the line of his questioning. And then you said, why would I care? I mean, it's the same thing. You care. And that's fine to care about something you've dedicated your life doing. Like, that's fine. It actually makes you normal, Clay.
Yeah.
But you got to read the room, man. Steph, he gave such an honest answer. Like, he said it point blank, period.
He said, I'm booing myself.
Even before that, he said, I don't want to answer this in the heat of the moment completely. That told me that he was kind of pissed too. Like, F these people booing me. He probably thought that a part of him did. You could kind of tell. But he also has the wherewithal to be like, you know what? They also kind of have a right to feel this way. At the end of the day, yes, we know you guys are human. We know you guys have emotion and are allowed to have your own thoughts about certain things, and you're not robots. But also, the nature of your job is to entertain. That's just the nature of your job. You're entertainers. People pay a lot of money to see you guys perform and do what you do. And because of that, you guys get paid $7 million salaries, 7-figure salaries. Now,
I'll take $7 million too.
Seriously. Yeah. Now, I'm not one of those guys where it's like, oh, they're rich, they make all this money, they have to take just whatever we give them, and they can't have opinions and emotion and feel stressed. Of course you can. But you guys also, the nature of your job, you know what you're getting into. You're public figures. Your job is to perform and entertain. And when you don't do that, you're going to get criticized. And you know what? Yeah, sometimes that stinks. But you know what also doesn't stink? That you get to play a game for a living. And I know you worked hard to get to this point, but people are going to boo if they feel like they're not getting the return on their investment. You know how much it costs to bring people to Golden State Warriors games?
The cheapest tickets last night was like $70 or $80.
And that's even going down. But for most people, just that median, that's like a paycheck. That's like a full biweekly paycheck for a lot of people to go to a game with the family of 4, buy some food, get to and from the game, park. That is a decent chunk of change. So if people feel like they're not getting a return on their investment, they're allowed to boo.
Yeah.
And you should care that they're booing, because part of their support is what has uplifted you guys to the point you are. You're superstars. You're superstars because people care about you, so you should care about the product you put on the floor.
Things aren't always going to go your way. And I know that the Warriors have been very spoiled. We as fans have been spoiled with the amount of greatness that they've given us in the last decade. And eventually that was going to come to an end. But how you deal with it does say a little bit about who you are. And look, I want to play this question and response again, because here's the quote from last night that's making everyone want to curse on radio.
Hey, you guys have been booed each of the last 2 home games. Obviously, you're not used to that. How do you handle that?
Are you supposed to lose sleep over it?
I don't know if you're supposed to lose sleep over it, but you are supposed to care.
Yeah, definitely supposed to care.
And here's my issue.
If you don't care, at least pretend you do.
Exactly.
At least pretend you do. You can go home and talk to Rocco, your dog, or holler at your brother Mikey and be like, I'm fed up with these fans. Like, all we did for them, and they're going to
all we've given them, man.
Yeah, go say that to your brother. Go say that to your boy, your dog, whatever, whoever your outlet is. But be professional and act like you care, because it's insulting to fans. Like, yeah, you're in a position where you don't have to care, Clay. At this point, you're financially stable. Your legacy is set in stone, rightfully so. So you don't have to care, but you should, because it's disrespectful to say that about your fans who have supported you for a decade strong, and a lot of them still do. I had a caller just say we should still build around Clay. That's delusional, but that's how much people revere you. That's how much people revere you. And for you to say, I don't care, it's insulting. It is.
And I think the 707 from the Comcast Business Text line hit it right on the head. It's a bad look. Like, here's where I'm at with Clay. And what I still think that Klay Thompson is a good basketball player. And I think that we've seen throughout this season, even when he's got it going, the Warriors can win games. And Stephen A. Smith came on the station yesterday and told us that you always have to give the Warriors a chance if the Splash Brothers are on fire. And I largely agree with that. But here's what irks me about the I don't care comment about the fans. You cared when you got left off the top 75 list. Klay Thompson, you cared when Charles Barkley said you weren't the best player that you used to be. You weren't the same version of yourself, the top two-way player in the world. You cared when people were coming down your road for shooting sub 30% in October.
Sure did.
You cared when you were getting DMPs in the fourth quarter and you had to go talk to Steve Kerr after the game about how your body language and the way you're comporting yourself is toxic in the locker room. You cared about that, but you don't care about getting booed? There, to me, is a disconnect there, and that is where I will come down Klay Thompson's road. I do think he cares, but to go out and kind of swing blindly at the fans in response to getting something that was deserved, back-to-back games, you got embarrassed at home. That's the worst home loss of the Steve Kerr era. You deserve to be booed. And to come out and say, I don't care, is exactly that, a bad look. And that's what frustrates me about what he said last night at the podium. I'm with Clay. Look, you've given so much to these people, these fans, this organization, this area. You're in large part responsible for a lot of people making the money that they make, that the Warriors are valued at the valuation that they are. And, of course, addition primarily to Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and others. But you have to be able to be a professional, and that includes the good with the bad. And more times than not this season, we've seen Clay react to negative criticism and questions about either his future or his play or his productivity or his leadership, whatever you want to say, and he has not responded well. And last night was just another kind of, running list, bullet point of a season that is stacked up in the wrong direction for me. And I'm not saying I don't want him back next year. I actually think Klay Thompson is probably going to get a contract offer from the Warriors, and it's going to be up to him to whether or not he wants to sign it in return. But last night, that's to me why it's so frustrating is you seem to care about things that have to do with Klay Thompson. You don't seem to care about things that have to do with anything outside of Klay Thompson. That's a problem.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that has been an issue brewing for 2 years. And people walk on eggshells around Klay Thompson, and nobody really wants to call him out because, one, what he went through with the injuries was devastating. But two, is just like he's done so much for this organization, so you don't want to seem ungrateful. But Klay has had selfish tendencies for 2 years now. Like, you know what? When he came back from injury, it was all about him. It was all about him. Who cares that the team was, 18-2 to start and playing great basketball, and Jordan Poole was, blossoming into one of the young stars in the league. I put Jordan Poole up there with Tyrese Maxey and Tyler Herro, and those are incredible players. Jordan Poole was better than both of them, in my opinion.
He was. So I got paid more than Herro.
And then Klay Thompson comes back. Now, I get it. It's hard to bottle up some of that emotion that you had coming back after 2 years. I understand that. But he was so hell-bent on getting back to what, quote unquote, was his standard and where he felt he should be and regaining his stature in the league, that it ruffled the team a little bit. They struggled when Klay came back. They had to find their footing again. Thankfully, they did, and Steph put them on their shoulders, and Wiggins played out of his mind, and they won an NBA championship. But, you know, like most people, if we saw something similar, most coaches would have had the goal, or most players would have had the wherewithal, or it would have been a combination of both to say, hey, Klay, we are rolling right now. This young kid is playing so out of his mind. We would like you to come off the bench and ease your way back into the lineup. No one did that with Klay. Klay had to come back and assert his will on the team. That was selfish. Point blank, period. Over these last 2 years, Klay has been inserting himself like, I have to get back to where I think I am. I want to regain my reputation as who I was before these injuries. I want to be an all-star again. I. And like you said, Klay seems to care a lot about Klay. And when it comes to things specifically about Klay, and he says he's all about winning championships, but it seems like Klay is more about winning championships on his accord. And that's just not the reality anymore. And he's been enabled. No one has been like, Klay, you're coming off the bench. And I'm not saying Klay has to come off the bench right now. But if I was the coach, I'd been like, Klay, we're going to slow roll you back out. And Jordan is starting. Jordan is playing out of his mind. That irked Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
He's not going to come out and say that. And he still has a great relationship with pretty much everybody on the Warriors outside of Draymond Green. But Jordan was looking around saying the things that I know Moses Moody probably wants to say. How come I'm held to this standard, but these guys aren't? I helped us win a championship too. Like, what's going on here? He's not going to come out and say that. But Klay Thompson has been enabled. Like, what we saw yesterday shouldn't surprise anybody. That comment should not surprise anybody. He shouldn't have done it, and he should have the wherewithal not to say that. But it shouldn't be surprising if you've been paying attention the last 2 years.
888-957-9570 is the number. Klay Thompson's not the only person that deserves blame for what happened last night. He's not even close. And I do want to get back to a player that has been kind of, I guess, avoided a little bit in this conversation. I want to get into that on the other side. A reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings alongside Jason Dumas in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson. I see you, Dan. I see you, Alan. Please hang on through the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're back after this on 957 The Game. Well, tell us what it is, damn it. Carey, Jimmy Fallon, the big three of SNL back in the day. The big three for the Golden State Warriors of Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green right now are trying to figure out how to get this thing back on the tracks, if they even can at all. Because I think a lot of fans that left early and prematurely last night at Chase Center were trying to grapple with, their own fandom and their own standing with the Warriors and just where this thing is at. And whether it's boos, whether you're deflecting boos, whether you're accepting boos, I think everyone is to the point now where change needs to happen, and it's just a matter of when.
Absolutely. And, this is what dynasties usually look like at the end. Like, we're on the micro level, so we're talking about every single detail when it comes to Clay, Andrew Wiggins, Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, Chris Paul. Like, we talk about the nitty gritty, but when you just take a step back and look at the macro level, this usually is how dynasties end. It's rarely pretty. It's rarely storybook. You know, you don't really see the Chicago Bulls and it ending with a Jordan step back jumper. You just don't really see it that way. You usually see guys past their primes, heads clashing, egos that are big, that their play doesn't match the size of their ego anymore. And you usually go out like this. Now, I would hope the Warriors figure it out and they eventually can go out with some honor, you know, maybe passing the guard to a younger team that knocks them out of the playoffs or something. That's kind of what Steve was talking about when him and Dre were talking about, let's end this thing with dignity and honor on when Dre had that presser on, what was that, on Tuesday? So you can hope that's how it ends. But right now, it's looking like it's going to end maybe with a trade. And, you know, thanks for your efforts and your accomplishments here. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a ride off into the sunset ending, which everybody would hope and everybody wants. But sometimes that's just not the reality of the situation. You got a lot going on right now.
You really do. At 888-957-9570, that's the number. Let's get out to El Dorado Hills. Bring on Alan here to 95.7. The Game wants to talk about Steve Kerr and the Warriors culture. What's up, Alan? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys, first-time caller. Yeah, and so, when we talk about culture, right, we talk about it's built and it's brought through and it's grown, right? And so we always thought the Warriors culture was always positive, right? Players wanted to come here and so forth. But I think this last 2 years, the culture kind of shifted, right, with the punch and so forth, and the perceived favoritism by Kerr with the veterans and the younger guys hungry, doing their thing, and what can we do? They're performing, and that creates a divide, right? You're young versus old, and that's not an easy thing. And so, with that said, I believe Kerr, had a very big part of that. And now they're seeing the results of that. They're seeing a team divided, a team kind of looking out for themselves, and now everyone's out for themselves. And so with that said, I think that, this is something that when we talk about trade talk, we talk about blowing up, you got to evaluate. Is it time to, I don't think they're going to make a move on Kerr until probably the end of the year and discuss that, but in the meantime, what are the trade talks? I mean, you touched on it earlier about, man, they're not in an easy place to be in. Their contracts, those monster contracts with Green and Wiggins, they gotta basically sell low and so forth. And the last part is who are the main core they're going to keep. I do like Moody. I do like TJD just because they're seasoned college players. Kuminga seems to be a little bit on the fence with. He is a product of kind of the AAU style, high athletic, probably missing a lot of fundamentals, but that's the athleticism you cannot replace. Pods as well. Pods season comes in, but do I see him as a cornerstone? I don't know. So now bring back the Siakam trade. I really think that the Siakam trade, if they can make that happen, imagine with Curry, Moody, Kuminga, TGG, and Siakam, you got something there to work with. Now, whether that leads them to a championship or playoffs, I don't know. But then that will be a good evaluation. You got a mixture of veterans, you got a mixture of young guys, and see what Kerr he can do. Then it'll be up to Kerr. Can he develop them? Can he get that going? And so that's my take. And thanks for your time, guys, and I enjoy your show so far. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Alan. No, I agree that the trades are coming. The question is how you thread the needle, because you're obviously not moving off of Steph. I don't think there's a team that would be enthused to take on 3 more years of Andrew Wiggins at his current value, but you want to try and move him compared to Kuminga, or at least I would. And to me, Jason, the goal of this deadline should be to position yourself with financial flexibility this summer. And you naturally have 2 pieces that can aid you in that, which is Klay Thompson's expiring Chris Paul's non-guaranteed deal. But if you do want to get better at the deadline, while also, like, to me, it almost just becomes addition by subtraction. Wiggins is the natural choice to me, and I don't think you're getting anything back for him, but I think with the way that he's played, and you brought up the 11 points the last 3 games, I think his absence frees up more minutes for other players that are more deserving, and the Warriors might be able to turn themselves around just by him not being there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this whole Wiggins thing is a conundrum. Like, I don't know if it all relates to his absence from last year. I don't know exactly what the absence was. I know Shams said it was something about his father being sick. And, who knows? Who knows?
I don't think we'll ever know, to be honest.
Because, his brother was playing during that whole time. Now, I know people internalize emotions and they emote differently, of course, but none of them stories were adding up. And I know there's been debates through the media airwaves in this market on what is out of bounds and what's inbounds, whatever. It ain't adding up to me.
Yeah.
Whatever the case might be. Something was going on. And even when he came back and then he fractured the rib cartilage or whatnot in that Lakers series, to me it seems like his teammates were like, he better play. He better play. He missed the whole season. He better play. That was the messaging I got. I was in LA. I was talking to Gary Payton II on the record. He's like, he'll be okay. Like, the way I took that is like, his ass better play. He just missed the whole season. Something's going on there. Who knows what it is? And he hasn't really, like, before he left, he wasn't playing that bad before he left last year. And, now he is played himself into a place where a year ago at this time, he was a great value contract. Coming off of a championship, took a hometown discount, looked to be a guy that would be in the Bay Area for the foreseeable future. You typically don't move on from guys who took a discount to stay with you. It's just one of those unwritten rules. You only do it if you have to, or it makes complete sense. Like, okay, we did it because we're getting Kevin Durant, or we're getting somebody like where no one would blame you for it. It's just one of those unwritten rules. He did your franchise a solid, won a championship, and then took a discount. You keep him around just off that principle. A year later, that discounted contract that looked like a bargain now looks like a wait.
Yeah.
Now it's like, we might have to package another young, promising player on a rookie scale contract who has a lot of potential just to take Andrew Wiggins. That's crazy. That is such a crazy fall off in 12 months. But that's the reality of the Warriors situation now. And I would be hard pressed to believe that Andrew Wiggins will be a Golden State Warrior on February 9th. Just everything that has transpired, how he's played. If he is a Warrior on February 9th, I would be shocked. I just really would. It's nothing personal. It's business, like he's just not the investment he was. I think the equity that he built up in getting the benefit of the doubt for taking a smaller contract and, hey, he's probably going to be here because of that. I don't think they believe that anymore. I think, you know what, Andrew, we squeezed all the juice out of you in terms of that championship. But now it's not working. The body language, it's not like negative. It's not like he's moping around. It's just the intensity is not there. And when you need guys, like Andrew Wiggins has been in the league for a long time. He's a vet. He should be the
10th season.
He should be the guy galvanizing people. Steph gets some of that blame where it's like Draymond and Chris Paul are out. Like who are we going to look to up the guy? Andrew Wiggins, in theory, should be one of those guys. He is a 10-year NBA champion who has made a lot of money and has a sort of stature in the league where the young guys should look up to him. But he's a mute out there. He brings no energy. He brings nothing other than his physical traits, which are extraordinary. He's like a 6'8" physical athletic specimen, runs like a deer, but he's really just out there getting cardio.
And that's the biggest reason to me why he can't be on the roster, because at the trade deadline, after the trade deadline. If he still is, that signals to me that the Warriors are not serious about trying to make a run this season. And if he's still on the roster, I think they'll try to move him this summer. But Andrew Wiggins last night and the last 3 nights, I hate to jump on it and just bury the guy, but he's headed towards a DMP. He's your 4th highest paid player on your roster, and he's unplayable. That's an issue. You can't have that on your team. And he has fallen so far, as you so well, as you illustrated, Jay. Like, he's fallen so far that, again, he was in the white flag lineup last night. That Kerr was looking for anything from this guy to trust him moving forward.
Out there with Guy Santos and Lester Quinones.
Do it. It's frustrating to watch because of how well he did play in the finals. And whether you think it's an aberration, the exception, the outlier, perhaps you've been proven right, but he did do that, and he deserves that credit. He's a big reason why the Warriors won the championship. He's also the reason now why I'm looking at the past moves that the Warriors have made to try and get off of certain contracts. Like, they moved Andrew Bogut and other players to free up space, Harrison Barnes, to free up space for Kevin Durant. They moved Mountains. They sent a pick that is now in Portland to get off of Andre Iguodala's deal so that they could bring in D'Angelo Russell, who eventually led to Andrew Wiggins and the 7th overall pick, which they turned into Kuminga. Like, they have made hard decisions before to get off of players that have been, like you're talking about, weights or anchors. Andrew Wiggins, unfortunately, is an anchor, and he's not the only thing that's holding the Warriors back right now. But if you're talking about priorities and things you have to do to alleviate some of that weight, that's a big place and an important place to start. And that's why I'm 100% with you that I don't think he's here after the trade deadline, or that I'd be shocked if he's here after the deadline, because if there's a natural place to start, as much as Draymond might be more, of a reason why the Warriors are in the place that they're in this season because of his own actions, if you're talking about on-the-court basketball-related issues, a lot of it does stem, unfortunately, from number 22.
Absolutely does. And it's like, Draymond did a lot of things that he could have helped and that he knows better and he shouldn't do. But from a basketball point of view, Andrew Wiggins has been the biggest weight on this team. Not Klay Thompson, not Jonathan Kuminga. I know Kevon Looney, he's been better as of late. I mean, nobody's been good the past 2 games, but I'm talking past 2-3 weeks, he's been better, but he started off the season terribly. But Andrew Wiggins, no one has been worse based off expectations and what is expected out of you and how you are paid. That comes into play, how you're paid. Like, if you're the 4th highest paid player on the team, there's an expectation that comes with that. When you're a champion, there's an expectation that comes with that. You're not old. Like, you're still in the prime, ideally, of your career. It's not
28.
It's not like you're battling injuries or anything. If we see this, Evan, and we're talking this way, how do you think Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy, and Joe Lacob are speaking of Andrew Wiggins behind his back? Maybe even to his face. They might have had some meetings with Andrew Wiggins. We don't know the internal conversations between them. It's probably a question that I should have asked Steve, or one of us should have asked, like, what have your conversations been with Andrew Wiggins? Have you taken him aside to ask what's going on? Like, there's been a clear drop-off since that championship season. We all see it. Have you had any conversations with him? Because if we're talking like this, they're not dumb. They got eyes, too. I know Mike Dunleavy is probably talking to Joe Lacob like, what the hell's going on with this guy?
And I think they've tried to give him chances. I think they've done as much as they can. And I don't think that they've necessarily given up on him, but he's not necessarily given them a reason to feel confident. And we're talking about the lack of belief or the lack of confidence. Where the Warriors at with Andrew Wiggins, I find it very difficult to believe that they are feeling confident about him returning to the type of player that they need him to be if they are to realize their potential. That, to me, is a ship that is sailed, it's off the dock, and it's into deep waters, and it ain't coming back. That's how strongly I feel about Wiggins' ability to return to the player that he was. Dan's in Alameda at 888-957-9570 is the number. Sorry about that. I'll give you a second there, John. My bad. But I do want to hear from the people, whether it's about Andrew Wiggins, whether it's about the state of the Warriors right now, whether it's about the lack of effort that they've showed the last 2 games, the lack of belief that apparently is surrounding this locker room and this organization. Is it a trade that can solve it? Do you start just looking towards next year? Where are you at with the Warriors? What do you think that they're going to do with the deadline, and where does that start? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas filling in for Steiny and Guru here on 95.7 The Game. Let's go out now to Alameda and Dan. Dan, you're up next here on 95.7 The Game. What's up?
Hey, first off, condolences to Matt. And wishing the best for Shasky, because that puts everything really in perspective related to sports and life in general.
Appreciate that.
I like Evan and Jason. I really like your perspectives, especially about like the macro and the micro. I think every day on your show I enjoy it because you talk about the micro. I have a family member that I'm not a baseball fan, but he's in Major League Baseball, and he's like the number 2 guy over the years, and he talks about just organizationally how things work. And, I talked to him about the Warriors, and he doesn't know that much about them, but he talks about the product of Major League Baseball, professional golf, NBA. And I just have a couple points to make. The first point is I was fortunate to see Jordan practice back in the 80s at the Oakland Coliseum. I was a firefighter for the city of Oakland, and I used to go and watch him practice at 10 o'clock in the morning before he became famous. And Jordan always put in 150%, more so in practice. And I think what's happened and what's evolved in the NBA, and specifically with the Warriors, is that for the last couple of years, they talk about the championship DNA. But I think once Draymond punched Poole, they basically, at least in my opinion, they didn't really handle that in a good way as an organization. They handled it, in my opinion, as dysfunctional, because they like to say that they're progressive and they support all these different causes that the NBA does, which I think is very admirable. But what Draymond did to Jordan Poole was physical violence. And because the Warriors didn't address that, that's kind of allowed everything to kind of crumble in the last 2 years. So I'm interested on your take on that. But something that really bothers me, so like, for me personally, I'm over Draymond Green. I'd like to see him gone. I think he's toxic to the team. Steve Kerr, I think he does a disservice to the young kids, because I have friends that played in the league and then also Division I college, and they always tell me that the coach can really destroy a young talent. And you can't hold these young kids accountable when the vets are playing really poorly. And if you remember in the beginning of the season, the young kids were actually keeping our team in some of these games. So I think there's an issue with Steve Kerr and not playing the young kids and that. And then the last thing that I'll say, and again, I really appreciate your takes today, is that related to Klay Thompson, his father played in the NBA. And what is really disappointing to me, and I get he came back from the Achilles and the ACL, but he makes $44 million a year. You're playing basketball in the Bay Area. I don't go to games anymore because I can still remember going to the Coliseum and there was only 5,000 people there, and we all moved down after the first quarter. But like you said earlier, Jason, for a family to go to the game, sometimes it costs thousands of dollars. Klay Thompson makes $525,000 every game. He is so out of touch with reality. So for him to make that comment yesterday, like, what am I going to lose sleep? Like, what type of ego does that man have that literally he makes $500,000 a year? He's probably making $30,000 for every 20 minutes of play on the court. I mean, $30,000 per minute, right? Because he makes about $525 per game. How out of touch with reality is that gentleman that he can't appreciate that people are paying thousands of dollars to go see this product, and your team basically is extremely dysfunctional.
Thanks, Dan. No, I don't want to sit here. I don't want to sit here and count pockets, but he's got a point.
No, he does have a point, and I'm not counting pockets either. But at the end of the day, it's just truth serum. Klay has earned every penny he makes. You know, he was a max level player, making max level money. The Warriors, even though he was hurt, they gave him a nice contract extension because of all that he's done for them in the past. But you have to have the wherewithal to understand, basically telling working class people to F off. It's what you said in so many words when he said, "You think I care? Am I supposed to lose sleep?" It's just not a good look. And it does not help the narrative that is being written in live time that you're an egomaniac and you're selfish. That is just what people say about Klay Thompson nowadays. And his actions have written that narrative. It's not something that the media makes up or is some facade. It's pretty well earned.
I think it might be unfair, but he's definitely not doing anything to dissuade you from feeling like that. I mean, that's what you hear last night. That's the kind of the breadcrumbs that he's led since he's been injured. And unfortunately, the Warriors and the results of their games have not contributed to that and have not really put him in a position to feel like he's in a mood to all of a sudden be open and gleeful and warm and fuzzy. Like, that's not the Klay Thompson that we've seen certainly the last 2 games, even though he has been playing well. I mean, he's one of the few guys that shot it well last night. And even then, he's still worried about what the fans have to say. But we do have to get to the call of the game, Jason. And it is Call of the Game sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network that you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors.
Curry front court, finds the open man. It's Moody. It's on the way. 3-ball, left corner, pocket. Again, the Warriors keeping in touch. They're down by 12.
And that was about the closest it got. Moses Moody did have a 21.9, followed that up with a 21-point performance against Toronto. Season highs for Moses Moody this year. Definitely showed some life. Unfortunately, the Warriors as a whole did not, as they got waxed by the Pelicans, pounded by the Pelicans, 141-105 last night at Chase Center. Worst home loss of the Steve Kerr era. We got full lines. If you want to get in, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get to your calls on the other side. Evan Giddings alongside Jason Dumas in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
With heating bills as high as they are,
boy was a caller. He remembers me. And so, we really feel like a family. And I think that was so galling about Klay Thompson last night. Steph and Looney handled that question with grace. And, somebody said this the other day that, when Klay got hurt in that 2019 finals game, and I was at that game too, we stayed up at night. We stayed up at night worrying about Klay, not only before, of course, what it did to the team and our prospects, but also him as a human being and what he was going to go through mentally and psychologically for having that injury at that time. And then he got hurt again and then coming back, and people really were anguished. And he got so much love from the crowd when he came back. It's just unfortunate that was his response. And I'm going to try and give him grace and chalk it up to the fact that Klay is defensive and he feels a lot of pressure. It's a contract year. And he's not, I'm going to say he's not a mean-spirited guy. He handled it poorly. But, under stress, our character is revealed. And he really revealed some bad character now.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't want this to become the pile on Klay Thompson, show for the next couple hours. I really do, but I really don't. I'm sorry. But at the end of the day, Klay's an adult. He has been in the league a long time. I see some people on our call line saying he's not the best public speaker. You don't have to be the best public speaker to know how to convey your opinions and your messages and knowing, the room.
I think he's as good, if not better, of a public speaker than Stephen Curry.
That's literally what I was about to say, Evan. I have sat in dozens and dozens and dozens of press conferences with Klay Thompson over the last 6 years. He can be extremely insightful. He can be completely open with you, raw and vulnerable. I think when he wants to be, he's an amazing public speaker and an amazing interview. It's just, Klay is one of those people, from my perspective, which is the only perspective I can talk to. And obviously, me and Klay Thompson aren't friends. I don't know him other than a working relationship. But Klay Thompson is one of those guys, you never know what you're going to get. Very inconsistent with how he approaches media. One day he's open, he's vulnerable. The next day he has an attitude. The next day he's jovial. You never know what you're going to get. And now I know everyone's human and he's not a robot and we can't expect him to be perfect. But I do think there's some sort of standard that we should hold him to. I think that is fair. And, there's a lot left to be desired, really, in my opinion. You never know what you're going to get. And I think, objectively speaking, that was just the wrong thing to say in the wrong moment, given the context, given everything that he's meant to this franchise and all the love he's been shown.
Well, and that's why, because you mentioned the human aspect, I think Klay and Draymond in his own way, but those guys are extremely human. They are extremely genuine. And that's one of the reasons why we love them as fans. But I also think that's why we take that quote about him not caring and not losing sleep over booze or in the way that we do. That it's a two-sided coin. You can't be one day overly emotional and we give you the love and the praise, but then if you're open about how you actually feel about something from a negative stance, we can't just take that and then sweep it under the rug. We have to provide an examining, a magnifying glass to both sides of the fence as it pertains to Klay Thompson. I don't want to pile on him because I don't think he's the only reason that the Warriors are in the place that they're at. And if you're talking about culpability for last night's game, Klay Thompson might be 8th on the list. He just happened to say the wrong thing at the wrong time at the press conference. You're talking about the game. You can go up and down the box score. All I see are negatives. I think they might have had one positive last night. And like I said, the most life they showed was when Corey Joseph was diving on the deck in a 25-point blowout in the first half. The Warriors got bigger problems than Klay saying, I don't care about booze. But it is symbolic of maybe where they're at and how they're kind of approaching the game on a day-to-day basis. Let's get out to San Jose. Bring on Bosco here on 95.7 The Game. Wants to talk about Curry's voice. What up, Bosco? You're on with Evan and Jason.
Yeah, two things. Let me tiptoe on Klay Thompson real quick. He acts like a spoiled kid. We knew he grew up in an exclusive neighborhood in Oregon, Lake Oswego. and he acts like we owe him something. Brother, you got to know what a missed meal cramp feels like. And he walks around like we owe him something. You got to work hard, man. We send you cards when you're hurt. We support you to get well. And you going to front us off and go, oh, I missed. Man, we don't make the money you make. Keep your money. You've earned it. But don't turn around and have that little attitude like you're a spoiled brat. Michael didn't raise you to be like that. And as far as Steph Curry goes, if I was Steph Curry, if you were Steph Curry and Draymond started that stepping on people and kicking people, you take him aside and you say, I'm a little guy. I'm the best shooter in the world. Stop it. I know what you're doing. Stop it. Steph didn't do that, because if Steph did, Draymond would have stopped.
Thanks, Bosco. I don't know if there's anybody that could get Draymond Green to stop something that he's intended on doing. And I don't think that falls on Stephen Curry.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you can't blame the actions of a one man on another man. You just can't. Not in this situation, at least. Like, Steph is not above reproach. He can be criticized, within reason, obviously, given the context, but not for what Draymond Green has done. Stephen A. Smith kind of alluded to it as well, and I know he flipped out when Steve Kerr questioned on him on it. But Draymond's a grown man, and so is Steph. Steph's job to try to regulate what Draymond Green does. Steph can be a shoulder to lean on. Steph can offer words of wisdom to Dre, and I'm pretty sure he probably has multiple occasions. But at the end of the day, those two stand on their own 2 feet.
Yeah, and they're both, look, Stephen Curry's the franchise, but they're both on equal ground as far as where they see the level of respect they have for each other. They came into this league around the same time. They helped build this dynasty. I don't think one is necessarily, responsible for holding the other accountable, but I think if we're looking at the reasons for an accelerated amount of antics in recent years, it could be the lack of leadership to me is not on Steph. It's because people have left the organization. Like Bob Myers is no longer here. We saw Sean Livingston in the building last night, but he's no longer a part of the organization. David West isn't here. Andre Iguodala is no longer here. Like, there's not as many big boy veteran voices that can talk a particular player off the ledge or get in their ear to the point where they have to really sit down and be introspective about themselves. And apparently it took an indefinite suspension for Draymond Green to do so. But let's get back out to the phone lines. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas in for Steiny and Guru. Brian's in Hayward. What's up, Brian? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Thanks for always taking my call. I really appreciate it. I've, over the years, seen how, socially this team has, blended well together. And to follow up what you said about all the big boy veterans not being around anymore, that's definitely apparent. It's definitely apparent. And nobody said anything about questioning Steph's passive leadership, because it's not bad leadership. It's not a lack of leadership. It's different. It's passive, just like Clay. And I think that's why Steve Kerr always shows us that Draymond is the heartbeat of the team. He's the vocal leader. He's the energy guy. He's the heartbeat. And to follow up what the last caller was saying about Klay Thompson, in his upbringing and everything, well, so is Steph. And that's just how some people were raised. And that brought us 4 rings, over the last however many years. And the Celtics in the 80s had a good 10-year run. They got 3 rings out of it. They were battling the Lakers over that decade, and none of those guys were anywhere near as athletic as the players today. And they managed to have a dynasty for 10 years. They had probably one of the best teams of all time in '86. So we got a strong core still rolling hard with us. And I think we still got a few more years in us, and I know we can get at least one more ring and be there almost every year. I see the light at the end of the tunnel, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Good call, Brian. Yeah, he's talking about how players that grew up in these type of environments don't necessarily get to be treated differently or shouldn't act differently. Look, you would know this better than me, Jason, but I'm pretty sure there's 5 players on the Warriors that are sons of former NBA players.
Yeah, who you got?
Steph, Clay, Wiggins,
GP2,
and Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah. I mean,
but they're all different.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, you're a son of an athlete, you're probably going to be a better athlete than just any random person. Obviously, a lot of these guys, I'm not erasing any of the hard work that it took to get to the NBA and some of the things that they sacrificed, but some of them did hit the genetic lottery. I mean, you grow up, you're 6'8", your dad was a superstar. You got a better chance than Joe Schmo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. That is just a fact. That's not my opinion.
Still trying to get to 6 feet here.
Right, seriously. So I'm not going to get into how they're raised and the communities they're raised in. None of that matters to me, because you got people who are raised with privilege, who are the most humble, giving, hardworking people. You got people who are born without privilege, who are assholes and lazy. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you can be conditioned a certain way, but Clay isn't the way he is because of like where he grew up. I don't. That's not my place to get into that. It's not. I don't care. All I care about is what he's doing now. And look, no one's going to blame him for not being the player that he once was. That is just life in the NBA. You don't stay at the top for a while, especially when your body has failed you. And Clay's body has failed him. That's nobody's fault. It's just, it is what it is. He took an awkward fall going up for a dunk. Danny Green mistakenly kind of made him fall awkwardly, and then he probably came back a little too soon, and because of that, his Achilles popped. And that is just life as a pro athlete, and it's affected his game. No one blames him for that. The criticism that he's getting, which I think is fair, is his attitude over the last 2 years. In certain instances, how he has asserted his personal goals onto the team and affected the team, and his ego, and how he kind of responds to what I feel like is legitimate criticism. And it hasn't been healthy. It's been toxic, as Steve Kerr literally said like 2 weeks ago. And it's not like, I'll ask you this, Evan, when has Klay Thompson sacrificed? I feel like everyone on this Warriors roster has sacrificed in some shape or form, except Klay Thompson over the last 2 years since he has come back. Jordan Poole sacrificed. He might not have handled it the right way in some instances, but he sacrificed. Steph Curry has sacrificed. Hell, he came off the bench for a playoff series to help the team because he knew Jordan was in a space where he felt like he has been done wrong by the organization, and he was playing well. You know what, Jordan? I'm going to come off the bench. I'm not going to make Steve Kerr make a hard decision. Draymond Green, he has sacrificed. He's done a lot of other stuff on the opposite end, but he's also sacrificed.
That's true.
He has also sacrificed. Draymond Green could have came back from that suspension with Domantas Sabonis when he stomped on him and Sabonis act like he got shot with a sawed-off shotgun in his chest. He could have been back, I'm a starter on this team. Hell yeah, I'm a starter. He said, you know what? They won when I was suspended. I'm going to come back slowly. I'm going to come off the bench. Let Kevon Looney. He is sacrificed. Andrew Wiggins, rightfully so, he is sacrificed. He could have caused the funk when he got pulled off the starting lineup. Kuminga, Moody, they have sacrificed. When has Klay Thompson sacrificed in the last 2 years? Everything is on his time. Everything is predicated off his personal goals. It's like almost like, yeah, I'm a winner and I want to win and I have won, but we're going to win this way. We got to get me back so we can win. As opposed to, what do you guys need from me?
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings alongside Jason Dumas here on 95.7 The Game, filling in for Steiny and Guru. That point, I think, is really interesting because it's not just the last 2 years. Klay Thompson was the guy who said when KD got to town, I ain't sacrificing bleep. Right. Like, look at me. Like, he literally has said, I'm not sacrificing. And that's all well and good when you're winning championships. Klay's also the guy that gave us the quote, it's not his, but winning cures all. And I think that's really how he looks at it. But they're not winning. And it's not that just that they're losing. They're getting embarrassed. They're getting embarrassed at home, and it's because of their lack of effort, their lack of apparent belief, their lack of apparent confidence, and on some nights it seems like a lack of pride. And those are bigger issues than I can't get to the player that I used to be, or I'm not shooting it well this evening. Those are all things that players can control. Those aren't things that you can coach. Effort is not something that Steve Kerr can go into the locker room and just say, I demand that tonight, and expect to get it. Players have to give it to him. And I know we're talking about Klay Thompson a lot, but that theme applies to almost everyone on this roster. That's the only way you get to this point of being down by 30-plus points in back-to-back games on your home floor against a pretty good Pelicans team. They were up 50 in Sacramento a couple days ago. That's a good team. Toronto's not in a great spot. They're 4 or 5 games below 500. That's a team the Warriors should be able to beat. And yet we're looking at the last 2 games, and even going back before that. They beat Orlando, and that was a good win. And then they were down by a point with 1:40 left against Detroit on their home floor, against a 3-wins Pistons team. They are not in a place to where they can consistently summon whatever it takes to come out and after a game say, I don't care. No, you should care about what people are thinking because it's a reflection of where they're at. It's a reflection of how the Warriors are 3 games below 500, and it's indicative of the fact that they need to make a move in order just to shake things up, to give themselves some semblance of hope. And maybe, look, you asked the question last night, and it was a fair one about, do you think just getting away from home, do you think just getting out of Chase Center is going to be the reason to kind of remove all of this stench that right now has been a skunk, it seems, since they lost to Denver? I don't know if the road trip is going to remove that stench. I think it does demand some sort of player movement. I think it does demand some sort of shakeup. And it's unfortunately not going to be one, Jason, that I think is going to go scorched earth on this roster. I don't think that there's a huge move coming that we're going to look at and say, oh my God, this is a brand new day and the Warriors are back. It's going to be something that is probably minute, probably a little bit here, a little bit there, but it needs to be something because what last night was simply not good enough. It was nowhere near good enough. And you heard that from top to bottom outside of Klay Thompson. I think that's why we're harping on him.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, it's hard to do what the Lakers did last year and made like 3 different moves and significantly improved their team to the point where they were in the conference finals that same year. I don't know if Mike Dunleavy Jr. has that in him. Rob Pelinka is very seasoned. He's been around a while. He's a pretty good GM. Now, I think Mike has the pedigree to be a really good GM. I mean, it's in his blood. His dad is in the game. His brother is in the game. His brother's over at Villanova. They are a basketball family. He's not jaded. I don't think he is as married and emotionally tied to this core of players as Bob Myers was. So I actually think that Mike might have the goal to be like, you know what, Draymond, I love you, brother, but this is best for our organization. Klay Thompson, this is best for our organization. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I don't think he fears doing that. I think if he does have a move that will make the Warriors better, that involves either Klay or Dre, I do think Mike Dunleavy is the person who would pull the trigger. That's just his dad was in this. He was a player. He gets it.
He's been traded. He's been moved around. Right. I mean, he understands the business of the NBA. He got
drafted by the Warriors. He was booed.
Yeah.
He's not married to these guys. He's simply not. So anything is on the table. Shoot, that might have came out of his mouth to Shams, for all we know.
Well, and I do wonder how he reacts when he hears this.
Hey, you guys have been booed each of the last 2 home games. Obviously, you're not used to that. How do you handle that?
Are you supposed to lose sleep over it?
No, but I do think that at the trade deadline, Mike Dunleavy's probably losing some sleep over the fact that he's got 17 different decisions to make. And I do agree with you. I want to get into that on the other side, too. I think Mike Dunleavy Jr. is uniquely positioned to make some hard choices that his predecessor was not. and perhaps could be the reason why Bob Myers is no longer here. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is someone that is familiar with the way that the NBA works. He's been with the Golden State Warriors as a player, now as an executive. He's been booed. He's been through tough times. He's been on successful championship-winning collegiate teams. He's seen the highs and the lows. And I don't think he's someone that, to your point, Jason, is afraid to make a blockbuster move, but not in the sense that it's going to bring back the savior, but a blockbuster in the sense that we could be looking at a player that we know and love no longer wearing a jersey for the Golden State Warriors. We'll talk about that on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see you all that want to call, and we'll get to your calls on the other side as well. Evan Giddings alongside Jason Dumas in for Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. And a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're back after this.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings alongside Jason Dumas in with you here on a Thursday. Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson will be out today. Back soon, sending a lot of love, of course, out to Steiny along with Joe Shasky's family. Guru's out in North Carolina taking care of his own family. And so we are with you from now until 2 o'clock. Willard and Dibbs are going to follow us up. And the news of the day is the Warriors in the state of Golden State right now as they stand 3 games below 500. Beat last night. Worst home loss in the Steve Kerr era at Chase Center to the New Orleans Pelicans. And we were talking right before the break, Jay, about just the types of choices that Mike Dunleavy Jr. is inevitably going to have to make one way or the other. And you were talking about something that I thought was really interesting about how he is, in many ways, the best equipped person to make these choices because of his connection to when this team was high and mighty and running off chips 2019 and beyond, of course, in 2022, but also just his relationship to the game itself and his understanding of the way the NBA tends to go, the real NBA, in Steve Kerr's words. And I don't think he's going to be afraid, if he has to move on from any piece of this organization outside of number 30.
Me neither. Yeah, he comes in and he trades Jordan Poole, a pretty significant trade, brings in Chris Paul. That took a little gumption just to do that, and I think that's just the start. I don't think Mike Dunleavy Jr. is as tied to this core, minus Steph Curry, as Bob Myers was, and makes a whole lot of sense. And I think Mike Dunleavy, his family has been in the NBA for decades. He has seen it secondhand through his father. He has felt it firsthand as a player. I think he is well equipped, and I actually think he's going to be a really good general manager. Mm-hmm. I really do. And I think he is the guy to see them through this. And I think Warriors fans ought to give him a chance. They really should. Now, if it doesn't work out 4 years from now or 3 years, however long of a leash he gets from Joe Lacob, okay, fine. I can come back and I'm willing to be wrong. But I do think he is well suited for this job. He's a hustler. He was down in saw him in San Jose the other night. Cron was at that San Jose State, San Diego State game. He was down there doing his job, recruiting, scouting, looking at players. And, you know, I do think he's working the phones, and enough reputable sources have said that he's been working the phones, and let's give him a chance and see what he comes up with. But obviously something needs to be shaken up, and I don't think this Warriors team hasn't been good enough where anyone other than Steph Curry should be off limits.
David Palo Alto is up next on 95.7 The Game with Evan and Jason. Wants to talk about some potential trades. What's up, Dave? How you doing today?
Yeah. Hey, great. Thanks for having me on. Definitely sounds like a pylon on Clay, and totally agree with all the things you guys are saying. And you know what? Hey, those guys are arrogant. Clay's arrogant. Draymond's arrogant. And we looked the other way when they were winning and they're not paying dividends anymore. But Clay's not going to be anything better than what he's been this year. 10, 12 points one night, 20, 25 points the next night. They need to go. Drew's got to go. Clay's got to go. CP3's got to go. Wiggins got to go. That's all it comes down to, it, because holding on to them is not going to change the current picture.
Thanks, Dave. Look, I don't think the Warriors need to go complete scorched earth, although I understand you feeling that way after what we all saw both last night as well as on Sunday. They looked like a team without life, and so like I don't want to be too prisoner of the moment, but I'm 100% with you that change needs to happen. I don't necessarily believe Clay and Dre are going anywhere for the remainder of the season, but there's a natural out for Clay at the end of this year. Draymond, depending on the way this season goes or how effective he is when he eventually returns, might be moved this summer. I don't know. But I believe Shams when he says everyone's on the table except for Steph Curry. And that's the first time we've ever heard that really be echoed in a public statement. The fact that only Stephen Curry is a piece, like we've talked about it, we've tossed it around, but we've never heard that repeatedly. And it's come up recently that Steph is the franchise, yes, but everyone else may not be a part of it moving forward. And so Mike Dunleavy is going to have to make a move. Like, Is it Pascal Siakam? That's been in reports recently. I know Chris Haynes reported it a couple days ago. Shams Charania yesterday touched on it, his link to the Warriors. Mark Stein said a couple days ago that anticipation is the Warriors will be open to trading Andrew Wiggins. That's a guy you probably are going to have to move off of.
That was such a report.
Yeah.
Oh, they're open to trading one of the most underperforming players we've seen in like the last decade. Yeah, I would imagine they'd be open to trading.
It was interesting, though, to hear that following what Monty Poole had thrown out there about how it doesn't feel like the Warriors want to trade Kuminga. So I think a lot of people were looking at, well, you got to choose between them, right? It's got to be Wiggins or Kuminga. You can't have both those guys on the roster. They haven't played well together. Wiggins hasn't played well with mostly anyone on the roster this season. So, yeah, it was a report, but it does tell me, combined with what we've heard in recent days, that like he is the guy. That's the guy they're trying to move off of. And that might be the only move. But if they do, I think that it's an important one.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing when it comes to Pascal Siakam, I've always been a big believer is like, if it's out there too much and too many people are talking about it, it almost never happens. This Pascal to Golden State thing has been floated around for like 2 years. And it's like, it's not going to happen. I do not see Pascal Siakam coming. I'm not sure the Warriors, he's already come out and said that wherever he gets traded, he wants the full extension max salary. I don't think the Warriors are ready to commit to that.
Oh, he's going to test free agency for sure.
Yeah, and are the Warriors going to give up assets to maybe have him stay around? Now, you do that for Kawhi Leonard. Like, that's what the Raptors did for Kawhi Leonard. They got a championship out of him, and he left. I think, would they have wanted to keep him, and did they try to keep him? Yeah. But at the end of the day, he exercised his right as a free agent, and he signed with his hometown team. But I do think the Raptors would still make that move 10 out of 10 times. It brought them their first championship in their organization's history. I don't think Pascal Siakam is at that level. I don't think just bringing him in for like a package of CP3, Wiggins, some picks, whatever it takes, I don't think that puts the Warriors over the hump to win a championship. So would they consider doing that? Now, there's some other names that I've heard floated around. You got Jeremy Grant over in Portland. You got DeJounte Murray over in Atlanta. You have Lauri Markkanen, who I've heard floated around over in Utah. All three nice players. Do they get you over the hump? I don't think so. I think you got to make a move and then a second move, just like the Lakers did to get to the conference finals last year. They pretty much uprooted their whole team. LeBron was in his bag, getting people traded left and right. That's something the Warriors would have to do to really make a difference. I don't know if they got that in them.
I don't think there's a player out there right now that turns a 17-20 team all of a sudden into even a Final Four team. Like the Lakers made a bunch of moves last year and helped them get to the conference finals. I don't know if there's a singular move out there that gets the Warriors from the 12 seed in the West to a top 6, top 4 team without internal aid, like without Stephen Curry playing great basketball, without Klay Thompson turning it around, without Draymond Green being a defensive bulwark, without players already on the roster playing better than what they currently are. I don't think there's all of a sudden a move that's going to go out there and flip the script on this season. But 888-957-9570 is the number. If you disagree, if you agree, please chime in. Comcast Business Text Line. We see Evan Giddings alongside Jason Dumas with you here in for Steiny and Guru. Steve's in San Rafael. That's a couple of ideas for the Warriors at the deadline. What's up, Steve? How you doing?
Yeah, trade idea. Hey, love the show. Love hearing you guys. Few trade ideas. Take some, take all. These are all doables. Siakam for Klay Thompson and Kuminga. I think that's doable. CP3 and Moody for DeJounte Murray from Atlanta. Lopez in Milwaukee for Draymond Green straight up. And CP3 or Wiggins for Keldon Johnson and somebody else out of San Antonio. Thanks so much.
Interesting. Well, I think he's traded CP3 twice.
This man has been working the ESPN trade machine all morning. All morning. All those Keldon Johnson, I like him, but he doesn't move the bar for me.
I also don't think the Spurs would want to move off him.
Spurs need a point guard. Like, that's what they need. He was mentioning so many names. Did they say Chris Paul in that Keldon Johnson?
Yeah, Chris Paul. It's funny, actually, DeJounte Murray has been linked to San Antonio. That's where he came from.
It never works when you go back to your ex. Just let it die with dignity.
Like our guy who had 31 consecutive years married.
That was hilarious. 31 consecutive. He didn't take a year off.
No, I'd hope not. Yeah, was there a break in there? What happened?
He said 31 in a row.
Oh, 31 in a row.
I've been married for 31 years in a row.
I've been sober for 7 days in a row.
Honestly, I think Chris Paul would be perfect for the San Antonio Spurs. They literally do not have anyone who can make a simple entry pass into the post to Wemby. I watched those games on League Pass, and he seems so frustrated with his teammates. He's not showing it outwardly, and he's not perfect either. There ain't a soul who can get him the ball. It's like, Pop, get a point guard for this guy. Trey Jones stinks. Terrible. You're wasting Wemby.
I like Tyus, but Trey's
terrible.
Trouble.
I'm sorry. Maybe like Trey is like a third point guard, and this guy's masquerading as a starting point guard. But back to the point. Keldon Johnson, CP3, and somebody, I don't know. Brooke Lopez for Draymond Green, he said. I mean, that's never going to happen. But the Bucks are struggling a little bit. Is that a trade that I think could help both teams? Maybe.
Perhaps. Yeah, I mean, the Bucks' weakness is their defense, and Draymond would help there. I do wonder how much Draymond would even fetch on the market now. Well, now he's not fetching anything because people are going to wait to see him play. But in 3 weeks, eventually, when he's got games under his belt, I do wonder if people are looking at 3 more years and saying, well, what's he going to be at age 35, 36, 37? Are they also looking at the fact that if he slips up one more time, his career might be over? I don't know really what that, to me, and really the reason why he's still in Golden State is I think Draymond, he gives the Warriors more than he would give another team. He's more valuable to Golden State than he would be to another organization. Not to say that they wouldn't move him, but I think if that happened, it would come in the offseason. It wouldn't be at the deadline.
That's what I thought as well, and I still think that because hearing just how they were talking about Draymond Green, Steve Kerr was talking about Draymond Green on Tuesday, did not sound like a guy who had any sense that Draymond could possibly be moved. They are talking like, hey, we're getting him right. We want to play him. We want this thing to die. We want this thing to end with some dignity. Let's go out with honor. Those aren't words you say and adjectives you use for a guy that, might be floated around and traded. You're right about that. I do think, though, that he could be had in the offseason. And it's just a nature, like, this is, at the end of the day, is a business. Look, I tell people this a lot, especially fans who think more emotionally than logically, which is completely normal for fans. Fanatic is the long for fan, and fans are crazy. But I tell people all the time, if Peyton Manning could get traded from the Indianapolis Colts, anyone can get traded. If you can see Michael Jordan in a Wizards jersey, anything is possible. Tom Brady for the Bucks, the list goes on. There's like a few examples you can use. If that happened, Klay Thompson could be traded too. No disrespect to Klay Thompson, but Peyton Manning got traded. Or whatever. It may resigned. I don't know. He
left. He left Indy.
He got moved. So nothing is beyond realm. So you just got to think about that. Joe Lacob saw people boo his product. Joe Lacob saw people leave the game with 8 minutes left. 8 for a second straight game. Not a few scattered here or there. Just in droves. Up those aisles, leaving Chase Center. When an owner sees that, as competitive as Joe Lacob is, that guy didn't get rich by being dumb.
No, he got rich by being aggressive and being determined and being smart.
Yeah. Exactly. So,
and he knows what's going on. He can read the room. You don't even have to read the tea leaves.
Yeah.
You can just read the fans. I mean, it says it all in their face. We were sitting, in press row. We're sitting up there, and it's kind of borders with a few fans. They're all to our left. And the amount of people that are screaming and booing and jeering, not cheering, jeering the Golden State Warriors last night, I was like, God, I mean, if they had tomatoes, they might have thrown them, Jay. It was getting to that point.
Absolutely. And I want to ask you this. I'll give my opinion on it first, but you see a lot, spoiled Warriors fans and the people who boo aren't grateful for this, grateful for that. Like, in my opinion, you have every right to boo if you paid your hard-earned money. Now, obviously, I'm not talking about people just being absurd, booing at every little single thing that goes wrong. But I think after 2 games of that, losing by a combined 51 points when you desperately need wins with everything going on, I think they earned some of those boos.
And Steve Kerr said as much. Stephen Curry said as much. And Klay Thompson said this.
You guys have been booed each of the last 2 home games. Obviously, you're not used to that. How do you handle that?
Are you supposed to lose sleep over it?
So that was Klay Thompson's response. I do want to hear what people have to say about that, along with where the Golden State Warriors are at right now, what you think that they can do to try and dig themselves out of what has become a cavernous hole right now in their season. Hopefully is the bottom of the barrel, because I don't know how it looks worse than that. But I certainly don't hope I have to see it at this point. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Joe in San Jose. What's up, Joe? You're in with Evan and Jason here on 95.7 The Game. Going once. Joe, shout out to the South Bay. Let's stay in the South Bay. Let's get out to Pat. Pat, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, hey, Pat.
I've been watching the whole season of the Warrior games because Warriors, no matter if you're winning or losing, they're my team. I mean, I enjoy them the most. But I do think the funk that they're having, I don't know, is it the motion offense style is they're not fast enough, but I don't see try to come over to get the ball from you. Let's say you're playing and I'm a teammate. I run over to try to get the ball, to help you if you're being double teamed. I don't see that much hustle on that end. And so the catching is lackluster too. I mean, Wiggins is very talented and he's a very intellectual person, but I don't see why he's dropping the ball. Sometimes they throw the ball and he just drops it out of bounds. And I'm like, he doesn't have hands of stone. He's talented. But I do think when I see that throughout all these games, that's a drill that they should be really practicing and drilling. And that is, you're maybe 5-6 feet away from me, and I throw a bullet, and it could be a good pass, a bad pass. You have to catch it.
Thanks, Pat. Look, I hope that practice could help, but we're at the point, like last night, the last 2 nights really, or last 2 games, don't happen because you're not practicing hard enough. Like you go to practice, Jay. I mean, they go through what they need to. They get their work in. They work hard. It just hasn't manifested itself on the court.
Yeah, well, at this juncture of the season, they don't practice all that much because it's just so busy between travel and games, and you're trying to rest the team's body and make sure everyone stays healthy. They don't get a lot of practice days. Like, they practice on Tuesday this week.
Was that Draymond's first practice?
Yeah, that was Draymond's first practice back. They had a game on Sunday. They were off Monday, come in for treatment and stuff. They practiced Tuesday. They played on Wednesday, yesterday. Today, they took off for Chicago at 10 a.m. They're not going to practice. Then they play again tomorrow. They might shoot around,
You got it back-to-back, right?
Yeah. Like, that's just the nature of every NBA team. Practice comes at a premium during the season. You get your training camp, and then you pick your spots. This, the Warriors might not be the greatest team since sliced bread this year, but they're not as bad as what they've shown. This seems like it's something non-basketball related, whether it is a disconnect among each other. Now, I don't think there's any beef. Like last year, was a little different. Last year, Jordan and Draymond and some of that was a little personal. This year, seems like all the guys like each other. You know, it's nothing like that. They're all very likable human beings once we get past this basketball context. This year, it more seems like the roster doesn't work. There's a disconnect. And you know, it's like once you get tight and you kind of pucker up, it's kind of snowballing. And they're starting to they might be reading the headlines. They might be feeling that trade deadline coming. They might be a little bit discouraged. Basketball is such a sport where you need your confidence. Like, you need confidence in any sports, but once you lose your confidence in basketball, bro, it's over for you. Have you ever, even at our level, like as amateurs, have you ever been playing pickup and someone says, let him shoot? And you start thinking about it? I'm speaking for myself because I got a broke jumper. I try to keep it silent. You know, I'll shoot when I'm open. Hopefully you knock down one, make them respect it. But once you feel them not guarding you and they're playing 3 feet off of you and it's hard to get in the lane, you start thinking about it. Like that. Now imagine that on steroids when you got people like us and you got the Tim Kawakamis of the world and Anthony Slaters and the Shams and the Stephen A. Smiths talking about you, breathing down your neck. I think they're just feeling the pressure now and, you know, it's starting to crack and there's going to be some decisions that come based off that. And, you know, it happens. It happens to teams, and we're seeing it in real time happen to the Golden State Warriors. The pressure is getting to them. The disconnect is getting to them, and it's slowly starting to unravel. And right now you got one guy who's untouchable on the team.
That's Steph Curry.
Steph Curry.
And, look, I think the larger point about the Warriors right now is they're in a place where they're playing the game within the game. And that means that if you want to call it agendas, if you want to call it selfish, there's different labels for it. But it looks like Klay Thompson, for example, is playing against himself. He's also playing against C.J. McCollum. Kuminga could be playing for what he feels like are more minutes, that are deserved minutes. But he's also playing the game within the game there against his own coaching staff, maybe. Moses Moody, the same deal. You know, Looney's lost a step. He might be trying to do a little bit too much as well. Pajemski is into the starting lineup, but he's also trying to prove that he belongs in this league. There's a lot of guys on this team right now that are trying to prove to either themselves, to the organization, or to the fans, perhaps, maybe not Klay, but they're trying to prove something other than they can win a game. And that, to me, is why we're seeing teams come out, and if they get punched in the mouth, that's something that the Warriors have been punched in the mouth before in first quarters, especially this season. They've also been able to throw punches. And that's really the more dangerous thing to me about where they're headed is early in the year, it was they would come out and throw punches and then they would lose late leads. But at least they led in those games. Like they showed you that they could control the tempo in a game, that they could dictate pace, that they could play well with cohesion and synchronicity. Last 2 games, they've just been first-round TKO'd. Like, they walked into the ring and Mike Tyson, for some reason, was on the other side. They got hit once, and they cowered. Those are things that are more glaring than a 22-point blown lead because you can at least convince yourself, you're talking about confidence, you can at least convince yourself there's a reason we were up 24 in Sacramento. There's a reason we were up 22 in Los Angeles against the Clippers. Last night, there's nothing about that game wire to wire, which they did not lead for a second.
27 against Denver last week.
27. There's nothing about those games that tells you
it's a talent thing.
We should be in this game. Like we're as good as that team.
No, you're absolutely right. And you know, they led the league in clutch games. However, that metric is measured. Yeah. I don't know.
They play a lot of close games. Basically,
they play a lot of close games. And I don't think this roster. On the surface level, I don't think this is a bad roster. I don't. Now, obviously, things need to change, but it is something beyond basketball. And I got to give a shout out to the 2295 on our text line. They said the work environment stinks right now. If you've ever been a part of anything that was falling apart and people started pointing fingers and blaming others, then you know what the Warriors are going through. And I think he put it a little more eloquently than I did. That's so true.
Yeah, appreciate that from the 510. If you want to chime in, 888-957-9570 is the number. Going to take one break, come back with a short segment before we get to the crossover with Willard and Dibbs here on Thursday on 95.7 The Game. That's Jason Dumas. My name is Evan Giddings, and we are filling in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson here. Reminder that all 4 hours you can catch of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
We're a 33-win team, dude!
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, one final segment here before we get to Wilder and Dibbs on the crossover. Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas in for Steiny and Guru, talking about the Golden State Warriors, where they're at. Is it rock bottom? Is it not? What moves can be made? And Jason, we've dug into this a lot of different ways today. And, to me, kind of as we transition towards a point where we'll get Willard and Dibbs in here, obviously we got to think about what the Warriors can do from this spot. But it's hard to just dismiss where they've come from and the reason why they've gotten to this point, which is a place where I think both the fans as well as even them, it sounds like, are wondering if this is still a team that can be competitive as currently constructed. Like, we don't necessarily think so. We think that moves must be made. But I think even them, after the last two games specifically, are starting to wonder just if they have it right now.
Yeah, and it's funny, as you're saying that, I glance over to my right, and a replay of the game was on. I look up at the score, it's 51-29, as you're saying.
Don't talk about that.
Well, they're only down 20.
Oh, yeah, 20, early in the second quarter. Yeah. 46 points they allowed in the first quarter, the most they've allowed in a quarter all season. It was brutal from start to finish. And here's my thing. I know we've played that Clay cut ad nauseum about him basically saying, should I lose sleep over booze? And we've had our opinions on that. We thought it was the wrong thing to say. Even if he felt that way, he should have read the room. And it's insulting a bit to people who spend their hard-earned money to watch him play. That led me to this, and I might get a little criticism for this, but when I first moved here 6 years ago, and I just started, feeling the pulse of Dub Nation and what makes them click and what's important to them and what's not important to them, I came away thinking that Dub Nation was spoiled and out of touch fan base. I said, look, I'm coming from a Philadelphia background where I'm an adult, I'm into my adult life, and I've only seen 2 championships. A Phillies one in 2008 and an Eagles one in 2018. Outside of that, I haven't seen anything. I haven't been to any parades.
Got close last year,
but this is when I moved here.
Yeah.
So that hadn't even happened yet. Now I'm grateful. I've been to 3 Super Bowls. But I was like, how are these people, they've won 3 NBA championships. You can't win one every year. And I was like, these people are delusional. But as I've moved on into this market and I've been here, I started to understand them more. And it's gotten to the point where they were booing the team. Started on Sunday, started today. And for the first time, I was like, you know what? I get why these fans are frustrated. They have every right to be frustrated. This Warriors team deserved to be booed. These people we see in the stands, yeah, some of them are rich and a privilege, but more than that, mostly just everyday average Joes who probably budgeted to come to that game, who probably had to sacrifice this and that to watch that game. Now, I'm not counting anybody's pockets. These athletes who make a lot of money earned it, more than earned it. They are entertainers on top of being athletes, and the entertainment value that they bring to the table is what gets them paid. Their entertainment is what make people sacrifice to pay for it. So they earn all they're getting. But for the first time, I understood really why this fan base has such a high standard and why this fan base holds guys like Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson accountable. And I felt for the first time, I was like, you know what? This team deserved those boos. And I know Steph Curry said the same thing, essentially. He had to think about it a little bit. But Klay Thompson missed the mark. And
Curry caught himself.
Like I said, if you feel a certain way, I can't tell somebody how they feel, and he has every right to feel that way. But I can tell someone what is insulting to a consumer of your product. I can tell people who give you a long rope, Klay, that you shouldn't say things like that. I see people making excuses for Klay and everything is conditional and has to be explained. Well, he didn't really mean this and that. Look, Klay's an adult. You say what you mean. Like you've given press conferences before where you were very insightful and you were very calculated and knew what to say and how to express your feelings. You messed up, and it's fine, but let's not come up with every excuse on the book.
He's also been in higher stakes circumstances than last night. Like, he's had to answer questions after a finals loss or coming off of one of his 2 catastrophic injuries. Like, he's been in, by his own admission, darker places than last night. And perhaps it was because he was frustrated with the state of the team, his own play. It doesn't really matter, because the words that came out of his mouth, I do believe are what he meant. And I believe that because Klay Thompson has shown himself to be an extremely genuine person throughout his time here. Mm-hmm. It's a big reason why the Warriors love him. It's a big reason why the Warriors fans love Klay, maybe even more so than Stephen Curry at times, because he lets people in a way that, I don't know if Steph necessarily doesn't, but Klay's that's just who he is. Like, he's a more emotional kind of guy. He's a little more sensitive. And that's why people, I think, resonate with him a lot more. It's also the reason why when he says those things about not caring about people booing the team and about how he's not losing sleep over a fan reaction, it does kind of feel like a slap in the face. And no one's going to say, well, I'm not going to be a Klay Thompson fan anymore. I'm not going to support him and the rest of the team anymore. Like, that's not as big of a slap in the face as what Draymond did last year in the preseason. Oh. But the point does still stand that it hurts to hear that as a fan, especially when the leader in the face of the franchise follows him up by saying, I was booing myself, and takes accountability for the actions of the group and does and says what you expect of someone in his position to do. So, this isn't necessarily a pile on Klay day, but I think it is like the disconnect that you're talking about. We even heard it in the press conference, the disconnect between the top players on the team and how they're feeling about things. And then you see it on the court. And right now, things are not right in Golden State, and we're trying to figure out how to solve this thing. They're trying to figure out how to solve this thing, and we're trying to figure out how to salvage this season, because it doesn't, like, championship, I don't want to hear that word for the rest of this season, at least until they win. If they win 10 in a row, maybe we could talk about it. I don't see that happening. Championship's off the table. It's about getting this thing right. It's about steering the ship into a position where you can be above water. Right now, it's really hard to envision that.
Anyone who says they don't care, cares a lot. Just you can say it. Klay, of course he cares. Like, if he didn't care, like, you should care. It's your livelihood. I'm interested to hear what Draymond Green would have said about that. Like, I feel like Draymond, he's honest, but Draymond would have probably been like, yeah, we suck. They should have booed us.
Yeah. I've heard Draymond say multiple times throughout his career, they've kicked our ass.
Yeah.
I mean, they went out and won it.
Yeah. So, he missed the mark. Of course he cares. Shouldn't have said he doesn't care. You should care. You absolutely should care if you get booed.
Yeah. No, I think that's... And look, I want to run this by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. I'm sure they have plenty of thoughts after the Warriors' 36-point loss. The worst home loss in the Steve Kerr era went down last night. Golden State Warriors to the New Orleans Pelicans. A 2-5 homestand, now 3 games below 500. We'll continue this conversation on the crossover on the other side here on 95.7 The Game. And that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas in for Steiny and We're back after this.
Adam is too much for me.
When you wake up well-rested on a...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas in for Matt Stein, Matt Sterl, the Guru Johnson. A lot of love being poured out from the station today for our coworkers, Matt Steinmetz, Joe Shasky, and who's out east with his daughter. As we welcome in Dan Dibley, Mark Willard here on the crossover here on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, fellas?
I know you guys care.
Yeah.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Are you booing me, Dumas? Because I'm not going to lose sleep over that.
He's Clay.
I mean,
It's a moment, though, isn't it?
I don't care.
Sure was.
They're booing at Chase Center.
I don't care.
Warriors got booed.
Not the
at
first
Chase
time.
Center. No, it was the first time a few nights ago, though.
Yeah, it was.
You know, but yeah, I mean, just the whole tone to everything. I appreciate both of you guys jumping in the way you have to everything today. I wanted to start the day by thanking both of you and just being the teammates that everyone has been around here. It's been a heck of a day. And for those of you guys who are just joining us, you know, there's just some family stuff going on for some of our brethren here, and so we'll get into it a little bit. But I appreciate you guys both jumping in the way you have today.
We got to pick each other up, you know?
Yep.
That's what we do.
We're a team.
And we're lucky that we have a deep bench, and the Warriors have a deep bench. But unlike the Warriors, we aren't losing by 30 today.
Nah,
thanks
man.
to you guys.
Got the top spot.
We're getting a W today.
We're fighting.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Getting on the floor.
I mean, yeah, well, you look up and down the box score last night. It was minus. And, I mean, I don't know. I didn't necessarily expect the Warriors to win last night. But, gosh, I mean, they go down 15-4, 5 threes out of the gate for the Pelicans. They're down 25 in the second quarter. I was talking to Jason about this. Like, the most life I saw from them last night, I think it was from Corey Joseph. When he dove on the floor.
Yeah, yeah. Moses Moody played a good game. I thought Moses was good from the beginning, but I get what you guys are saying. I said something just about 5 minutes ago in the other room that it raised some eyebrows, and I want to see what you guys think. Maybe this has to do more with the moment, what we've been talking about. The deadline is coming, and their awful performance Sunday against the Raptors being in the backdrop. I thought last night was the lowest moment of the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Of Warrior basketball within the context of this group. When we've had moments like this before, you had reasonable things to say as to why. Like when I first said that in the other room, Gabe, one of our guys on our sales staff goes, "What about 4 years ago?" Well, what about 4 years ago? They're
15 and 50.
They're all hurt.
Right.
They're like you could look at this and go, here's why. Go on the high side lows. In other words, when they lose to the Raptors in the finals, like, oh my gosh, what happened here? Well, Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson are hurt. I understand that Draymond's not there last night, but when you factor in everything that we're talking about and feeling right now, trying to hold on to any little last piece of this, to come out and be down by double digits before anybody even got in their seats on a night like that at the end of a homestand where everybody knew you needed to come out with great energy, I thought that was a pretty big wake-up call for anybody who still thinks there's anything left.
Yeah. All right, so you got 4 weeks to do something about it. And I wonder if last night, and I know that Joe Lacob was there as always, and I wonder if you look at that as Joe Lacob, and you watch your team give up $140 to New Orleans. New Orleans better than normal. And, you fancy yourself still in the championship window and you want to maximize Steph Curry's era and all the rest of it. Do you just sit on your hands and allow this to be the final 47 games of your year?
No, but it's a very fair question to say what can they do? When you say, okay, you've got 4 weeks, I don't really see it that way. 4 weeks to do what? That makes it feel like it's all about this year. I don't think it's all about this year.
Yeah.
I don't think it can be all about this year.
Well, look, I told Evan, it's definitely the rock bottom point since I've been covering the team, and this is my 6th season. I haven't seen anything like this. I thought for the first time that they actually deserved to get booed. I've seen a lot of criticism of the Golden State Warriors on Twitter and on other public forums over the last 6 years, and I kind of came away thinking, wow, Dub Nation is a little delusional. Like, teams don't win every year, But this was the first time where I was like, you know what? All this criticism is deserved. And you got to ask yourself, can you do something that the Los Angeles Lakers did last year? They made like 2 or 3 trades starting like a month before the trade deadline, completely transformed their team and ended up in the conference finals.
Yep.
If Mike Dunleavy believes that he can be a wizard like that and make 2 to 3 moves to completely transform this roster, have at it. But that is easier said than done.
And the problem is the Lakers made moves that, as much as they had impact, and there were many of them, none of them were to their core.
Right.
They felt that they had a core that they could still build around and win, and that is a question, I guess, that all of us have been trying to answer. So, because if everything is on the table not named Steph, well, that means that potentially you're open to actually trading core.
Mm-hmm.
You're trading core pieces. The Lakers were not doing that.
Yeah, the Lakers had a 2-person core. It was Anthony Davis and LeBron James.
Right. Sure. And the Warriors have a 1-person core.
1-person core.
Yes.
It is just Steph Curry. Klay Thompson, in my opinion, can be had. Draymond Green can be had. Now, easier said than done. As I told Evan, I don't think Mike Dunleavy Jr. is married to them. I know Bob Myers was, and those were way, way harder decisions than I think he was willing to make. And he said, you know what, I'm out. But Mike Dunleavy Jr., he was born for this. His dad was a general manager. His dad was a head coach. He was a player. He got traded. He is now a GM. I think Mike Dunleavy Jr. is completely willing to trade anyone on his team other than Steph Curry. Shams got that from somebody.
Sure.
Shams doesn't make things up. Sham is as plugged in as anyone in the sports world. Mm-hmm. He got that directly from someone within the Warriors organization that anyone can be had.
Well, and where I arrived last night, and maybe I'm one of the last ones there because I am a little bit of a sentimental guy, I still hope that Klay Thompson and Draymond Green stay Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
I can't argue with them, though, if they don't.
Right.
I can't. I can't. I got nothing left in that argument.
I think Mike Dunleavy Jr. wouldn't take the job if he didn't have to potentially make these choices. He's smart enough to know that there might be a day in which you got to move off of someone that you don't want to.
Well,
he's equipped to make those choices because he's an extended member of the family from prior to Myers leaving. He's seen the greatness, and he's also been a former player. He's seen the highs in college. He's seen the lows in the NBA. He's, a legacy. He is equipped to make those choices, and I don't think that he would have taken the job if he was either afraid or wasn't willing to potentially pull that trigger.
Well, he's probably also empowered to do so by his boss. I mean, that's remember now, when you get to stuff that's not just basketball, that's where this is going. Think about when Bill Belichick floated the idea of trading Tom Brady. As the story goes, that went all the way up to Robert Kraft. And Robert's like, you're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
You're not trading Tom Brady. And there you go. This isn't an exact timeline, but Jimmy Garoppolo ends up a 49er. So same thing here. This is business, and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green are very, very big parts of this brand. So that's got to come from Joe, and I have no doubt that it is. I have no doubt that Joe is willing to do that, and I start thinking about what that means, for why Steve Kerr remains unsigned. Because I feel like maybe less so than Bob Myers, but he's married to Steph, Klay, and Draymond with everything that he's said through the years. So, yeah, I agree with you guys. Mike Dunleavy's probably ready to do it because that's probably exactly what he was hired to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's ready to do it if the word comes from Joe that he's ready to do it. I don't think that he's going to deal in autonomy in terms of, I'm going to trade Klay and the owner thinks otherwise and he's going to do it anyway.
You don't think that's already happened?
I think that it's all on the table, but
Shams is on the internet with it.
Sure.
I would. My guess would be that conversation's already happened.
Well, and I think about the tea leaves on Klay Thompson in and of himself, where he was reportedly given an offer of 2 and 48.
Yeah.
And that was your report, I think, Jason, if I'm not mistaken. And I want to give you proper credit. And he said, Ariana Grande, thank you, next. And, 2-48 to me is a very fair offer for a guy you've already given $70 million to not play. And he said no. And what have we seen from Klay since then? He's been up and down. And last night, I think you see edgy, angry Klay like you've never seen it before. He's getting angrier and angrier. And it feels to me more and more like he sees himself as a part of another organization in the future. So if that's the case, then you might as well trade him at the deadline and get something for him as opposed to letting him walk in the offseason and doing it on his terms.
You just wish these guys could, this dynastic run could go out with more honor, but the reality is everything isn't sunflower and roses. Sometimes these dynasties end like that, and I think we're seeing we're seeing the end of an era play out in real time. Everything isn't not the Jordan Bulls, him hitting that shot over Russell and walking off.
Push off.
Whatever the case might be.
It was an offensive foul in 2024.
David Stern might have actually ran down on the court and killed the ref himself if they caught it.
Well, I think about now in the era of let's review it, like that thing gets reviewed and it gets overturned as a push off, which is
not in David Stern's NBA.
Am I right?
Yeah, imagine that.
No, I think you're right, and I think about the Giants dynasty, and Mark and I have talked about this a lot in terms of how that ended. And fans weren't even happy with that dynasty, which did not end in controversy. It ended in, Brandon Belt, you got to go, and Bumgarner left, and Lincecum went into witness protection, and Kaner retired, and Posey walked away, and Crawford finally has left. Even that way, which was honorable. There was nothing dishonorable. The only thing maybe dishonorable was the way Madison Bumgarner went about it. But even that, Mark, that wasn't dishonorable.
Well, he was actually mad at the previous regime, as it turns out. He wasn't even mad at this regime.
Right.
And it was something that he held on to for a while. But think about even what you're saying. Like the dynasty ended in 2014. These players you're talking about, in some cases, played for another almost 10 years with the team. Brandon Crawford was here last year.
Well, they had a sniff in 16, and then since then,
absolutely.
Yeah.
But I mean,
you're right. You're right.
And baseball's different, so I get it. But yeah, the idea of something has come to an end. How do you unpack it? I mean, there is no pretty way to do that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZF, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I think we're talking about a monkey wrench that could be thrown into that, because you mentioned who the Warriors are married to, and it's clearly one guy, Stephen Curry right now, according to Shams Charania. But the question I have is, who's that guy married to? Like, who's Stephen Curry married to? Because if he's married to Steve Kerr, I kind of think Steve Kerr's going to be the coach next year. If he's married to Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, I don't think they're going to be moved at the deadline. And that leaves you with limited choices. So I think that's why they're in such a tough spot is, yes, it is about trying to get better, but you can't rebuild when you still have Steph on the roster. It's about retooling, and I just don't know if they have the pieces to effectively retool and get themselves this season right, but also I think you got to start looking towards next year more so than anything else.
Well, I mean, we might be 3 or 4 weeks away from Steph Curry, with all his time here, being asked some questions that he's never been asked before. Everybody goes, Steph wants to finish his career here. Sure, they've all said that in passing one time or another throughout their careers. We've never had to ask, though. We've never had like a really substantive conversation with Steph Curry about how he wants to finish his career. And if you have, the vision that they've all expressed publicly until now is very different than the conversation we're having today. They wanted that off into the sunset together deal that now feels unrealistic.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, look, the sunset right now is, it's
a month ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's dark right now. Like, totally. It is pitch black outside. You're 3 games below 500. You just got embarrassed. It was the worst home loss in Chase Center history, but in the Steve Kerr era. So, you hope that this is rock bottom. I don't know what else is.
I'm glad. I think they're glad that they're getting out of town right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sky is falling here in the Bay Area. They probably can't wait to get to Chicago, get a nice little meal in somewhere in Chicago and kind of get away from all the noise, because I think the noise is kind of getting to them. They played like the pressure was too much on Wednesday night. Like, they're clearly not as bad as the product they've put on the floor. They're not world beaters, but they're not this bad. It's something more than basketball. I think with that February 8th trade deadline looming and all the people like us talking about them, the boos in the stands, the national reporters, I think they feel that, and I think it's making them tighten up even more.
That's one way to look at it, but I also think that this is, in many ways, who they are, because Andrew Wiggins is not the player that he was a year and a half ago for whatever reason. If it's off the court, if it's, the coaching staff, his teammates, whatever it is, he's not been the same player. And Clay is playing with a certain edge that we've never seen in terms of his demeanor. Kevon is not the same player he was a year and a half ago. And even Steph, maybe it's because he has to shoulder so much of the load, but Steph is finding himself in spots that he's never been before. And then you throw in all the rest of the youngsters who aren't really ready to be concrete parts of a rotation for a real winning team, and this is what you get.
Yeah. And we get to the point where Jason and I are talking about this. I wonder what you guys think. I thought they missed Chris Paul last night. I thought they missed Chris Paul the last two games.
I mean, I guess. So what, do they lose by 30 instead of 35? Or
I think there's a little more life. Like, I mean, we saw them blow leads with Chris Paul. We never saw them get smoked from clock to end of clock.
I guess where my brain went last night is, like your point right there is received, but that's a point about now. That's about this year. That's about Wednesday night. And my brain went to a much, much sort of like more bird's eye view of this whole thing. When you see back-to-back performances like that, and whatever, the way people are answering questions, and 2 games in a row where you're being booed in your home building, a dynasty being booed in its own building, like the questions for me go way, way higher in the air than like, what would it be like if Chris Paul, Draymond, and GP2 had played in this game? This felt like some sort of an inevitable crack in the foundation of the whole thing got exposed for all to see. And I know a lot of you have been saying this for a long time, and one of these days you were going to be right. People have been yelling that this thing's over for 4 years. And one of these days they were going to be right. And for me, last night was that night.
So now it's over?
Well,
I think if it's over, last night to me was not the point that it's all right. They're done.
Well, you could always look to. There's
a lot of breadcrumbs.
It was sure, but we have a national report that Draymond Green and Klay Thompson deals are open. Like that's a crack in the foundation that has never existed before. For me, rock bottom last night, absolutely.
I have to agree. Since I've covered the team, this is the low point. And it feels like we're watching the end of an era play out in real time. Klay Thompson can be had. Draymond Green can be had. Steph Curry is being asked questions, as you said, that he's never had to ask. He's never been in this situation before. Right. I asked E, I was like, I wish we could be flies on the wall to hear Steph's personal conversations about basketball.
Over whiskey.
With whether it's Aisha, whether it's one of his guys. What is he saying right now? He has never had to be asked these type of questions like, Steph, how loyal are you to Klay Thompson? How loyal are you to Draymond Green? These are really topics that have never been broached.
This is what, like, this visual just popped into my head, and it was imagining what the kitchen in Atherton looks like.
Which one?
The
maid's kitchen or their actual kitchen?
Aisha's kitchen?
Over dinner tonight, probably some baked ziti or something like that. Those 3 beautiful kids are sitting somewhere. They're coloring or they're hooping in the backyard or doing whatever they're doing, dancing around. And she looks at him and goes, how do you want it to look?
Yeah. And
how do you want the end of your career to look, and where do you want that to be? And I have no idea if they're having that conversation, if they had it a year ago or if they haven't had it yet. But this is something that all of us, if you're going to open up your mind to the Warriors could trade anyone, then get ready to open up to that conversation, because that's also another thing that hit my head when Shams goes, anyone but Steph. What does Steph think about that? Does Steph want to just sit here and be like the lone person with a jersey?
I guarantee you he's already had that conversation.
Right.
Like, what's the value of being a forever Warrior, even if things go as bad as they appear to be headed? Or if you go out and you ring chase, what's the value of getting a fifth somewhere else with KD in Phoenix, with LeBron in LA, with Joel in Philly? Fill in the blank. Like, what's the calculus of a fifth title elsewhere?
Jason say, come to Philly.
Yeah, sorry, Jason.
First time I ever heard that. Yeah,
it's been since '83, if I'm not mistaken. Since you guys won.
Yeah, I wasn't around.
No, you weren't.
As I told E, I've seen 2 championships in my life, 18 and 8. 8 was the Phillies, 18 was the Eagles.
That's right. It's funny you say that, because I always use Philly as kind of my point of an example of how good we have it, because Philly fan gets so angry, but since 1980, the Phillies, 1980, I think you guys have 4 total in 40-something years, and so, no wonder why Philly fans so angry.
Yeah,
y'all don't ever win.
Exactly, and that's
not gonna win Monday either.
Nope.
Definitely, that's a win.
We were talking about during the break. I was like, "Would you put money on the Eagles?" Hell no.
AJ Brown, no practice. Jalen Hurts, no finger.
Today's Thursday. They play Monday, right?
Not gonna win.
Okay.
Anyway.
No doubt. Anyway, I think that Steph Curry has already had this conversation with his people in terms of what's the value, because there is value in being a forever Warrior, and then there's also value in going out and being a ring chaser. What is that net calculus like in terms of quality of life, where you live, how much money you can make, and all the rest of it?
But we've never asked him. You know what I mean? Like, he has not had to face that at a press conference yet. And promise, if either one of these guys gets traded, that's the first question for Steph Curry the next time he's got public availability.
I don't think either one will get traded.
I agree
but I
with
said
you.
this to you about half an hour ago. I am open to Klay Thompson playing elsewhere. I've about had it, because I've had it with Draymond, but the way Klay's acting, it feels to me like Klay doesn't want to be here anymore.
I asked Evan earlier, and I want to ask you guys, over the last 2 years since he came back from his brutal injuries, I feel like everyone on the roster, and even some people who aren't on the roster anymore, whether that be Andre Iguodala or Jordan Poole, has sacrificed for the greater good of the team. Whether they wanted to do it or not, they've still sacrificed. Has Klay Thompson sacrificed at all since he's returned from injury? In my opinion, he hasn't, and I think that is very telling. I think his role and his legacy is solidified as a Golden State Warrior and in the NBA, but I do feel like his ego and his selfishness has taken over the last 2 years to the detriment of the organization.
This might be a weird way to respond, but has he been asked to?
And that is not his fault if he hasn't.
Which speaks to Jason's point about him potentially being enabled. Like, I think people have been walking on eggshells around Klay. So I don't think anybody's asked him to say, like, hey, Klay, would you be comfortable with this? No, we've heard a ride or die with Klay Thompson. Like,
yeah, because but I think that's how they feel. That's why it feels like they're all married to him. Like I'd buy what you guys are saying if we really felt in our heart of hearts that Steve Kerr was like, well, I really kind of wanna go with this guy, but I'm gonna go with Klay because I'm walking on eggshells. I don't think Steve feels that way. I think Steve has been directly clear the whole time that he said to us after the loss against the Lakers last year, he told us there is a lot of basketball left in this big three, a ton. And so I think that's what he wants to do. He wants to continue to show deference to those guys. So that's why I asked that way. I don't know if he's been asked to. It'd be a different story to me if they had said, hey, come off the bench or sacrifice minutes or stop shot hunting so much. And
they did that last year. They asked him to stop shot hunting.
No.
They had that meeting where they all sat down with him and said, you need to take better shots and not hunt so many shots. So, and he did.
Yep.
And
he did.
Yeah. And I look at the way he is now, the way he's playing, and it's not that he's not playing hard. He's just not as good. And they're all not as good. And when you don't play as well as you used to and you don't win like you used to, you start to get a little bit edgy. And you turn down a contract extension that you feel like wasn't up to where you think that it should have been. And so I look at the way he is playing, the way his comments are, feels to me like he might be ready for something else.
Are we talking about him today because of his comments?
Yes.
Because he didn't even play that bad last night.
I know. That's kind of the issue.
Three 3-pointers. He went 5 of 10.
Yeah.
You're going to point to a bunch of people before him if you're frustrated with actual basketball stuff last night.
It's his comments.
Okay.
And I think that's the way I look at it. And, you couldn't even get through the reporter's question. And he's like, I don't care. I don't care under his breath. Well, am I supposed to lose sleep over that? No, Clay. And you're not supposed to lose sleep over it. And it doesn't matter if you care or not, but it is kind of your job to, in that moment, placate a fan base that's not happy with you because these are your paying customers.
Yeah, and he's done that a bunch. Whether it's to the media or to the Suns bench.
It's like he's a restaurateur, and I sent the meal back and said, this is not to my liking. And he sent it back and said, well, too bad. Eat it or don't.
He has been very, very frustrated, quite frankly, since he got healthy. He feels to me like we've talked about this, like that we did that whole show where I'm like, why are you so angry?
Right.
Why are you so angry? And what he shared that the other night about the conversation he had with Steve Kerr, where it's like you could tell what Steve was telling him. Dude, where's your gratitude? Where's your gratitude that you've had this career, that you have $200 million, that these people wear your jersey and they love you? We all get it, dude. Your legs betrayed you, and it sucks. It sucks like nothing else. If you're a professional athlete, you know what I mean? Be like you and I getting laryngitis and having it never come back.
Dick Vitale.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal, dude. But you can't take that out on everyone and everything around you repeatedly. You can have frustrated moments. Clay feels like he's had too many.
Well, and that's why I can't wait to hear your guys' conversation coming up until 6 o'clock. Jason Dumas and Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz and Gerald the Gruber Johnson. Before we go, just want to say, Steiny, Shasky, we love you. We're rooting for you. We'll see you soon. Appreciate you. Will and Dibs coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, glad you're with us. And, boy, it's a day. Tim Kawakami and Peter King are both coming on. Willard and Dibs, we got all kinds of time for you as always as well, 888-957-9570. And there's going to be plenty to say about the Golden State Warriors and that performance last night.
Yuck.
I want to say this just real quick to start because this happened to me this morning when I turned the radio on for the first time today. Once I had dropped Jude off at school this morning, and Bonte was talking, and he was very emotional, and it took me a minute before I could really figure out what the heck was going on. My heart was hurting for whatever was happening, and I could gather a little bit of what was going on. And obviously, I work here, so I was able to pull over and send some text messages and figure out what's going on. But I wonder if some of you today are just popping in the radio and, you hear E say, we love you guys. And they're like, what happened? So Steiny lost his father very early this morning. You know more about this than I do, but I will just share what Steiny has already said to me today, which is that his dad is now in a better place.
Yeah.
And so our thoughts are with Steiny, Shasky, family emergency that forced him to leave the show earlier today. And all we'll say about that, and all we know about that is if you are someone who likes to send good thought or prayer or whatever you'd like to call it, now would be a great time to do it.
Yeah. And I came in today not knowing about either, and it kind of hit me right before you came in today. I talked to E during a break, and he let me know about both, and it hurts my heart because, I've lost both my parents. And so with Steiny, I knew his father, and I had a chance to talk to him 4 or 5 times, and Steiny and I would always kind of joke that his dad and my dad may as well have been identical twins. They're cut from the same cloth, and Steiny's dad is old school, and I know Steiny's dad was not in the best of health, and he lived a very long life.
Yep.
And so, to that end, you have to kind of tip the cap and say it's a life well lived, because shoot, if I can live as long as Steiny's dad did, I would count myself as lucky. It doesn't make it any easier when you lose them.
Sure.
As I mentioned, I lost my dad and my mom about 2 years apart, and you realize that you're not ever going to talk to them again, and that's just it. And so my thoughts go to Joe Shasky and all the Shaskys, and it's just kind of a reminder to you, to me, to everyone listening, that all the people who you are close to, take that time to let them know you love them and make that call. Send that email, write that text, send that Christmas card, whatever you need to do to let your people know that you're thinking about them and that you love them. It's worth it.
I sent that text right as we sat down in here today.
Nice.
Yeah, because I'm lucky
to Tom
enough-
and Ellen.
To Tom and Ellen.
Because they're both knocking on 80's door, if I'm not mistaken.
One of them has already arrived, and my mom is 3 months away. And they're not only both still with us, they're still together.
Yeah.
God bless them. And I texted both of them actually just about a half hour ago.
Good.
And said,
Good.
here are some things that have happened in our team today, and I want to tell both of you that I love you. So
that's awesome.
That's
Supper's dad just turned 80, and we all got together for his 80th, and I was kind of having that same moment of like looking around the room and thinking, I hope all of you realize how lucky you are. Supper's mom and dad both alive, both still married, like you're saying.
Yep.
They've had health scares, and Supper's mom is 78, and Supper's dad just turned 80. And you get to 80, and think about 80, because I'm only a quarter century away. You get to 80, Mark,
80.
and
what the hell is
dude,
80? Like
80.
what?
So you get to 80, and it's like, if you're 80, then it feels like, and I'm not there yet, I'm close, but when you get to 80, it feels like anything after 80, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Not that you're like,
Which, by the way,
I'm good.
no,
Take me anytime.
I know, it's funny.
But you know what I'm saying?
Oh, joke. This is like something that you can laugh at when your folks or whoever, your grandparents, when they're still here. But yeah, like you and I can say that to each other. Don't say that to an 80-year-old.
No doubt.
So now that you're 80, you're done. Right?
Well, if it
You're
happens
done,
now,
right?
I mean, you got to be okay with it.
Although I do know some who are in their 80s who are like, yes, I lived a great life, and now all that matters is just kind of setting the table for those who came after me.
Yeah.
And then I know sometimes you think about how you're going to go. Like, is it going to be long and drawn out and painful, or is it in your sleep or whatever? So anyway, the other thing I'll say real quick, just to bring some levity to the situation, is I know a lot of you have listened to us every day, and God, we couldn't love you more for doing that. And I know that in this medium, it feels like you know us, and I think because it's long form, you do. We put a lot of us and ourselves into these conversations, and so you do get to know us a little bit, even though we've never met in person. And that's why sometimes we drive you nuts so much, because you do know the real, just human thoughts and the ways that we pass that stuff along. You get all of that. I don't know if you know this about me and Dibs. If this conversation goes on for 60 more seconds, neither one of us are going to make it.
We'll be crying.
We're going to be completely on the floor.
No doubt.
So we better talk about the Warriors
Yeah,
now.
and I was
Which,
trying
by
to,
the way, that'll knock us on the floor, too.
Well, and I was trying to think about a hackneyed transition from the end of life to the end of a dynasty, and it didn't feel right or authentic. It felt a little bit insensitive. But as we make that transition, it's from a sports fan standpoint, it's not easy to watch what we watched last night, because you watched last night, and I do think that the Clay comments post-game, they hit me a certain kind of way.
Yep.
Because I love Clay. We all love Clay. We like the easygoing, oh, captain, my captain, the Claymaker, the 37-point quarter, 4 titles, you're a forever warrior and all the rest of it. But that Clay, angry Clay, we don't like that angry Clay.
All right, let's hear it. Klay Thompson asked about fans booing.
Hey, you guys have been booed each of the last 2 home games. Obviously, you're not used to that. How do you handle that?
Are you supposed to lose sleep over it?
Well, and you hear him actually. While I'm going to play this again, because if you listen closely, the question's not even over yet, and you hear Klay whisper, "I don't care."
Right.
That's the one.
Hey, you guys have been booed each of the last 2 home games. Obviously, you're not used to that. How do you handle that?
Are you supposed to lose sleep over it?
No, I hope you don't lose sleep over anything. Sleep's super important, so you should do it every night. That's what I've always done, save for maybe 3, 4, 5 times, midterms.
Sure.
Anyway, that's the way Klay responded. Now, Steph Curry is asked the same question.
There's nothing to really cheer about, so opposite of cheering is booing, might as well. I don't take it any certain type of way. Honestly, I'm booing myself, booing our team in my head because of the way we're playing. So, it is what it is. Fans are going to react the way that they want. It's our job to, give them something to cheer about. We have not done that.
Yeah, that would be funny if Curry was actually over there on the bench booing the team along with the crowd. Or leaving, which I find, by the way, to be way more offensive than booing. Booing has emotion. Leaving is indifference.
Right.
If you're an entertainer, indifference is the absolute worst thing that can happen.
Yeah, or no show, which would be one step worse than indifference. It would be not showing up at all.
Which is what people started to do with the Giants last year.
Correct. And I thought about that in terms of this product, because right now this product, from a record standpoint, is very Giants-esque. Now, they're much more exciting than that, and the NBA product inherently, I think, is more entertaining than a baseball game. You can go to a baseball game and your team could get 2 hit and you lose 8-0, and it could be 2 hours and 45 minutes of just nothing. Whereas even that game last night, it was entertaining in terms of, wow, that New Orleans team's pretty fun to watch. At least you were entertained by a $140 being hung by the visitors.
I guess. Yeah, it's basketball, so it just moves at a different pace, and these are iconic stars, and we get all that, and I'll freely acknowledge that's not a great way to answer the question. Steph has always been the most refined leader. He's always saying the right thing. He's always doing the right thing. Sometimes I wonder if I were Klay Thompson or Draymond Green, if I wouldn't look at Steph and be like, really, dude? Because he does.
Could you mess up once in a while?
I mean, he makes the other guys look bad. He does, because everything is with the perfect touch and with the perfect maturity at all times. And Klay doesn't operate that way. And by the way, I feel like if I were a basketball star, yeah, I'd have some Klay moments, no doubt. Like, he's ticked, and he doesn't handle that with the grace that Steph Curry does. So I wonder, like if Klay were to wake up today and be asked the question again, now you got a little space between the game last night, and answer it again. I bet he'd answer it differently. Probably.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe not. But I get why it bugs people.
Sure.
For sure.
I get why it bugs fans. And I'm not a booer. You and I talked about this before the show. I've never been one to boo my own team, especially a team that's brought 4 championships to town. But I wonder if fans haven't turned on Klay Thompson a little bit after last night, because the optics. You played the Steph answer, and that's the correct answer. Yeah, you think Steph was happy that they got booed? Of course not. But that's the way you're supposed to answer it.
Yes, you are. And it's the way you're supposed to feel also with the idea of if the team starts to make moves that you don't like, then they might even include you. Steph has always been smart on that too. If we're not winning, what the hell do we get to say about it? Klay Thompson looks at TK and goes, what, are you going to bench me? Okay, so let's talk about that, because what you actually really need to hear today is what Shams said about the Warriors' plan. We'll play that for you next. Calls are welcome. Are you open to the big 3 breaking up? We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. Like, subscribe, and take a look at the beauty that is Dan Dibley. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This is Willard and Dibs. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
In order for small businesses to
You guys have been booed each of the last two home games. Obviously, you're not used to that. How do you handle that?
Are you supposed to lose sleep over it?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, Clay. The answer is yes. You are supposed to lose sleep over that. I'm not saying lose a whole night's sleep. I'm not saying toss and turn for hours, but I don't know about you, Mark, but I'm in a relationship. I'm married, and if things are not great, if I have a disagreement with my wife, for example, and we go to bed and maybe it's not resolved, I lose sleep over it. I don't lose an entire night's sleep over it, but I lose sleep over it. You and I have been together on the air for 2 and some years.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of instances where you and I have had disagreements that were my fault. And I'm not afraid to admit it. I'm not afraid to admit it. And we've left the show, and it wasn't necessarily the best feeling. And I've gone to bed, and I've lost sleep over it. And fortunately for me and my upbringing, I know how to try to make things right. And fortunately, I work with a guy who's willing to accept apologies and accept somebody who can come to him and say, and we've made things right. And we haven't had them carry over for weeks and weeks and months, but I have lost sleep over it. So it's okay, Clay, to lose sleep over something like this. So yes, Clay, you're supposed to lose sleep over it, my friend.
Is narcolepsy the one where you fall asleep all the time?
Correct.
Okay. So
I get that usually 2 to 6.
That's why.
Monday through Friday. Cha-ching. Cash me out one time. Anyway, you were saying.
That's why I haven't lost sleep over any of our arguments, because nothing can keep me awake.
No, seriously.
Nothing can keep me awake when we get to a certain hour of the night.
Well, you got 4 jobs and 3 kids.
Yeah,
and so when you are not moving or talking, I'm sure you fall asleep.
Well, last night was one of those nights. Lovely Christie's oldest daughter turned 17 yesterday. And so we went out to dinner, and your boy had an old fashioned.
One drink?
You know me, it's just a
night.
Well, it's a 1 drink minimum. It's also a 1 drink maximum.
Totally.
But it's Wednesday. I'm not going out and doing right on a Wednesday. But I had an old fashioned. We just moved. The kids are going back to school. Here we go. Like, we're ramping up the busy season. The Niners are about to start their playoff run. My class at Cal Poly just started. There's no rest. There's no rest. I'm not asking for sympathy. I want none. I deserve none. Point is, it was one of those nights, because usually you put the older ones are up later than me,
sure.
But you put the little guy to bed, and that's when I get a bunch of stuff done. Last night was one of those nights, and I blame it on the old-fashioned.
Of course.
Which was delicious.
Blame it on the Thank you, Jamie.
It just got to 9:30, and I'm like, I'm worthless.
It was over?
So I'm not going to even try. Like,
Warriors are down 128-91.
No, game was over. Game was over. Remember, early start.
Good point.
Right, early start. I scroll. I do what
early
I do.
Finish.
I'm like, check it out. What's everybody saying? Okay. And it's one of those where you're sitting on the couch looking at the phone, and when you start dropping the phone because you're falling asleep.
Right.
Mid-read. So worthless last night. So very well rested today and ready for this conversation. So let's have it. You heard again right there what Clay said about the booing. Here's what Steph said about it.
There's nothing to really cheer about, so opposite of cheering is booing. Might as well. I don't take it any certain type of way. Honestly, I'm booing myself, booing our team in my head because of the way we're playing. So, it is what it is. Fans are going to react the way that they want. It's our job to, give them something to cheer about. We have not done that.
Steph makes it sound like a nothing burger. Clay makes it sound like it's offensive. But I would argue that there's a third thing that actually is what matters here. Clay and Steph's feelings, while we care, are not what matters in the big picture. In the big picture, do you want to know who I want to ask about the booing? I don't want to ask Steph.
No.
And I don't want to ask Clay.
I know who you want to ask.
I want to ask Joe, because that is what matters.
Can I read from Tim Kawakami in The Athletic last night?
Who joins us in just over a half hour.
Third sentence. First sentence was, cat calls rained down from several Chase Center sections, period. The Warriors looked more lost and listless, tough with a lisp, than at any other point of this dwindling dynasty. Third sentence. Owner Joe Lacob bolted from his front row seat the instant the buzzer sounded and speed walked off the court after another blowout loss. he bolted from his front row seat and speed walked off the court. You think that he was happy about the boos that rained down? Not upon him this time, but upon his team?
Right.
I mean,
entertainment entity.
Half empty at the buzzer, and this team's getting booed.
Entertainment entity.
Right.
Every boo to that man equals dollars, and dollars will spur action. And so that's how we arrive at this from Shams and FanDuel TV.
The mindset in Golden State right now is everyone but Steph Curry is on the table. That's their mindset. Now, realistically, there's an asterisk, right? Like Klay Thompson, would they want to keep him long-term and keep him in Golden State? I think that's been their hope. They have not been able to reach a contract extension with him. We've talked about it. And Draymond Green just got back from an extension. Those have been their three core guys in the front office. They're big fans of Jonathan Kuminga, big fans of Brandon Podziemski. They're big fans of Trace Jackson Davis. But Wiggins and everyone else on that roster except Steph Curry has to be in play for this team. They're going to be looking to make moves.
The tough part is, if we know this, the other teams know that. They know their value is so low right now. If you're Andrew Wiggins, if you're Draymond, if you're Klay, so like, what can you even get for them?
The problem also is, like, you want to make moves, you want to be aggressive, but they also don't want, from what I'm told, they don't want to take long-term money back. You don't want to take another massive contract back. So you think about a guy like Zach LaVine.
Can't do it.
Who's making 3 years, he's got almost $140 million after this season. And honestly, hanging over all this is Steve Kerr's contract status as well. He's an expiring contract. There's no sign of a new deal as of right now for him either.
Wow.
And so this Warriors team, they're teetering right now. As we're just under a month until the trade deadline, I think they will be active. Everyone but Steph Curry has to be in play.
Okay, so that is why I refer to last night as rock bottom. I'm not even saying that those sentiments suddenly came up out of nowhere last night in the third quarter when that game officially got out of hand. I'm sure that this has been months, if not even a year in the making with regard to this sentiment that everybody is on the table. But I tell you what, we've arrived at a spot where even those like me who have been beyond stubborn with support of the big three, and you hear at the beginning of what he said, it's still not likely that Klay or Draymond is traded. But I will sit here today and freely admit, I don't know if you want to hear I was wrong, because I don't even think there's no final answer yet. I think the way that I've been looking at this, it's time for an adjustment on it. And the best way that I could put it into words is this. I absolutely still hope that they stay, but I no longer feel like I can have an issue if they don't.
Yeah, I don't think that anyone can have an issue if they don't, and I wonder how fans feel about the Klay piece at 888-957-9570, because last night became a bit of a turning point for me in terms of the Klay piece, and there have been a lot of pieces of evidence that have stacked up. This is not to say that I won't forever love Klay Thompson, 4 titles, unbelievable memories, a splash brother, but it feels to me like he wants, until I hear differently, it feels like he wants to be somewhere else. It feels like he wants to do something other than this. And I think that the Warriors want to do something other than this as well, not just pertaining to Klay. And it's interesting what Sham said, and you played about a 90-second bite, but halfway through when he said, everybody but Steph Curry is on the table, and then he mentioned Andrew Wiggins by name. Wiggins was the first name he mentioned after the fact that everyone is on the table. And you look at last night's lineup, last night that Evan called, and I loved it, and I'm going to steal it, but I'm giving him credit so it's not theft. He called it the white flag lineup, which is when you wave the white flag. You had Wiggins and Kuminga playing together. And Wiggins was on the court during, and we're watching it right now, they're replaying it, fourth quarter, Warriors down 32, I don't like their chances. Wiggins was on the court during the white flag lineup. Kevon wasn't. Steph and Klay weren't, for sure. And you had Moody, and I think you had Guy Santos, and Kuminga and Wiggins. And that, to me, is very telling about how they feel about Andrew Wiggins right now.
No doubt. I'm sure they'd love to give up Andrew Wiggins. However, what the crew there said to Shams also stands. Great That's wonderful that everyone's on the table. What does that mean? Nobody wants them. Nobody wants them unless you'll take their junk too. And the Warriors don't want to do that. So fancy. So let me get this straight, Warriors. You'd like to get rid of your bad contracts.
Yeah.
You'd like to get rid of some age. You'd like to gain financial flexibility and not take any long-term money back in return.
And get good players.
And you'd also like to stay relevant right now. Cool trick. Let me see how you do that.
Totally.
Because all the other teams are going to be like, we're not helping you do that. Why would we help you do that? No. They're going to get a whole lot of no's everywhere they call.
From them, dog?
Yes.
It depends on what you want to attach. So if you look at your current roster, and let's just say everyone's on the table but Steph Curry. Let's take Sham's report as fact. So if you are another team, what's the most attractive thing about the Warriors? Well, it's Kuminga. The Warriors probably don't want to trade him. And it is, what would be the next most attractive thing? An expiring Chris Paul? An expiring Clay?
Expiring's not that attractive. Expiring is handy. Like young piece that I want on my team. I think people like Moses Moody, like not centerpiece of deal.
Right.
I think Moses Moody is attractive. I think Brandon Pajemski is attractive. I think Shams still doesn't know how to pronounce his name. That's 0 for 2. That's 0 for 2. You might be able to play shortstop for the Giants. You're 0 for 2.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a 4.
He got closer, but he called him Pazemski. There is a Z in there, but you're not going to pronounce it.
He called him Pazemski?
Pazemski.
Okay.
I don't want to play the whole thing again.
No, we could add that. I'm sure Grandy's already isolated
spotlight
it.
the Pazemski that Shams gave us.
Add it to our long list of...
We got a long day ahead.
No, that's become one of my favorite bits, all the mispronunciations. It's a mispronunciation sensation is what it is.
Sure is.
Of the young kid's name. But I think if you're looking at deals, you're looking at an expiring with a youngster. So it's Chris Paul and Moody.
And Kuminga.
It's Klay Thompson and Pajemski. If you're going to do a deal and you want to get rid of, like you said, an expiring deal or age, you're going to have to throw in a youngster or a pick or both.
But the funny thing is what do the Warriors want in return? They want expiring deals. Well, you could argue it's like you already have that.
Right.
You have Chris Paul and Klay Thompson. That's $73 million right there.
Or you want a contract that is somewhat controlled for a player who is better than what his contract would indicate.
Yeah, I think Wiggins and the young player is the trade that you're probably going to see. Because that could be pitched somewhere. Wiggins is a commitment now, but it's not crazy. It's not over the top in terms of money, $24, $25 a year. And it's only for a few more years. And he's still in his 20s. So our team's like, gosh, maybe that fresh start revives him.
Right.
And we get the 19 points per game guy to show up again. And if we could get a Kuminga or a Moody or whatever with him, okay, maybe there's a conversation there. And that also helps the Warriors free money up. Because think about it. If you got 73 coming off the books for Klay and Chris, you turn Wiggins into something that is expiring. Well, now you got $100 million coming off the books. So I get that the Warriors are going to try to be active. I am not convinced that they will be that active because someone needs to tango with them.
True.
And what they have to offer is not as attractive as its name value would suggest.
Depends on what you're going to actually offer. Because if you're going to offer Kuminga or Moody or Pajowski, the Poughkeepsie kid, however you want to say it, I think that there's value in those deals, and you've got future picks that you can offer. But are you looking at this team and this trade deadline and thinking, let's get a piece that's going to help us now? Or is it, let's just start to turn our roster over so we have flexibility come June to make something happen for next year? Because I don't know if you can make any deal right now that would bring in a player that would make you good enough now for it to matter.
I wouldn't think so.
Right.
I mean, but then again, everyone but Steph, well, is Steph going to just stand by and be like, sure, just blow everything up and make it a new 3-year project? and I'll sit here and hold everyone's hand to help them along the way for the end of my career. Does that sound fun? Steph was asked about the trade deadline. Here's his response.
We have a standard. It's pretty evident that if things stay the same, that's a definition of insanity, right? Keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So as players and what we can do, we have to control our effort, our focus, competitiveness, control the things that we can on the court. Like every NBA season, every organization, that stuff works itself out, and you can't allow yourself to get distracted by that, because whether you're at the top of the standings or the bottom, there's always rumors swirling, there's always conversations, and it's just a part of the business. And until anything happens, you can't get caught up in it because it robs you of your opportunity to play good basketball. That's kind of where we're at.
Another perfect answer, but by the same time, it doesn't really answer, I know, the question that's in the back of our minds, because we can't ask it yet because it's still a hypothetical. But the question we want to ask Steph Curry is, would you be okay with this? And what does that mean for you and the remainder of your career? That's the question we want to ask. It's a hypothetical. He won't answer it.
Right.
So we can't even ask it yet.
Well, you can ask it when it all comes to pass, if it's at the deadline or at the end of the year, or heck, maybe they decide they bring everyone back next year and they try to run it back. I mean, that's possible, right?
Not everyone. No, it's not.
Not Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Draymond's under contract. Wiggins under contract. They're all under contract except Clay. So if Clay decides to sign for what was reportedly offered and he comes back, well, then you run it back. And I don't think Warrior fans want that, and I guarantee you Steph doesn't want that.
Well, and again, this is the moment that we're having this conversation. 2 very embarrassing losses. Prior to that, it was a team that, while one game under 500, wasn't playing like this. It's not like they were going out there and embarrassing themselves. The last 2 games, they've gone out there and they've embarrassed themselves. Let that sink in. They've embarrassed. Joe Lacob, that fast walk was because he's embarrassed. You booed him. You booed his product.
You've lost 6 of 8.
Yeah.
And you lost to Denver on Christmas, and that was a good game effort. You lost to Miami. I was there. You lost by 12. It felt like you lost by 20 to 25.
Sure.
And you lost to Dallas. You gave up $132. You beat Orlando. Hey, nice win. Gritty. Gutsy little home win. You lost to Dallas. You gave up 132. You gave up 130 to Denver, 133 to Toronto, 141 to New Orleans.
But Denver didn't feel that way because that was a huge lead the whole game that collapsed in the last 5 minutes.
Right, but still.
So you didn't walk out of there going, you embarrassed yourselves. You're ticked. You're like, you completely gagged that, but you didn't embarrass yourselves. These last 2 games, they haven't even been able to get to the 5-minute mark of the first quarter without the game being over.
Steph talked about effort and competitiveness in that soundbite you just played. And, you look at last night, and I think Steph would even look in the mirror and talk about effort and competitiveness. And I don't know if Steph's not given the same effort, but he's not been playing well. And you look at his shooting percentage. Last night he had 1 rebound in 25 minutes. It feels more like a team-wide issue about effort and competitiveness, and you're on the precipice now of slipping into a spot where you can't recover.
Well, effort is always an interesting thing to discuss because, again, we talk about effort when you're losing, and it can also mask itself as an excuse. It's like, oh, we're actually still really good. We're just not trying. Well, maybe you're trying your butt off, and you're just this far away from the other teams in the league. This week you are. That's 2 games in a row. And New Orleans is a solid team.
Yeah.
Toronto's a joke. And you went out there and looked the exact same in both games. You couldn't even stay on the floor. Let's go to Alex in Alameda. We'd love to take your calls. We'll continue to do that as we move into the 3 o'clock hour. Tim Kawakami at 3:15. Hi, Alex. What are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I just wanted to comment about the Clay comments in the post-game interview last night.
Go for it.
I mean, honestly, we can all agree his comments were a little bit harsh, but at the same time, I've been to a lot of the games this season, and I think the atmosphere there is just really lacking. Like, if the fans are there not showing any energy, sitting down, it's completely different from the vibe at Oracle, honestly, in my opinion.
But Alex, whose responsibility is that?
No, totally. They have to bring the excitement. We're paying good money to see them. But I see a huge difference from the people that are going to the games back from when it was at Oracle.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, and Alex,
I think you're onto something, Alex.
I mean,
for sure.
that comes with the territory. To be honest with you, this will sound weird because Candlestick has had its moments where it was dead, but we heard that when Oracle opened.
We did.
Pac Bell Park, whatever it was called back then.
And when they won, it was one of the great ballparks in America, and now they're not winning, and people are bored and not showing up.
It's more expensive, it's more corporate, it's larger. So yes, are you going to lose a little bit of the noise that happened in Oakland? There's no doubt about it. But the environment will be fine if they're good.
Right, and currently they're not good, and they don't give you a lot to cheer about, but the whole thing about the booing, that did hit me a little bit last night as kind of a Chase Center phenomenon. I don't remember a lot of booing at Oracle, even in the 90s and the 00s when they stunk.
No, it was a good, Well, we had a different bar. They were being held.
It was the bar.
They were.
We were at the bar.
Yeah, very different bar for the Warriors back then than there is now. So yes, it's also a product of success.
Let's go to Dibs, half in the bag.
That's right. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your calls next. TK in 20 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of...
Union.
And another turnover for Golden State. It's their ninth. Here's McCollum on the break. Gets it over. Good pump fake on the right side by Murphy. Back outside to McCollum. It's a 3-ball, and it's up and good. And a timeout for Golden State. 58-33. 8:23 to go. And a shocked Chase Center. And some boos coming down to the Warriors on the Warriors Radio Network.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
What'd you think about the boos, Clay?
Hey, you guys have been booed each of the last 2 home games. Obviously, you're not used to that. How do you handle that?
Are you supposed to lose sleep over it?
Steph Curry on the boos.
There's nothing to really cheer about, so opposite of cheering is booing, might as well. I don't take it any certain type of way. Honestly, I'm booing myself, booing our team in my head because of the way we're playing. So, it is what it is. Fans are going to react the way that they want. It's our job to, give them something to cheer about. We have not done that.
Yeah, I said that if you ask Clay again today with some time to just relax and maybe get on a boat or something like that, you'd probably get a different answer. But I fear that if you ask Joe Lacob today, you'd get the same answer. I don't know what his answer was last night. I don't know what it is this morning, but I bet it's the same. And my guess is it would be pounding on a table. Something's got to change. Something's got to change now.
Yes, and I would imagine somewhere Bob Myers has his phone on silent or his phone is off, and I would bet that Mike Dunleavy's phone was ringing by the time Joe Lacob got to the tunnel. Mike Dunleavy, call from Joe Lacob. Mike, it's Joe. Effing fix this, okay?
Bob's like, I'm in the NFL now.
Totally.
I don't even know what's going on.
I'm trying to figure out Sam Howell and what do we do about Sammy?
Got a lot going on.
Do we need a quarterback? I think we do. Who's going to be our head coach? I'm a busy man. I would imagine that, and you're right about Joe. His reaction today is the same as it was last night, which is a mix of disgust, but also it's a roll up your sleeves and figuring out how the blank can I fix this? Because this is not what Joe Lacob is going to, he's not going to sustain this. He's not going to sit idly by and watch this team go 39-43. I mean, all of a sudden that looks like it might be a decent record with the way this team is trending. He's not doing that.
No, not for $400+ million.
Right.
And
right.
Nor should he. So I wonder, because one of the biggest questions is not going to be what are you going to do? It's what's the motivation behind what you're going to do. In other words, are you going out there and you're trying to save something this year? Or are you going out there with an admission that this year is cooked and it's time to start thinking about the greater good of the next few years of the organization? That's one thing, and I wonder if you'd get a straight answer out of either Joe or Mike Dunleavy. I'd love to ask, which is, whatever you go do, what's the goal behind it? Is it still, we got to go out there and make this year's team as good as possible, or are you looking at the greater organizational good over the next few years? Jonathan and San Leandro next here on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Jonathan. What are you doing?
Hi, driving in traffic from back from the job site over here in Roner Park back to San Leandro.
3 o'clock traffic in Roner? Come on, Jonathan.
Going against the grain. It's counter commute. Thank you. Former home of Anthony Slates, by the way. Anthony Slater, Rancho Cotati High School. Go ahead.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'm in reverse traffic, so it's not too bad, guys. Anyway, so I just wanted to say, with the Clay comment, I think a lot of us true fans are not really surprised. I mean, if you go back to, some of the worst series that they've had, like the finals when we lost to the Cavs, Clay wasn't very chirpy or very into answering questions, like how Steph is. And you can see the difference. Steph's more of a people person. As you can tell, Clay's happy when the team's good. And so I don't think anybody was too surprised, I think this is just things kind of coming into finally fruiting after the last couple of years. He's had a couple of bad seasons, so I'm not surprised by that. The booing, though, I am kind of surprised by that because us in the Bay Area, A's, Warriors, Giants, Niners, Raiders, we have dealt, and Sharks have dealt with quite a lot of bad seasons, and I don't really recall booing our own team. Booing the refs, sure, but I don't recall booing our team. you said, we're in a new stadium. There's a bit of a new crowd going. That's fine. However, I did want to get your guys' opinion on Kerr with the, big three. Do you think he's having a hard time splitting up, like, due to when him and Michael, and they had their core and they were going? When does somebody finally say it's time? And, how does that look?
Yeah, Jonathan, thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I mean, we asked him this at the end of last year, and he said this is nothing like The Last Dance. And I think that there was a lot more controversy, emotion, and anger
for sure
within the organization with the Bulls back then than what there is now, for sure. I think that what this group is going through is a realization, a moment of honesty. And 2 of the 4 of them are doing it without a contract. So that makes it really, really complicated. That whole Last Dance thing, Steve states it was very evident that it was like, we're going to play one more year and then this thing is going to go.
Cooked.
It's napalm. That's not the case here. And I would still very much bet that all 3 of them are going to be on the roster at the end of February. That would be my bet. I'm not saying it's for sure.
Right.
But my bet is still that is the favorite. And I don't think, to varying degrees, all 4 of them have come to some official realization that they're all done winning as NBA players, whether they are or not.
Right.
I don't think they've accepted that.
Are all 4, and you're talking about Steph, Clay, Dre, and Steve,
yeah.
Are all 4 still here in October? Because that to me is as big a question, because I look at the deadline. Steph's not getting traded. Steve's not getting fired. Draymond is probably not getting traded. Klay Thompson would be a difficult piece to trade, but you get into April and you don't make the playoffs, or you get to May and you're knocked out of the playoffs, or God help us, they get to June and you win the whole thing. Not looking very likely, but you get to next September, next October. Do you have all 4 still here?
Feels like no.
Yeah, it feels like Klay's gone, and it feels like maybe Steve is gone.
Maybe Steve. I mean, I learned some lessons in the whole Bob Myers thing.
Yeah.
When Steve told us just earlier this week, hey, that's just business. Everyone's going over years and dollars. And
right.
I think it's more than that. I think it's more than that.
For sure.
And if we're going to sit here and say, and Shams did, that the thinking inside the organization is that everyone and everything, not named Steph, is on the table, then A, that means that the idea of a new head coach is on the table,
for
number
sure.
1. And number 2, if I'm Steve, I don't even know if I want to re-sign without knowing who it is I'm coaching and what the goal of that team is.
And I think about it from Joe's standpoint. If everyone's on the table and you get to April, May, or June, whenever it ends, and you don't re-sign Klay and you trade Andrew Wiggins, and it becomes pretty evident that you're going to be a different team and maybe next year is a rebuilding year, do you really want to have a coach that you're paying $14 or $15 million a year? Or is that a good time where you bring in the next head coach and you save a little bit of money? Because if you're Joe Lacob and you really are going to strip this thing down and try to rebuild in a year or 2, well, then you don't necessarily need a high-paid coach to have him shepherd over a team that goes 30-52.
Maybe you don't need that, but I still think you need the right coach, whatever it is you're going to pay him. The Pistons are paying their guy at the top dollar in the NBA, and they don't even win any games.
How's that working out
well,
for you,
but I don't know, but ask in 3-4 years. Like, that's not a one-year flip.
Right.
But that's almost kind of the point. How quickly can the Warriors be good again is really the money question. And everything trickles down from that. If you feel like they can be good in March or in October or even December, then you try to work on some level with some of the things you've got. If you truly don't think that you can be good for another 2 years, I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know that Steve Kerr would want to do that.
Exactly.
I don't know what Steph Curry would want to do. Real quick, JJ and Marin. Hey, JJ, what are you doing?
Not much, man. About to eat some cannabis, go for a hike. But I want to talk about Dunleavy and the choices he has to make. He's got nowhere to go, man. And to answer your question, this is a multi-year rebuild, and I think we should tear it completely down to the studs. And what's Steph's tolerance for that? That's why I'd like to question the conventional wisdom, which is he's untradeable. He's the best piece we got. I hate to say it. We all hate to say it. Would he be opposed to being traded so he could actually pursue a couple more chips?
Thanks, JJ. I have no idea because we've never even considered it.
Right.
I don't know how much sense it makes, though. Trading somebody who makes the top dollar in the NBA is not easy. You got to match that up somehow.
Right.
Is anybody else looking to give up $60 million in salary right now?
No, and if you are looking to give up $60 million, it's because you've got bad contracts. So you're going to give up one of the greatest players in history, your franchise icon, for a couple of expiring veteran bums? That's not the way this is going to go.
If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Not too long from now, you'll be able to find Tim Kawakami and Peter King on there as well. We haven't actually talked to them yet, but we're going to very soon. TK coming up next. All of our other shows are there as well. Check out Stephen A. Smith on the Steiny and Guru show yesterday as well. Tim Kawakami with unmatched insight on everything going on in Bay Area sports joins us next on Willard and Dibs. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Marawest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, well, it's been an interesting day here at 95.7 The Game. If you're a faithful listener, you've heard some of this, but we got off to just an emotional start to all of the shows. Steiny lost his father earlier this morning. Joe Shasky left the show earlier today with a family emergency, and we'll all have more on that for you when it is appropriate. And now Tim Kawakami joins us from The Athletic and part of the Odyssey family in podcasting. And I know that, TK, I know that this touched you within the last couple of weeks as well, so we wanted to send you our condolences also.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's always emotional to lose your father. So, we get through it. We keep going. But thank you very much for that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And then obviously it's not a very jovial time with the Golden State Warriors either. Look, they've been booed for a couple of games in a row, and people got Clay and Steph's answers on that last night. I'd like the answer of Joe Lacob. What do you think he's thinking right now?
Well, the way we know he gets into these games, and I usually do watch him with winning or losing to see what his reaction is on the first row seat, and he was not happy, obviously, throughout that. He sat through the whole thing. As we know, like after halftime, that first row was not really filled. It's like him sitting by himself frequently, not too many people around him because people are still in the suites. And he was grimacing, and as soon as the buzzer was over, where was he? And he was walking already almost all the way down back through the tunnel, moving very quickly and quite unhappy. You can imagine. Warriors people are not in a good mood these days, Joe Lacob being at the top of that list. But I don't think, even if they had won that game, I don't think it was like a good mood in the franchise. They kind of know this thing is teetering. There's no, I don't think people are trying to lie to themselves about this is all good. Almost losing to the Detroit Pistons earlier in the homestand, I think, was almost worse. It wasn't worse because these games are terrible, but that was a sign that things are not going well, and it just continued and continued and continued. That there's some discontent among everybody, including fan base. I think the fans are upset. That's what I've heard. There's a rumor about that.
Nice.
And Joe Lacob is, in many ways, he's the number one fan, right? He's the guy who cares as much as anybody about the winning and the losing, and they are not winning very much these days.
Right, and he is, I think, very reflective of the fan base in terms of his displeasure. And I was reading from your piece earlier, I read it aloud, how he just beelined for the exit. And I'm going to ask you, Tim, the same question you asked in your article about what they do. Do they try to add a veteran and keep giving it a go this year? Or do they subtract one or two big contracts, clear the books, and try to reboot for next year? What do you think their move is over the next 4 weeks?
Yeah, I think they're going to trade Andrew Wiggins. I don't know what is out there. I think they've got to find out what's out there. That might be the kind of hinge point. If you can upgrade by trading Andrew Wiggins, by all means. I think they would, if they can get Siakam for Wiggins and something else, say Wiggins and Moody or Wiggins and Pajemski, I think that helps them two ways. It gets rid of the contract and it makes them better this season, and maybe they can convince themselves that they, and I don't think they're, irrational to think that maybe that could get them to the 7th seed or make them a dangerous 6th seed, something like that. Something like we saw last season. And I mean, they'll take what happened last season. They got through the first round and then they gave the Lakers a run for their money in the second round. If they can't get Siakam or they can't get a player of that level, and I'm not sure there's a long list of them, would not put Zach LaVine in that list of the player they think they could add and would make a significant difference to what they are this season. Then maybe it's Andrew Wiggins for nothing, right? Just get off of him. Maybe they'd have to even put Moody in that just to get nothing, or very close to nothing, just to move off that the remaining $84 million of the salary after this season, to give themselves some room to think where every decision. You don't have the luxury tax bearing down on you. Every decision you're not saying, well, we're constrained because we have a $4 million payroll commitment, and that's what they got. I think they would do some things to alleviate that. I mean, you could let Clay go for nothing. You could let Chris Paul go for nothing. I just think Wiggins is the first decision. What can they get for him? What do they have to do to move off of him? And then maybe you don't want to be reactive to just that. I think they have to make other decisions about Connor Kuminga, about, Moses Moody, some other things. But really, practically, it might come down to what can they get for Andrew Wiggins, and I think they are most likely going to be moving off Andrew Wiggins, and then where do you go from there? I think the big picture question has been answered. They're going to ride with Steph Curry. They're not coming off of Steph Curry. They think whether it's 1 or 2 or 4 moves in the next, whether it's by February or it's the next, July, they can feasibly put together a team around him that works better than this. And if it's better than this, you're going to have a shot in the playoffs. Maybe it doesn't happen in February, but it might happen in July.
Yeah, Tim Kawakami with us here on Willard and Dibbs. TK Pod, The Athletic, podcast part of the Odyssey family. Glad to have him. Tim, what is the likelihood, and this is based off of Sham's report earlier today, all things not named Steph Curry are on the table. So what is the likelihood that Klay Thompson or Draymond Green get moved?
I don't think Klay, just because that's a huge number. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible. I'm not saying he's off the table. It's just, I don't know that you're going to get better than Klay because that contract, it puts so much, it's tough to value what that is. I guess it's theoretical, but, it's not like they need the money to put into a deal to get somebody else. They've got Chris Paul expiring. They've got Andrew Wiggins' contract. They got Draymond's contract. The money's not the issue, and I just don't know that teams are going to be jumping up to take Klay at this point. I think Draymond is a possibility, but again, he's one suspension away from maybe being out of the league. There's not a lot of value there. I've thrown out the Lakers as a possibility just because of the LeBron relationship with Draymond. I don't know. I don't know if you get value for that. I don't think they would be running away from a Draymond trade. I think these things are all. I think they've been on the table for several weeks now. In fact, it's not just because of the last game. And yeah, I would say Draymond is more likely to be traded than Klay just because there's some sort of contractual, consistency there, but there's not a lot of value there either. I would guess that Draymond's still on his team after the trade deadline. I'd circle Wiggins. I think Kuminga could go. I think they both could be traded. I think Moody could be traded. I think Podziemski could be traded. I think, you name it from it. Looney could be traded. Sarge could be traded. Chris Paul certainly could be traded. Those guys, just the way the money works and the way the value is, I see that maybe more than Klay for sure, and then maybe more than Draymond. It just depends on what the offers are. Does somebody really out there really want Draymond? I don't know. Could be. He's a valuable player if he can stay on the court. I think all things are up in the air, and I think what we heard from Steph last night, that he would not love the phrasing I'm going to make, but I think he's kind of okayed it. He's kind of okayed it publicly, and I'm sure privately, that they have to make some changes, and there are no sacred cows in there other than the guy wearing number 30, and nobody deserves it in that locker room other than Steph Curry.
And does that speak to the level of frustration across the board, not only with the owner all but sprinting out of the arena last night and fans booing the team and Klay coming back and basically saying he's not going to lose sleep over the fact that they got booed? Are you sensing a different feeling inside the entirety of the organization that leads you to think that dramatic moves could be made in 4 weeks?
Yeah, and Lacob didn't go out of the arena. He just left the court. I just want to make it clear about that. Yeah, he wasn't running away from it. He was just left the court.
With traffic, you figure he wouldn't want to leave right away anyway.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You can't leave.
No one can.
I think it's been developing. I mean, it's not just because of last night. It's not just because of the last 2 games, although those both were very bad. I think it's been kind of since the Draymond suspension. I think there's been a recalibration because they can't count on Draymond. They just cannot. There's no way they can. Even if he comes back and plays great, let's say they go on a 5-game winning streak. Do they know that he's going to be there for Game 6, or when he gets suspended in Game 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? I think ever since that hit, and we know there's the context of it is they were not playing great at the time, and we know that the starting lineup fell apart, and Andrew Wiggins was a huge part of that. So was Klay Thompson. All their plans started to crumble at that moment, and Draymond was a big part of that. So I think there's been a gradual discussion within the team, or a gradual kind of conclusion that what they got isn't good enough. And you don't have to make the trade right now. They didn't make the trade last week. You don't have to make it in a week, but you're going to make it at some point. And I think that is not, I talked to a team person, I'll just say 3 weeks ago, and that person was saying, yes, there could be moves. There absolutely could be moves. And that was 3 weeks ago. And it's gotten a lot worse since then, but I don't think they've said, oh my God, now we think it even more, and now there's even more. Like there was a crisis moment in the team even 2-3 weeks ago.
Tim, how does Steve Kerr and his contractual situation factor into all of this? What do they want to do? What does he want to do?
Well, I think generally they want to come back, have this relationship continue. But you're right, the contract is up. We saw Bob Myers' contract come up last year, and he did not want to return. That was all him. They wanted him to return. I think the feelings are still that Steve Kerr is the right guy for this job, mostly because, largely because of 4 championships, also specifically because he's the right guy to coach Steph Curry, and all things come from Steph, and all things should come from Steph, to work things in a way that fits him best, and I think Steve Kerr does that. But you don't know. And, the last 2 games were terrible. And, I could see them saying, Joe Lacob saying, do I want to pay $18 million for this, which is the going rate for a star coach, a championship-proven coach. I don't know that they'll get to that moment. I do know that, Joe Lacob tends not to put the best deal on the table until he absolutely has to. That's negotiations. And Steve Kerr has every right to say, I don't need to take it till you put your best deal out there. The longer it goes, though, it's fair to raise the question that, is there a reason why this hasn't been done yet? And could it mean that there are serious questions? I'm not going to deny that that's out there. I think Steph Curry wants Steve Kerr as his coach. I think Steph Curry is important enough by like multiples of 100 to deserve that commitment. And I think it's going to end up with Steve Kerr as the coach after the season, but maybe it's going to be in a short-term deal. And maybe it's going to be, with some qualifiers like, things are changing. We're not going to play the exact system that you played for all these years. That has been incredibly successful all these years. I think things are changing that way. And Steve, are you okay with that? And I think he would be, but we'll see. I think he wants to continue coaching. I think he loves coaching this team. It just hasn't worked. And listen, if they go 2-14 in the next 16, everything changes. We've seen that happen. Look what happened to Belichick. Look what happens to whoever. I don't think they're going to go 2-14 in the next 16 games, but it could happen. The team that showed up the last 2 games at Chase Center looks like a team that could go 2-14 in the last 16 games, but it's 2 games. You got to see the breadth of the season. I think the inclination is on both sides that Steve Kerr will be the coach next season. That could change anytime you have a contract going up like that. You don't know. But if Steph Curry is still the guy, odds-on favorite to be the coach is Steve Kerr.
You mentioned them playing differently, and Charles Barkley famously said, "Jump shooting team can't win a championship," and they've won 4. But now you look at this same sort of jump shooting team, and they're not offensively as efficient as they once were. What does that look like to you, Tim? And what player might be out there that could lead them to actually play differently than they do now?
Siakam, of course, the name that's out there. I don't know. They play drastically different, but they would look different. They'd have a 6'9" guy who can get to the rim and hit mid-range jumpers, which is what they don't have. Not a low post guy, so more of a middle tier, mid-range guy. But I think they'd look different, and it would be a very interesting escape valve for Steph when he's double teamed to get it to him instead of, we notice pass. Nobody wants to shoot. They're a jump shooting team that isn't filled with good shooters. That's a terrible situation. I think I have said this, there has been some talk about maybe just go get a 7-footer who can score. They've not needed that over the years. Steph Curry, frankly, has been better without that because you don't want a big guy getting his way. You want the movement. You want the flow. You need passers and playmakers with Steph more than you need a big lumbering guy, but maybe they should change that a little bit. I don't know. A name I've thrown out there, I don't even know if he's available, is Jared Allen. Theoretically could be, Cleveland could trade him. I don't think they will, but, could you go, Kuminga and Wiggins for a center? I don't want anybody to aggravate me, so I'm trying to avoid saying them for Jared Allen, but like somebody like that would be interesting. And Jared Allen's not a scorer, but he's a guy who could stand there on the post and take a dribble and dunk it if he's got the angle. How many times have we seen them try to dump it into Looney? Not his fault. And the first three possessions or three of the first four possessions, they try to dump it into Looney because he was open, and the other team just swipes it away. It's gone. They're going back the other way for a open three-pointer. Like, they need somebody who can grab the ball and take a step and dunk it. Trey Jackson-Davis sort of can do it, but he's kind of fumbling the ball around a little bit these days. He's a second-round pick, maybe more suited to be a backup. I could see something like that. It might not work, guys, right? It might not work. We've seen this, the starting lineup was so good for 2 years. You got to change it. They change it, and they're worse. Yeah. They are worse. So be ready for that. But I think there's enough proof that what they're doing isn't working. So maybe give Steph a pure 7-footer and don't do exactly the stuff you've done for the last 9 years. I think there's some interest in that. Again, I don't know the player that would do it. I've thrown a name or two out there, but I think that might be the way they go eventually, even if it's not in February, maybe in July or February of next year.
Tim Kawakami with us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Tim, you've mentioned Jonathan Kuminga and the idea of a trade now twice, and we've also read that the team is very hesitant to do that. We know the fan base would probably not love it. What do you think the openness is there to that possibility?
Yeah, I think they'd rather not trade him, and I totally understand that. There's a lot of talent there. We see it in games, but we see some not so great stuff in games too. Don't know that he's an exact fit for the guy that's going to carry them into the next era. No, I don't know about that one. I might go on the side of saying it's probably not that guy. He's probably a complimentary piece. There's room for him to grow into kind of a 1A guy, but I don't see that, or 1B. I don't really see that right now. I think they would not be reluctant to trade him for somebody better if they thought that other person was better. And of course, why would somebody trade something better than Jonathan Kuminga to get Jonathan Kuminga? But somebody else could evaluate him on a higher level. I think you can be reluctant to do it. I understand it. Reportedly, they're not putting him into a Siakam offer because Siakam's, a rental. I get all those things. But if that's the guy that gets you to the guy, I don't see a huge barrier to that in their minds. Maybe Joe Lacob. Lacob really likes him, but that doesn't mean a ton because he really liked James Wiseman too, and they did end up trading him.
Yeah.
It's your evaluation of John Kuminga. I mean, I think there are various evaluations of him within the league and within the Warriors. I get it. It's hard to evaluate him because he is erratic and he hasn't gotten steady playing time all the time. There's reasons why he hasn't. I'm intrigued by him, but also I see that sometimes he's terrible. And I see sometimes that they play great with him, and I see sometimes they play terrible with him. And does he fit with Draymond when Draymond's back? I don't 100% know. Maybe these next 10 games, they got 13 before the trade deadline, but I'm sure decisions will be made before that. Let's see what Kuminga looks like for the next 10. But I think of all the players we mentioned, that's the one they would least like to trade. Doesn't mean that he's untouchable. He is absolutely not untouchable. There's only one untouchable on this roster.
Tim Kawakami, The Athletic, and the TK Pod, part of the Odyssey family, which is fantastic. And I just saw that you'll be posting tomorrow in the morning a recent conversation with Ethan Strauss covering this, the Warrior decline, Steph Curry's future, and some Brock Purdy as well.
Man, way to go. I like that. I love the pub.
There it is. There it is. TK, we'll talk to you again soon.
You guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tim.
Tim Kawakami right here on 95.7 The Game.
Interesting piece in The Athletic, and he talks about, we've talked about two timelines for years and years, but now we're looking at two scenarios ahead of the trade deadline.
50 timelines now.
Well, now it's really two scenarios.
Okay.
From two timelines to two scenarios. It's either
here we go, yo.
Get a player now who you think can help you maybe salvage this year and you go on a run, or you blow it up in many ways and you look to reboot the salaries and you look to shore it up in the offseason with some free agent veterans and give it a go come October.
Okay, what if I answered, and please don't call this a cop-out, but what if I said both? What if I said both? Because in listening to Tim and knowing what we know about Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors and a guy who wears number 30, there's no way in hell they do a blow up where it's just like, yeah, we got 50 draft picks. Like we're the OKC Thunder.
Right.
And we got guys who are 17 years old and draft picks and Steph. Like whatever they do is going to have some measure of we want to be better this year. We want to fit better this year.
Right. I guess what I was saying is blowing it up would not be like in Oklahoma City where you get a bunch of picks for the next 8 years. It would be just getting some financial flexibility, some optionality to where you could get, like you trade Chris, you trade Andrew, you trade Pods or Moody, you get a player who can help you now who's expiring, but that you have some room to where in the offseason you can then have all this room to go out and get players who can help you then.
And that's what that's why I think both. I think that they want to be better this year and maintain flexibility, which speaks to the future. That's why, like Zach LaVine, you can hear it at every turn. Off the table. That's a hard no.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care what the hell you got to give up. The answer's no. No matter if the Bulls called and were like, you just want him? Just want him? Like, have him. No. Because it's 3 more years at a massive, massive number.
Massive.
And the Warriors have no interest in that. So it sounds to me like they're hell-bent on moving Andrew Wiggins. TK said to the point where they may even just sort of drop him. Like they may just turn that into parts, if you will, which is stunning. See our show yesterday if you want more thoughts on that.
Yep.
It's stunning what has happened to Andrew Wiggins, who has scored 9 points in the last 3 games. Total.
Did he have 5 last night?
5.
Gives him 11 over the last 3.
I told you he was going to score more than 3.
Yeah.
I thought he went 3-3-5.
That's 11.
3-3-5. Thank you.
You son of a math teacher.
My God, what is happening to my brain?
Right now,
anyway.
Somewhere Tom is rolling over in his bed. In his bed.
Take it easy.
In his Barcalounger.
Not the day for that joke.
Shaking his head.
But anyway, thank you. Yes.
You're welcome.
11
and 3.
3-3-5.
That's 3.6666 a game. 3.666 points a game for Wiggins. I think you're right.
So
it's going to be.
He's gone. He's gone. I mean, like you everywhere. He's gone unless the whole league is like, cut him, which of course they won't do.
Right.
But it sounds to me like that's step one. But beyond that, again, I know everyone's like, trade Chris Paul and Klay Thompson. And the Warriors are like, to get Chris Paul and Klay Thompson back? Because that's your financial flexibility.
Basically.
Your financial flexibility is like, get some expiring contracts. You already got them. You already have them. And Steph Curry does want to be good. And let's not act like Chris Paul and Klay Thompson are like problems on the court. I know everybody's bugged by Klay Thompson sometimes, including today, with his comments about the booing. But it's not like Klay out there on the court is a problem, an embarrassment, totally ineffective. None of those things are true. He's fine. Is he the player that he was? No. But it's not like he's a mess. So if you want to be better this year, can those guys still be a part of it? Sure. The big question for me is the young guys and who do you throw in? And you can hear it with everything TK says to us. Like, I wrote this the other day. The ideal deal for the Warriors is to get Siakam. I think they think that they would be better, and he expires. The only reason you don't want to do that is you don't want to give up too much for a rental.
For 2 months, yeah.
Right? But if what you're giving up is Wiggins and, maybe it is a Paul because it makes the money fit, or maybe it's not. Like if it's Wiggins, are you willing to put a Kuminga or a Moody or a Pods or 2 of those 3 in the deal?
That's where it gets difficult. For a 2-month rental for a player who may not be good enough to get you anything other than maybe a 6 seed. So luckily I don't have to make that decision, because that is a gut-wrenching choice to make, to give up 2 young players for a 2-month rental to go from the 12 seed to the 8 seed.
But if you don't think those guys are your future, it's sort of like,
it's easier.
Why not?
For sure.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your calls coming up. Peter King in a half hour, and developing news. Moses Moody is officially out for tomorrow night's game against the Bulls. because of that calf injury that he suffered last night. This is Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the...
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
No, you take it away, Steph. You're the only one on the team.
Right?
That's it. That's it. It's Steph.
Oh, man.
I mean, I can't even add to 11, so don't worry about it.
You're all right.
Yeah, you can mess up as many times as you want.
Now, I normally go to the cough button, but I went to the off. Off rhymes with cough.
It does. Spelled differently.
Completely.
There's no GH in off. I do know that.
Yeah. Cowga.
Shams, Sharania.
Give me Shams.
The mindset in Golden State right now is everyone but Steph Curry is on the table. That's the mindset. Now, realistically, there's an asterisk, right? Like, Klay Thompson, would they want to keep him long-term and keep him in Golden State? I think that's been their hope. They have not been able to reach a contract extension with him. We've talked about it. And Draymond Green just got back from an extension. Those have been their three core guys in the front office. They're big fans of Jonathan Kuminga, big fans of Brandon Podziemski. They're big fans of Trace Jackson-Davis. But Wiggins and everyone else on that roster except Steph Curry has to be in play for this team. They're going to be looking to make moves.
The tough part is, if we know this, the other teams know that. They know their value is so low right now. If you're Andrew Wiggins, if you're Draymond, if you're Klay, so like, what can you even get for them?
The problem also is, like, you want to make moves, you want to be aggressive, but they also don't want, from what I'm told, they don't want to take long-term money back. You don't want to take another massive contract back. So you think about a guy like Zach LaVine,
Can't do it.
who's making 3 years, he's got almost $140 million after this season. And honestly, hanging over all this is Steve Kerr's contract status as well. He's an expiring contract. There's no sign of a new deal as of right now for him either.
Wow.
And so this Warriors team, they're teetering right now. As we're just under a month until the trade deadline, I think they will be active. Everyone but Steph Curry has to be in play.
Michelle Beadle gave you, she sounded like she was doing an impression of you doing an impression of Farhan.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's
everyone but Steph.
Hopefully she doesn't get paid by the word, because she chimed in with about 3 or 4 words.
I loved her performance.
She was great. She nailed it.
Yeah. But anyway, the larger point, everyone but Steph, everything is on the table. And we just talked it out with TK, Tim Kawakami. If you want to go to the Odyssey app, YouTube, you can rewind, check the whole thing out. But I'll give you the takeaways as we heard it, and then we'd love to hear from you. What would you do? 888-957-9570. He put it as very unlikely that Klay or Draymond gets traded. More likely Draymond than Klay, if one of them. He put it as almost a lock that Andrew Wiggins is about to not be on this team. He said that they are canvassing the NBA to find out what he's worth, and if it's not what they want, they may just dump him anyway. So that's kind of the thought on Wiggins. And then it's what young players would you include in deals? And he said they're all on the table. They like Kuminga, don't want to deal him. They like Podziemski, don't call him Podziemski, don't want to deal him. But they might. Not off the table by any stretch. And the only thing that we can say for sure, alongside the idea of Wiggins, something happening with him, is that there will be deals. There will be deals. And that may extend into the offseason, but it is, as Tim put it, it's a crisis moment, and it happened before last night.
For sure. But you look at last night, and to me, it tells you all you need to know about how they feel about Andrew Wiggins, because he was in the white flag lineup, as Evan Giddings so wonderfully put it earlier today, from 10 to 2. When you're waving the white flag, normally you play your 5, and I don't want to say least important as a sign of disrespect, but you've got Quinones, you've got Guy Santos. These are guys who are thrilled to be out there playing any minutes, let alone NBA minutes. And you had Moses Moody, and you also had Andrew Wiggins on the floor. That tells me a lot about how they feel about Andrew Wiggins right now. And I think the team, ideally, if they could draw up their dream deal, it would be Wiggins and Moody for a player who can help them this year who is expiring. That's the deal. You keep Kuminga, you keep Klay, you keep Draymond, you keep everybody else, but you trade Wiggins and Moody, because you're going to have to trade more than just Wiggins.
My quick math says, because you're describing Pascal Siakam, but that's not enough money.
Wiggins and Moody is $28 million this year.
Pascal's at 37 plus.
Right. So you'd have to throw in something else, and Maybe.
Bazowski?
But again, I'm talking about the ideal for the Warriors would be to keep Pajowski. Thank you. It would be to keep him.
Jaminski.
It would be to keep Jaminski. It would be to keep the Poughkeepsie kid.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Yeah.
It's really a battle between Jaminski and Poughkeepsie kid for which one is the absolute best.
My favorite is probably Pajowski. Just because of the way it came out.
Pazemski.
Also good. And for me, Poughkeepsie kid works because of the kid. The Poughkeepsie kid.
Jaminski?
Yeah. It's you'd want to keep all those guys. You'd want to keep them all.
Yeah.
Because
they all show promise.
Well, and honestly, if you like Pajowski or whoever you like, he is under some great control for 4 years. It's a rookie deal.
Yep.
So you've got him. Moody, you've got this year, and then you have to decide on him next year is his walk year. Same thing with Kuminga. So you're probably not going to extend Kuminga and Moody. Feels like you don't love Moody as an organization, and you've kind of fallen out of love with Wiggins. So for me, the dream deal is Wiggins and Moody for, Siakam. I know the money doesn't add up, but that's the kind of deal you're looking at.
Well, and when people say, why would you mortgage the future for this group? Let me answer that question for a second, because I think that when that question gets asked, it's sort of like the answers are too either simple or unsatisfying. Think this through. If you're really mortgaging the future, and this is part of why I've been making the point that I'd love to see, it's not just emotional that I'd love to see Steph, Clay, and Dre finish as Warriors. There's something functional about it as well. And here's what I mean. If you're really worried about mortgaging the future, you've got to think that one of those future guys, one of the young guys that you have, is like that dude. That dude. Because as we all know, the NBA does not work without that dude.
Right.
You are not going to go win anything without that dude. So if you think that Kuminga could be that, then yes, put a Vulcan grip on him and you're not letting him go. But if you've decided he's not that, and I bet most of us think he's not that, he's a very interesting player and he's got a lot of raw talent. And I think he's got a great future in the league. But that dude, I don't see that. And if you don't see that, then you shouldn't be so worried about giving him up. Because in theory, he is kind of a replaceable piece. You can find other people who can be a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 type of a player. The other side to it is Steph Curry. Whether you think that this is a fool's errand or not, he has the remainder of his career. The Warriors are committed to that. The fan base does not want him gone. So, no matter what player you're talking about, you've got to decide, does he fit with Steph? What is the specific fit with Steph Curry? And I don't think Jordan Poole's was great. And I don't think Jonathan Kuminga's is great.
And this goes to kind of what TK was saying, though, about maybe it's time to start playing differently. And he had me thinking about that in terms of
absolutely
somebody who can get the ball and go up and dunk it or score in the low post. Right now, you don't have a team that can score at all three levels. You can score from the outside level from three better than any team in history, although this year it's been down a little. Your mid-range game is largely non-existent, and you don't have, outside of Kuminga, anybody who can really get to the basket and finish with authority at a consistent level. So maybe you end up addressing one of those things, and that's where I look at Kuminga and think he could be a difference maker because he gives you something that you don't have otherwise.
Well, this is why Wiggins was so great in the playoffs a couple of years ago.
Right.
Because if Steph Curry, this is the way the conversation we were just having, if Steph Curry on a given possession, if it's all locked up, if he's double teamed and he just is like, I'm not going to get a good shot here, then you want to go to somebody else who late in the shot clock can create their own. Klay Thompson, not great at it, and they don't have anybody on the interior that they can just dump the ball into. So what do? This is why once upon a time, Draymond called Kevin Durant and was like, we need you. We need someone who can just be like, here you go, big fella, go get a shot. And Wiggins actually has that skill set. What happened? I don't know. But he did.
Yeah.
He did. And so you can give him the ball with 6 seconds on the timer somewhere, anywhere on the court, and Wiggins can at least get you a passable look at the hoop. Is Kuminga that? To a degree.
Right.
But I would argue Kuminga, at this point in his career, still, he likes to shoot the three when it's wide open, and he likes to get to the hoop. But I don't love the Jonathan Kuminga, I'm going to drive and then create my own mid-range pull-up.
Right.
That's what you need. And Jonathan may turn into that. He's not quite that yet. So it's like, what are you looking for? You're looking for who Wiggins was 2 years ago.
Right.
Wiggins can't do it, and Jonathan might be able to do it, but not yet.
Right, and
So
by the
that's what
time
you
he
got.
can do it, it might be past the Steph Curry prime, and that's the most tantalizing part about the Jonathan Kuminga discussion for me is, let's just say that he's going to be a great player. Star, I don't even want to put a name on it. Let's say that Jonathan Kuminga eventually is 20 points a night consistently, and he is a 2 on a good NBA team.
Okay.
He's that guy. He's not a 1, but he's a legitimate 2. Well, if that's not until 2028, then it doesn't really do you any good in the construct of the Steph Curry window, which is what everybody says this is about. So if Jonathan Kuminga can't be his best version of himself for 4 more years, well, then maybe you do trade him, and you trade him while he's at his highest value, knowing that it might hurt you in 4 or 5 years, but also knowing that he might be good enough to bring back a Siakam in a deal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. We came in, and this is sort of the way that I've phrased it, because I've been a big, I don't want to say defender as if they did something, but I've been a proponent of the big three finishing their careers in Warrior uniforms. I still am. I never won't be. They are my favorite basketball team that I've ever watched, and I don't want them to get shipped out, especially for a song. But for me, last night sort of ripped away what I would refer to as my ability to question it if they do. Like, they've got all the ammo they need to explain why they're going to do whatever it is they're going to do. I still think it's unlikely, at least now at the trade deadline. I still think I'd rather see it not happen. I still want to see Draymond come back from his suspension and have those three play good basketball together. That is still my hope. But for me, last night was absolute rock bottom. I know that's crazy to say on a Wednesday against the Pelicans, like whatever. But when the Warriors have had moments that have felt like this in the past, you could explain them. There were reasons. Draymond not being on the floor last night is not a good enough reason. This team has reached a level of such disconnect, such poor play. We're questioning effort. They can't even stay on the floor for any 5-minute stretch with a solid team. That's what you've seen from Toronto and New Orleans the last 2 times out. So with all that said, and booing in the stands, you got to take what comes. You got to take whatever this team throws at you. And they're absolutely right to say Steph Curry is the only one off the table.
And you look at that 4 weeks away from the deadline, and you have to answer really tough questions as an organization. And the chief among them, to me, is the Jonathan Kuminga question. Because if you think that he is legitimately going to be a great player and you want him to be a great player for your organization, then you keep him. And at the end of this year, you give him a monster contract extension, which is what you did with Jordan Poole. And you look at other players in Kuminga's draft class, some of whom will get big extensions. Some already have, and that's the way it goes at the end of your 3rd year. So you have to decide on Kuminga either way at the end of this season. Yep. Either you believe in him and you give him a contract extension and he's yours and you keep him, or you trade him at the deadline, or you trade him in the offseason you're not going to let him go into his final year of his rookie deal and play on that rookie deal. You usually don't do that with players that you like.
Yeah. I mean, they've picked up the option, but you're right. Look, it feels that way for everyone right now. We've brought up almost every individual player and said, other than Steph Curry and maybe the rookies, like I guess not Pajemski, although he could end up in a deal.
Right.
But everybody else on this roster, you sort of got to make some sort of decision one way or the other in terms of what you want to do. What you want to do. Are they part of this future or not? And are they going to be turned into other players, parts, or just let go for financial flexibility? Let's go to Justin in Menlo Park. Hi, Justin. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you?
Hey, great. I'm good. Just driving down the 101 into traffic, which is not a shocker at 4 p.m. I was going to ask you guys about Steve Kerr and how he sort of fits into this equation. And if I look at all the other teams sort of top of the table right now, like they've all done a nice job of developing players over the last 3 to 5 years. And those players are starting to pay off. And we just haven't invested in that. And I'm wondering if that's a function of Steve Kerr's just never had that challenge and maybe it's a weakness that we all just never realized, or it just wasn't prioritized. And if he has to do that over the next couple of years, is he the right person for that job?
Well, it's a really good question, Justin. Thank you for the call. And I would say two things. One, there are very fair questions with regard to the Warriors' player development process. There are very fair questions to ask. However, I think it also needs to be entered into the conversation to know that the Warriors are dealing with a different developmental process than all the other teams in the NBA, largely for the last 10 years, because they've had such a dynastic group in place. It's like you're limited in terms of how you can develop because you can't give young guys the minutes that you would like to give them. So I think both of those things are true, and we're still maybe not yet at the point where you really are at a fork in the road. Because if Steve Kerr, if you're not comfortable with him being your player development, young player coach, okay, but that still gets trumped by if Steph Curry says, no, that's my coach.
Right.
So if you do what they're saying they're going to do, which is still stay totally committed to Steph Curry, then I think Steve Kerr is probably still your coach.
Assuming that Steve Kerr still wants to be the head coach,
Correct.
And he said as much on our show when we have him on every week that he loves doing what he does and he wants to keep doing it. So if that's the case, then, I think Joe Lacob ultimately would default to what Steph wants in that particular case, even if he doesn't think that Steve's doing a great job of developing the young players. But it's almost impossible to develop young players and win a championship. And the whole idea about developing young players to me is a bit of a misnomer. It's like being a system quarterback. Like you're a system quarterback if you don't do very well, and if you do well and you play for a coach that everyone loves, well, then you're a system guy. It's hard to determine. So are you not developing young players because your young players aren't very good, or because they're not playing a lot because you're a championship team, or both? And I look at your young players, if they go elsewhere and they turn out to be great players elsewhere, then you can look and say, well,
right,
geez, those guys you didn't develop, turned out it was you. And I look at Rollins and PBJ and Jordan Poole, the latest of the youngsters who have gone on to play elsewhere, and I don't think any of those three is necessarily making Steve Kerr look bad as a developer.
Correct. Wiseman and
Sure.
beyond. Like, yeah, that's I'm with you. That's the thing that really hurts is is when you watch a guy go somewhere else and then completely blossom. Let's go to Odell in San Pablo. Hey, Odell, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right. I got a quick little trade scenario for you. I think Wiggins probably just needs like a change of scenery. So I put into the little trade machine online. I put Andrew Wiggins over to back in Toronto, and then they send us back Dennis Schroeder and Scotty Barnes to make the money matchup. And then since we need a big, somebody over 7 feet tall, I think we should get Manu Bol. He's sitting on the bench down in Phoenix. And then I got Guy Santos and Usman Garuba going down to Phoenix. What do you guys think? Think that can help us get everything back together and get a top seed in the in the playoffs?
Odell, thank you for the call. I'm going to give you the same answer that Stephen A. Smith gave Steiny yesterday when he asked him about Andrew Wiggins. No. I don't think you did not mention one difference maker in that entire, you know what I mean?
You mentioned a difference maker, and it's Scotty Barnes, and they're not trading Scotty Barnes.
Well, obviously, right.
Guy's 22, and he's having a fantastic year, and he projects out to be a star.
That's what, but part of this, it's not just the Warriors are not looking to go get guards.
Right.
That's not what the Warriors are are looking to go do. And then secondly, what I always tell people, whenever you're talking about trade scenarios, is you've got to ask yourself, why would the other team do that? Why would the Raptors do that? They are not looking to give up young assets and fall in love with Andrew because he's from Canada.
Right.
They're looking to shed salary, and they're looking to gain flexibility. So Toronto wants the young assets. They've got a piece that's expiring. They're not contending. They would like to move Pascal Siakam and Anunoby, who they already did, and get pieces who they think they can potentially build around into the future. I bet Toronto would love Kuminga. I bet they'd love him. You want Siakam? I bet you could have him in a heartbeat if you're willing to put Kuminga on the table.
Right. If it's
and then they may take Wiggins from you.
Exactly. And they might actually take Chris Paul over Wiggins,
maybe,
knowing that Paul is expiring. And unless they love Andrew Wiggins, unless you think that you can actually get Wiggins to be back to the player that he was 18 months ago, because that's the tempting thing if you are an acquiring team. If Wiggins goes back to playing the way he used to play, then that contract is a bargain. He was playing $35 or $40 million a year worth of basketball when he was playing well. And it feels like that's been a long time since then. But this Wiggins is about a $7 million a year Wiggs.
Real quick, Mark Schlereth came on with us yesterday, and we asked him how his MVP ballot would go if he had one.
Probably Lamar has taken over based on what Lamar does. And listen, man, Lamar running around, Lamar making plays. Lamar's been so much better making plays that are off schedule, but doing it with his arm, staying in the pocket and making those plays. So I probably would, if I had a vote, which I don't, I probably would vote for Lamar because I think he's so much a part of that offense. He's such a huge part of that offense. And then it would probably be Brock and then maybe Christian after that. But it would be Christian and Brock would be 1B and 1C if you would. But I would probably vote Lamar.
Okay, if he had a vote. Peter King does have a vote. So we'll ask him that question and many, many more as we get ready for Wild Card Weekend with Peter King, who will join us next. And then we'll hop back to your phone calls about the Niners and the Warriors after that on Willard and Dibs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
All right.
In order, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business...
Willard and Dibbs, and just moments ago we were hearing that, for instance, Stink, who talked to Brock Purdy twice in the last 2 weeks, said that Brock would probably be second on his MVP list. Christian McCaffrey would probably be third. Interesting stuff. Let's find out what an actual MVP voter thinks.
I look forward to this because I gave my Peter King ballot prediction a couple days ago, and I'm hoping I had it right.
Don't say it out loud because he's listening.
Oh.
He can hear you. He's
Mr. King?
He's on the line right now. Odyssey NFL insider Peter King. And insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. Men like Peter King. Hi, Peter. Whoop. Do we hear you okay? There you are. Now
Peter.
we got you.
You have me?
We got you. How you doing?
Okay. Everything's going great. It's a lovely evening in Brooklyn, New York, and getting ready tomorrow to go to Houston for the playoff game there on Saturday, and then we'll go to Detroit on Sunday. So I'm going to do a twin bill this weekend.
I love it. We would love to ask you about some of these games coming up for sure. But top of mind, and we've asked you every week, and we know where things sit to a degree, but here we are at the end of the season. Peter, what do you think the MVP vote is going to be for you?
Oh, I cast my ballot yesterday, and I voted for Lamar Jackson, and I had Brock Purdy number 2 on my list.
You care to finish out the entire top 5?
Sure, I did Josh Allen 3, Dak Prescott 4, Tyreek Hill 5.
Okay. It's interesting because we were batting about what we thought you might think, and I actually had you with C.J. Stroud as the 5 spot. Did you have some debate over Josh Allen and McCaffrey and C.J. and sort of the bottom of your ballot? Was that tough to go 2 through 5?
Well, I mean, look, it's all these things are tough. The Defensive Player of the Year was absolutely impossible. But I think on the MVP, as we've talked about before, I'm probably more inclined to think quarterbacks than anything else because the quarterback is the most important guy on virtually every team. And in this particular case, I think I look at the big games late in the year and I look at what Josh Allen did, and I really like what he did in getting Buffalo almost singularly back to the 2nd seed. And it was really a battle between, I was always going to put Brock Purdy 2, and it was a battle really for me between between Dak Prescott and Josh Allen for number 3. And probably early in the year, maybe a month or so ago, I would have had Tyreek Hill, as high as 3, but he's fallen off in the last, I don't know, whatever you'd call it, last month or so. And he didn't break the receiving record, even though he obviously, with a 17-game schedule, he certainly had that opportunity. But I ended up putting him 5 because I think that for 12 or 13 weeks of the year, he was hugely, hugely valuable. The most important non-quarterback in pro football. So that's kind of how I looked at it.
Peter, in your opinion, what is the gap between the 1 seeds and everyone else? How likely is Ravens-Niners?
Well, everybody at this time of year, almost every year, has a good feel and really believes in the 1 seed because they have so many advantages. I mean, Christian McCaffrey has got 20 days to heal for this calf injury. And so, you look at it and you basically say, they should have a huge advantage. But, I'm not sure. I think this is an odd year in that look how different the Dallas Cowboys are in week 5 to now. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys are extremely, in my opinion, they've got a much better chance to play a better game than they did in week 5. I don't know why that is, but they're just playing better than they did back in early October. So I think the way I look at this is I don't think that a team in either conference, because, look, let's talk about the AFC for a second. When you look at the AFC, the one thing that you see, quite honestly, is we're all assuming that Lamar Jackson is going to play great like he has all the way through the regular season. Well, Lamar Jackson's played 4 playoff games in his life. He's 1-3, and the Baltimore Ravens have averaged 13 points a game in those 4 games. He has been a lousy playoff player. So he's got to prove that he's going to play well in the playoffs. And I think that is the one thing about at least the AFC that I think is pretty difficult to project. And look, the one thing about the 49ers, and I'm not saying they're going to lose if they play the Rams in any way, shape, or form, because I don't think they would, but that could be a pretty impossible, divisional round matchup. Not impossible, but a much more difficult matchup, divisional round, than a 1 seed would usually have if the Rams end up winning this weekend. So I think there are trap games to be had for both of the number 1 seeds.
Who do you think poses the biggest threat to Baltimore in the AFC?
Buffalo. I like Cleveland a lot, too. I mean, in my opinion, the 2 most dangerous teams in the AFC to go into Baltimore, at least as I look at it, would be Cleveland. How ironic it would be to see Joe Flacco go into Baltimore next weekend if that's the way it falls. But the other one, I think, is Buffalo because, and look, you can say this with almost any team, but if Buffalo plays a clean game, they could beat anybody in football by 10 points right now, today. But the problem with Buffalo is that they don't play a lot of clean games. They turn it over a lot. They were fortunate that Miami couldn't get anything done last weekend. And so, therefore, they had enough to win a game in which they didn't play very well. So I think Buffalo is the most dangerous team for them, but most likely Cleveland has the best defense right now. Clearly, they're the number 1 rated defense, and they probably have the defense that's playing the best late in the year. So to me, I think Baltimore is going to have 2 very tough games if that's how it falls.
Football Morning in America, and Peter King, Odyssey NFL insider, with us here as he is every week on Willard and Tibbs, 95.7 The Game. Peter, because it has a lot to do with who the 49ers are going to see next week, let's dive a little bit into that Rams-Lions game. Lions are a favorite. Everybody seems to think the Rams are going to win. And there's the Matt Stafford going home story, but I'm sort of more interested in the Jared Goff, hey, McVay, you were wrong angle of this story. Like, how do you see history affecting this game?
Well, Jared Goff might think deep down, hey, McVay, you're wrong, but the moment that Matthew Stafford hoisted the Lombardi trophy was the moment that Sean McVay was absolutely right. He wanted to change quarterbacks in order to win a Super Bowl. He changed quarterbacks. He won a Super Bowl. Ergo, I mean, Goff can say whatever he wants, and I'm sure that to this day it still probably hurts him what happened. But I definitely don't think the Rams were wrong there. I think both of those stories are interesting. I think the one part of this story that I wonder about, honestly, is Matthew Stafford is a steely guy, tough guy. He reminds me a lot of his very good friend Clayton Kershaw, who never seems to be too affected by the moment. And I kind of look at this game and I say, how can you not be affected by the moment? Matthew Stafford was drafted to bring playoff football to Detroit. Now he's bringing playoff football to Detroit, playing for another team. And, that plus the fact that Detroit's front seven is going to create huge problems, especially Aiden Hutchinson is going to create huge problems for the Rams in terms of protection. So he's going to have to throw quick. I don't know if he's going to be able to play a great game because I think he's going to be under great pressure in this game.
It's going to be fantastic to see a Detroit home crowd in the playoffs, first time in 30 years for the Motor City to have that home game. The other NFC one, Peter, is just baffling to me. The once dominant Philadelphia Eagles at Tampa Bay and the fighting Mayfields. What do you make of that one? Is Philadelphia truly washed, or can they rise up and win this game on the road, in your opinion?
2 consecutive games against Arizona at home and against a bad Giants team on the road. They have had basically, well, the first one was a must-win because you figure that in order to win the division, we got to win out because Dallas has, Dallas is not going to, lose to Washington in the last game of the year. So I think the way I look at it is, the Eagles have really dug themselves a huge hole. I don't think they can get out of it. You really don't have. You have an aging defense with nobody stepping up right now, to have blown these 2 games to a previously 3-win team, Arizona, and to the Giants, who they've beaten 900 times in a row, and they're down 24-0 at the half. That is with everyone on the team, everyone figuring, knowing exactly what's at stake. We have to win this game, and they don't even come close. And look, I think one of the strangest things that I've ever seen is Vegas or whoever makes these lines these days making the Eagles a favorite coming into that game. I mean, has there been any television shown in the state of Nevada recently? I mean, have they not seen how pathetic the Eagles are? I don't know. I couldn't pick them now to beat. I don't mean to exaggerate. I wouldn't pick them to win a game against any team in football right now.
Big statement. Peter King with us here on 95.7 The Game. Peter, I want to ask you about Kyle Shanahan. I know you know him well. You've talked to him so many times. And once this thing gets rolling here, look, outside of major injury, he's had some chances. This feels like his best chance. I've actually spoken to some people in Vegas. The Niners would still be favored even if they play the Ravens. So they're going to be the favorite as often as they play the rest of the way. So what's on the line for Kyle Shanahan in this run?
I don't know, because unless they lose by double digits in the divisional game, I don't see anybody, even if the 49ers don't make the Super Bowl, saying, well, Kyle Shanahan can't win the big one. I mean, look, there's a lot of people who say that anyway, because going back to Atlanta in 28-3 and going back to, the playoffs since then, I get it. I don't say that at all. I think he's a good coach, and I think he's done a really, really good job with this team. So I think the labels that are put on players like this, or that put on coaches like this, it's fine to put these labels on, quite honestly, but I'm not one who necessarily follows it. Now, when I talked about Lamar Jackson and that he hasn't been a good playoff quarterback, it's different being 1-3, averaging 13 points a game, than what has happened to Kyle Shanahan in the playoffs. He's lost some big games, obviously, but I don't look at any of those losses as being, I mean, look, you can say the Atlanta loss to the Patriots is embarrassing because they were up by 25, and I might agree with you. I'm sure that, on his all-time list of games he's ever coached, that's the one that bothers him the most, and it should. But I don't view him as a guy who, I mean, unless they just totally crap out of these playoffs, that I will look at in any way other than, the guy's a really good coach.
And just a coordinator during that 25-point meltdown, so maybe he gets a half a loss for that or a third of a loss. Seems unfair to me to peg that one on Kyle. You mentioned earlier your Defensive Player of the Year ballot being a tough one. Care to share how that went? And did you have any Niners in there, a team that's been one of the best defenses all year long?
That's one of the things that made it difficult. I mean, Nick Bosa's had a very good year. Maybe not his best year, but he's had a very good year. But, when I did this list, they asked, the AP asked for 3 winners for Defensive Player of the Year for all the awards other than the MVP. They asked 1 to 3, and so I had until. What day is today? I had until Wednesday noon to get that in, and I turned it in Wednesday morning. And I literally woke up Wednesday and I said, "You got to make a decision." I've been struggling with this since the weekend. I mean, most guys didn't play over the weekend. Obviously, T.J. Watt did. He played well. He got hurt, but he had 2 sacks in that game. But here's what it came down to for me. I ended up voting for Myles Garrett. And one of the things, because I think that Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, Max Crosby, Nick Bosa, they all have tremendous pressure numbers, good stats in that regard. And, I kind of looked at Myles Garrett. It came down to Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons for me. And I got this play. I'm writing about this for Monday when I explain my ballot. And I've got this play that I have not been able to get out of my mind the whole year as I've thought about this. You guys may not even remember. It was just a highlight in one game this year. Cleveland was playing Indianapolis, and Myles Garrett lined up in the middle of near the middle of the line on a field goal try by the Colts. And when the ball was snapped, he high jumped the center, and he blocked the field goal. And Cleveland won the game. It was a huge play in the game. Even though it happened in the second quarter, it was a big play in the game. And those are the kind of things I just can't. I'm not saying I voted for him for one play. I didn't. I think his numbers in all other ways are exemplary. And the one other thing I would say about this is, and one of the reasons why this was so hard. Okay, so I didn't even have Max Crosby in my top 3. And do you realize, I just finished writing this as an early note for my column this coming Monday. How about this? You realize that this year in the NFL, edge rushers total this year played 14 games where the edge rusher played all the snaps. In other words, there were 14 games this year that an edge rusher in the game played every snap. Okay, Max Crosby had 10 of those.
Oof.
And 4 other guys each had 1. So, I mean, think of this. That guy played 10 complete games this season, and he was the best far and away against the run out of all edge rushers in football by almost every metric. And I had him. I would have had him 4th because those other 3 guys were so stupendous, I thought. So I ended up picking Parsons 2nd and T.J. Watt 3rd, even though Watt became the first guy ever to lead the league in sacks 3 times. And I don't know. That was as I look back, and I've been doing this voting for a long time.
Jeez.
That, I have to tell you, was as tough a vote as I ever remember.
Tied up in knots, Peter King.
Wow.
Man.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff. Peter King with us. Okay, Peter, forget the Monday game between the Bucs and Eagles because you've already kind of laid out that you don't even think the Eagles should be the favorite. Let's take the other 5 games. Where's the upset this weekend?
Good question.
Well, I don't think Miami is going to go to the Arctic Circle and be able to win that game, especially because basically their top 4 pass rushers are all gone. So I think Kansas City's going to win that game. Let me ask you this question, because I don't even know. Who is favored in Cleveland, Houston?
Cleveland is.
Yeah.
By just like 2.5, I think it is.
Yeah, down to 2.
Yeah, I think that's a totally absolute coin flip game. I probably would pick Cleveland. I definitely would pick Pittsburgh or Buffalo to beat Pittsburgh. And look, I think Green Bay is going to play well in Dallas, but I don't think they're going to win the game. So by process of elimination, I guess I'd say the Rams, even though I would never encourage anybody to put a nickel against the Lions playing at home in that game, especially with all their weapons. So I think there's a chance that favorites just totally roll the, just basically win everywhere. And if Tampa indeed is an underdog come Monday, that would be the one I would pick.
Okay, that's strong. I guess the follow-up is, will Pittsburgh score in Buffalo? And I'm looking at the AccuWeather right now, currently 1 degree in Kansas City. You sure you don't want to go to Kansas City instead of Energy Stadium? Peter, come on.
Do you want to know why I picked Houston? I picked Houston Monday morning, okay? Because usually on these next 2 weekends, I go to 2 games. So it's just fun for me. So I like to go to 2 games. So anyway, I picked Houston because I said that how great is it that Cleveland and Houston are playing in the Deshaun Watson Bowl, and he's nowhere to be seen. No matter who wins that game, it's a great story. So I said, I really want to go to that game. It's a very cool thing, but you know the Kansas City game, it interests me, but I just have a feeling that Miami is going to be a little bit like San Diego was in that AFC Championship game in the Icebox in Cincinnati 40 years ago or 41 years ago. I don't know how a team from Miami can go when it's 15 below wind chill and have much of a chance to win a football game. But who knows? We'll see.
Peter, great stuff as always. We're heading into Wild Card Weekend. We can't wait. Already looking forward to talking to you next week.
All right, guys. You take care. Thanks.
Okay, Peter King with us every week on Willard and Dibs. Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. That was Odyssey NFL insider Peter King.
Yeah, the correct answer is 1 degree. That's why he's going to Houston. Houston.
Inside.
2 teams inside Energy Stadium. And the current AccuWeather is 1 degree. It is 1 degree.
Good Lord.
In Kansas City. Currently 21 in Buffalo. So I could see where he picked the Lions. And honestly, if I was to pick any of the 6 games to go to this weekend, it would be the Detroit game.
Lions, for sure.
First home game in 30 years. And then, geez, something about going to Arrowhead sounds fun, but 1 degree doesn't sound my kind of party.
No, not at all. I wouldn't mind the idea of watching Jordan Love play at Jerry's World.
True.
He has been unbelievable in the last 8 weeks. If you look at his numbers, he's been as good as every quarterback out there. And if I'm Dallas, don't mess up. Like, they should win.
Yeah.
I think they're really good at home, and I don't think Green Bay will be able to stop Dallas's offense, not in that building. But bad bounce, have your Brock Christmas game, couple of batted balls or something end up in the wrong hands, and that one could get interesting fast because Jordan Love is on fire.
Yeah, and Dallas, though, they're so good at home. Dallas can light it up, and their defense seems to be better than it performs. That defense they can give up some points now.
Oh, remember when Seattle went in there on a Thursday night a few weeks ago? It was like 113 to 112. Cowboys won the game. I was at the Warrior game that night. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Speaking of the Warriors, look at you patient people, David, John, and Suge. We're going to come to you next because back to the Warrior trade deadline, what Clay said about booze, what Steph Curry said about booze, not drinking, but booing fans, and then what Shams said about who's available in a trade, and then we got a new one for you as well. What analyst and former Warrior hater, maybe current Warrior hater, Kendrick Perkins said on why the Warriors have lost their spirit. All of that is coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Did you smile?
finally be safe.
Nance Jr. has the rebound to Daniels. Quick pass in the corner. There's Murphy again, and the net barely even moved.
Oh, I could make a case. Garbage time for the Warriors has extended for about 40 minutes tonight.
Yeah,
it's been terrible.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Tommy, I could argue the garbage time's been going on that entire homestand.
I see your 40 minutes, and I'll raise you 3 weeks.
I mean, let's take the homestand.
Jesus.
What was good? Magic game?
The win over the Fighting Wisemans.
No, that was not good.
You play too well.
No.
This is James Wiseman.
That was a terrible game.
The win over Orlando.
Nice
win.
And 3.5 quarters of their play against the Nugs.
Fair.
That was what was good out of the 7 games. Everything else was terrible.
I was at the Miami game.
Terrible, right?
I mean, we had pretty good seats. It was date night. We had a good time.
How was the food?
Food was great.
Yeah.
We went to
great
Tacolicious.
I like Tacolicious.
I'm going to eat it.
Very good. 3 tacos, reasonably priced.
Okay. Did you use your Chase card?
I did.
Out of bed?
Got me a little discount.
10% off?
Exactly.
5% or
and
2% or whatever.
We did a little split screen where I got the food and Supper got the drinks. And I actually made out okay. She got us a couple of these really fancy schmancy margaritas.
Oh, you got to be careful about that.
Delicious.
Yeah. Wait a minute. You mean like you paid for
I
the
paid
food
for the tacos. She paid for the drinks.
Okay.
That was her idea.
You guys are not pooling resources yet?
We do.
Okay.
But, there are a variety of accounts.
Okay.
There's the her money, the my money, and then the our money.
The overseas gambling account.
Well, that's an account that's the my money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And the golfing is the my money. And the expensive shoes,
Don't talk about that. Yeah,
that's
probably,
the her money.
You probably shouldn't.
There's the her, there's the me, and there's the us.
All right.
So this was a her and a me, and the me turned out to be better than the her.
Well,
that's all I'm going to say.
At least you got a good drink.
And delicious tacos.
I bet.
And then we sat down and watched a basketball game, and they stunk.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, to your point, it's been a long slog of a homestand.
You can tell. You can tell all over their faces and by their words. Listen to this one. Listen to this 1-2 punch. We've played for you what Klay Thompson said about the booze. What, am I going to lose sleep over it? And what Steph Curry said about the booze, which is largely what you would expect a classy person to say. Hey, that's what we earned, the booze. I'm booing us too in my head. We look terrible out there. Steve Kerr. How about the booze in back-to-back games?
Yeah, we deserved it for sure. Fell behind immediately, and I think we're just lacking confidence right now. It's you get to a stage sometimes where you just kind of lose your belief, and it happens. And that's what's happened right now with our team the last few days. I think we've just lost the spirit, the confidence that has to carry you, against talented teams night in and night out.
Okay, they've lost their spirit. Kendrick Perkins on NBA Today from ESPN grabbed that comment and then made his own.
Ask yourself why Steph Curry has been in the slump, or why Steve Kerr has said this team has lost their spirit, lost their confidence, right? Steve Kerr is getting exposed. We saw the Pelicans, they were ready to play. We saw the Pelicans going for the 50-50 balls. We saw the Pelicans contesting jump shots. We saw Toronto go in a couple nights before and put up 133 on them. 133 in Chase Arena. The spirit comes from the coach. Stay with me. As a guy that's been in the locker room, went to 5 NBA finals, I know the spirit, the energy comes from what your coach is saying at practices and in the film room. It's almost like when you go to First Street Baptist Church. You going in there to feel the Holy Ghost. If you walk out of there and you got the spirit in you, damn it, the pastor did his job. It's the same thing when it comes down to the Warriors. They're playing with a lack of effort. They're playing with a lack of urgency right now. No fight whatsoever. That is a reflection of your coach.
Okay.
But.
Yeah. What do you think?
I think it's part of it. I also think it's in part because you don't have Draymond Green, who is your energy on the floor. And I think that part of it is Steve Kerr, but individually you have to go out there and give effort. Steve can rile them up. Steve can give them every speech in the book. We fight for that inch. It's that inch. He go through all the cliches and flip a spread and grab people by the lapels and do all the rest of it. If you don't go out there and do your job and want to win and want to compete, I don't think it's on the head coach.
Here's what I think is interesting, especially when a player says it. When things are good, it's the players. When things are bad, it's a coach.
Right.
Okay, Kendrick. Okay. So you referenced your time in the NBA Finals. The Oklahoma City Thunder were good because can you even name who the coach was?
Billy Donovan.
Yeah, Billy Donovan at times, Scotty at times, Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook and James Harden and Serge Ibaka. That's why you went to the finals. That's where your inspiration came from. You walked out on the floor and you had better players. That's what it was. So Steve Kerr has not had a great year. We've talked about this.
Yeah.
But I think that it's a silly idea to now tell us that your inspiration and your want to and your diving for loose balls comes from your coach. That doesn't sound like a professional to me. If you want to be a high school player, then I'll agree with you.
Sure.
Yeah, because those people will sleep until 2 in the afternoon if you let them. I've got a couple of them at home. But these are professionals, and if you can't get yourself up for games, that's on you. And all of this stuff, there's an underbelly to it that I think is probably dangerous for the Warriors right now. And a lot of the fans have been ahead of me on this. Stop saying that this is a lack of effort and it's a lack of inspiration and they're poorly coached, because all of those things presuppose that you're still the better team, but you're just not trying. You're just not working hard enough. So are you telling me now that Steph and Clay and Draymond when he returns and Poughkeepsie kid, you're telling me that if these guys just try harder, then everything's okay? Why would we make any trades at all? You shouldn't make any trades at all if all you need to do is try harder.
It doesn't mean that everything is permanently fixed, but I think that it would lead to you being in games for longer. Steve mentioned it. 5 minutes into that thing, you were cooked last night.
Oh, totally.
And you look flat. And I do think that that's a big part of it, is effort, sustained effort, especially on the defensive end. You gave up 46 first quarter points, and you lost by 36. So it's not as easy as the coach goes in at halftime and breaks a clipboard or flips a spread. It's like, ooh, coach is mad. I'm going to go out there and try harder now. These are professional athletes. You're right. Part of it is on the coach to change it up, change up the rotation.
Yeah.
He's tried to make changes, and it hasn't worked.
Nothing's worked. It's getting worse.
You got to continue to try to figure out how you can motivate these guys. Ultimately, they need to motivate themselves. You're right. But Steve's got to find a way to get these guys to play harder, because it does look like they're just kind of going through the motions.
I think they just got a bad mix. And I don't know what ingredient needs to be injected in and what ingredient needs to be left out, but it's a bad mix. Think of all the bad mix stuff out there. Kerr doesn't mix with Kuminga and Moody. Kuminga doesn't mix with Wiggins. Wiggins doesn't mix with anybody. Draymond doesn't mix with the league. Kevon Looney doesn't mix with the young players. It's just all a bad stew. It's a terrible stew right now. And you can keep putting in new ingredients, and it's not going to work until it's going to work. And the truth of the matter is I think that the Warriors are getting pretty close to the decision that the ingredients they need are not in the cupboard. They just don't even have them right now. So that's why you go from a shakeup like let's put someone on the bench to a shakeup of let's put someone on a different team.
Well, and if you can't get a real shakeup that gets you new ingredients, then you're going to resign yourself to this. And if you go 4 more weeks and you continue to be not quite a bottom feeder, but a team that's not a playoff threat, well, then you're going to look at maybe sitting some of these guys for the better part of the, remainder of the year.
Yeah.
And just go with the young guys and then look for the lottery, even though your pick's only top 4 protected.
888-957-9570. We are about to get into your calls. Thank you to those of you who have been patient. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's get into it. David in Calistoga. Hey, David, what's going on?
Hey there. Can you hear me okay?
Gotcha.
Perfect. Hey, yeah, I want to talk about 2 things, but you mentioned it. One thing that I want to talk about before you switched over to football, but Kuminga and Siaka, I totally hear you. They want.
Oof, David, I hate this because you were so patient, but your phone is just completely crapped out on us. Give us another try. Suj in Fremont. Hey, Suj, what's going on? You're on with Willard and Debs.
Hi, how are you doing, both of you?
Good, Suj.
Happy New Year.
To you as well. Thank you for saying that.
That's just ridiculous. It's the 11th.
Thank you.
I
haven't talked to you for 11 days, so I tell you Happy New Year.
I appreciate it, Suj. Don't let him intimidate you.
I'm not. I wanted to make a comment about Wiggins, and this is something that nobody's ever brought up. He's been off ever since the Jordan Poole incident with Draymond. And, the whole last year was just so bad for him, and he was gone and all that. And this year he's been really bad, except for maybe 1 or 2 games. I don't remember. I'm just wondering, does he maybe he is going to get traded, and maybe he wants to be. Maybe he'll go to the new team and he'll be the old Wiggins. We don't know about that. But I feel like there is a pall of gloom on this team. It's been there ever since last year, since that whole incident with Poole. And then this year, we tried to start, turnover. Everybody tried to look at it and say, okay, it's a brand new year and everything. And all these things happen with Draymond. And it's like, everyone's like, okay, it's the same old story. And it's just like if I was at my job and I'm doing a good job and there are people there who are doing a crappy job and getting away with it, it just brings in a lot of negativity. And, to make matters worse, we don't have the size and so on and so forth. It's just a perfect storm. That's what I feel. And it's just been bad because of that.
Suj, I don't argue with anything that you're saying. Thanks for the call. However, here's where I would push back on 2 things. One, I don't think Andrew was playing that bad last year prior to him leaving.
Right.
He was actually doing just fine. So has he been bad since the punch on Jordan Poole? I'd argue no. He actually was okay for a little while, and then suddenly he was gone, and then he was back, and he was okay again.
Yeah.
And then this year it's just completely off the rails. And then the other thing, and we addressed this earlier in the week, if you make $24 million a year and your skill set falls apart because you lost your friend from your job, you're unprofessional. You're unprofessional. That's what I think. Like, that is, and this accusation's been out there now for a little bit. It's like, I wonder if you all realize how soft you're calling Andrew. Like, and again, you might be right.
Right.
But the idea that Andrew can't play anymore because his good friend Jordan Poole got punched and then traded, and therefore everything just melted around him, is like hard for me to process, because this is somebody who was tagged as the next big thing, the number 1 pick in the draft, and spent a decade scoring 19 points a game in the NBA. That is not easy to do.
Right.
And the straw that broke the camel's back was that his friend got traded?
I cannot believe that's really the way it's gone.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a piece of it. Maybe that is the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of his desire to be a part of this organization. Maybe there are other things that have gone on that make him not feel motivated to go out there and play and compete. And, he's not the only problem with this team, Mark. If he was, then putting him on the bench would make things a lot better, and things haven't gotten better. Since they've benched Andrew Wiggins, and since they really stopped playing Andrew Wiggins, it's not like the team has been any better. It's just their problems have been different.
Yeah, I just that again. I got no proof that you're wrong because I have no proof that anything you say right now but would be wrong. You could call up and be like, Andrew, I think he had a dream about a unicorn last night, and it just really
it scared him.
Yeah, it messed him up. And I'm like, you might be right because
he's afraid of unicorns, and he's been unable to shake that.
It is the greatest mystery of the last 5 years of Warriors basketball.
Right.
I think a lot of things are explainable. Some things are surprising. This is beyond mysterious. And
right.
we did it for 2 to 4 hours yesterday. The mystery of what has happened to Andrew Wiggins and is it permanent?
Yeah, I'm not even that interested in the mystery.
Yeah.
This is one of those mysteries where I'm not going to stay tuned to find out because the reality of it is the reality, which is he's not a very good basketball player anymore. Is it temporary? Is it permanent? I don't know. The team's going to have a decision to make. If they think that this is the way that it's going to go in Golden State from now on, he's getting traded.
Yeah.
Even if you don't get much back for him. And we had Tim Kawakami on earlier, TK, and he was basically saying that they may end up trading him and not getting a whole lot back just to be done with him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you listen to TK and you can go on the Odyssey app and check it out if you missed it, it sounds like Andrew's getting traded come hell or high water.
Right. Be it a good deal, a bad deal, or just getting pennies on the dollar. That's what it feels like the team's going to do. The trade deadline is 4 weeks from today. You've got, it's 28 days.
Yep.
February 8th. Yep. So between now and then, how the team plays, I think will say a lot about what they do. But even if they go on a little bit of a run, I still think that Andrew Wiggins is getting dealt.
TK, earlier today, Willard and Dibbs on Wiggins.
Yeah, I think they're going to trade Andrew Wiggins. I don't know what is out there. I think they've got to find out what's out there. That might be the kind of hinge point. If you can upgrade by trading Andrew Wiggins, by all means. I think they would, they can get Siakam for Wiggins and something else, Wiggins and Moody or Wiggins and Pajemski. I think that helps them two ways. It gets rid of the contract and it makes them better this season. And maybe they can convince themselves that and I don't think they're, irrational to think that maybe that could get them to the 7th seed or make them a dangerous 6th seed, something like that. Something like we saw last season. And I mean, they'll take what happened last season. They got through the first round and then they gave the Lakers a run for their money in the second round.
There it is from Tim Kawakami. And then there's one more because we had sort of just brought up, okay, what can you get for Wiggins? And this is the one where it sounds like come hell or high water, doesn't matter what they're getting for him, he's gone.
If they can't get Siakam or they can't get a player of that level, and I'm not sure there's a long list of them, would not put Zach LaVine in that list of the player they think they could add and would make a significant difference to what they are this season. Then maybe it's Andrew Wiggins for nothing, right? Just get off of him. Maybe they'd have to even put Moody in that just to get nothing or very close to nothing, just to move off that, the remaining $84 million of the salary after this season to give themselves some, room to think where every decision. You don't have the luxury tax bearing down on you. Every decision you're not saying, well, we're constrained because we have a $4 million payroll commitment, and that's what they got. I think they would do some things to alleviate that. I mean, you could let Clay go for nothing. You could let Chris Paul go for nothing. I just think Wiggins is the first decision. What can they get for him? What do they have to do to move off of him?
And by the way, I hate that idea. I get it, but I hate the idea of maybe they package Wiggins and Moody to get nothing. Ugh.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, Wiggins and Moody.
I get it.
Wiggins and Moody's not enough to get you Siakam based on the money.
No, but I would think it'd be enough to get you something. $30 million going out with a player who was second in finals MVP voting 19 months ago and who I think is a good young rotational player.
Yeah.
And you're going to get nothing?
I think that's far-fetched. I mean, to get... So you send out Wiggins and Moody, that's $28 million, which would mean you'd have to get something back. And, I was looking at Utah and Lauri Markkanen, and there's a lot of talk that Utah may want to extend him as opposed to trading him. He's a great player, and he's only making about 14. And then you've got Kelly Olynyk on that team, who's not a great player at this point, but he's making $12 million and his deal's expiring. So that would add up in terms of, trying to get an actual player. I think you'd have to give up more than Moody and Wiggins to Utah. You'd have to throw in a pick. Utah's going to be looking for picks for sure. But that's a name that might be interesting if Utah doesn't extend him.
Steffi in Emeryville. Hey, Steffi, what's going on?
All kinds of good stuff. But first of all, I want to agree with you about the point of Jordan Poole has nothing to do with Andrew Wiggins. And what I'd like to just insert, even though I understand everybody's comments about he needs to be the first to go, Strahan, as if you don't know, his daughter has brain cancer. And he said something that I think can be happening for Wiggs. He said, you learn that you're probably not as strong as you thought you were when you have to really think about the real things. And I realize that I need support from everybody. And you think that I'm the athlete, the tough guy, and somebody who can handle everything because I'm a father of a family. But it's not about any of that. It doesn't matter. It's really made me change my perspective on so many things in life. And I think when you think about the fact of Andrew's father dying and his parents being such a strong part of his becoming the player that he is, not necessarily was, but the effect of a child having to go through the loss of a parent or a parent having to go through the loss of a child and still go out there and do your job every day when he got all kinds of shade for not being there at the end of the season should give him a little bit of compassion over comments like Jordan Poole was the reason that he's not playing the way that he is.
Well, Steffi, let's jump in on this first and foremost. Mitchell Wiggins did not pass away. There was an illness. Don't know much more about it, but Andrew's father did not pass away. Your larger point is a fair one. I think everybody, and what an appropriate day here at 95.7 The Game to be talking about what happens when life takes over. And it's bigger than your job. And if you don't know what I'm referring to, we've talked about it off and on all day long. Steiny is not with us. His father passed away earlier today. Joe Shasky dealing with a family emergency as well. And more on that to be revealed for sure. But you don't need to remind anyone in this building that life can take over and family is more important. So with all that said, I still personally have no clue what it was that happened with Andrew Wiggins behind the scenes. I can hear people's tone, those who are in the know, enough to know that whatever it was a hell of a thing to deal with. But I also get to a point of, look, we all deal with that at some point in our lives. And if it robs you of your ability to do your job, I'm not going to be mad at you. But you then also can't be mad at the organization or your boss at a certain point who's like, we got to move on.
Right.
We got to go find someone who can do the job.
And he is in a job where he is open to speculation as much as fans can or should speculate about the athletes that they pay money to watch. And that's the nature of their business. It's a public business, and ours to a much lesser extent. If you are just Joan in accounting and you have to take a leave of absence, it's probably not going to be one that is open to a lot of outside criticism because you're in a job that is not a part of that as the nature of your job requirement. So I understand her sensitivity, and I didn't know that about Michael Strahan. And like you said, Mark, everybody in the world deals with all kinds of stuff. And, this station is among it with the two things that you mentioned before. And, we have to decide, and they have to decide, and everyone has to decide how you deal with everything that you have to go through.
Yeah, absolutely. That came up with Stephen A. Smith the other day, yesterday, I think it was. And he made the point, again, this is one person's opinion, but he's like, look, if that happens, if life takes over to the point where you are just robbed of your ability to function at the highest level anymore, okay, but you kept taking the checks. You kept getting paid to go to work when you didn't go to work. So I know that's only one aspect of it, and there are all kinds of things that are bigger than money.
Yeah.
But this boils down to two things. Sure, nothing is bigger than family. ... At the end of everything, if you're hired to do a job, you still have to do the job.
Right. So if you or I or anybody was to take a leave of absence of a certain length, it would get to a point where you would have to have a conversation with management, and they'd have to say, I understand you're going through it, but we're going to need to have somebody fill your spot at some point, and that's perhaps where the Warriors are. And again, we don't know what the off-court challenges or issues are. All we know is he is out of the starting lineup, and when he plays, he doesn't play well. So I don't have to speculate about anything else. All I have to do is comment and talk about what I see, which is a guy who used to be really good at basketball and now isn't very good at basketball.
Yeah. John in Vallejo, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, John. What are you doing?
Hey, Willard. Thank you for taking my call. I think, 95% of the league has problems. The Warriors are not one. And I outside of Boston and Denver Nuggets, do you really think anybody else can win the whole thing? I mean, there's questions with everybody. So for the Warriors, it's not about coaching. It's not about shooting, schmooting. Their Achilles heel has been defensive rebounds. And there's a couple of guys available that the Lakers made moves last year, and all of a sudden, it gelled. The season is still not over as long as you got number 30 on the team. I've been watching basketball for 3 decades, and I know how, the Kuminga deal is, he doesn't have the footwork, he doesn't have the shooting, the touch, they need to let go of this guy. He is not a long-term, Warrior player. He's not a caliber to play with Steph Curry. My point is why can't they get some big guy? There's a Jakob Poeltl, you guys keep throwing around.
Yep.
Siakam. Jakob Poeltl's only averaging $18 million a year for the next 2 years, and the third year is a team option. And then there's also Thomas Bryant sitting on the Denver bench. Why don't they get somebody there? They need defensive rebounds. If you remember last year, 2 of the 3 games that the Lakers lost, or 2 of the 4, I should say, against the Lakers, it was decided in the last few minutes they couldn't get the darn rebounds.
No, you're not wrong, John, but they also need scoring. You know what they need? Everything. They need everything right now. I don't hate your ideas. I'll answer it this way. If you want to trade Jonathan Kuminga, like if that's what the Warriors head out onto the market wanting to do, they're going to get some pieces. They're going to get something back. That's the guy that people want. So if you do come to the same conclusion that John does, and I think he's got a point, I think Jonathan's interesting. I think he's got some real skills. I think he could become a very nice NBA player. Would I weep if he were gone, as in he's going to become a star? No, I don't think that. I don't think Jonathan has that in him. I might be wrong, but the bottom line is this. If the Warriors get to a point where they're willing to include Kuminga in their talks, they're going to get a lot in return.
Well, and I think to that point, and it's a great call, the idea of Jonathan Kuminga being a star or being a great player or not, I would imagine the Warriors have already made that decision. I don't think that they're waiting for the next 4 weeks to decide in their own minds how they feel about Jonathan Kuminga. If they think that Jonathan Kuminga is a legitimate mainstay on their team for years to come, they're not trading Jonathan Kuminga. I don't think that they would give up on a very bright future with a 21-year-old for a 2-month rental, whoever that is. Now, Poeltl's an interesting one because he's on the books for 3.5 more years, 19.5 each of those years. So, as Tim Kawakami mentioned earlier, part of their motivation likely is going to be to reduce salary. So unless you really love Poeltl as a 29, 30, 31-year-old at $19.5 million, he wouldn't necessarily be a target. But
it'd be okay if Wiggins was in the deal, because
fine.
then you're
trading one contract for the other.
Yeah, and the one you're trading out,
saving a little bit of money as
absolutely.
well. I think you're right about that, but I think they've made their decision about Kuminga internally, much like we talked about with Trey Lance, where the Niners had decided at whatever point that Trey Lance wasn't going to be the guy, even as a backup to Brock Purdy. And at that point, it was just a matter of time. Now, we don't know definitively how they feel about Jonathan Kuminga either way. He's been in, he's been out, he's played. Last postseason, he was on the outside looking in because he was pouting and not pursuing loose rebounds. His game is explosive, but his shot needs developing. He's lost on defense. He's electrifying. He's so many different things. What do they think of him internally? Do they think that his deficiencies are such that we can't build around this guy? Or do they think, you know what, with a little polish, little shine here and there, this guy's going to be somebody? That, to me, is the most interesting thing over the next 4 weeks because Wiggins...
That's what we'll find out.
I think they're trying to move Wiggins.
Yeah,
and we've heard that from so many different people. But Kuminga, is Kuminga a throw-in because they don't believe in him long-term, or do they hold Kuminga back because they want to give him $100 million?
Tim in Oakland is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Tim. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Just listening to some great points here. It would just be so easy if, I don't know, if Wiggins had a broken foot, or we can kind of assess when he's coming back. But we don't know. We have no idea. And I think it's a little unfair to come in with the brain cancer and all this. I get it, but we don't know what happened. It would be easier if Wiggins just came out and said, listen, I had a tough time. We don't know. He hasn't said anything. And when he came, it was already a rumor that he was kind of an aloof type of guy. So when he had a great year, that was wonderful. But now he's come back, and he was the key. If we remember the beginning of the year, he was the key to this team being anything. That didn't happen. Draymond did not help. I love Draymond, but Draymond is the one that can affect how Steph plays the most out of anybody on the floor. Draymond is the one who puts him in the best position to score. Draymond also calls the shots on defense, but he hasn't been around, so that's been hurting the Warriors to even see what fits. We don't even know what really fits because this team hasn't really been together. Looney's been off because of Draymond.
Yep.
So there's so much going on, man. There's so many moving parts. This team is chaos, but it's chaos in order. The order's been off. And I tell you right now, you have to move Wiggins. And I'm sure Wiggins is a nice young man, but you have to move him because at 5 points and 2 rebounds, your return on investment is terrible. There's no other way to look at it.
Right, but Tim, and again, with each of these pieces, thank you, Tim. It's a really good call. With each of these pieces, though, when people go, we got to keep him and you got to move him. Well, again, at what cost? When you go, oh, Andrew Wiggins, 5 points and 2 boards, you got to move him. All right. So you call someone, hey, I got 5 points and 2 boards for you. You interested?
You want to give me Siakam?
Actually, no.
You want to give me your 23 and 8 guy?
I'm not interested.
For my 5 and 2?
Sometimes I think we go to the NBA trade machine as if we're invisible. Did you know that the other teams, they can see the Warriors? Shh. They can see them.
No,
they're on TV and everything.
Stop talking.
No, they can see them.
No, Mark.
They know. They're not like, man.
They just have basketball reference, and they see Wiggins. He's a career 16 points a night.
I went looking for the Warrior box score last night, and my internet went dark.
Yeah.
So I just assume that Wiggins scored 19 because that's what he does.
He's averaging 18-8 for his career. So if you don't want a guy who can average you 19 a night, then I don't know what you're doing with your franchise.
Yeah, so
he's 19-4 for his career. Forget those last 3 games where he averaged 3.66666.
And that brings us also to Clay and Draymond. Yeah, is there intrigue? I have some to know, like, when he comes back, will there be some sort of an uptick in their play? Is it going to be all
with an uptick?
There you go. Right? Is it going to change the look or no? I'm interested in that. But furthermore, for those of you who want to trade those guys, admit that there's an emotional cost there. A lot of the fan base, especially the fan base that's not as dialed in, you're a 95.7 The Game listener. You know what the hell happened with people's plus minus last night. Some of the people who go to Chase Center don't even know what plus minus is. And when you try to explain to them, yes, we traded Klay Thompson for financial flexibility, they go up in arms. So there's an emotional cost to getting rid of the big 3 and then add in, you're trading them potentially at a time where you're really not going to get a whole lot back Klay Thompson is an expiring $43 million deal,
Right.
and Draymond Green is one technical foul away from leaving the planet. So what is it exactly that you think you're going to get back for those guys? That's actually reason number one why I think they're staying. There's an emotional cost that's higher than the basketball return that you will get for these people.
Well, Klay, I think it's an easy one because he's 43.2, and you would need him to get traded to a team that has $43 or so million worth of player that they don't want. And that's usually not a good team. So you're going to trade Klay to Siberia for a couple of expirings or one expiring, and there's not another player out there making 40 or so million who that team is looking to get rid of. So Klay, to me, is untradeable. Now, whether or not you sign him at the end of the year is going to be interesting.
That's a different story.
We can talk about that in May, June, and July. Draymond Green, very attractive to me, but the one thing that makes you pause, and it's a big thing, is what you laid out, which is, he's one misguided elbow or a flagrant two or a who knows what away from another long 10, 20, 30.
Oh, rest of the year.
I mean, it could be. Who knows, right? Depending on the severity, it could be just an accumulation of technicals, which sidelines him.
Yeah.
So if you just looked at Draymond the player, oh, yeah, you'd love to have Draymond. He wins. He's a great defender and all the rest of it. But the big question mark around Draymond makes me think that he stays. Plus, Steph wants to play with him. So as you go through the roster, you start to think about Chris Paul, Andrew Wiggins, and then pick a young guy as the guys on the move.
You're right. You look at a team that's like, okay, we're a contender, so we want to add a Klay or a Draymond. All right, you're a contender. How much money do you want going out the door? Maybe there, and I think Tim is right. Klay is almost a definite no. Draymond is an unlikely, but is more tradable. Look, the rumors were that the Sacramento Kings wanted Draymond in the offseason. Okay. They also see themselves as a contender that's not quite up to par so far this year. They're a young playoff team. Therefore, could they use the experience and the brute and the attitude? Yeah, maybe. All right. So you're sending him to the Kings.
Okay.
$25 million out the door. What is it you want back? And what are the Kings looking to get rid of that they don't want to be a part of this whole thing? There are rumors that Kevin Huerter has fallen out of favor. They want to give things over to Malik Monk a little bit more. Huerter makes 15.6. Is that interesting to the Warriors? Would you like a knockdown three-point shooter?
It's a ginger.
Plus?
Team Ginge.
Right? Good player. Good player. Not really what the Warriors are looking for. Don't hate it. You want Harrison Barnes back? He makes 17. It's going to be hard to find a match.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to find a match.
For either of these guys.
Yeah,
and I thought the Lakers situation was interesting with, the one guy falling out of favor with Darvin Ham and,
Austin Reeves.
Thank you, Austin Reeves. So, I mean, I don't know if that is really a fit, but if you go down the list of highest salaried players by season, Klay's number 12, and the 11 guys ahead of him are either MVP candidates, the best player on a really good team, or the two best player on the Clippers. And then you get down to guys below him who you probably wouldn't want, like Fred VanVleet is making 40. Zach LaVine is making 40. Tobias Harris is making 39. Siakam's making 37.8. So if you want to find a match for Klay, it's very difficult in terms of just one guy. You would need a couple guys. And honestly, you're not trading Klay Thompson. You already offered him theoretically or reportedly a 2-year and $48 million extension. You want to have the big three go out together if you can.
Let's go to Jimbo in Sunnyvale next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jimbo. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Great listening to your show. I wanted to make a comment on Wiggins and, with him being out last year, as well as comment on Steph and the struggles. So, first of all, with Wiggins, I want to preface with two players, Draymond Green and Rubio. So, Green had mentioned in his interview that, he was thinking of retiring. So also Rubio did retire, and he could still play. But I think in both of those cases, I think there's, the mental strain that they go through has kind of gotten them to where they want to get out of the game to some way. And I just have this feeling that Wiggins, his issues last year may have been mental, where he just mentally just wasn't there. And I think it's kind of just continued on. But again, that's just my take, and kind of really none of my business as well. But, we hear all these different things, like with the, he lost his buddy Poole as a teammate. But, again, I listening to conversations that, that's not going to ruin someone's career. So enough with that. But then on the Curry side, Kerr has mentioned how Steph's been having to carry a heavier burden than usual. And the other teams know that Curry doesn't have support on a consistent basis, let alone much of any support beyond maybe one other player. So they can just box him in, and they can just do what they want with him to minimize his number of shots, to minimize his number of good shots.
Yeah, well, and Jimbo, that's exactly, I think, what the Warriors are probably out there looking for. That's I think you're spot on in a number of ways with regard to what the Warriors lack right now. If Steph Curry on any given offensive possession is double teamed or it doesn't develop the way they want the offense to, where does he go next? Where does he go next? And if you don't have Wiggins who can create a shot for himself, and Clay's never been great at it, but he's worse at it now than he used to be, the Warriors end up doing what? Turning the ball over.
Yeah.
You turn the ball over. You dump it into Looney. That's not going to go well. You give it to Clay. Don't gun Clay. You give it to Wiggins. Good Lord. I mean,
Kuminga's hit or miss. He's still learning how to score for himself off the dribble. And, Pods is a good three-point shooter. TJD is mainly in the dunker spot. And you're starting to run out of bodies in terms of who can knock it down. Moody can shoot it when he's allowed on the floor. So, in general, though, you're right. And when Draymond comes back, it doesn't get necessarily any better as far as, somebody to score the basketball. Draymond's a great facilitator, but you could use to have another wing. You know what you could really use, Mark?
What could you use?
Andrew Wiggins from 2 years ago.
Exactly. That's who they want Jonathan Kuminga to be.
Right. And imagine if you had Wiggins and Kuminga together. I mean, forget them playing together, but both on the team, the real Wiggins, and then Jonathan Kuminga, and maybe you could play them together 8 minutes a night and then give them each 30 minutes. All of a sudden, you've got what you're looking for, two athletic wings.
Right.
But Wiggins is just not that guy anymore.
Let's go to Jay in Oakland. Hi, Jay. What are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? On the way home from work. Listening to you guys, obviously.
Well, thank you for doing it, Jay.
Not a problem, Willard. Two points. One, I think you guys hit the nail on the head. One, big three and financial flexibility goes together as well as a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with pickles. Like, you can't have the big three and have any resemblance of financial flexibility. It's just too much of the cap hit, those three guys. Which leads me to my other point. Like, I don't think they're getting rid of any of the big three. You guys made a great point of Andrew Wiggins. People are saying, oh, he's a bad basketball player. We should trade him for X, Y, and Z. Like you said, these other teams have television. They can see that he's not playing good basketball. So the fact that a lot of fans think that we're going to get any upgrade I don't think that's happening as well. And then my last point I wanted to talk to you guys about is Steve Kerr, his comments. A lot of times Steve Kerr, he makes comments that don't really sit well with me because I feel like they're confusing. And his last comment where he said he feels like the team has lost confidence made me scratch my head.
Okay, hey,
And I was
Jay,
like-
Jay, before you give your take, let's play it for everybody, okay?
Yeah, we deserved it for sure. Fell behind immediately, and I think we're just lacking confidence right now. It's you get to a stage sometimes where you just kind of lose your belief, and it happens. And that's what's happened right now with our team the last few days. I think we've just lost the spirit, the confidence that has to carry you, against talented teams night in and night out.
Now, what about that bothered you, Jay?
This is the Golden State freaking Warriors we're talking about. 4-time champions. We're talking about Steph. Can you imagine, Willard, Michael Jordan saying, I lost confidence. Kobe Bryant said, I lost confidence. Absolutely not. What are we talking about? But so it made me scratch my head, but then I thought about it. And I think Steve is onto something. I think Steph Curry, Klay Thompson has lost confidence, not in themselves, but in a roster. And I think the young players have lost confidence in the organization. So I think he's onto something, not confidence in themselves, self-confidence, but I think they lost confidence.
Yeah, Jay, thank you very much. This is what I would say. I don't think that that Steve's talking about Steph Curry when he says we've lost our confidence. We've lost our spirit. I don't think he's talking about Steph Curry. So when you compare it and say, can you imagine MJ or Kobe saying that? No, and I couldn't imagine Steph Curry saying it either. He's talking about the collective of the team. And don't say that Klay Thompson would never lose his confidence. He has.
Right.
He did. He's talked about it openly. I mean, Matt Barnes once upon a time came on this show and was talking about the fact that he went to do that All the Smoke podcast in Klay's house and almost had to, give him a pep talk. He's like, dude, you're Klay Thompson. Why are you talking this way? So he's been on a total mental journey. But I also think this, when we say, hey, these are the 4-time champion Warriors. No, they're not. No, they're not. Not this group.
Well, they are. I mean, a majority of them are.
Some of them are.
Right, but it doesn't matter, is I think where you're going with that.
And even those guys are not those players.
Exactly.
Klay Thompson is not Klay Thompson from
Steph
7
Curry
years
is
ago.
not Steph Curry.
He's not those guys.
And Draymond can't even play. And Kevon doesn't have 4, but even Kevon, who's got 3, I believe, of the titles, he's not the same player that he was 18 months ago. We know Wiggins isn't. And then you got GP2, who is a champ, but he's not playing. CP3's not playing. And then you got a bunch of kids. So I do think that Jay was right about confidence in terms of, Steph and Klay and Draymond. They don't have the same confidence as they did in previous teams because they aren't the same players playing around them. Just one quick note. I was looking at the ages of these guys. Klay Thompson's birthday
is
trade deadline day.
Oh, no way.
Bump, bump, bump. February 8th. He'll be 34.
They're not trading him.
I'm just saying. He'll be 34.
Yeah.
Steph is going to be 36 in March. So he's coming right up on 36.
Wow. And I didn't know Klay was an Aquarian.
Yeah,
Feb 8. Know that. Feb 8.
Feb 8.
Yeah.
So he'll be 34. Steph could be 36. So we all talk about.
He will be. That's my prediction.
Fingers crossed.
I think he will be 36.
I think he will be in March, but we all talk about the Steph Curry championship window, and we got to maximize his window. Let's all take a moment to pause in terms of how long we think that's going to be. He's going to be 36. And you don't have a lot of NBA teams that have been led by a 36-year-old and won a championship.
Even the ageless ones, right? Like, look at LeBron James. It's insane what he's still able to do at his age. But he can't go be, just the one. He's also got Anthony Davis.
True.
Oh, by the way, they also have a not very good record. Yes, Steph needs help. He needs a lot of help. I still think he's a very, very good player. Is he the one that he used to be? Probably not. But the help around him has also either fallen off or completely disappeared, Draymond and Andrew. Completely disappeared.
Right.
And so this isn't there are mysteries here, but some of it is not mysterious at all. In the NBA, you need a pecking order. You need to know who your 1 is, your 2 is, and your 3. And they need to all be good, and they need to have played together for a while. Well, here's what Steph's got. He's got Andrew Wiggins. Nobody knows what the hell's going on. He's got a piece of Klay Thompson. That's fine. Draymond Green is also completely gone. Everything else is like a resume. Oh, here's Jonathan Kuminga. Right. I'd like to be hired to be the Andrew Wiggins 2022 job. All right, audition for us. Okay, we will. Well, you don't win basketball games while you're doing that. So it's not that hard. They don't have the people for the roles that are open right now.
Right, and the people who normally fill the roles are at an age where they can't fill those same roles the same way. Michael Jordan was 35 when he won his 6th title. Kobe's last title, he was 31. So just some perspective on the Steph Curry window. This might be it, Coach. This season might be it.
Might be. It might be. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Peter King and TK, Tim Kawakami, just today. If you missed those, you can go find them. You can also check out Brian Baldinger from The Morning Roast or Stephen A. Smith from Steiny and Guru. That was yesterday. Coming up with more of your calls at 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. And it's also Willard for Daisy Dips, by the way. Chips and dips. Do I have your attention? Of course. You're going to sit down and watch the Warrior game. Hell, right now you could use a guilty pleasure while you're watching a Warrior game. They've got the Bulls tomorrow night. I got a suggestion for you. How about either grabbing the French onion or the ranch flavor of the all-new Daisy Sour Cream Dips? You know Daisy Sour Cream. That's been around forever. Well, now they've got their own dips, seasoned to perfection, and no MSG, none of that other crazy stuff that's on the back of the ingredient label where you're like, what the heck is that? So I used to have to put all of these together. Not anymore. Now it's all done for me in absolutely flavorful, delicious French onion and ranch dip. They go with any kind of chip that is your pleasure: potato chip, tortilla chip, corn chip. Check it out and try it. It's my all-new guilty pleasure. It's the all-new Daisy Dips.
My little brother's friend.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Two things that are coming up before we get to some more calls. One, Mark Grandy is coming up, everybody. Best of Grandy.
Nice.
Is coming up at 6 o'clock. What are you starting with, Grandy? What are you starting with?
I think probably your guys' conversation with Tim Kawakami. It was a good one.
You damn right.
Yeah.
You damn right. That's why I put him on the spot on the air.
Yeah.
What are you starting with, Grandy? Tim Kawakami.
No promises, though. You got to tune in to find out.
Yeah,
I like it.
And then we also got this. Speaking of what's coming up, you don't want to know what's coming up Tuesday? I got to back away from the mic in order to show our YouTube audience what we have. Contest starting Tuesday.
You're looking real good.
So
Why don't you back that thing
I'm
away
gonna
from
back
the mic?
that thing up. Give me a little beep, beep, beep. I'm gonna back it up. But could you do the talking?
Sure.
And tell people what I'm showing people while I show it to them.
So as Mark is sliding away to show the YouTube audience, I'll tell you what he's showing them, and ostensibly what you need to know. It is a gigantic, framed, autographed Christian McCaffrey 49er jersey, red jersey, white name McCaffrey, spelled correctly across the back, number 23, with a CMC insignia inside the 2 on the back. This is an incredible jersey, wrapped in plastic, completely hermetically sealed, and ready for, wait, it says here on my script, Mark's Man Cave? That can't be right.
Dude, this thing is really heavy.
It's so heavy.
No one asked you to pivot around and show it to
and mix
sides
it in
of
the weight room.
Listen.
We're actually giving this away.
The first concert I ever went to was at the Circle Star Theater in Redwood City. So I have an affinity for grabbing things that are the show and then spinning around, like Kool and the Gang did once upon a time when I was a little kid.
It was ladies' night that night.
Damn right
No
it was.
doubt. It was too hot.
It was a celebration sensation.
No doubt.
Okay.
That's a buck.
Anyway.
And you don't need to even have $1 to enter the contest, right? Because we're giving that away to a lucky listener.
Yes. So just all you got to do is tune in starting Tuesday all week long, and we'll teach you how to Dougie. We'll teach you how to do it. We'll teach you how to get yourself all entered and ready to go. And then one lucky listener is going to have that on their wall for the Super Bowl coming up in February.
When you host your Niners Super Bowl party.
Uh-huh.
And hopefully the 49ers are in said Super Bowl.
Now, we got there's so many variables this year with the Super Bowl party because of the 49ers.
Right.
If the Niners are in the game, do I want to have people over or is it too emotional? If the Niners are in the game, do I just end up in Vegas? These are all possibilities.
Right.
So the party is on the calendar, but not in Sharpie.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the last Super Bowl in which the Niners were participants, I was at my buddy Justin Sanchez's house in Oakland. Shout out Justin. He's a firefighter, and it's a fun party, but the end of the party was less fun than the beginning and the middle of the party. So And he's a big-time Niner fan, and his dad and his mom and siblings and niece, like a whole bunch of Sanchez's as far as the eye could see, and friends and family, and a lot of red and gold and white in the house, and everybody's loving it. And then at the end, it was like, that sucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
I remember that one.
Yeah. Then I went to an after party, and
you always do.
That thing got away from me. And then
let's go to dibs, half in the bag.
Half. The thing about it is,
should have seen him at last year's Super Bowl party.
I was fine. Come on, your kids are sensitive.
Hey, Abe, come here. Let me tell you about officials.
Hang in there,
and what
big
they
Abe.
have to go through.
Hey, Abe, you got a cardboard sign with all the begging you're doing over there? Let the refs ref.
He won. Yeah,
he sure did.
Go Chiefs.
We all won. That was a fun party.
It was. It was a great party.
Yeah.
And then I had to go to a show.
Well, that's the thing.
That was the best part. Sorry, lovely Christy. I didn't have to clean up.
Right. Well, in our business, so you go to a Super Bowl party, and if it's the Niners, well, we got to know pretty much every single thing that happened in the game.
Totally.
So you got to go back and watch the game again. So now every Super Bowl, even if the Niners aren't in it, you go to the party. It's fun. You watch the game, and then it's like, I got to get home and watch the game.
I'm going to end up yelling. That's the problem with Super Bowl parties. Like, some people are there for the commercials, and they start yelling, shut up, shut up. I'm going to be doing it during the game. Like, how do you have a party and tell people not to talk? Like, shut up. The 49ers are playing football right now.
Yeah.
But we got, obviously, we got 8 quarters of football to play first.
And one
they get invited.
Just awesome halftime show that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, it should be good.
Well, my son Quest and I kind of willed this into existence.
Okay.
Because we both said about 11 months ago, post Rihanna, it'd be great to have Usher do the Super Bowl.
Would be good.
And we talked about it, and here it is, Usher.
Beautiful.
Halftime Usher.
Is your son going to get tickets?
I doubt it. Nina will probably get a couple of last-second tickets.
Damn right she will.
Yeah, a couple of good ones. 40-yard line.
Down low.
Face value.
Robert in Santa
The great Nina. The ticket savant.
Robert in Santa Rosa, what are you doing?
I'm driving on the 101.
All right. The 101?
Yeah.
What are you from Chatsworth or something? What's the matter with you?
That's a 4.
No, it feels like I'm in LA sometimes with traffic. Hey, guys, I love the show. Thanks for having me on. Want to break it down real simple. The team has lost confidence in the team, top to bottom. And, none of these young guys are 1A guys. Kaminga's never going to be a 1A guy. Yeah, $95, $96 million worth of salaries between Clay, Wiggins, CP3. The reality is, I think, you're going to have to move all or some of these young guys, not all, some of these young guys, along with any of these 3 players. And the best they can hope is to replicate what the Lakers did last year. This is my 2 cents. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, that's been brought up a couple times. Thank you, Robert. The Lakers at the deadline were really, really interesting last year. But I think that there are also some real differences there. The Lakers core, which is just 2 players, was ready to receive these acquisitions and do something with them right away. And even still, you know what I mean? Like now, we're hoping for the conference finals. I know we would take that right now. The Warriors would love that, but that's not really the goal. So I think you got to find the middle ground. The whole idea of dump all of the young guys for now doesn't feel good, but dump all of the now for the future is not going to fit with Steph and just doesn't feel like something the Warriors would do. So you got to try to ride the fence a little bit, which is challenging.
Yes, especially if you want to maximize the Steph Curry window. And as I laid out in the last segment, if you really think that Steph Curry is able to lead a team to a championship as a 1, and I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying that historically, he's getting to that age where it's becoming less likely. He'll be 36 in March, so this is his 36-year-old season, and you'd be hard-pressed to find an older guy in history who is a 1 on an NBA championship. So if he's going to do it, it's going to have to be soon.
We do have some breaking baseball news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Another pitcher is off the market. Where's he going? Who is he? This courtesy of both John Heyman and Jeff Passan. Right-hander Marcus Stroman is in agreement on a deal with the New York Yankees. Marcus Stroman at age 32, an all-star last year, struggled a little bit, wobbly down the stretch, but the starting pitching market continues to thin out a little bit. No more Shota Imanaga, and now no more Marcus Stroman. He's wearing pinstripes.
What did I do wrong?
Nothing. You got him.
Okay. All right. Breaking
Marcus
news.
Stroman.
Were the Giants reportedly
They were second.
runners-up?
And Stroman would like to tell you that he thinks San Francisco is wonderful.
Okay, good. Good. It wasn't this dang city of ours that cost the Giants another one. All right.
Now, Stroman probably wasn't that much of a target.
Ow!
Sure.
He's 30. Don't want 32-year-old pitcher.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He just got rid of a couple of them.
Yeah.
I mean, DeSclafani I don't know if he's quite 32. He's up there.
Somewhere in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
So.
Well, stay tuned. He'll make a move sometime.
If you want the real takeaway on this, it sounds to me like whatever Blake Snell is asking for, which is also known as Scott Boras, is more than teams want to give. Boras loves to play it out late, and a lot of teams are pivoting off of Snell and going with their second target, which might be like an Imanaga or, in this case, a Marcus Stroman. I think the Yankees were in on Blake Snell, and now they're out.
Okay. And are the Giants in on Blake Snell? Would you imagine? Okay.
I would like to add, by the way, if I can.
Add it.
Big time.
As of 8 hours ago, report from Sports Illustrated, SF Giants absolutely interested in Marcus Stroman.
Oh, okay. They finished in second.
Yeah.
And Marcus thinks San Francisco's wonderful.
Number 2.
Exactly.
Just leave us alone, national media.
Stop
putting the
again.
Giants.
Totally.
We're not part of this.
Keep our team out your mouth.
Thank you.
I'm with you, Lucas. It's just build up the hopes, and then Christmas is canceled again.
Oh, wait. Andrew in Pleasanton has a guess on what's going on with Wiggins. These are always fun. Got to be really quick, Andrew. We don't have a lot of time.
Sure thing. So basically, my supposition sensation here is that this has to do with an extension of his sabbatical from last season. The rumors back then had to do with his father's health. So I'm guessing that Wiggins never really had like basketball as the 1,000% forefront passion in his mind, and right now I think he's thinking about family. And honestly, I think he might have one foot in the retirement hole. So
interesting. Andrew, thanks.
Andrew.
I don't think anyone is thinking about retirement at age 28. And without knowing what was happening, I've talked to enough people who do know to know that it was a hell of a lot more than his dad.
Yeah. And, hopefully whatever it is, he can get back to playing at the level that he was playing at before so that his trade value goes up.
This just handed to me. Mark Grandy has officially decided to start with Tim Kawakami, our conversation with him. It was really good. If you missed any of it, you're going to want to stay tuned because what's coming up is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's the best of the game with Grandy. Do you want to do this again tomorrow?
I'll give you one more.
Okay. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, and for Whitley's, who's sitting here hanging out with us, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Marinwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
You use your cell phone for a lot of things, but you shouldn't have to use it for everything. You deserve reliable home internet that fits your life and your budget. And right now, Internet Essentials Plus from Xfinity is free through the Affordable Connectivity Program. Get unlimited data and equipment included with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/free to see if you qualify. Restrictions apply. After program participation ends, Comcast standard charges, taxes, and fees apply. May not be combined with other offers.
Brian Baldinger here with your journey to the big game update. The first round of the playoffs gives us some awesome storylines. Can the Cleveland veteran quarterback keep it rolling against the rookie stud in Houston? Will the Miami track team have enough to knock out the defending champs? A classic playoff matchup awaits us in Dallas as Green Bay comes to town, and the Philadelphia faithful hope their team's tailspin ends in Tampa. And finally, a fascinating matchup awaits us Sunday night in Detroit. And this update is brought to you by the new Hyundai Tucson, available with Blue Link Plus.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day,
and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry, with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, at Primeail Medical, their mission is to provide you with the medical care you need to improve your ED, low T, and incontinence. With years dedicated to improving the lifestyle of their patients in the Bay Area, Primeail Medical strives to improve your love life and overall health. Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley.
We have virtually every medication known to man to help men. We specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges which bypass the digestive system, making them work faster and more effectively, injectable medications, and testosterone treatment for those patients who need it. Impotence problems can be treated in just one visit.
Why wait? Don't lose hope. Call now. Get a PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits for just $99. Call now, 415-761-4037. That's 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037. Or go to primemailmedical.com.
Are you facing the daunting aftermath of a DUI arrest? Your life doesn't have to spiral out of control. Take action now and regain control of your future. I'm Nabil Ahmed, your trusted partner in the fight against DUI charges. I'm a dedicated DUI attorney that is ready to stand by your side, working tirelessly to protect your rights and your freedom. Don't let one mistake define your future. When the stakes are high,